Chapter 1. Expelled from the sect? I'll establish my own sect. Is your brain working? The master of the cloud sky sacred land, Chu Xian, has lost all his cultivation. After discussion among the elders of the sacred land, it has been decided to dismiss Chu Xian from his position as sect master and expel him from the sacred land effective. Immediately, he shall never set foot in the sacred land again. The position of sect master will be taken over by the grand elder, Qin Mo. In the center of the great hall, a young man in splendid attire looked mockingly around, only to find that no one was speaking up for him. Everyone's expressions were unified disgust and disdain. Sect master, what are you waiting for? Do you want me to escort you out? Sect master, the sect has supported you for 3 years. Be content. For the sake of the sect's development, you should leave. My cloud sky sect is a sacred land. How can a waste be our sect master? Leave quickly. Don't be ungrateful. Chu Xian looked around and finally smiled casually and nodded. 3 years ago, I had no intention of inheriting my father's position as sect master. It was you who insisted on putting me in the position of sect master. Now that my value has diminished, you want to expel me from the sect. Little do you know that position of sect master you value so much is nothing but dirt to me. Chu Xian. Haha. Good. From today onward, I, Chu Xian, have nothing to do with the Cloud Sky Sect. With that, he turned and strode away. Outside the great hall, all the disciples of the Cloud Sky Sect looked at Chu Xian with a hint of reluctance. During his tenure as sect master, Chu Xian had provided the disciples with incredibly generous cultivation conditions, so the disciples genuinely admired him from the bottom of their hearts. However, they were ultimately just disciples, and none stood up to say a word. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Xian stepped out of the sect he had lived in since childhood. Along with him left a young boy and a yellow dog. Standing outside the gates of the Cloud Sky Sect, Chu Xian looked back at the plaque above the entrance, lost in thought. As a time traveler, Chu Xian was born in this Cloud Sky sacred land, the #1 sect in the eastern wilderness. His father was the sect master of the Cloud Sky Sect, and Chu Xian, just like the protagonist of a time travel novel, had a cultivation talent that could be described as extraordinary. Under the nurturing of the Cloud Sky sacred land, Chu Xian easily defeated all the talented individuals, solidifying the reputation of the #1 sect in the eastern wilderness. At that time, everyone praised, admired, and submitted to Chu Xian. However, 3 years ago, the beast race rebelled, and Chu Xian fell into the tide of beasts. His parents sacrificed their lives to repel the beast tide, saving Chu Xian. Chu Xian's cultivation was also destroyed in this battle, and despite trying countless methods, he still could not recover. Since Chu Xian had once been a disciple of a powerful figure in the central domain of the Xuanxiao Continent, the elders of the Cloud Sky Sect still allowed him to remain the master of the Cloud Sky sacred land. However, a few days ago, someone from the central domain arrived, and that powerful figure had removed Chu Xian from the list of disciples, rendering his position as master a joke. Back then, you insisted that I inherit the position of master to make use of my cheap master's reputation. Now that I am useless, you could discard me at will. How cold-hearted! But my father's Cloud Sky Sect will not let you have your way so easily. Cloud Sky Sect. Until we meet again. As his words fell, Chu Xian turned and left gracefully, showing no signs of nostalgia for the Cloud Sky Sect. The boy and the dog followed Chu Xian silently. Detected that the host has no attachment to the Cloud Sky Sect, activating the ancient strongest sect system. Please proceed to the designated coordinates to establish a sect and achieve the strongest sect accomplishment. The beginner's gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow at the glowing screen that appeared before him. System. Ancient strongest sect. Just in time. You expel me from the sect, and I'll start my own. What I lost today, I will reclaim 100-fold in the future. Open the beginner's gift pack. The beginner's gift pack has been opened. Congratulations. The host has obtained a great grade celestial body activation card X1. Can only be used on the host's direct disciples. Great grade celestial scripture X1. Sect. Construction card X1. Sect NPC Grand Elder Emperor Realm. Cannot leave the sect's range. Note, all items can only be used within the sect. Sect coordinates. Xuanxiao Continent, Eastern Wilderness, Great Xia Empire, Eastern Coast. Chu Xian looked at the items in the system backpack, lost in thought. Well, This system is quite generous. It didn't give the host any benefits at all. Instead, it offered plenty of benefits for disciples. Thinking of direct disciples, Chu Xian looked at the boy beside him and said softly, "Jianer, you could actually stay in the sacred land." The boy clenched his fists and said solemnly, "My life was given by my master, and I will only stay by my master's side in this life. Rest assured, master, he'll take care of you in the future. Although my cultivation talent is average, it won't be a problem for us to eat together with De Huang." Woof! The yellow dog beside him barked excitedly. Chu Xian reached out and ruffled the boy's head, saying gently, "Jianer, we're going to the Great Xia." "Okay, he'll listen to master." The boy's name was Yu Jian. 3 years ago, Chu Xian had fallen into the tide of beasts while trying to save this boy. After the beast tide receded, Yu Jian, having lost all his cultivation, took Chu Xian as his master and now followed him out of the Cloud Sky Sect. As for the yellow dog beside them, it was a local dog raised by Yu Jian. In the Great Hall of the Cloud Sky Sect, the elders were congratulating the former Grand Elder Qin Mo on his promotion to Sect Master when suddenly an old man appeared at the entrance of the hall. "Qin Montak, you drove the Sect Master away. Are you not afraid of retribution?" Sitting in a high position, Qin Mo chuckled lightly. "Heh, this Sect Master has already spared him from the worst out of respect for his father. Do you still want that waste to stay in the sect and waste resources? I think you're getting old and confused." The old man wanted to say more, but saw the high-ranking members of the Cloud Sky Sect in the hall already taking action. "Qin Montak quickly snorted. Take this old fool and throw him into the cloud prison to await punishment." "Ha, old dog Qin, you want to die a good death. Have you forgotten the path to cultivation that the old sect master granted you? One day, the sect master will return to take your life." After the old man was taken away, Qin Mo felt something stuck in his chest. He ordered, "Bring the 1,000-mile viewing mountain mirror." Before long, an ancient copper mirror was brought forward. Qin Mo infused his spiritual power into it, and the figures of Chu Xian, the boy, and the yellow dog suddenly appeared in the mirror. It seemed Chu Xian sensed something and suddenly turned around. Chu Xian seemed to return to 3 years ago, back to the time when he swept through all the talents in the eastern wilderness. That sharp gaze made Qin Mo's heart skip a beat. Crack, crack, crack. Several cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the copper mirror. Not good. Qin Mo hurriedly withdrew his spiritual power, his heart in his throat. Why did that waste cause the 1,000-mile viewing mountain mirror to shatter just by looking at it? Could it be that fate still lies with Chu Xian? But he is already a waste. Have all my efforts been in vain? After a long silence. Third, eliminate him secretly. Yes. Father. Master? What's wrong? Yu Jian noticed Chu Xian's unusual expression and asked with concern. "It's nothing. Let's hurry to Cloud Sky City and take a boat to the Great Xia." The feeling of being spied upon made Chu Xian feel uncomfortable all over. Chu Xian leaped onto the dog, riding De Huang as they sped towards the distant giant city. "Woof. Huh? Master, De Huang is still small, he can't be ridden." "Woof, woof, woof. You two stop talking nonsense. I don't have any cultivation. Do you think I want to ride a dog?" Chapter 2. Arriving at the eastern coast. De Huang becomes a top combat force. 5 days later, in the eastern wilderness of the Great Xia Empire, 100 miles to the east is the East Sea. Chu Xian looked at the vast open space in front of him, and his anxiety finally dissipated. Use the sect construction card. Please name the sect. Lingxiao. Usage successful. Lingxiao Sect is under construction. In the next moment, boom! A thunderous roar came from deep within the earth. The ground beneath Chu Xian suddenly cracked open, and a white mist surged out from the crevice. Then, mountains suddenly rose up, several peaks emerging from the ground, piercing through the clouds. The spirit spring in the back mountain burst forth from the rock layers, shining under the sunlight. In just a few breaths, a magnificent building of the sect appeared before the 3 people and 1 dog. "What the hell? Master. Master. Why Yu Jian couldn't figure out what to say for a long time. De Huang's eyes widened in shock, his 4 dog legs trembling in fear. "Woof." Chu Xian, having seen grand scenes before, quickly calmed down and explained. "This is prepared for me by your ancestor. There's no need to be surprised." As soon as he stepped into the sect, a figure appeared instantly. "Red Feather of Lingxiao Sect greets the sect master." The woman had fiery red hair like a blazing flame, her skin as smooth as cream, and her body wrapped in a bright red outfit with a perfect curve. Barefoot, she floated quietly in the air, untouched by a speck of dust. The appearance of this woman made Chu Xian feel relieved. This should be the Grand Elder, given by the system, a powerful figure of the Emperor level. However, the system had already set a rule that NPC characters could not leave the sect's range. Great Elder, thank you for guarding the sect. Chu Xian said this, but quickly asked the system in his heart. System, will this Great Elder one day kick me out of the sect? Rest assured, host. The system's products are all top quality. NPCs will be absolutely loyal to the host. The host has entered the sect's territory, and system tasks have been activated. Main quest activated. Recruit 10 disciples for the sect. Quest completion 110. Reward. Host cultivation will be raised to the peak of the spirit spring realm. Side quest activated. Each time a disciple of the sect raises their realm, the host will receive a lottery opportunity. Current lottery chances, 0. Chu Xian was quite clear about the cultivation levels in this world, which were divided into 4 stages and 10 realms. Mortal stage, Qi condensation, meridian opening, spirit spring. Spirit stage, Xian, divine sea, inquiring Tao. Saint stage, harmonizing Tao, sub-saint, great saint. Emperor stage, emperor. Back then, Chu Xian had reached the level of harmonizing Tao. He was even respected as a small sage. If harmonizing Tao were placed in this great Xia empire, he would already be in invincible existence. And the reward of the peak of the spirit spring realm was enough for self-protection in the eastern region of the great Xia empire. After roughly understanding the system's functions, Chu Xian let Red Feather lead the way as the 3 people and 1 dog headed towards the main peak of Lingxiao Sect. What the hell? Da Huang, have you ever seen grapes that emit blue flames? Woof, Red Feather explained in time. Ice flame crystal grapes, a holy medicine. Eating one can allow a cultivator to generate a strand of holy fire within. Chu Xian's pupils constricted. Back then, he had extinguished 58 sects just to obtain a strand of holy fire for the dancing of Lingxiao Sect. Is it just about eating a grape here? That's just too outrageous. Hey, Da Huang, you damn dog. That's a holy medicine. Yu Jian's shouting immediately caught Chu Xian's attention, and he saw Da Huang spitting out several strands of blue flames. In the next moment, with a gulp, he swallowed the whole bunch of grapes. Yu Jian panicked and immediately hugged Da Huang, raining punches down on the dog's belly. Bang, bang, bang. Da Huang, you. This is a holy medicine. You're just a dirt dog. You could explode. Spit it out. Boom. Da Huang's body suddenly erupted with a massive amount of blue flames. Fortunately, Chu Xian was quick and pulled Yu Jian back, otherwise they would have been engulfed by the blue fire. Chu Xian rubbed his forehead, helplessly waving his hand at Red Feather. Red Feather immediately understood. She gently raised her jade hand. An array of light entered Da Huang's body. Then the 3 of them saw a large yellow dog being reborn in the blue flames. Though the colors of the yellow dog and blue fire were quite discordant, the momentum that erupted from Da Huang was incredibly powerful. Woof! A bark forced Chu Xian and Yu Jian to retreat repeatedly. What the hell are you barking at? As a Qi condensation 5th realm cultivator, Yu Jian was suppressed by Da Huang to the point of being unable to resist, only able to roar in anger. I said, what the hell are you barking at? Saying this, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Da Huang. Thud! Whimper, whimper, whimper. Da Huang finally recognized reality and scampered away with his tail between his legs. Chu Xian saw more than Yu Jian. Da Huang actually gained cultivation. It looks like he should have reached the 5th realm of meridian opening. A bunch of holy medicine actually allowed an ordinary dirt dog to leap into a spirit beast. And he even directly jumped over Qi condensation to become a spirit beast of the meridian opening realm. This is getting more and more ridiculous. Then Chu Xian looked at Red Feather with endless reassurance. Is this the Emperor level? Easily changing the fate of a being. Now this was good. Apart from Red Feather, Da Huang had become the top combat power of Lingxiao Sect. As they continued deeper into the sect, the surrounding spiritual energy became denser. Master, why do I feel like the spiritual energy here is even denser than our Yunxiao Holy Land? Due to losing all his cultivation, Chu Xian had no sense of spiritual energy, but Yu Jian was the first to notice something was off. Master, I'm about to break through. After saying this, Yu Jian immediately sat cross-legged and focused on breaking through. In just a few breaths, a muffled sound came from within Yu Jian's body. Yu Jian gently stood up, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and couldn't help but smile. Master, I'm at Qi Condensation's 6th realm now. Chu Xian smiled and nodded. Not bad. In a system panel, Chu Xian's lottery chances had quietly increased to 1. The 3 people and 1 dog finally arrived at the main peak of Lingxiao Sect. Taking advantage of Red Feather leading Yu Jian to choose a residence, Chu Xian opened the system backpack. Items: Great Immortal Body Activation Card X1, Great Immortal Decision X1. Use the Great Immortal Body Activation card. Select target for activation. Yu Jian currently the only available. Confirm to use the Great Immortal Body Activation card on Yu Jian. Chu Xian did not hesitate at all. Confirm. Great Immortal Body is being activated. As he followed Red Feather, Yu Jian's body shimmered with golden light, his robes dancing wildly. In the next moment, his body radiated with brilliant light, runes flowing, as if merging with heaven and earth. The dazzling golden light seemed to tear apart the sky, each fluctuation of spiritual energy causing the air to tremble. Yu Jian seemed to be reborn from a fire. Oh! The heart-wrenching pain made Yu Jian scream. The excruciating pain felt like being cut by knives, caused Yu Jian to faint. Chapter 3. The killer is Chu Xian. The golden light emanating from the body of Yu Jian shot straight into the sky, causing panic among the people along the East China Sea coast in an instant. Is the sea beast going to go berserk? Mommy, save me. The sea beast is coming again. While ordinary people were in a state of panic, a figure in black appeared extremely shocked. Why does this aura resemble that of the useless Yu Jian so much? The useless disciple of a useless master. Have they encountered some opportunity? As he spoke, the figure in black was already heading towards Lingxiao Sect. Before long, he arrived outside Lingxiao Sect. The person looked at the 3 characters Lingxiao Sect above and couldn't help but sneer. Lingxiao, truly shameless. Do you want to surpass my Yunxiao sacred land? That bastard Chu Xian truly deserves to die. Today, I will help my father eliminate him. As soon as the person appeared at the entrance of Lingxiao Sect, Qi had already sensed it. He transmitted, "Sect Master, someone has come outside." A surge of spiritual power gathered before Chu Xian, and when he saw the visitor, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Uncle Qin Yang? It seems Qin Mo sent someone to kill me. Bring him over." At the entrance, Qin Yang was cursing loudly, feeling dizzy in front of him, and the next second, he found himself on the summit of Lingxiao Sect. Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the person before him. After Qin Yang stabilized his form, he also noticed Chu Xian, feeling that Chu Xian was still a mere mortal. Qin Yang immediately felt relieved. The useless sect master is doing well. You run pretty fast. This holy sun has been chasing from the sacred land to this godforsaken place. Chu Xian, when did you become a turtle hiding its head? Qin Yang was the youngest son of Qin Mo, the 3rd in line. Because Chu Xian's father had been developing the sect, Chu Xian was born later, making Qin Yang a fellow cultivator of the same generation. It can be said that Qin Yang had always lived in Chu Xian's shadow. Now that Chu Xian was a useless person, Qin Yang's task was to kill him, so he naturally wanted to humiliate him thoroughly. Chu Xian did not respond, merely watching Qin Yang show off. With someone like Qin Yang, 3 years ago, you wouldn't have even glanced at him. Now, he was acting all high and mighty in front of him. Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, it would be as easy as pie for this holy sun to kill you. As he spoke, Qin Yang had already begun to operate his spiritual power, and the power of the divine sea realm caused the sands and stones on the summit to move without wind. Chu Xian finally spoke. "I advise you not to make a move. You will die a terrible death." Ha. You a useless person. What can you do to me in the divine sea realm? As he spoke, he took slow steps towards Chu Xian, the aura of the divine sea realm gradually enveloping Chu Xian. If Qin Yang wanted to kill Chu Xian, he just needed to move a finger. But he clearly did not want Chu Xian to die so easily. Chu Xian, with his mortal body, was enduring tremendous pressure. Sensing the tense atmosphere, De Huang came running from afar. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang leaped up and opened his mouth, releasing a spiritual power attack aimed at Qin Yang. Huh, this mud has spiritual power now? Interesting. Qin Yang's palm reached out lightly, and De Huang let out a howl, his dog body uncontrollably flying towards Qin Yang. Enough. Qi Yu, cripple his cultivation and throw him back to Lingxiao Sect. That's exactly what I was waiting for. As soon as the words fell, blood mist suddenly burst out from various parts of Qin Yang's body. Both. Qin Yang lay on the ground like a broken sack, blood gushing out from various acupuncture points. There was no longer any fluctuation of spiritual power within him. Who are you? What kind of demon technique is this? Impossible. I will never become useless. Impossible. Qi Yu walked over slowly. Sect Master, should I throw him back to Lingxiao Sect? Upon seeing Qi Yu, Qin Yang instantly became terrified. How could there be a saint-level expert here? Qi Yu smiled back at Qin Yang, her voice like heavenly music. Saint level? Hee. Seeing me beneath the saint level is like a frog at the bottom of a well looking up at the bright moon. Seeing me at the saint level will know that they are like a mayfly under the vast sky. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was initially puzzled, but after contemplating carefully, his eyes suddenly widened. The saint level compared to this woman is like a mayfly compared to the clear sky. Does that mean this woman has surpassed the saint level? Surpassing the saint level? The emperor level? It has been countless years since an emperor has appeared in the Xuanxiao Continent. She actually calls Chu Xian sect master? Qin Yang was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? An emperor calls a useless person sect master? While Qin Yang was in a daze, Chu Xian approached him. With Qi Yu's help, he carved a sentence on a stone and placed it in Qin Yang's arms. All right, now we can throw him back to Lingxiao Sect. As you command. Qi Yu lightly raised her jade hand and suddenly waved. Qin Yang's body transformed into a streak of light and instantly flew out. With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace, truly thrown back. Yinxiao Sacred Land. The protective barrier of the sect flickered, as if something suddenly rushed into the sacred land. Thud! A corpse heavily crashed onto the square of the Yinxiao Sacred Land. The disciples curiously surrounded to take a look. Hiss! Is this the third Holy Son? The third Holy Son is dead? Now that Qin Mo has become the leader of the Sacred Land. His 3 sons have also become the sacred sons of the Sacred Land. The news of Qin Yang's death quickly swept through the entire Yinxiao Sacred Land. The third Holy Son is dead. The manner of death is tragic, killed after being crippled of his cultivation. Alas, the Holy Master just ascended and has already lost a son. The days ahead will not be easy. Who is the murderer? How dare they throw the corpse onto the square so brazenly? Amidst the discussions of the disciples, Qin Mo had already appeared on the square. Third, Kin Montak Momulit, walking like a walking corpse toward the corpse in the center of the square. If we talk about Qin Yang's talent, he was already considered top-notch in the world. However, he was born the same generation as Chu Xian, and any achievement would be completed later than Chu Xian. So he had always lived in Chu Xian's shadow. Qin Mo naturally knew this, which is why he sent Qin Yang to deal with Chu Xian, but he didn't expect that what returned was Qin Yang's corpse. Looking at his youngest son in such a state, Qin Mo felt utterly despondent. Uncle Yang is here, holding Qin Yang's corpse in his arms. He suddenly felt something hard pressing against his chest. Qin Mo trembled as he took out a stone from his son's embrace. The stone only had 6 large words. The killer is Chu Xian. Bang! The stone in Qin Mo's hand instantly turned to dust. Chu Xian, I will surely eat your flesh and sleep on your skin. Chapter 4. Awakening of the Immortal Body. Reward, 10 consecutive draws. At the summit of Lingxiao Sect. What the hell? What smells so bad? Who soiled their pants? Yu Jian suddenly woke up, a wave of foul odor rushing straight to his head. When he saw that he was covered in a thick layer of black mud, Yu Jian cried, Did I soil my pants? I, a dignified 7-foot man, actually. Then, Yu Jian transformed into a streak of black lightning and rushed towards the spiritual spring in the back mountain. Chu Xian, lying on the stone chair, only felt something flash past his eyes. What has passed by? Qi was brewing tea for Chu Xian while lightly waving her hand to disperse the foul smell in the air. I don't know. It seemed like a big black rat. Beside them, De Huang was continuously rubbing his paws against his dog nose. Eventually, De Huang, with all 4 paws in the air, couldn't hold it anymore and threw up. Dogs naturally have sensitive noses, and now De Huang, as a spirit beast of the Meridian realm, had a sense of smell that was incomparable. The smell on Yu Jian was magnified countless times in front of De Huang. For De Huang, this was practically a torture. Upon arriving at the spiritual spring, Yu Jian plunged into the water with a splash, starting to wash the dirt off his body. As the black mud was washed away, an unusual luster began to faintly show through his skin. Strange, I just felt an unbearable pain in my body, and when I woke up, so many dirty things came out of me, just as Yu Jian was talking to himself. Bang! A muffled sound echoed from within him. Huh? What was that sound? Before Yu Jian could react, there were two more sounds. Bang! Bang! Huh? What's going on? Is there something dirty in this spiritual spring? Bang! Another sound came, and Yu Jian finally reacted. Breakthrough? Peak of the Qi condensation realm. Breaking through 4 realms in a row. When did I become this formidable? Just then, Chu Xian's voice rang in Yu Jian's ear. Calm down. Sit quietly. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Yu Jian hurriedly adjusted his mindset, crossed his legs, and began to sort out the vast amount of spiritual energy that had suddenly increased in his body. Yu Jian felt that the spiritual energy inside him was growing more and more, and his meridians had begun to expand vigorously with the energy. Yu Jian panicked, closed his eyes tightly, and gritted his teeth, saying, Master, I won't explode and die, will I? Chu Xian's voice was transmitted again through Qiyu. Don't panic. Control the spiritual energy inside you. This is a critical moment for opening the meridians. Yu Jian had heard Chu Xian lecture before. The Qi condensation realm required cultivators to clear and widen their meridians. With Chu Xian's response, Yu Jian's confidence surged. Before long, an even louder sound echoed from within Yu Jian. Boom! This also meant that Yu Jian had officially entered the second stage of the mortal realm, the opening of the meridians. Continue to stabilize your cultivation. Chu Xian's voice sounded again. Yu Jian had no choice but to comply. However, an unexpected event occurred. Bang! Bang! The more Yu Jian tried to stabilize his cultivation, the faster the spiritual energy in his body grew. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Yu Jian had already reached the 5th level of the opening of the meridians. Master, Yu Jian was not overwhelmed by the sudden surge of cultivation because Chu Xian had once said that explosive growth would lead to an unstable foundation. Qiyu lightly raised her jade hand. An array of light enveloped Yu Jian, sending him back to Chu Xian's side. His cultivation finally stabilized at the 5th level of the opening of the meridians. Master, what is this? It was only at this moment that Yu Jian was shocked to discover that the spiritual energy around him was automatically drilling into his body through his pores. I didn't draw any energy. Why is it drilling in by itself? Chu Xian stood up from the stone chair, squeezed Yu Jian's shoulder, and exclaimed, What a great immortal body, breaking through 10 realms like drinking water. Yu Jian, huh? Wait a minute, master. Immortal body? Who is that? Chu Xian smiled and pointed. Me? Immortal body? Burp. Due to being too confused and excited, Yu Jian directly demonstrated what it meant to fall over and slap. Chu Xian shook his head with a smile. This young man has good sleep quality. He asked Qiyu to wake Yu Jian up, then took out the great immortal body technique from the system backpack and tossed it to Yu Jian. You are inherently a great immortal body, and now that you have awakened, practicing this set of immortal techniques will allow your cultivation to progress by leaps and bounds. Yu Jian trembled as he took the great immortal body technique, unable to regain his composure for a long time. The leap from waste material to genius was simply too great. 3 years ago, Yu Jian became a disciple of Chu Xian, and in 3 years he had barely cultivated to the 4th level of the Qi condensation realm. Today, upon arriving at the new sect, he first broke through a level due to the dense spiritual energy and then directly awakened his immortal body, crossing a major realm to reach the 5th level of the opening of the meridians. Originally, it would have taken Yu Jian 20 or even 50 years to reach this height, but now it took less than an hour. He had directly avoided decades of detours. Who wouldn't be thrilled? After sending Yu Jian away, Chu Xian turned his attention to Qiyu. Elder Qiyu, I have some questions to ask you. Qiyu's sweet smile combined with her unparalleled beauty left Chu Xian momentarily bewildered. Sect Master, please ask. Chu Xian took a deep breath and asked, Are you a robot created by the system? Qiyu clearly froze. System? Robot? What does that have to do with me? Seeing that Chiyu's expression didn't seem to be fake, Chu Xian became even more curious. So you are a human? Of course, I'm a human, sect master. You aren't suffering from a damaged soul, are you? Do you want me to take a look? As she spoke, Chiyu reached out toward Chu Xian. No need, I'm fine. Thinking, since Chiyu says she is human, she must be able to cultivate. Chu Xian asked again, do you know what will happen if you leave the sect boundaries? Because Chu Xian had seen on the system screen that one couldn't leave the sect, he raised this question. Chiyu answered without hesitation, you will die. Chu Xian's pupils instantly constricted upon receiving the answer. Chiyu is at the emperor level, but she will die if she leaves the sect. Who could kill an emperor? After a long silence, Chu Xian spoke. Why? Chiyu took a sip of tea and pondered. It should be similar to some kind of contract that exists deep within my soul, which I can sense. But I don't know where this contract came from. Chu Xian nodded. It seemed that the contract was a restriction imposed by the system. He then asked a whole bunch of questions, but none of them were useful. Forget it, I won't dwell on this. Finally, Chu Xian turned his attention to the lottery function on the system interface. Sect Grand Lottery, lottery attempts, 10 times. Note, the first 10 consecutive draws guarantee the appearance of an immortal level item. Huh, immortal level item? In Chu Xian's original understanding, there were 4 levels in the world: mortal, spirit, saint, and emperor, but with the system, he learned about another level, which is immortal. It must be a higher existence than the emperor level. This system is reliable. Good things are indeed given. Draw, give me a big draw. Chapter 5. Accepting Disciples. Accept them fiercely. 10 consecutive draws in progress. The system screen in front of Chu Xian began to flash rapidly, accompanied by the crisp sound of the spinning wheel. The next second, a golden light illuminated the entire system screen. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations, host. You have received an immortal level reward, Bloodline Immortal Pool. The Bloodline Immortal Pool has manifested in the sect. Sect disciples can enter the Immortal Pool for cultivation, and their bloodline power, physique, talents, etc. will be enhanced. Note, as long as you soak in the Immortal Pool every day, even a dog can swallow the sun. Chu Xian's eyelids twitched as he glanced at the big yellow dog beside him. Good heavens! Why do I feel like this system is set up for the big yellow dog? Big Yellow, I'm taking you to a fun place. Without waiting for Big Yellow to react, Chu Xian directly grabbed Big Yellow's dog head and ran toward the newly manifested Bloodline Immortal Pool. Awoo awoo! Big Yellow cried out in pain. Soon, a person and a dog stared blankly at the blood-red pool water in front of them. The pool was terrifying, resembling blood. Chu Xian couldn't help but question, is this a legitimate system? Is it trying to make me establish a demonic cultivation sect? As he spoke, Chu Xian directly grabbed Big Yellow's dog head and pressed it into the blood pool. Big Yellow, I hope you won't become a demonic dog. Woof. Big Yellow, I'm not a human, but you're a real dog. As soon as Big Yellow entered the blood pool, a blood-colored halo instantly radiated from his body. Following that, the dog blood within Big Yellow began to change, and a hint of golden light started to appear in the blood. Boom! Big Yellow's aura suddenly surged. Although there was no change in his realm, Chu Xian could clearly feel that Big Yellow seemed to have become a bit more divine and powerful. Moreover, he seemed to have become smarter. Good dog. Chu Xian pulled Big Yellow out of the blood pool and then leaped directly into the blood pool himself. However, after staying in the blood pool for several minutes, Chu Xian showed no change whatsoever. System. You come out. Is this right? Why do I have no reaction at all? System screen. The host is already a waste. Obediently go and accept disciples. Chu Xian. What the hell? The system light curtain changed again. 10 draws of rewards have been credited. Congratulations, host. You have received 50 medicinal herbs, 100 sets of sect uniform, 10 pounds of spirit beast feed, 20 medicinal herbs, 10 weapons, 13 martial arts, 1 martial arts, 1 medicinal herb, and 1 piece of fragment. Collect 30 pieces to exchange. Rewards have been automatically deposited into various facilities of the sect. Looking at the flickering light curtain before him, Chu Xian wanted to cry without tears. Is this how it is? Not a single thing I can use. It seems that to regain my cultivation, I can only complete the main quest of the system. Accepting disciples. I must work hard to accept disciples. Without hesitation, Chu Xian packed his bag and led De Huang out of the Lingxiao Sect. As for the sword training, Chu Xian didn't need to worry at all. With the end, he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks. Moreover, with the great Emperor Qi Yu overseeing things, he could safely go out to accept disciples. Chu Xian took out 2 pieces of spirit pet feed and tossed them to De Huang. The scent that could charm countless earth dogs instantly made De Huang's eyes shine. Woof woof. Stroking De Huang's fur, Chu Xian sighed. Alas, think of my past, the first genius of Eastern wilderness. And now I need a dog to protect me when going out. A man and a dog walked further and further away. On the coast of the East Sea, in Biluo town, the Tang family. Tang Lu, a disciple of the Tang family, was caught stealing the family's secret techniques and deserved to be thrown into a death cell. On the seat of the family head, Tang Qingshan exuded an aura of authority without anger, his tone cold. However, the head of the family's gaze was fixed on the right arm of the young man before him. The young man's right arm was obviously much larger than his left arm, creating a somewhat horrifying sight. The boy named Tang Lu raised his head proudly, showing no fear of Tang Qingshan's authority, and sneered. Hee, what crime cannot be fabricated? My father saved over a dozen of the Tang family's clansmen a few days ago and lost his life for it. Today you want my life again? Tang Qingshan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Bring him. Throw him into the death cell. Immediately, 2 members of the Tang family stepped forward to escort Tang Lu away. One of them forced a smile and said, Lu Zi, you stole the family's secret techniques, and this matter is known to everyone. Not executing you on the spot is already exceptionally merciful. The other one had a playful expression. Didn't your father leave you a harpoon when he died? I heard it's a weapon. Since you're going to the death cell anyway, why not give it to me later? Tang Lu merely shot a cold glance at the 2, but said nothing. Slap. A solid slap landed on Tang Lu's face. What the hell kind of look is that? Do you believe I'll cripple you? Tang Qingshan glanced at the 2, and they immediately wilted, hastily escorting Tang Lu away. However, just when the 2 Tang family members were escorting Tang Lu past the main gate of the Tang family, Tang Lu suddenly exploded. A 3-pronged harpoon appeared in his hand. Without mercy, he thrust it toward one of their necks. Puffed. Blood splattered instantly. Then, without hesitation, Tang Lu smashed through the main gate of the Tang family. Bang! After breaking through the door, Tang Lu rolled on the ground a few times before quickly getting up and sprinting towards the outskirts of the city. Not long after, a furious roar echoed from within the Tang residence. The unfilial Tang Lu of the Tang family has harmed his own kin, and from today onwards, he is expelled from the Tang family. Any member of the Tang family may kill him. In the next moment, over a dozen cultivators from the Tang family surged out, beginning to chase after Tang Lu madly. At this time, Tang Lu had already rushed out of Biluo town. Time rewinds to several days ago, when Tang Lu and his father led the disciples of the Tang family out to sea to hunt spirit beasts, only to unexpectedly encounter a sea beast of the spirit spring realm. As the leader, Tang Lu's father resolutely protected the Tang family disciples behind him, burning his blood essence to fight the spirit spring realm sea beast to a mutual destruction. When everyone brought back the bodies of Tang Lu's father and the spirit spring realm sea beast to the Tang family, they discovered that the sea beast had already been severely injured. A weapon was embedded in its body, which was the harpoon in Tang Lu's hand. Logically speaking, Tang Lu's father risked his life to protect the Tang family disciples and obtain the corpse of a spirit sea realm sea beast along with a weapon for the Tang family, which should be enough to ensure Tang Lu's carefree life in the Tang family. However, Tang Qingshan used Tang Lu's theft of the family's secret techniques as an excuse to throw him into the death cell. Yet, Tang Lu accidentally overheard the reason, which was his right arm. Meanwhile, Chu Xian and De Huang roamed through various towns and villages along the coast of the East Sea. Chu Xian's steps were slightly disordered, panting heavily. De Huang, how many villages have we visited? De Huang barked, Ufi, then scratched the ground with his paw again. What? It's already the 11th? We haven't recruited a single person? At first, Chu Xian wanted to recruit some talented young geniuses, but after experiencing society's hardships, his only requirement for accepting disciples now was, as long as they are human. The reason is simple. No one has heard of the name of Lingxiao Sect. and they don't even know where this small sect came from. Moreover, due to frequent sea beast attacks along the coast of the East Sea, those sea beasts specifically target cultivators. Ordinary people, although suffering greater casualties during the beast tide, are mostly trampled to death, as long as they hide in the tunnels. They generally have major problems. The numerous small families along the coast of the East Sea have their unique ways of survival. Instead, those sects, especially some newly established small sects, have mostly become prey for the sea beasts. In the eyes of the people, Lingxiao Sect belongs to a small sect. Therefore, it is not surprising at all that Chu Xian could not recruit a single person. As a man and a dog walked along the road, a sudden voice rang in Chu Xian's ears, reporting to the sect master, a young girl has come to the sect, claiming she wants to join. Does the sect master permit? The voice belonged to Qiyu. Upon hearing someone wanted to join the sect, Chu Xian was immediately overjoyed. Good. This sect master agrees. She can directly become a personal disciple. All the best resources of the sect will be given to her. Chu Xian was incredibly happy. He was almost as tired as De Huang, and hadn't recruited a single person, but now someone actually came to join the sect. According to Qiyu, she is a female disciple. Happiness came too suddenly. Watching the sun about to set, Chu Xian jumped onto De Huang's back, waving his hand. De Huang, let us return to the sect to see the disciple. Lured by a few pieces of dog food, De Huang was extremely excited. Woof woof. A man and a dog turned into a cloud of dust rushing towards the direction of Lingxiao Sect. Chapter 6. Half-Emperor Lin Xian enters Lingxiao. In front of the mountain gate of Lingxiao Sect, a girl in blue looked up at the three characters of Lingxiao Sect, secretly pondering. I never expected that, as a half-emperor, I would also have a day of rebirth. Hee, dog man, cheap woman, you both must live well. Wait until I personally grind your bones to ashes. The spiritual energy here is dense. If I close myself off for 20 years, I will emerge invincible. Originally a half-emperor from another continent, Lin Xian was betrayed by her best friend and partner, only to unexpectedly be reborn in the Xuanxiao Continent. While Lin Xian was deep in thought, a figure in red, Qiyu, appeared at the mountain gate. Guomin. Qiyu's words gave Lin Xian an incredibly peaceful feeling, making her unable to help but want to get close. Lin Xian was secretly shocked. This person's aura is not inferior to my previous life. Definitely not an ordinary person. I didn't expect to find such a person in this remote place. Lin Xian appeared extremely respectful on the surface. Yes. Qiyu just glanced at Lin Xian lightly and slowly turned to lead the way. The moment Lin Xian's body crossed the mountain gate, buzz, Lin Xian felt a vast wave of spiritual energy rush towards her face. In an instant, Lin Xian felt a large number of heavenly and earthly rules appearing before her eyes. Moreover, several faint beams of elusive light appeared around her. Lin Xian was certain that if he had cultivated here in his previous life, he would have already achieved the Tao and become an emperor. Is this place really the legendary fairyland? This former half-emperor was completely stunned at this moment. Lin Xian, is this right? Is this still a low-level continent? Is this a remote area near the East Sea? Even the sacred land he created in his previous life seems insignificant compared to the cultivation environment before him. Qiyu slightly opened her red lips. Don't just stand there. Follow this elder. The sect master has given orders, allowing you to be a direct disciple. You may use all the resources of the sect. Lin Xian, Entering the sect means reaching the peak, directly becoming the sect master's direct disciple, using cultivation resources freely. Is this the life of a cheat after rebirth? If I had known it would be like this now, I would have reborn much earlier. Lin Xian followed Qiyu into the inner part of Lingxiao Sect, and as they went deeper, this former half-emperor finally understood just how outrageous the sect he was in was. Holy-level fruit trees and holy medicines could practically be described as everywhere. Even more outrageous was that each sect building was engraved with tiny runes, and numerous runes formed one killing formation after another. Lin Xian felt secretly terrified. With such a large-scale killing formation, with his previous life as half-emperor cultivation, he would probably perish within a stick of incense. But this wasn't even the scariest part of the sect. The scariest part was that, besides the elder before him, he only sensed the aura of one other cultivator. In such a profound sect, there must be countless strong individuals. But why did he only sense one person at the Tongmai realm? That must mean others had reached realms he couldn't sense. For example, this woman before him, by his standards, was at least a great sage. Although Lin Xian was only at the second level of qi condensation now, with his previous life as half-emperor experience, he could still sense cultivators below the saint level unless they were deliberately hiding their power. Elder, I have a question I'd like to ask. Lin Xian could no longer hold back. What question? I've been walking for so long. Why haven't I seen anyone else in the sect? Qi Yu replied, our Lingxiao Sect now has only 4 people, including you. Oh, right, and a dirt dog. Lin Xian. Huh. A powerful sect has only 4 people? And that counts the new recruit, me? What about all those experts I imagined earlier? How strange. Not long after, the 2 women arrived at the main peak. Just in time, Yu Jian appeared holding the great quality celestial scripture. Yu Jian arrived just in time. From now on, this will be your junior sister. The sect master has ordered her to be a direct disciple. Qi Yu seemed to remember something and turned to Lin Xian. By the way, what is your name? Lin Xian grinned in his heart. Goodness, what kind of sect is this? They don't even know the disciple's name and directly make her a direct disciple? This is too casual. My name is Lin Xian. This is your senior brother Yu Jian. You two should get along well from now on. Yu Jian, take your junior sister to find a place to live. Yu Jian put away the great quality celestial scripture and respectfully replied, disciple obeys. Lin Xian followed Yu Jian and tentatively asked, senior brother, how many years have you been in the sect? Yu Jian scratched his head and said, if counting from when I entered Lingxiao Sect, it's only half a day, but I've been under the master for 3 years. Half a day? What does that mean? Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, Yu Jian explained, this sect was left to the master by the grand ancestor. Yu Jian roughly explained Chu Xian's situation to Lin Xian, and Lin Xian finally felt relieved. Lin Xian thought to himself, thank goodness, the master is a waste, and my senior brother is just a naive little wight. Only the grand elder seems a bit profound. I can really show my skills in this Lingxiao Sect. Then, Lin Xian began to size up his convenient senior brother. After 3 years of cultivation, his cultivation was at the 6th level of Tongmai, with decent talent, but in the eyes of this emperor, he could only say, senior brother, you still need to practice. In the end, Lin Xian chose a residence at the very edge of the main peak, also to avoid being disturbed while cultivating. With everything arranged, Lin Xian finally began his cultivation. However, just as he was about to start, an aura suddenly spread over the main peak. Huh? Did he break through to the 7th level of Tongmai? It seems my senior brother has been stuck at the 6th level for a while. However, before Lin Xian could collect his thoughts, the next moment, another aura spread out. Oh, the 8th level of Tongmai? This senior brother has decent talent. But in such a cultivation environment, this emperor only needs 10 days to reach the peak of Tongmai. Little junior brother, you still have a long way to go. The next second, boom, another aura was released from the direction of Yu Jian. Lin Xian smiled, feeling pleased. The 9th level of Tongmai? Not bad, not bad. If it were me, breaking through 3 levels wouldn't be a big deal. Before Lin Xian could finish speaking, Yu Jian broke through another level. Boom. This time, Lin Xian's smile completely vanished. Yu Jian had broken through 3 small realms in a row while also breaking through a major realm. His current cultivation had reached the 1st level of Lingquan. This level had already made fine beads of sweat appear on Lin Xian's forehead. Lin Xian was stunned. I could accept you breaking through 5 small realms, but you actually broke through a major realm directly. Even in my previous life, I wasn't as monstrous as you. I've been reborn, but I didn't expect you to play me like this. Chapter 7. I've never seen such a casual sect. Chu Xian rode to Huang and rushed towards Lingxiao Sect, but suddenly heard the system's prompt sound in his ear. Sect disciples cultivation has broken through. Reward lottery chances. 10. The sudden prompt made Chu Xian feel delighted. Truly worthy of the celestial body. Jinner has actually broken through again. Lottery. Letes do a 10 consecutive draws. What Chu Xian didn't know was that among these 10 lottery chances, 4 provided by the newly recruited Lin Xian. The newly recruited Lingxiao broke through from the second level of qi condensation to the sixth level in just a few hours within Lingxiao Sect. 10 consecutive draws in progress. This 10 consecutive draw guarantees an Imperial level reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Imperial level reward. An Elder at the Emperor level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Holy level healing pill, 2 Holy level techniques, 20 Spirit level herbs, and 100 Sect disciple tokens. Looking at the system light screen flashing continuously, Chu Xian felt disappointed again. Sigh, still nothing I can use. Although another emperor has been added, but I can't leave the sect. What use is that? Just as Chu Xian felt disheartened, he suddenly heard a thud ahead. What's going on? Huang, let us go take a look. When Chu Xian got closer, he was shocked to see a young man covered in blood. His slightly immature face was smeared with a layer of blood mud, and his chest had a large dent. His entire right arm looked bloody and mangled, with blood vessels bursting in multiple places, continuously bleeding. Hiss! Looking up at the towering cliff in front of him, Chu Xian couldn't help but gasp. Did this young man fall from here? He still has signs of life. Then Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Hey, ISNT this disciple, just what I need? Save him. In a few words, Chu Xian opened the system backpack, took out a holy level healing pill, and fed it to the young man before him. As soon as the pill was swallowed, the wounds on the young man's body began to heal at a visible speed. In just a few breaths, all the wounds on the young man had fully healed. Not bad. The items given by the system are indeed effective. Seeing that the young man showed no signs of waking up, Chu Xian threw him onto the Huang's back and continued towards Lingxiao Sect. Finally, in the dead of night, Chu Xian and De Huang returned to Lingxiao Sect. After properly settling the young man, Chu Xian finally had the time to call his 2 direct disciples over. Yu Jian spoke first. Disciple pays respects to master. Lingxiao, who was standing beside him, was staring intently at Chu Xian. She was assessing him, and Chu Xian was also evaluating her. Lingxiao had eyebrows like spring mountains and eyes containing autumn waters, her gaze revealing a hint of coldness. Her dark hair was simply tied up with a few strands falling by her ears. She wore a fitted green outfit, and as she walked, her skirt swayed lightly, like willows in spring. Although it was late at night, there was no dimness on the main peak. Various crystals emitted light that illuminated Lingxiao, enhancing the girl's noble demeanor. However, in Lingxiao's eyes, Chu Xian was simply one word: handsome. Apart from being handsome, he had nothing else going for him. Yu Jian quietly nudged Lingxiao with his fist and squeezed out a sound through clenched teeth. What is wrong? Are you so stunned by Master's handsomeness? Hurry and speak. Lingxiao then reacted, hurriedly bowing. Disciple Lingxiao pays respects to Master. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Good. From now on, you two should help each other. If you have any questions about your cultivation, feel free to ask me. Lingxiao secretly rolled her eyes. I'm a half-emperor. Do I need to ask you? Master, you should just go wherever it's cool. By the way, now that everyone is here, let me introduce someone to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly appeared beside Chu Xian. This scene made Lingxiao's pupil shrink. Space laws. Could this person also be at the Great Sage level? Unbeknownst to her, this person was like Qi Yu, also genuinely at the Emperor realm. In Lingxiao's mind, the Emperor realm was the highest realm she could imagine, and also her highest pursuit in this life and the last. Therefore, she would never associate Qi Yu with the Emperor title in connection with the person before her. This is someone I met today who wants to join my Lingxiao Sect for sustenance. From now on, he will be the second elder of my Lingxiao Sect. Elder Xuanxiao. Greet everyone. The middle-aged man beside Chu Xian had a constant smile on his face. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, he smiled and said, Hello everyone, my name is Xuanxiao. I'm grateful for the sect master's appreciation. If you need anything in the future, feel free to speak up. After the introduction, Chu Xian took out 2 sets of sect uniforms and 2 direct disciple tokens from the system space and handed them to Yu Jian and Lingxiao, sending them back. He then glanced at the unconscious young man before falling into a deep sleep. Now, Chu Xian was just a mortal body, and staying up all night made him feel exhausted. The next morning, Chu Xian, who was sound asleep, was awakened by a shout. Hey, Stop right there. Your arm is swollen like a pig's trotters. What are you running for? At this moment, Yu Jian was holding a wooden basin, crazily chasing on a main peak. In front of Yu Jian, the unconscious young man from yesterday was vigorously running, waving his right arm as thick as a thigh. Lingxiao was also called out by Yu Jian's shout, glaring at him in annoyance, then kicked a stone bench towards the young man. Whoosh! Bang! The stone bench flew through the air and directly hit the young man's face. The young man was so focused on Yu Jian behind him that he completely failed to notice the stone bench flying towards him, getting knocked dizzy. Isn't this a solution? What hassle? Lingxiao muttered and turned back to her room to continue her cultivation. No one noticed that Lingxiao's cultivation level had already reached the peak of condensation qi. From the time Lingxiao entered the sect until now, it had only been a day and a night, and this reincarnated half-emperor had directly broken through from the second level of condensation qi to the peak. Her cultivation speed could be described as terrifying. Chu Xian approached with panda eyes and asked, "What is all this noise about?" Yu Jian hoisted the young man back and replied, "Master, I saw his arm was swollen like this and wanted to apply some medicine to him, but unexpectedly, this little brat slapped me and ran away. Look at my face, the handprint is still there." Indeed, a big red handprint was hanging on Yu Jian's not-so-handsome face. This kid was quite ruthless. Chu Xian. After ordering Yu Jian to seal the young man's cultivation, the three of them went to the main hall. Chu Xian sat at a high position and asked the young man, "Kid, you fell off a cliff? I saved your life. Are you willing to join my Lingxiao Sect?" In Chu Xian's heart, nothing was more important than accepting disciples. As for the young man's background, he didn't care at all, even if you have some schemes. My Lingxiao Sect has 2 emperors guarding the home. Who can steal from us? This question left Tang Lu, who had rebelled against his family, dumbfounded. Lingxiao Sect. Never heard of it. Besides, your sect takes in disciples without even asking for names, talent, or character, just accepts them directly? I've never seen such a casual sect. Chapter 8. Tang Lu joins the sect. Sea creatures. This young man was indeed Tang Lu, who was being hunted by the Tang family. When Tang Lu woke up, he saw Yu Jian groping around on his right arm, thinking it was a member of the Tang family, leading to a misunderstanding. Now that he realized the person before him meant no harm, he let go of his guard. Hearing that Lingxiao Sect was willing to take him in, Tang Lu felt somewhat moved. His current situation left him with no choice but to join Lingxiao Sect. The entire Tang family was after him, and he was forced to jump off a cliff yesterday. Fortunately, fate spared him, and he met Chu Xian. "Kid, speak up. Do you want to join my Lingxiao Sect and become my direct disciple?" Yu Jian, who was waiting impatiently on the side, had already been slapped by Tang Lu for no reason, and seeing this kid hesitating to answer Master S's question, he directly slapped Tang Lu on the back. Tang Lu winced in pain. Annoyed, he glared at Yu Jian and said, "Disciple Tang, Lu pays respects to Master. Good. From now on, you are my direct disciple. This next to you is Yu Jian, your senior brother. You also have a senior sister, whose talent isn't too great and is currently buried in hard cultivation." Chu Xian did not notice anything special about Lingxiao and had asked Qiyu, who also said there was nothing special, just a feeling that her soul was slightly stronger than others. Therefore, Chu Xian defined Lingxiao as having poor talent. While speaking, Chu Xian took out the sect uniform and token to hand to Tang Lu. "Jinner, take your junior brother for a tour around the sect. I will go to the Wanjing Pavilion to find 2 suitable cultivation techniques for your junior brother and junior sister." "Yes, master," Yu Jian respectfully replied, then looked at Tang Lu with an unfriendly expression and said fiercely, "Junior brother, let us go." He then grabbed Tang Lu and headed out of the hall. Once outside, "Senior brother, be gentle." Chu Xian chuckled softly and didn't care about them, heading to the Lingxiao Sect's Wanjing Pavilion on his own. Through the system's introduction, Chu Xian already knew that the sect's buildings at the initial stage had basic resources, such as the pill pavilion with an initial reserve of 1,000 pills. The Wanjing Pavilion also had an initial reserve of 1,000 techniques and martial skills. Upon arriving at the Wanjing Pavilion, Chu Xian headed straight for the top floor. Lingxiao didn't show any remarkable physique, but just for her taking the initiative to join the sect, she must receive an emperor-level technique. As for Tang Lu, I noticed that his arm looked like some kind of bloodline power. Perhaps his family once had a powerful figure. Although Chu Xian had lost all his cultivation now, his past experiences and insights were still there, allowing him to judge which physique suited which technique. After a careful selection, Chu Xian finally found 2 emperor-level techniques suitable for Lingxiao and Tang Lu to cultivate. On the main peak of Lingxiao Sect, Yu Jian had returned to his residence to cultivate, while Lingxiao stood in front of Chu Xian unwillingly. Tang Lu, on the other hand, was excited, thinking, "This sect is too awesome. I've just been wandering around the sect, and my cultivation has already vaguely approached a breakthrough." Chu Xian handed 2 books of martial arts to the 2 individuals, saying, "This is the martial art that I personally selected for both of you. After you return, you must practice hard. There are many good things here, and as long as your cultivation breaks through, there will be rewards." He didn't reveal the rank of these martial arts, only stating that they were very powerful. Lin Xian suppressed his anger and took a deep breath, saying, "Thank you, master." He then turned and left with the books. Seeing Lin Xian's demeanor, Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Xiana may not like to socialize much. She will be fine once she gets accustomed. In contrast, Tang Lu had completely regarded Chu Xian as his reborn parent. He trembled as he held the martial arts book given to him by Chu Xian, excitedly saying, "Thank you, master. I will not disappoint you." Seeing Tang Lu like this, Chu Xian was overjoyed. Look, Luer is in such a good state. Unlike that Xianer, with a personality that isn't great and a talent that isn't impressive. It seems I need to pay more attention to Xianer. After returning to his residence with the martial arts book, Lin Xian threw it under the bed without even looking at it. That broken master wasted my cultivation time just to give me a broken martial art. I've already memorized hundreds of holy-level martial arts. What can you give me? Are you going to give me an emperor-level martial art? With Yu Jian already at the Spirit Spring realm, he absolutely could not lose to him. Thus, Lin Xian set the emperor-level martial arts aside and began to cultivate his holy-level martial arts. In Biluo City, in the Tang family hall, Patriarch Tang Lu has fallen off a cliff and is currently missing. The Tang family members who were pursuing Tang Lu had returned. Tang Qingshan sat in the main seat, his gaze sharp as he thought, Tang Lu's bloodline power has begun to awaken. If I leave him unchecked, it may endanger our Tang family in the future. He then coldly ordered, all family spirit dogs must be deployed. Alive, we want to see him. Dead, we want to see his corpse. The Tang family disciples immediately became busy, determined to find Tang Lu. After seeing the Tang family members leave, Tang Qingshan quietly took out a piece of worn beast skin from his pocket. Little Lu, the ancestor, left guidance. If any descendant awakens their bloodline, other clan members only need to eat their flesh and drink their blood to easily ascend to the emperor position. Therefore, for the development of our Tang family, you must die. At that time, our Tang family will have several emperors. The entire Xuanxiao Continent will bow under our Tang family's feet. You alone can exchange for the everlasting prosperity of our Tang family. Don't be ungrateful. Just as Tang Qingshan was pondering, a hurried Tang family member ran over. Report to the Patriarch. People have come from the sea. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingshan jumped up from his chair. People from the sea have come again? They usually come once a year, and now they're back in just 3 months? Before Tang Qingshan could think too much, a blue light suddenly appeared in the hall. Tang family patriarch, long time no see. In an instant, Tang Qingshan's face turned green. He quickly lowered his posture. Sea Crab Envoy, what brings you here this time? The Sea Crab Envoy's body was wrapped in dark blue scales, with crab shell patterns faintly visible. His hands were tucked in his sleeves, occasionally revealing sharp crab claws. The sides of his face had bulging eye stalks that twitched slightly, and his black bean-like pupils rotated from time to time. Although he had a human form, he still retained most of the characteristics of a crab. The Sea Crab Envoy's voice was somewhat harsh as he slowly said, "Food supply has decreased. I need 10 human cultivators." Tang Qingshan's face immediately turned pale. 3 months ago, 10 Tang family members had already been taken, and now they wanted 10 more. Do they really think of my Tang family as a granary? Chapter 9. Tang Lu's Outburst. Bloodline Power. Tang Qingshan's expression darkened, but he did not dare to show anger in front of the sea crab envoy. Sea crab envoy, our Tang family has recently experienced a rebellion among our members, and most of them are out capturing the traitors. We truly have no one to offer to the sea at the moment. Could you grant us a few days? Once the traitors are captured, our Tang family will certainly present 10 cultivators. The sea crab envoy's anger instantly surged, and his crab claws shot out. He grabbed Tang Qingshan by the neck and coldly said no. The Sea King needs them urgently. Tang Qingshan, a 6-layer spirit spring realm cultivator, had a certain level of authority along the East Sea coast, but in front of the sea crab envoy, he had no power to resist. Tang Qingshan struggled for breath, hurriedly patting the crab claws. Sea envoy. Tomorrow we will send the clansmen to the seaside. The sea crab envoy then relaxed, letting Tang Qingshan go and transforming into a blue light, leaving the Tang family. Tang Qingshan lay on the ground, gasping for air, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with killing intent. A bunch of beasts dare to ride on my Tang family's head. Once I eat Tang Lu's flesh and drink his blood, I will definitely capture your Sea King and flay him alive. In the midst of his words, his hands had unknowingly dug into the blue stone floor. Just as Tang Qingshan began to ease, another Tang family member rushed in. Patriarch, we have a lead on Tang Lu. Upon hearing this news, the pressure in Tang Qingshan's heart instantly dissipated by more than half. Where's he? The clan member replied. The spirit dog team tracked Tang Lu's scent to a place called Lingxiao Sect. It seems to be a newly emerged sect, so everyone has not acted rashly. Tan Qingshan coldly snorted. Lingxiao Sect. What kind of broken sect is that? They are blocking the development of my Tang family. I will destroy your entire sect. Lead the way. At Lingxiao Sect's main peak, reporting to the sect master, a group of people has come from outside the sect, and we do not know their intentions. Chu Xian was meditating, thinking about how to recruit more disciples for the sect, when he heard a voice from Chiyu. A group of people? They wouldn't want to join the sect, would they? That would be great. The second elder appeared beside Chu Xian, respectfully saying, Sect Master, that group should be the kin of our direct disciple, Tang Lu. They seem to have some hostility towards our Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian's eyes narrowed, raising an eyebrow. Oh, Luer's family? Not long after, Tang Lu had already arrived in front of Chu Xian. Luer, your kin has come. They are outside the sect. Shall we go meet them? Upon hearing this, Tang Lu immediately became alert. He thought to himself, is Master going to return me to the Tang family? Chu Xian quickly comforted him. Don't panic. Since you have joined my sect, your matters are my matters. You just need to know that our Lingxiao sect is very powerful, more powerful than you can imagine. So we will not abandon any disciple. Tang Lu seemed to be moved by Chu Xian's words and, after a long contemplation, slowly said, My right hand, Master. You have seen it. My father said it is a natural supreme hand. After my father died, the clan elders wanted to cut off my arm to transplant it to the most talented Tang in the clan. So, I killed the guards and escaped the Tang family, ultimately being saved by you, Master. Chu Xian nodded, understanding why Tang Lu ended up at the bottom of the cliff. However, Chu Xian did not tell Tang Lu the real situation of his arm. It was not some messy supreme hand, but a bloodline awakening. So how do you want to deal with the Tang family? Kill them all? Or just let it go? Tang Lu began to show difficulty, as he was just a 14 or 15-year-old boy, still having a trace of nostalgia for the Tang family in his heart. I don't know. Chu Xian sighed and waved his hand. The second and third elders immediately understood, and a surge of spiritual power enveloped Tang Lu, sending him out of Lingxiao Sect. Tang Lu immediately became terrified. Master, what are you going to do? Of course, I'm going to let you make a decision. In the midst of his words, Tang Lu had already appeared at the mountain gate of Lingxiao Sect. The appearance of Tang Lu instantly made the eyes of the Tang family members sharp. Tang Lu has come out. Haha, this Lingxiao Sect is quite perceptive, knowing our Tang family's power, so they obediently handed over Tang Lu. Tang Lu, why don't you surrender? The younger generation of the Tang family brandished their weapons and charged at Tang Lu. However, Tang Lu was no longer the same person who had just betrayed the Tang family. After practicing the imperial-level martial arts for 2 days, The bloodline power within Tang Lu had become even more intense, and his cultivation level had risen from the 9th level of qi condensation to the 2nd level of meridian opening. Although Tang Lu's cultivation speed seemed much slower compared to Yu Jian and Lin Xian, as his bloodline power gradually awakened, his cultivation speed would only increase. Among the younger generation of the Tang family, the highest cultivation level was Tang Yi, who had just reached the peak of qi condensation, a far cry from the meridian opening level. The expanded meridians in the meridian opening realm released immense power in martial techniques, which could not be matched by those in the qi condensation realm. The moment the two sides clashed, Tang Lu demonstrated his formidable strength. 3 spear tips suddenly appeared in Tang Lu's right hand, and blue runes flickered on his entire right arm. He swung forcefully at the 5 young members of the Tang family charging at him. With a loud shout, he commanded, "Bind." In the next second, a large amount of blue seaweed grew around the bodies of the 5. The seaweed seemed to have a mind of its own, directly binding the 5. Tang Lu raised the spear and thrust it fiercely at the person in front. This scene caused all the members of the Tang family to widen their eyes in disbelief. It wasn't because Tang Lu killed someone, but because of this binding technique. This martial technique was created by the ancestor. That's right. It was the ancestor's famous skill, green silver bind. The ancestor created countless martial techniques, but most were lost or destroyed. How could Tang Lu possess this martial technique? Tang Lu must be hiding something from the family. Capture Tang Lu, and after searching his soul, everything will be revealed. Yes, this child must not be spared. How dare he hoard the ancestor's martial techniques? Such a crime must be punished. This child has already broken through to the meridian opening realm. Younger generation, step back. Hearing the elder shout, the younger members of the Tang family quickly moved aside, and then they saw a fierce wind sweeping through the entrance of the Lingxiao Sect. 6 members of the Tang family in the meridian opening realm attacked together, frantically drawing on the nearby spiritual energy. Tang Lu looked at his kin, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. "You forced me to do this." Tang Lu closed his eyes tightly, and the spiritual energy and bloodline power within him began to operate rapidly. He silently chanted, "Domain." Suddenly, a circle of blue light radiated from Tang Lu's body. Meanwhile, Tang Lu's aura was rapidly rising. He then took the initiative to attack, wielding the 3-pronged spear and charging towards the 6 meridian opening realm members. Chu Xian sat steadily at the main peak, and the scene outside the sect was projected before him. Lu's move seemed to be the embryonic form of a domain. It was indeed recorded in the ancient texts of the Lingxiao Sect. It seems that the ancestor of the Tang family was quite remarkable. Chapter 10. A punch to shatter the meridian. Dan King Sang Adi. Tang Lu fought alone against the 6 members of the Tang family in the meridian opening realm without losing ground. With the imperial level martial arts providing immense spiritual energy and the bloodline power enhancing his combat strength. Moreover, the seemingly ordinary spear in Tang Lu's hand was the spiritual level weapon that his father obtained when he died in battle. These 3 factors gave Tang Lu the confidence to face 6 meridian opening opponents. Chu Xian nodded repeatedly while watching the scene of Tang Lu, saying, "Good. He has my former style." Feeling that Tang Lu had vented enough, Chu Xian said to the people around him, "Elder Second, inform Jianer and Xianer to go help their junior brother. Without experiencing the baptism of blood, mere cultivation is not enough." Understood. Soon, 2 young men and women appeared at the entrance of the Lingxiao Sect. After reaching the spiritual spring realm, although Yu Jian's cultivation had not shown a sudden breakthrough in several levels, his cultivation speed remained steady, and he was now at the 3rd level of the spiritual spring realm, which was already considered a high level in the coastal area of the EC. In contrast, Lin Xian had finally barely reached the peak of qi condensation after 2 days of relentless cultivation. Chu Xian glanced at them, feeling somewhat disheartened. Sigh. Xianera's talent is indeed lacking. She has the lowest cultivation among the 3. At the sect entrance, Yu Jian and Lin Xian stood side by side. Seeing Tang Lu fighting back and forth with those 6, Yu Jian felt restless. He had been practicing for several days and wondered what level he was at now. "Junior brother, Take a break. Let me give it a try. Hearing Yu Jian shout, Tang Lu felt relieved. At this moment, the blue glow surrounding Tang Lu had faded significantly, and he was likely to show signs of fatigue soon. Tang Lu seized this opportunity to rest. All right. After receiving Tang Lu's response, Yu Jian immediately rushed into the battle circle. This was Yu Jian's first real battle since joining Chu Xian's sect, and he inevitably felt a surge of excitement. Watch me. Yu Jian's robe fluttered, and a large number of visible spiritual energy whirlpools began to appear around him. Lingxiao's beautiful eyes widened in shock. What? This is an attack from the spiritual spring realm? Ordinary level cultivators could only use the spiritual energy within their bodies, while only those in the spirit realm could mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy for attacks. How could Yu Jian, merely in the spiritual spring realm, cause such a transformation in the natural spiritual energy? At this moment, this former semi-emperor was bewildered. Since arriving at the Lingxiao Sect, everything around him had become increasingly absurd. Yu Jian concentrated all his power in his fist and punched a member of the Tang family. Boom! With a loud bang, the Tang family member in front of Yu Jian vanished. It wasn't that he completely evaporated, but rather that his entire body turned into blood, splattering the Tang family members behind him. The thick smell of blood instantly filled everyone's nostrils. Everyone stopped their actions and quietly stared at Yu Jian. What kind of monster is this? How could he mobilize the spiritual energy in the air? One punch turned a Meridian Opening Realm member into blood mist? Is he even human? Yu Jian scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Did I use too much strength? Junior brother, you don't mind if I kill your clan members, right? Tang Lu was stunned by Yu Jian's punch. He could only mechanically shake his head. After an unknown amount of time, a member of the Tang family, looking panicked, trembled and said, Spiritual Spring Realm. Tang Lu, senior brother, is in the spiritual spring realm. Then his master. At this moment, the members of the Tang family finally began to waver. Two members of the Tang family said, Tang Lu, for the sake of us being of the same clan, let me go. Yes, Tang Lu, I have realized my mistake. Please show mercy. However, as soon as the two finished speaking, a stern shout rang out. Nonsense. How can my Tang family produce such cowardly individuals? A figure rushed in from a distance. The family head is coming. Tang Lu, senior brother, was at the 3rd level of the spiritual spring realm, but the family head was at the 9th level of the spiritual spring realm. The advantage was with the Tang family. Let's not forget, the Lingxiao Sect has only produced these 3 disciples. If an elder comes out, we might be completely wiped out. Tang Lu looked at the figure in the distance, anger suddenly surging from his heart. His escape from the Tang family was all thanks to Tang Qingshan. When Tang Qingshan approached, without saying a word, he directly knocked out the 2 who had planned to escape. Tang Qingshan stared at Tang Lu and said solemnly, Bind these 2 useless things and throw them into the Tang family's prison. Make sure they don't escape. Liu, aren't you coming back home with your uncle? Tang Lu's expression was cold. Uncle? My uncle who fed clan members to sea beasts? The one who would cut off the arms of his own kin to transplant for his son's future? As soon as Tang Lu said this, the members of the Tang family felt as if they had been struck by lightning. What? Feeding clan members to sea beasts? How was that possible? Tang Lu, don't slander the family head. The family head has worked tirelessly for the Tang family. Everyone can see that. How dare you speak such slander? Tang Lu didn't even glance at the Tang family members and said to his uncle, You may think your plans are flawless, but is there really such a thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through? What you call sending our clan members to train beside the Sea King is actually offering them to the Sea Beasts in exchange for the Tang family's safety during the Sea Beast riots, right? Although you believe all of this is for the continuation of the Tang family, do you still remember the ancestral teachings left by our forefathers? Better to break Kunlun Jade than to bend Han Mountain Iron. The descendants of the Tang family shall stand firm. Their heads could hang from city gates. Their knees shall not touch the dust of enemies. A sword may break in hand, but not bow in the courtyard. Blood may splatter 3 feet, but not kneel beneath the 9 heavens. May I ask, my good uncle, have you ever violated the ancestral teachings? Tang Qingshan's heart trembled, his bright eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly said, Tang Lu, I have spared you because your father contributed much to the Tang family. But if you continue to slander me, I will surely kill you. Tang Liu Sklanda. Ha! Tang Qingshan submits to the sea beasts, living in cowardice, sending clan members to the sea beasts as food. This is what my father and I have seen with our own eyes. 3 months ago, 10 people including Tang Qi, Tang Chong, and Tang Yang were swallowed whole by a sea beast at the Xiandan realm. Just then, my father and I were hunting low-level sea beasts in that area. Although we were far away, the aura of the Tang family members is unmistakable. This statement completely ignited the Tang family members. One member, a Tongmai realm cultivator, with red eyes, trembled as he approached Tang Qingshan, head of the family my son has truly been. Before he could finish, Tang Qingshan made his move. With a single palm, he smashed the head of that Tang family member. The next scene made everyone present feel their scalps tingle. Tang Qingshan actually reached into the corpse of his clan member, pulled out the heart, and began to chew it. Chapter 11. I want you to never enter reincarnation. After eating the heart of his own kin, Tang Qingshan sneered, Hee, since I can't hide it, there is no need to hide anymore. Originally, Tang Lu planned to have Tang Qingshan swear an oath if he refused to admit it, but unexpectedly, Tang Qingshan didn't even pretend. At the same time, the spiritual power within Tang Qingshan began to surge wildly. In just a few breaths, his aura had already reached the peak of the Lingxiao realm, the highest level of the mortal rank, just a step away from the spirit rank. Tang Qingshan's gaze deepened as he stared at Tang Lu's entire right arm, slowly asking, Tang Lu, do you know how your father's body was treated? Upon hearing this, after a brief thought, Tang Lu was filled with endless rage. Seeing Tang Lu like this, Tang Qingshan continued to smile and said, Have you figured it out? That's right, you guessed it. Your father was eaten by me. That heart, that arm and the thigh. Tang Lu completely erupted. Tang Qingshan, I'll fuck your horse. He charged straight at Tang Qingshan with a harpoon. Tang Qingshan was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Tang Lu, you finally got angry. If you don't charge at me, how can I capture you? How can I eat your flesh? Drink your blood? How can I achieve the emperor's throne? Tang Qingshan's robe swirled. His aura surged again as if he was about to break through to the Xiandan realm. His palm suddenly shot out to grab Tang Lu. Lin Xian saw that things were going awry and moved before Yu Jian. Lin Xian understood that although Yu Jian's combat power was strong, he might not be Tang Qingshan's opponent. Yu Jian had too little combat experience. Lin Xian was not familiar with Tang Lu, having only seen him once. But Tang Lu was still his nominal junior brother. It was not in this half-emperor's character to watch his junior brother die without helping. Lin Xian brought his index and middle fingers together, softly reciting a spell, and a female figure appeared behind him. The woman, resembling an empress, scanned everyone with a disdainful gaze, finally resting her eyes on Tang Qingshan. Immediately, Tang Qingshan seemed to be struck by some kind of attack and was sent flying. Puff! In midair, Tang Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood, evidently injured internally. Tang Lu was forcibly dragged back to the gate of Lingxiao Sect by Yu Jian. On the other hand, after releasing this attack, Lin Xian directly fainted. The peak of the condensing qi realm had caused him to suffer internal injuries from the peak of the Lingxiao realm. Who has ever seen a genius cross two major realms in battle? It's simply outrageous. Not only did the people around explode in shock, but even Chu Xian, who was watching from the peak of Lingxiao Sect, was stunned. Wow, wasn't this girl supposed to have poor talent? Her combat power is quite extraordinary. Did I misjudge her? Qiyu and Xuanxiao, what do you two think? The two emperors pondered for a long time, but shook their heads. Qiyu said, Sectmaster, Lin Xian lacks both physique and bloodline power, yet can unleash such an attack, which is indeed strange. Xuanxiao felt the same, not noticing anything special about Lin Xian. However, the world is full of wonders. Lin Xian must have her own secrets. Chu Xian strongly agreed with this view. Yes, everyone has their own path to walk and should not be forced to interfere. All right, it's time for you two to take action. Hurry up and resolve this matter with the Tang family. I also need to go out and recruit disciples for the sect. Qiyu slightly gestured, and Xuanxiao nodded with a smile. Outside the sect, After stabilizing himself, Tang Qingshan's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that his peak in the Lingquan realm would be injured by an ant in the condensing qi realm. Although Tang Qingshan was injured internally, it was relatively light. Looking at the already fainted Lin Xian, he muttered to himself, "Little girl, you have successfully caught my attention." Then he moved swiftly, rushing towards a nearby Tang family member. Before the person could react, their heart was already ripped out. Slurp! Tang Qingshan swallowed the heart in a few bites. Finally, with a loud bang, Tang Qingshan's aura suddenly surged. Ha ha ha! The sect.Then is formed. I am now invincible. Puff! Before he could finish speaking, Xuanxiao's finger from afar pierced through the sect.Then that had just formed inside Tang Qingshan. No, it's impossible. Feeling the power within him rapidly dissipating, Tang Qingshan panicked. What is happening? Why is this? Who is it? The next moment, Tang Qingshan, controlling the remaining power within him, rushed towards the nearest Tang family member, ripping out their heart and shoving it into his mouth. However, this time it brought him no power. Impossible. Impossible. The forefather would never deceive me. In the end, there was no longer any fluctuation of spiritual power from Tang Qingshan, and he had clearly become an ordinary human. Xuanxiao's voice came from within Lingxiao Sect. The sect master has ordered. All matters of the Tang family will be handled by Tang Lu. Others must not interfere. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that Tang Qingshan had become a useless person because the cultivators of Lingxiao Sect had intervened. Originally, more than 20 people from the Tang family had come, but now some were dead, some injured, and those unscathed had already been scared to the point of wetting themselves. Tang Lu said, "We were blind and regarded Tang Qingshan as the family head. Because of him, we don't know how many crimes we have committed. Today, whether you kill or slice, we have no complaints." Tang Lu looked at the corpses of his clan members on the ground, his expression dim. Kill them all? Tang Lu felt reluctant. If he let them go, according to the faces of these clan members, it was likely that a second Tang Qingshan would appear. Tang Lu looked up at the sky and whispered, "Father, if it were you, what would you do?" He. Father treats others with kindness and sincerity. He would definitely let them go. Very well. Today, I will let you go, which can be considered a repayment for the Tang family's training of me. From now on, any matters of the Tang family will have nothing to do with me. Having said that, Tang Lu shot out the harpoon in his hand, directly piercing through Tang Qingshan's chest. "But you must die. When I return, I will hang Tang Qingshan's head at the top of Biluo City. I want him to never enter reincarnation." Tang Lu once heard his father say that a person has 3 gates, namely the body, intention, and soul. After a person dies, all 3 gates open simultaneously. The body enters the earth, the intention enters the void, and the soul ascends to the heavens, allowing for reincarnation. The body represents the physical form, with the head being the controller of all actions, as long as the head is not buried in the ground. The person will not enter reincarnation. The flesh will merge with the earth, while the spirit will pass through the soul gate into the cracks of time and space, eternally enduring the suffering of being trampled by sentient beings. Intention represents willpower. If a person has an exceedingly strong will at the moment of death, this intention will linger in the world, and the spirit will pass through the soul gate into the cracks of time and space. The soul represents the essence. A powerful being who has cultivated to a certain level can close the soul gate by themselves, allowing their spirit to remain in the world. Chapter 12. A bit of fame, the Shadow Emperor takes over the matter of the Tang family has come to a close. With the family members returning to the Tang residence with Tang Qingshan's corpse, hanging his head on the city wall of Biluo City. Chu Xian used the lottery chances he had accumulated over the past 2 days, and after seeing nothing good, he led to Huang out of the sect again. This time, Chu Xian's goal was clear, to recruit disciples in Biluo City. The Tang family is like a deity in Biluo City, a well-known force along the eastern coast. However, the head of the Tang family died at the entrance of the newly established sect, Lingxiao Sect, which was practically a divine advertisement for Lingxiao Sect. When Chu Xian arrived at the city gate of Biluo City, Tang Qingshan's head was already hanging high. Luer's heart was still too soft. The Tang family initially wanted to kill you, yet you let them all go. Let me clean up the mess for you. Chu Xian patted Da Huang's head and instructed, Da Huang, this matter is up to you. Da Huang, Ulfi. The bloodline immortal pool was bubbling fiercely, and the dog food obtained from the lottery system was also flaunted by Da Huang for 2 days. Now, Da Huang had broken through the 3rd realm and reached the 8th level of the meridian opening. In Biluo City, Da Huang could walk sideways. Glancing at the rapidly running Da Huang, Chu Xian strolled down the streets of Biluo City and couldn't help but sigh. The Tang family manages the city quite well. Upon arriving at the market street, Chu Xian finally heard the news he wanted to hear. A group of people was discussing. The Tang family had ruled Biluo City for so many years, and it was quite good. No one expected that the head of the family had actually died. You don't know this, do you? Tang Qingshan deserve tu di. Oh, you know? Tell us. Huh. All right. Let me tell everyone. My 3rd uncle's cousin's 13th aunt is sworn brothers with Tang Qingsong from the Tang family. So this news is absolutely true. As this person spoke, he was surrounded by a group of people, vividly recounting the story as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Speaking of Tang Qingshan, he is truly no good. He even dared to eat people. Moreover, he actually ate his own family members. Yeah, luckily, the people from Lingxiao Sect intervened. Otherwise, Tang Qingshan would have eaten all the Tang family members. Lingxiao Sect. I've never heard of this sect before. It might be a new sect, but seems quite powerful. Sigh. No matter how powerful they are, they still can't escape being eaten by sea beasts. That's right. There have been powerful sects before, and in the end, they all perished. Chu Xian listened carefully from the side, but found the conversation increasingly off. Did these guys have no desire to join Lingxiao Sect at all? Chu Xian hurriedly pretended to be an ordinary person and joined the discussion circle. In my opinion, Lingxiao Sect can completely solve the sea beast chaos. A few days ago, I went hunting in the mountains and unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Lingxiao Sect. Guess what? The crowd instantly became curious. Everyone was mortal, filled with endless curiosity about cultivation, and upon hearing that someone had seen the so-called sect, their eyes immediately glowed with excitement. Everyone had fantasized about one day being able to fly and do anything, but because CB specifically targeted cultivators, they were hesitant to embark on the path of cultivation. The person who had been telling the story earlier was also intrigued and excitedly asked, "Little brother, what is Lingxiao Sect like? Tell us about it." To fit in with the group, Chu Xian directly channeled his interactor. I'm just a rough guy. Anyway, I think this sect is amazing. The gate of that sect is wide open, shrouded in clouds and mist, with peaks soaring into the sky and spiritual light reaching the heavens. I even saw someone flying in the sky. Everyone around perked up their ears. What? Can fly? Wow, incredible. That's definitely not a human. They must be immortals. Yes. I heard from my 3rd uncle's cousin's 13th aunt that once you reach a certain level of cultivation, you can fly. No doubt they are immortals. While everyone had seen cultivators, they had never seen a flying cultivator. Upon hearing that someone in Lingxiao Sect could fly, they immediately concluded it was an immortal. So, this sect is really quite impressive. Chu Xian continued to boast. Isn't it? I was so engrossed in watching that I must have been noticed by the immortals inside. Fog immediately surrounded me. When the fog cleared, guess what happened? You were taken into the sect? What was it like inside Lingxiao Sect? Chu Xian smiled wryly and shook his head, continuing, "How could the immortals let me in?" When the fog dispersed, I found that I had returned directly to our Biluo city. I had taken 2 days to reach the entrance of Lingxiao Sect, but unexpectedly, I was sent back in less than 15 minutes. The crowd gasped in unison. What? A journey that originally took 2 days was completed in less than 15 minutes? Is this the magic of immortals? That's too amazing. If I learned magic, I could sell goods in the county town and make the round trip in less than half a day. Dude, are you learning magic to sell goods? That's such a narrow view. If I learned magic, I would definitely visit all the brothels in the world. Bah, you're such a lecher. Everyone chimed in with what they would do if they learned immortal techniques, while Chu Xian just listened with a smile. Just then, a shocking scream suddenly echoed throughout Biluo City. Not good. The Tang family has been wiped out by a dog. As soon as this was said, it ignited a frenzy throughout Biluo City. What? A dog wiped out the Tang family? Quick, let's go see. It might be the celestial dog of Lingxiao Sect. People rushed towards the Tang family, and Chu Xian smiled slightly, following the crowd towards the Tang family. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Tang family, he saw De Huang sitting majestically at the door, exuding an extraordinary aura. Chu Xian seized the moment to exclaim, "Damn, this really is the celestial dog of Lingxiao Sect. I saw a yellow dog in Lingxiao Sect that day." Subsequently, the residents of Biluo City became even more excited. A dog wiped out the entire Tang family? That's too fierce. If this is true, I would be willing to go to Lingxiao Sect and be a dog. As the residents marveled, De Huang leaped down from the door and quickly headed towards the city outskirts. Seeing this, Chu Xian quietly slipped out of the crowd. As he approached the city gate, De Huang walked out from a corner, looking smug as he approached Chu Xian. Chu Xian smiled and took out 2 pieces of dog food to toss to De Huang. Just as the man and dog were about to exit the city, the entire Biluo city suddenly began to shake violently. What's going on? An earthquake? Can there be earthquakes in the Xuanxiao Continent? Chu Xian was puzzled. He had been here for over 20 years and had never encountered an earthquake. De Huang bared his teeth, his gaze fixed on the city outskirts as he barked fiercely. Woof, 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 woof. The residents at the city gate instantly sprang into action upon witnessing this. Sea beasts are attacking the city. Quickly take cover. Chapter 13. The Sea Beast Crisis. Chu Xian didn't know what was happening, but the residents of Biluo City did. The moment the ground shook, the people inside Biluo City quickly sprang into action. Dozens of people grabbed copper gongs and began banging them, running and shouting, "Sea beasts are attacking the city. Quickly take cover. Sea beasts are attacking the city. Everyone take cover." The people in Biluoching appeared to be in complete chaos, but upon closer observation, it was not difficult to see that everyone was moving quickly in some sort of order. In just a short time, Biluoching seemed to turn into a deserted city, with the once bustling streets now empty. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured, "To achieve such an effect, it must be that Biluoching has experienced this situation countless times before. A sea beast attacking the city. This reminds me of the incident I went through 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I lost my cultivation and my parents during the beast tide. Now, let these beasts help Lingxiao Sect gain fame." Chu Xian took out a piece of exquisite jade from his bosom, holding in his hand, and cast his gaze towards the outside of Biluoching. At the end of his sight, towering waves were rapidly approaching Biluoching, filled with dense scales and armor. At the forefront, a giant crab was charging forward, followed closely by a massive tide of beasts. The earth rumbled under the trampling of the beast tide, and combined with the crashing sound of the waves. Biluoching seemed to be facing the end of the world. Da Huang, at this moment, had lost his earlier bravado and was hiding behind Chu Xian with his tail between his legs. Chu Xian gently stroked Da Huang's head with his left hand, while his right hand clenched tightly, causing the jade in his hand to explode. "Sect Master, what are your orders?" The voices of Chiyu and others simultaneously echoed in Chu Xian's mind. Not very lucky, encountering a sea beast attack in Biluoching. "You two handle it, and also bring Yu Jian over." "Understood." "Yes." In the next moment, a gigantic hand slowly materialized in the sky outside the city. The heavens darkened as the azure golden giant hand tore through the void, with remnants of the starry river entwined between its fingers. The giant hand gently caressed, and a fierce wind suddenly arose. The towering waves were actually blown into gaps by the gale. The beast tide was also blown back, creating large, empty spaces. Immediately after, the giant hand clenched fiercely, lifting the giant crab at the forefront into the air with an invisible force. Bang! The crab was instantly crushed. Blood mixed with seawater poured down, momentarily halting the advance of the beast tide. However, a violent surge of spiritual power shot out from the ocean, quickly merging into the raging waves of the sea beasts. The beast tide surged forward again. Rumble. The giant hand in the sky seemed to be angered. The palm suddenly pressed down. The waves where the beast tide was located instantly formed a massive imprint of a hand. Under this giant palm, the 100,000 sea beasts in the waves exploded into a mist of blood. The towering waves turned blood red in an instant. The giant hand in the air moved again. With a sweep, The blood-red waves rushed back into the sea, leaving not a single drop of seawater on the land that was once submerged. Then, the giant hand appeared above the sea, transforming into a golden light that plunged into the water. Splash! It stirred up endless splashes. Before long, the golden light wrapped around a 1,000-foot-long dragon that leaped out of the sea. The dragon spoke human words, struggling as it shouted, "Who dares to kill my subjects and ruin my path to becoming a dragon?" However, no one responded, and the dragon was lifted away like a chick by the golden light giant hand. In Biluoching, Yu Jian had already appeared at the city gate. "Master, you called for me." Chu Xian nodded, briefly explaining the situation to Yu Jian and instructing, "Go tell the people of Biluoching that my Lingxiao Sect has resolved the sea beast problem, and there will be no more sea beast attacks in the future. Also, inform them of my Lingxiao Sect's location." After that, Chu Xian and Da Huang headed towards Lingxiao Sect. Yu Jian arrived at the center of Biluoching, now at the Spirit Spring realm, channeling his spiritual power to amplify his voice as he shouted, "Hey, the sea beasts have been dealt with by my Lingxiao Sect. Everyone can come out now. From now on, there will be no more sea beast attacks. You no longer need to worry. If anyone wants to join Lingxiao Sect, just head northwest for 200 miles. With the aid of spiritual power, Yu Jian's voice quickly spread throughout Biluoching. The residents deep underground heard it clearly. "The sea beasts are gone? It seems to be true. The earthquake has stopped. You all stay safe. I'm going out to take a look." The underground was now brightly lit. Although there were many people, it did not feel crowded at all. It was evident that the residents of Biluoching had meticulously crafted this underground passage. Everyone's expressions were serious as they cautioned, "Be careful. Ergo." Before long, Ergo ran back, panting heavily. "The sea beasts are gone. Everyone can go out now." After receiving confirmation, the residents of Biluoching began to orderly emerge from the tunnel. When they saw the entire city intact, their faces lit up with excitement. It seems the sea beasts really have been driven away. They usually destroy half the houses every time. Yet this time, even the city walls are unharmed. One person pointed to the city walls in surprise. Though referred to as city walls, they were actually small earthen walls, only 2 people high. Every time the sea beasts attacked, the city walls suffered extensive damage. So some towns along the East Sea coast simply built their walls as earthen barriers. Who was the one shouting earlier, saying that Lingxiao Sect dealt with the sea beasts? We need to find them quickly to express our gratitude. The residents of Biluoching wanted to search for Yu Jian, unaware that he had already left Biluoching and was currently accompanying Chu Xian and Da Huang. The residents searched all around but found not a single trace of him. People could not help but start speculating about Lingxiao Sect. At this time, the few individuals who had spoken with Chu Xian earlier began to take action. "Lingxiao Sect. I know all about it. It's the newly established sect here." Thus, the name Lingxiao Sect quickly spread throughout Biluoching with the help of the people. "All right, I need to go home and take my son to become a disciple of Lingxiao Sect. You all take care. Hey, brother, how about we go together? I want to take my kid to have a look too." "That sounds great. We'll set off right after lunch. Take me with you. Take me with you. I want to go too." Just past noon, a large crowd gathered outside Biluoching, with at least 10,000 people. Most of them were young people and middle-aged individuals, mainly parents leading their children, with only a few elderly. "Hey, who was that hunter in the morning? He's been to Lingxiao Sect, so he should lead the way. I haven't seen that guy. Could he have gone ahead? Never mind, let's set off. Everyone must keep up, don't fall behind." Just as people were excitedly preparing to depart, a green beam of light shot towards them from the distance. Soon, the green light landed in front of the people. The newcomer stood on a massive leaf, his expression stern, and he shouted, "Bold commoners, who allowed so many of you to leave the town at once, quickly return to the city. Otherwise, I will show no mercy." Chapitar 14. Dragon ao Chio. Mount. The newcomer carried a long sword on his back, standing on a large green leaf, his eyes gleaming with cold light. He wore a black robe with a large character Xia embroidered on his chest. The residents of Biluoching recognized him at a glance. He was none other than the guards of the Great Xia Empire from the East Sea coast, due to the constant attacks by sea beasts along the coast. The Great Xia royal family dispatched guards to monitor this area to prevent the residents from migrating elsewhere, which would lead the sea beasts inland. An elder quickly stepped forward to explain, "Guard, we are not trying to migrate. We intend to take our children to Lingxiao Sect to seek an opportunity." The guard frowned slightly. Lingxiao Sect? Yes, Lingxiao Sect is a newly established sect that helped us Biluoching repel the beast tide. So we want our children to try and seek an opportunity there, not to migrate. The guard's brows immediately twisted into a knot. A newly established sect. This means that the number of people within the sect wouldn't be too many, but they were still able to repel the beast tide. How powerful must this new sect be? The main issue is that I am responsible for this area. And when did such a strong sect emerge? I haven't heard a single rumor about it. If my superior finds out, it could cost me my head. Are you trying to deceive me? To repel a beast tide is not something a small new sect can accomplish. The old man hurriedly knelt down. "Sir, how could I lie to you? If you don't believe me, come with us and you'll see." The guard was skeptical, but did not dare to be careless. If this new sect, Lingxiao Sect, really has the strength to repel the beast tide, he must report it to his superior immediately. "Lead the way." The guard jumped down from the large green leaf, and with a gentle swipe of his hand, he stored the leaf in his space ring. The many residents of Biluo City, seeing that the guard did not seem to blame them, all breathed a sigh of relief. The few who had initially spoken with Chu Xian hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way, and the crowd slowly formed a long line heading toward Lingxiao Sect. At the peak of Lingxiao Sect, Chu Xian and Yu Jian had already returned. Chi was holding the sea dragon and swinging it around. The originally 1,000 long body was now only about half a meter long. "Ah, please spare me, my lady." The dragon spoke, dizzy from being swung around, desperately pleading. Seeing Chu Xian return, Chi walked over, holding the dragon. "Sect Master, you are back. How was your harvest?" The dragon's pupils constricted. "Sect Master? This woman in red is already at the Emperor realm, and there is still a Sect Master above her. What kind of strength must this Sect Master have?" Chu Xian sat down beside his chair, feeling exhausted. This time, it should attract quite a few people to join my Lingxiao Sect. "Yu, discuss with the others and arrange a trial for joining the sect. You can do it this way." Chu Xian carefully explained his thoughts to Chi Yu, while the specific plan will be discussed together by the two of them. After giving his instructions, Chu Xian finally turned his attention to the small dragon. At this moment, the dragon was terrified. That woman in red was a true emperor. Torturing a saint realm being was simply a matter of lifting a hand. However, that woman had lowered her stance to the lowest for this sect master. What does this mean? Could it be that this man has surpassed the emperor realm? "Oh my, Senior, I know my sins are heavy. Please give me a chance to reform. I'm willing to stay in Lingxiao Sect and serve you. I only ask that you let me live." Chu Xian closed his eyes, not looking at the dragon. Running this errand to Biluo City had truly exhausted him, and his mortal body couldn't take it anymore. But to the dragon, this was a different matter. "Look, is this the aura of a mighty being? Not even needing to use his eyes to see people. You know you have heavy sins? Give me a reason not to kill you." The dragon was immediately at a loss for words. "Senior, I am wronged. Don't be fooled by my actions of controlling sea beasts to attack cities. I never indiscriminately kill innocent people. I specifically target cultivators. Unless ordinary citizens are extremely unlucky, they won't suffer casualties. And those cultivators are all treacherous and cunning people, just like the Tang family in Biluo City. That old Tang Qingshan has secretly used my subjects to harm others. So I started targeting the Tang family. A few days ago, I went to the Tang family to demand someone, and he pretended to agree, but who would have thought he would go back on his word? In a fit of rage, I let the sea beasts attack the city to get an explanation from the Tang family. Tang Qingshan. I will definitely eat him if I get the chance. Chu Xian did not open his eyes and said flatly, "Tang Qingshan is dead." The dragon's small eyes spun around, and it softly asked, "Did you kill him?" "Not me. It was my disciple Tang Lu." The dragon was instantly overjoyed. "Ha ha ha. Well killed. Your disciple is killing me too." After recovering a bit of strength, Chu Xian finally opened his eyes. "I can spare your life. I don't care whether you've eaten good people or bad people in the past, nor do I care about your motives for eating cultivators. For now, I will believe what you said. But if I find out you have any bad intentions, you know the consequences." From now on, you will stay in Lingxiao Sect and be my mount. The dragon was nodding vigorously, yes, yes, yes. But when it heard Chu Xian say it would be its mount, its mind suddenly went blank. Be my mount? Did I hear that wrong? Who is this person in front of me? Even the emperor has to obey him. I will be a mount for someone. Is happiness coming so suddenly? Senior, Chu Xian said, what's wrong? Are you unwilling? No, no, 1,000 times willing. I just want to ask, am I worthy? Chu Xian couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Don't waste words. Establish the contract. The dragon dared not say more and excitedly used its divine soul to create a master-servant contract and presented it to Chu Xian. Hey, to be a mount for a mighty being above the emperor. This is simply the luck I've cultivated over 8 lifetimes. In the future, in the world of mounts, I will be the most formidable existence. Chu Xian placed his palm on the light shadow in front of him, and the light shadow instantly merged into his body. Immediately, a system pop-up appeared before Chu Xian. Congratulations to the host for capturing a mount. Reward, 100 mount feed. Gain the title of Dragon Knight. Mount information, Sea Dragon, Dragon Transformation Progress 399, Name, Long Outyan, Cultivation, Great Saint 5th level. Chu Xian felt a pleasant surprise. Great Saint 5th level. Not bad. I won't have to walk out to recruit disciples myself in the future. As for Long Outyan, the sky has fallen. Only Long Outyan remains. What the heck? Not even at the Qi gathering realm? A mouthful of dragon blood was instantly spewed out from Long Outyan's mouth. Chapter 15. Lucky Wheel? This sect is getting more and more casual in recruiting disciples. Time flew by, and 2 days later, over 10,000 people had gathered in front of the Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate. The residents of Biluo City had finally arrived at the Lingxiao Sect's entrance after 2 days of travel. The higher-ups immediately reported the situation outside the sect to Chu Xian. Looking at so many people outside the sect, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel excited. 3 years. Do you know how I've spent these 3 years? Now, I can finally stop being a useless person. Chu Xian took a deep breath and slowly said, Chiyu, how is the preparation for the trial for joining the sect that I instructed? Reporting to the sect master, everything has been completed as per your orders. Good. Command Yu Jian, Lin Xian, and Tang Lu to host the recruitment trial, and Long Outyan will be responsible for maintaining order. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed. Soon, the 3 personal disciples came out of their rooms. Yu Jian was full of enthusiasm, treating everything with great vigor. Lin Xian had a dismissive expression, muttering under his breath. Humph. Interrupting my cultivation all day. Stinking master. I'm going to tie you up first when I recover my cultivation. Tang Lu, after the incident with the Tang family, had clearly become introverted and emotionless as he approached Chu Xian. After explaining the recruitment trial to the 3, Lingxiao Sect finally welcomed its first official recruitment. Outside the Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate, the people of Biluo City were anxiously waiting when suddenly 3 people appeared at the entrance of Lingxiao Sect. Oh, young Master Tang Lu? How do you end up in Lingxiao Sect? I know. You all heard that Tang Qingshan was killed by Lingxiao Sect, right? So that's how it is. The Tang family was hunting Tang Lu, and now Tang Lu has entered Lingxiao Sect. So Tang Qingshan was killed. Lingxiao Sect is indeed powerful. A person like Tang Qingshan can be killed just like that. We really came to the right place. As the crowd was chattering, a deep voice suddenly boomed. Silence. Immediately after, a handsome middle-aged man slowly walked out from the Lingxiao Sect. The visitor was dressed in a golden robe, embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon. It was none other than the human form of Long Outyan. This attire made a guard from the Great Xia Empire in the crowd narrow his eyes. The Lingxiao Sect had such audacity. How dare someone wear a dragon robe? Let me see what kind of strength this Lingxiao Sect really has. Long Outyan waved his hand, and dozens of round plates flew out from his sleeve. After the large plates landed, everyone could finally see what was in front of them. In the center of the round plates was a pointer, and the plates had 5 colors: white for unqualified, green for miscellaneous disciples, blue for outer disciples, purple for inner disciples, and gold for direct disciples. Among them, the unqualified accounted for the largest proportion, a full 90, while the color for direct disciples was just a tiny sliver, not even reaching one. Just as everyone was confused by the large spinning wheel in front of them, Yu Jian stepped up to one of the wheels and said loudly, "Everyone, my master has already understood your intentions and has specially introduced the unique method of accepting disciples from the Lingxiao Sect. That is to rely solely on luck, not on talent. Now let me explain. This is our sect's method of accepting disciples. The lucky wheel. Those participating in the disciple acceptance ceremony only need to step forward and spin the wheel, and the result would depend on where the pointer finally lands." As he spoke, Yu Jian suddenly spun the wheel. Buzz! Yu Jian's strength was too great, and the wheel began to spin rapidly. Due to the speed, the wheel appeared to show only the color white in the eyes of the crowd. People patiently waited for the wheel to stop, but inside they were already eager. This method of accepting disciples was unheard of. It was simply relying on luck, not talent. This is too chaotic. The residents of Biluoqing originally wanted their children to join the sect for cultivation, but the Lingxiao Sect's method of accepting disciples was like this. Does that mean they could also give it a try? However, the guard in the crowd was fuming. What the hell? What kind of bizarre sect is this? Their method of accepting disciples is too trendy. Do they think they have too many resources? If they think it's too much, can they give me some? Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, the wheel in front of Yu Jian finally came to a stop. In the heated gaze of the crowd, the pointer was perfectly pointing at that tiny sliver of gold. Wow, just one spin, and it directly landed on the qualification for a direct disciple. This is outrageous. I must go up and spin. Brothers, charge. We must secure the qualification for a direct disciple today. Everyone rolled up their sleeves, determined to spin for a qualification as a direct disciple. Everyone, the wheel will record each person's soul, and you can only spin once in your lifetime. Please rest assured, the wheel will only record your soul and will not affect you in any way. Now please line up one by one. Immediately, the residents of Biluoqing began to rush towards the nearest wheel. Wahaha, the golden legend. Here I come. Direct disciple. Here I come. Nonsense. The direct disciple must be mine. You go away. Someone who drinks cold water and chokes wants to hit the direct disciple. Everyone wants to be the first to spin. Who knows? Maybe they can land on gold. Watching the chaotic scene, Long Outyin had no choice but to assert his authority again. Everyone get down. With a furious roar and the overwhelming aura of a great sage erupting, all the residents of Biluoqing were instantly pressed to the ground by Long Outyin. Let's see who dares to act recklessly. I'll cripple them. This tactic really works. The next process was very orderly. However, the guard from the Great Xia Empire at the end of the line was gritting his teeth in frustration. This person in the dragon robe is truly remarkable. He actually made me, a Xian realm cultivator, not feel a shred of resistance. His strength is simply unfathomable. I must inform my superior as soon as possible. The strength of the Lingxiao Sect is indeed strong. They could very well repel the beast tide. Just as the guard was contemplating, the results of the first batch of spins finally came out. White, unqualified, white, white. Yu Jian and the others announced the results from each wheel, shocking everyone. Out of 50 wheels, not a single person managed to qualify as a miscellaneous disciple. In fact, Chu Xian had held back. He instructed Qi Yu and the others to craft the wheels according to talent, not based on luck. Chu Xian wasn't foolish enough to accept a bunch of useless disciples into the sect. Saying it was based on luck was just a gimmick. It was to let more people know that the Lingxiao Sect accept disciples based on luck, not talent, so hurry up and come. It was simply casting a wide net to recruit more disciples. With more participants, there would surely be some who could meet the entry requirements. Besides, the sect has celestial-level facilities, the bloodline immortal pool. Even a dog would come out as a heavenly dog after soaking in it. But to avoid overcrowding in the bloodline immortal pool, the entry requirements still needed to have some standards. Chapter 16. 2 more elders added. Enough disciples. Damn, is my luck this bad? Not even qualifying as a miscellaneous disciple? Sign me too. It was almost stopping at the qualification for a direct disciple. But it fell just short. After spinning for so long, did anyone gain entry qualifications? It seems like no. Could it be that the Lingxiao Sect is tricking us? Just as the residents of Biluoqing were discussing, a sharp shout caught everyone's attention. I did it. Ha ha ha. Dad, I did it. Blue, outer disciple. A boy with a runny nose jumped up high, shouting excitedly. The pointer on the wheel in front of him was right on the outer disciple position. Good. Ha ha. My son has the potential of a sage. Clearly, this father and son were also cultivators. The man had a strong voice and a gleam in his eye. Although the boy appeared messy, he exuded a strong tenacity. While the residents of Biluoching were enviously watching, Yu Jian shouted loudly, "Purple, inner disciple." In the next moment, all eyes turned to Yu Jian. What? Someone actually landed on the inner disciple qualification. No way. What kind of luck is this? Damn. Why wasn't it me who drew the inner disciple? I'm so angry. In front of Yu Jian, a ragged little girl with big watery eyes stared blankly at the wheel in front of her. What? It's actually Xiao Dai. Huh? This is simply outrageous. That simple-minded little beggar, Xiao Dai, actually drew the inner disciple? Someone kill me. I can't go on living. The girl named Xiao Dai was led to the side by Yu Jian to wait for the next round. Meanwhile, those who had finished spinning the wheel suddenly started to have crooked thoughts. Xiao Dai, do you want to eat candied hawthorn? Xiao Dai's eyes widened. Yes, Dai wants to eat candied hawthorn. That brother here has one candied hawthorn and a whole bunch of them. Which one do you want to eat? Xiao Dai answered without hesitation. Dai wants one. That person handed a candied hawthorn to Xiao Dai, watching her eat it with delight, secretly cursing in his heart. Damn it. This fool always chooses one candied hawthorn. How can someone so foolish have such luck? I'm not convinced. Xiao Dai, I have a whole bunch of candy hawthorn here. Do you want it? Dai wants it, but Dai doesn't want it. That person was instantly furious. This fool's foolishness is back again. Just as that person was about to use force to compel Xiao Dai to give her qualification to him, Long Out Yin could no longer sit still. How dare you? Trying to cheat and be sly. In the next moment, that person's limbs instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Oh, immortal, spare my life. I won't dare again. Xiao Dai looked at the miserable state of the person in front of her and sighed. She squatted down beside him and whispered, Brother, Dai's actually not silly. If I had chosen a whole skewer of candied hawthorns, would you still give me candied hawthorns in the future? The man's eyes suddenly widened. He sat up in shock from his dying dream. The clown turned out to be myself. Immediately after that, he couldn't suppress his anger and died on the spot. This scene made everyone's backs break out in a cold sweat. The father and son duo, who had originally planned to take advantage of the situation to snatch away Xiao Dai's inner door qualification, immediately retracted their little schemes. Everything happening outside the Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate was seen by Chu Xian. Seeing the girl named Xiao Dai act this way, he couldn't help but nod in appreciation. The sect had already begun to recruit disciples, but the sect's elder was missing. Now, there were only 2 elders, which was simply not enough. Therefore, Chu Xian once again looked at the lottery chances in the system. Currently, Yu Jian was at the 5th level of spiritual spring, Lin Xian was at the 7th level of meridian opening, and Tang Lu was also at the 7th level of meridian opening. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had accumulated 20 lottery chances. System: 10 consecutive draws. Give his sect master a good draw. 10 consecutive draws in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 great sage elder, 30 spiritual level pills, 20 spiritual level martial arts, and 100 sect uniforms. Very good. This great sage can be considered as an inner door elder. 10 consecutive draws. Continue. 10 consecutive draws in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 sub-sage elder, 5 holy level pills, 15 holy level techniques, 200 pet food, and 200 mount food. System: I love you. This sect master was just wanting elders, and you directly gave me 2. Tonight, I will reluctantly sleep with you. System: Host, are you polite? Do you think shaking your butt in front of this system is enough? With the inner and outer door elders settled, Chu Xian's major concerns were basically resolved. As for the miscellaneous elder, Chu Xian had already planned to let Yu Jian take on the role. Yu Jian was the sect's senior brother, so it was fine for him to temporarily take on the position until a suitable candidate was found later. When Chu Xian looked at the projection screen, 2 figures had already arrived at the main peak. They were the 2 elders he had just drawn. The 2 said in unison, Greetings, Sect Master. You two have worked hard. The Great Sage will take on the role of Inner Door Elder, and the Sub-Sage will be the Outer Door Elder. Go to the entrance and bring in the disciples who have obtained qualifications. As you command, the two turned and left, and Chu Xian's excitement was gradually rising. At this moment, there were already 8 people outside the mountain gate who had obtained entry qualifications. 6 miscellaneous disciples, 1 outer door disciple, and 1 inner door disciple. Adding Yu Jian, Lin Xian, and Tang Lu, the number had already exceeded 10 people. Recruiting 10 disciples would reward him with the peak of spiritual spring, although it was still far inferior compared to his previous cultivation level. It was at least better than being a useless person outside the Lingxiao Sect. Long Outyan stared sharply at the people in line and suddenly sensed 2 powerful auras appear behind him. Who is it? Turning around, he saw a man and a woman, both dressed in the elder robes of Lingxiao Sect. Lord Long, we are the newly joined Inner Door Elder and Outer Door Elder of the sect. The sect master sent us to recruit disciples, absolutely loyal to Chu Xian, so they were very polite to Chu Xian's mount, but this was only limited to below the emperor level. If faced with Qi Yu and the others, Long Outyan would just be a small insect. Long Outyan looked puzzled. This lord just arrived at Lingxiao Sect 2 days ago and already has 2 holy level people joining? Is Lingxiao Sect's reputation really that loud outside? Although confused, Long Outyan didn't say much and nodded. Since it is the sect master's order, you may go. The 2 elders stood inside the gate and shouted in a deep voice, disciples who have obtained entry qualifications may enter the sect. Seeing this, Long Outyan couldn't help but curl his lip. TSK. Really can put on a show. Can't you 2 go over and tell those kids? Why shout here? Moments later, the 8 disciples had arrived at the sect's entrance. Lord Long, we've worked hard. We'll go back and report now. Long Outyan rolled his eyes at the 2 and then ignored them. Just as the 8 disciples crossed the entrance of Lingxiao Sect, Long Outyan felt a change in the mount contract deep within his soul. What is going on? What is happening? Chapter 17. Regaining cultivation. The enemy has arrived. Just as the 8 disciples were brought into the sect, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Main Task 1. Recruit 10 disciples for the sect completed. Reward. Host cultivation rises to the peak of spiritual spring. The system has accepted Main Task 2. The sect's disciples reach 1,000, and 10 disciples' cultivation reaches spiritual spring. Reward. Host cultivation rises to the peak of Dao Inquiry. In the next second, a blue light suddenly exploded on Chu Xian's spine. Immediately, Chu Xian felt his entire back become scorching hot, and the meridians that had been clogged with impurities were being violently flushed by the spiritual power infused by the system, making a crisp sound like glass breaking. At the same time, the spiritual spring that had been dormant for 3 years suddenly shook violently, and the once dried-up spiritual spring was filled within just a few breaths. Every inch of Chu Xian's flesh greedily devoured this power, his bones cracking, and his spine connecting like a dragon raising its head. Boom! A brilliant golden light shot up from the top of Chu Xian's head. Chu Xian trembled all over. The long-lost feeling of power surged through him like a tide, instinctively forming his fingers into a sword. A 3-meter-long sword Qi suddenly howled out, directly slicing a distant boulder in half. As the dust settled, Chu Xian looked at his hands and finally smiled. I, Chu Xian, have returned. 500 miles north of Lingxiao Sect, Qin Mo stood in the air, surrounded by several Lingxiao Sect elders. Sensing a sudden surge of spiritual power from the south, he frowned. This aura feels so familiar. One person stepped forward beside Qin Mo and asked in confusion, Holy Master, this aura, why does it feel a bit like Chu Xian? The others spoke in unison. Impossible. Chu Xian's cultivation was destroyed, and even the great powers of the central region couldn't help him recover. How could there be a miracle in this godforsaken place? Exactly. It's probably just a similarity in aura. Can't you tell? This person's cultivation is only at the peak of spiritual spring, with the reputation of the first sect in the eastern wilderness. It was very easy for Qin Mo and the others to find out about Chu Xian along the coast of the East Sea. They had already been here for several days, but had not been able to locate Chu Xian's hiding place. Qin Mo felt with his heart. and a killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. It's definitely Chu Xian. It must be him, although his cultivation is only at the peak of spiritual spring now. He must have started cultivating from scratch. In less than 10 days since leaving the Holy Land, he has returned to the peak of spiritual spring. There is no doubt it's Chu Xian. Let us go. Including Qin Mo, a total of 6 people from Yunxiao Sect flew towards the location of Lingxiao Sect. Outside the Lingxiao Sect, the lucky wheel continued to spin, and people saw 6 figures appear in the air. Wow, look, they can fly. Are these the immortals of Lingxiao Sect? Sure enough, there are indeed immortals in Lingxiao Sect. The appearance of Qin Mo and the 6 caused the crowd to become excited. The soldiers of the Daxiao Empire at the back clearly understood more. The soldiers felt a surge of shock in their hearts. What? 6 holy level powerhouses. The person at the mountain gate should also be holy level. Doesn't that mean Lingxiao Sect has 7 holy level powerhouses? My entire Daxiao Empire only has 2 holy level. On the Xuanxiao Continent, only holy level cultivators can fly based on their cultivation. Those below holy level need to either cultivate flying martial arts. Either one must rely on flying-type spiritual artifacts or other spiritual items like this guard. The green giant leaf that this guard put away is indeed a flying-type spiritual artifact. This is also why the guard immediately recognized that the 6 people in the sky were all at the saint level. After obtaining this information, the guard dared not delay any longer. He must inform his superior of this matter as quickly as possible. The core of the Great Xia must not offend the Lingxiao Sect. Otherwise, the Great Xia will certainly have no place to bury the dead. With this thought, the guard directly gave up on lining up and turned to run. Long Outyin was still puzzled, wondering what was wrong with this kid. Did he get scared? Why is he running so fast? Of course, the 6 people in the sky had already been noticed by Long Outyin, who mumbled, "The sect master is quite famous. Another sub-saint has come, along with 5 who are in harmony, but they are standing too high. I don't quite like it." Long Outyin didn't care much. If they like standing, let them stand. Yu Jian looked up, and although he couldn't see clearly, he felt that the outfits of these people looked somewhat familiar. People from the Holy Land? What are they here for? Just as Yu Jian was pondering, the 6 people in the sky had already seen Yu Jian, who was at the front of the crowd. One of them said, "Chu Xian is indeed here. His useless disciple Yu Jian is right there." Qin Mo's eyes narrowed as he recalled his son, whose bones had not yet turned cold, and the hatred in his heart surged again. He said hoarsely, "Attack. Kill all living beings in this East Sea coastal area. If you find that Chu Xian scoundrel, make sure to keep him alive for me." "Yes, Holy Master." Except for Qin Mo, the other 5 acted together. In an instant, it seemed as if an invisible force tore through the heavens and the earth, with strong winds rising, dark clouds gathering, and thunder roaring. The 5 members of the Lingxiao Sect were surrounded by surging spiritual power, like 5 dragons soaring into the sky, each unleashing powerful martial skills, sweeping down towards the ground. The people of Biluo City immediately panicked. Why are the immortals of the Lingxiao Sect attacking us? Help! I don't want to die. In an instant, people were fleeing in all directions, cries and screams echoing endlessly. Long Outyin immediately reacted. "Damn, they are not from the Lingxiao Sect. But I have to say, you 5 saint-level guys are really bold, daring to act recklessly in front of the Imperial Sect." Because Long Outyin had witnessed the methods of Qiyu and the others, he already knew their cultivation level in the Imperial realm. So he placed the Lingxiao Sect directly in the same category as the Imperial Sect. Long Outyin formed hand seals with both hands and shouted loudly, "Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Great Luo Spell, Prajna Buddhas, Hazan Ba Ma Hong." Suddenly, a giant golden dragon soared from Long Outyin's back. Roar! A dragon's roar shot straight into the sky, colliding with the attacks of the 5 from the Lingxiao Sect in an instant. Boom! The moment the attacks from both sides collided, it was as if the heavens and the earth were ignited by a raging fire, the golden dragon's roar intertwining with the colorful spiritual power, erupting with deafening booms. The golden dragon twisted in the air, its scales shimmering with dazzling light, every impact causing the air to violently tremble. The martial skills of the 5 from the Lingxiao Sect, like a storm, were shattered one by the golden dragon, with colorful spiritual power scattering everywhere. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, strong winds howling, dark clouds rolling. Although a battle between saint-level powerhouses was happening in the sky, the residents of Biluo City on the ground remained unscathed. At some point, Chu Xian had already arrived outside the Lingxiao Sect. Meanwhile, Qiyu and the others were also watching everything in front of them at the entrance of the Lingxiao Sect. Chapter 18 Battle of the Same Realm. You could be considered trash. Qin Mo, who did not participate in the battle, was observing Long Outyin. One person battling 5 harmonization realm. Which holy land is this? Why has this holy master never heard of it? Qin Mo silently weighed in his heart. If he were to fight 5 people alone, he could also do it. But it would not be as easy as this guy in front of him. Could it be that his cultivation is even above mine? It's not that Qin Mo's cultivation is the highest in the East Wilderness, as there are indeed many great saints in the East Wilderness. However, those great saints are all ancestral figures from various holy lands, long consumed by time, lying in coffins to preserve their last bit of life. To get these old guys to come out, there are only 2 situations. One is that their own forces are facing a life and death crisis. The other is that there is an opportunity to become an emperor. Qin Mo had never heard of a great saint who could live so openly in the sunlight. Knowing that the person in front of him was a great saint, Qin Mo was not the least bit flustered. Although the Lingxiao Holy Land did not yet have a great saint powerhouse stationed, they had a unique method to deal with great saints. This is also why the Lingxiao Sect is known as the #1 sect in the East Wilderness. Qin Muskauze shifted downwards. Lingxiao Sect? Hee. Before Qin Mo could finish his words, he caught sight of Chu Xian in front of the gate. Chu Xian, I will kill you. Immediately, Qin Mo seemed to go mad, diving down from the sky. Qin Mo's palm gathered spiritual power wildly. Chu Xian watched as Qin Mo charged towards him, his expression calm, murmuring to himself, "This grudge must be avenged by myself, right? Simply letting Qiyu and the others kill you is not enough." He turned to Qiyu and said, "Suppress his cultivation to the peak of the spiritual spring realm. I will fight him personally." Chu Xian had made up his mind. He would not kill Qin Mo this time. After all, he still relied on Qiyu to suppress Qin Mo's cultivation. If he were to really fight with the peak of the spiritual spring realm against a sub-saint, it would be impressive if he didn't T-beat you into a pulp. What Chu Xian aimed to do was to defeat Qin Mo while both were at the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Once he fully recovers his cultivation, he will lead the disciples of the Lingxiao Sect to the Lingxiao Holy Land. At that time, it would be Qin Mo's true death day. After receiving Chu Xian's order, Qiyu directly sent a stream of spiritual power into Qin Mo's body. Just as Qin Mo rushed close to Chu Xian, he suddenly stumbled. What? Why has my cultivation turned into the peak of the spiritual spring realm? Before Qin Mo could think too much, he saw Chu Xian already charging at him with a sword in hand. Qin Mo was just about to raise his hand to kill Chu Xian, but suddenly remembered that his cultivation had been suppressed by an unknown force. Chu Xian's sword edge was like lightning, the blue light cutting through the sky directly aiming for Qin Mo's throat. Although Qin Mo's cultivation had suddenly dropped, his combat instincts remained, and he sidestepped while gathering a red-hot gale with his right palm to strike at Chu Xian's left rib. Clang! Chu Xian's sword blade spun to block, and in the midst of the sparks flying, he borrowed force to spin around, sweeping his left leg like an iron whip towards Qin Mo's lower body. Qin Mo leaped up, and from his sleeve suddenly shot out 3 bone-piercing nails. But they were crushed into powder by the sword energy as they touched Chu Xian's robe. Qin, old dog, is this all you can do? Chu Xian, sir. The sword momentum suddenly transforming into countless afterimages. Qin Mo's pupils constricted, his palms crossed to form seals, and the ground suddenly erupted with a dirt wall, only to be instantly pierced by the sword energy. Amidst the flying debris, Chu Xian's sword tip had already pierced into Qin Mo's shoulder blade, blood immediately soaking his purple-gold robe. This sword is for my father. Seizing my sect, you deserve to die. Chu Xian twisted his wrist. The sword edge viciously twisted between flesh and bone. Qin Mo groaned and violently retreated, suddenly grinning as he grabbed at his wound, dipping his blood to draw strange runes in the air. Blood Fiend spell. Chu Xian recognized Qin Mo's technique at a glance. This was Qin Mo's signature move, which he had used to kill a saint-level harmonization realm powerhouse when he was in the spirit stage. However, at this moment, Qin Mo's cultivation was suppressed to the spiritual spring realm, and the power of the Blood Fiend spell had been greatly diminished. Chu Xian snot gun li, charging towards the scarlet runes, and at the moment the sword blade collided with the blood curse, the entire square was engulfed in blinding white light. In the white light, Chu Xian's figure flickered like a ghost, and the sword tip once again pointed straight at Qin Mo's throat. This sword is for myself. Qin Mo hurriedly raised his hand. Spiritual power surged, trying to resist, but his realm was suppressed, and his defense was as fragile as paper under Chu Xian's sword momentum. In a flash, blood splattered. Qin Mo staggered back. A deep wound visible to the bone opened on his chest, his complexion pale. He stared fiercely at Chu Xian, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Chu Xian sheathed his sword and coldly said, "In this realm, you are no better than trash." Qin Mo wanted to struggle, but the spiritual power within him had been completely suppressed. Finally, his legs went soft, and he knelt heavily on the ground. At this moment, Qin Mo understood that the Chu Xian from before had returned. Chu Xian looked down at him and said coldly, "Go back to Lingxiao Sect and wait with a clean neck. Next time, I will personally take your life." Ignoring Qin Mo any further, he looked up at the battle in the sky and said to his subordinates, "Don't let Lingxiao show off. Kill those 5 people. Also, send this Saint Master back to his holy land." Chu Xian strode back, leaving everything outside the sect to Qiyu and the others. The subordinates still smiled, casually glancing at the 5 people from Lingxiao Sect in the sky. The 5 seemed to be under a spell, standing stiffly in place. Lingxiao was unceremonious, delivering a punch to each head. Boom, 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 boom. After 5 punches, 5 headless corpses appeared in the sky. Lingxiao looked at the 5 corpses before him, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of his mouth. He hurriedly transmitted a message to Chu Xian. "Master, can I eat these 5 little Saint Masters' corpses?" The only reply to Lingxiao was one word: "Get lost." "All right, I'm leaving now." These 5 had once been capable generals who fought alongside his father in the eastern wilderness. Although they were accomplices of Qin Mo, since they were already dead, they should at least be left with some dignity. The subordinates stood in Lingxiao Sect, lightly waving their hands, sending the kneeling Qin Mo and the 5 corpses back to Lingxiao Sect. The residents of Biluo City were dumbfounded. What's going on here? Is this what battles between immortals look like? There's a saying that humans cannot imagine things beyond their understanding. This battle today was something the residents of Biluo City could never have seen in their daily lives. No matter how hard they tried to think, they couldn't comprehend it. Little did they know, this battle had already taken them on a near-death experience. If it weren't for Qiyu protecting them, they would have been crushed by the aftermath of the battle long ago. This battle also strengthened the residents' resolve to enter Lingxiao Sect. If they couldn't get in, they would let their children in. If their children couldn't get in, they would let their grandchildren in. In any case, they were determined to cling to the big tree that is Lingxiao Sect. Chapter 19. Lin Xian is too introverted. The 3 direct disciples continued to busy themselves. But Lin Xian's heart was stirred up with waves of shock. His master is actually at the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Wasn't he supposed to be a waste? Looking at today's combat power, he must be invincible in the spiritual spring realm. Lingxiao Sect is becoming increasingly unfathomable, and that Lingxiao fighting against 5 saint-level opponents without falling behind at all. Although the emperor could not yet discern his realm, he estimated it to be at least at the 7th level of the sub-saint or higher. The great elder and the second elder were even more mysterious. The saint-level opponent fighting against his master had their cultivation forcibly suppressed to the peak of the spiritual spring realm. What kind of divine method could accomplish such a feat? While Lin Xian was deep in thought, Yu Jian loudly reminded him, "Junior sister, what are you thinking? Focus." Only then did Lin Xian come back to his senses and look at the spinning disc in front of him, hurriedly shouting, "Blue! Outer sect!" Another person filled with endless curiosity was Long Outyin. Having signed a master-servant contract with Chu Xian, Long Outyin could not hide Chu Xian's cultivation from his eyes. How did Chu Xian, who was originally a mere mortal, suddenly become a peak spiritual spring rel practitioner? This left Long Outyin utterly perplexed. However, he was extremely happy. No matter what, the stronger Lingxiao Sect became, the further his own path would go. Within Lingxiao Sect, the 8 newly admitted disciples were taken to their respective peaks, and Chu Xian had returned to the main peak. Now that he had regained his cultivation, he needed to work hard to reach the realm he had 3 years ago as soon as possible. The main peak of Lingxiao Sect was the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire sect. Chu Xian quietly sat down on his chair, his consciousness sinking into the spiritual spring within his body, attempting to draw spiritual energy into himself. What troubled Chu Xian was that no matter how hard he tried to cultivate, his cultivation showed no signs of fluctuation. What is going on? I still can't cultivate? System, please give me a reasonable explanation. The system's light screen slowly appeared. Sorry, the host is fundamentally a waste. Don't think about cultivating. Just manage the sect well, and your cultivation will naturally increase once you complete the main storyline tasks. Chu Xian. So I can't change the fact that I'm a waste? The only way to increase my cultivation is to complete the main storyline tasks. Alright, so this is how we're playing it, huh? As the recruitment of disciples in Lingxiao Sect was in full swing, Chu Xian simply lay back. After all, cultivating was useless, so why bother? The cultivation of the new disciples was entirely left to the elders, and he was quite content. The previous Chu Xian had been used to being competitive, but now that he lay back, he discovered something. Lying back for a moment feels great, and lying back forever feels even better. Watching the disciples work hard to cultivate every day, Chu Xian felt quite pleased. The sect disciples have broken through in cultivation, lottery chances 1. The sect disciples have broken through in cultivation, lottery chances 2. Seeing the daily increase in lottery chances, Chu Xian felt good. Although the rewards from the lottery were of little use to him, they were beneficial to the disciples of the sect. Pills, martial skills, techniques, spiritual artifacts, all were included. When disciples broke through, they could complete the main storyline tasks, but the influence of the sect still needed to be increased. After several days of recruiting disciples, the residents of Biluo City had mostly been gathered, but they were still 800 short of the 1,000 person goal for the main storyline task. In these past few days, nearly everyone in Biluo City had participated in the recruitment spinning disc, yet only a little over 200 had qualified for entry into the sect. Moreover, more than 180 of them were merely auxiliary disciples. One day, while Chu Xian was lying on his recliner resting with his eyes closed, Yu Jian approached with a bowl of 1,000-year-old ginseng soup. This was something Yu Jian did every day during the years when Chu Xian had become a waste. Yu Jian had taken on the role of Chu Xian's cook. Yu Jian even researched many recipes to help Chu Xian recuperate. Now that Chu Xian had regained his cultivation, Yu Jian still brought him food every day. Smelling the aroma, Chu Xian opened his eyes, took a small spoonful, and couldn't help but praise Jian. Your cooking skills have improved again. If one day you don't want to cultivate anymore, opening a restaurant would definitely bring you wealth and glory. Saying this, he directly picked up the large bowl and downed it in one go. Putting the bowl back on the tray, Chu Xian joked, Jian, your food is so delicious. If you marry a partner in the future, I lose this blessing? Yu Jian scratched his head with a silly smile, feeling a bit shy from Chu Xian's praise. Hearing Chu Xian mention marriage, Yu Jian calmly replied, Then I won't marry. I'll focus on cooking for my master. Chu Xian burst out laughing at Yu Jian's response. Ha! No need for that. Your master has already regained some cultivation. I won't be affected if I don't eat. You, on the other hand, should focus all your thoughts on cultivation. Chu Xian laughed, unaware that Yu Jian was serious. After a moment's thought, Chu Xian added, By the way, in the next few days, take a few auxiliary disciples out to promote our Lingxiao Sect in various towns. The sect is still in its early stages, and we need to recruit more disciples. Jian replied, "Okay, leave this to me. I'll definitely bring back a few hundred people. Don't mess around." He just joking. "Master, don't take it seriously. Go ahead." "Yes." As Jian left, Chu Xian also stood up and headed towards Lingxiao's residence. Lingxiao had been in the sect for quite some time, and unless requested by Chu Xian, he rarely saw Lingxiao's figure. This child is too introverted. This won't do. He must be brought out to practice. At Lingxiao's residence, he had just completed a breakthrough, reaching the peak of the Meridian realm, and was just one step away from breaking into the spiritual spring realm. Finally, at the peak of the Meridian realm, I originally thought it would take 10 days, but unexpectedly, it took 12. It's all that stinky master's fault for making me go out and recruit disciples. Looking at the dirt all over his body from the breakthrough, Lingxiao frowned. He hurriedly prepared a bathtub and some ordinary grade medicinal liquid to take a good soak. Lingxiao took off his long green dress, and his fragrant shoulders, as smooth as mutton fat, were immediately exposed to the air. From the bottom up, a pair of jade-like feet and fair, long legs were revealed, and his waterfall-like long hair naturally fell, covering his perfectly curved back. The room was filled with steam, and in the haze, it added a touch of beauty to this former semi-emperor. Just as Lingxiao entered the water, he heard a voice from outside. "Xianer, your master is here." Creak. In the next moment, the door was pushed open by Chu Xian. Chu Xian. Chapter 20. Chu Xian passes down the Dao outside Lingxiao's room. Chu Xian sat on a stone bench, yawning and waiting for Lingxiao to come out. Inside, Lingxiao's face had turned red with embarrassment, and he cursed inwardly. "Stinky master, daring to peek at this emperor taking a bath. When my cultivation recovers, I will definitely make you pay. Wait, what's wrong with me? Is it possible that the fusion of my soul and this body is not thorough enough? How could a dignified semi-emperor have such girlish thoughts?" Lingxiao hurriedly collected his thoughts and dressed before stepping out of the room. He had no idea why his master had suddenly come, but he secretly thought, "Stinky master, you better not do anything out of line. Otherwise, don't think that just because you are at the peak of the spiritual spring realm, I, with my peak meridian realm, can't suppress you with one hand." Chu Xian smiled kindly and said, "Xianer, you always lock yourself in your room. I'm afraid you might develop a demonic heart over time. Since I have some free time today, I came to see how your cultivation is going." "Demonic heart? This emperor still needs you to point fingers? And you want to see how this emperor cultivates? I see you just want to peek at me. You old lecher." Lingxiao maintained a calm demeanor and replied lightly, "Reporting to master, the disciple is dull. It has been nearly half a month since entering the sect, yet I have only reached the peak of the meridian realm. I feel ashamed. In less than half a month, this emperor directly went from the second level of Qi gathering to the peak of the Meridian realm. That's rare even on this Xuanxiao Continent, right?" Hearing this, Chu Xian frowned slightly. "Peak of the Meridian realm?" Chu Xian was taken aback. This child's talent is a bit lacking. "Yes, master." Chu Xian's reaction didn't sit right with Lingxiao. "What's wrong? Shocked? You should be shocked. In my previous life, I entered the Saint realm in just 50 years. And by 100, I had already reached the semi-emperor level. Master, you still have to practice. You should indeed feel ashamed. Your senior brother went from the 5th level of Qi gathering to the spiritual spring realm in 2 days. Your junior brother entered the sect at the 8th level of Qi gathering and is now already at the 2nd level of the spiritual spring realm. Even I, your master, when I was cultivating back then, it took me only 8 days to go from drawing spiritual energy into my body to the spiritual spring realm." Seeing that Lingxiao's expression was a bit off, and knowing that he was the first disciple to voluntarily join the Lingxiao Sect, Chu Xian could only sigh helplessly. "Sigh, your senior brothers and junior brothers are too monstrous. You don't need to be too anxious. You should still come out and take a walk. Staying cooped up in your room all day can be detrimental." Chu Xian slowly stood up and took out a long sword from the system space. Holding it in his hand, "Xianer, today I will give you a special lesson and teach you a set of sword techniques. If you can fully grasp this sword technique, it will benefit you for a lifetime." As he spoke, the sword moved with his heart. The long sword in Chu Xian's hand suddenly rang out, and though the sword's edge did not move, the surrounding air had already become stagnant. with a flick of his wrist. The long sword drew an arc in the air, the tip trembling slightly. He then struck a pose, pretending to be profound, and said loudly, "Xianer, watch carefully." This sword technique is called the 9 Styles of Lingxiao, a secret of her sect. But to Lin Xian, a former semi-emperor, it didn't seem that impressive. Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly as he struggled to suppress the urge to roll his eyes. Is this it? The sword momentum is loose and weak, and the moves have numerous flaws. You can't even condense the most basic sword energy, and you dare to call it secret? You have no idea what the true secrets of my previous life as sect are. That could destroy heaven and earth. You are far from it. First style, clouds parting to see the moon. Chu Xian shouted loudly, and his whole body staggered, almost being tripped by his own sword. The so-called exquisite sword move was full of flaws in Lin Xian's eyes. Any Meridian Realm cultivator could find 17 or 18 fatal flaws. Is this it? Lin Xian scoffed in his heart. The basic sword techniques I casually created back then are 100 times better than this. Seeing Chu Xian's serious expression, she almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this old lecher mistaking the sword techniques of mundane warriors for ultimate secrets? However, the more Chu Xian practiced, the more into it he became, even deliberately slowing down his movements. Xianer, be sure to watch closely. The second style, Star River Overturned, is particularly exquisite. Lin Xian nodded respectfully on the surface, but was already laughing wildly inside. Exquisite? This weak sword momentum can't even cut a leaf. It seems this cheap master is not only lecherous, but also an absolute fool. Lin Xian could no longer bear it, and cupped his hands. Master, why don't you allow your disciple to spar with you? It would also be good to experience the subtleties of this sword technique firsthand. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Good. Xianer is indeed diligent. Then we will just go through the motions. Lin Xian sneered inwardly, casually breaking off a branch. Please teach me, master. She had made up her mind to thoroughly instruct this ignorant master. Take this. Lin Xian's figure moved like lightning, the branch turning into a green flash aimed straight at Chu Xian's throat. This move seemed simple, but contained Lin Xian's understanding of swordsmanship from her previous life as a semi-emperor. Even Chu Xian, at the peak of the spiritual spring realm, would find it difficult to resist. However, slap. Lin Xian's branch was unexpectedly deflected by a strange force, and she stumbled forward, while Chu Xian's seemingly clumsy long sword had somehow already pressed against Lin Xian's throat. First move, Chu Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian was shocked and quickly changed her move, the branch dancing out a myriad of afterimages. This was the 1,000 illusion sword technique she created when she was a little sage. But Chu Xian just waved his sword in a clumsy manner. Bang! Lin Xian's branch inexplicably flew out of her hand, and she was pushed back 7 or 8 steps by a soft force. Second move, Chu Xian's sword tip had somehow already pointed at Lin Xian's forehead. Impossible. Lin Xian was completely shocked again. She gritted her teeth and unleashed her strongest sword move from her previous life, the Breaking Heaven Sword. All her spiritual energy surged wildly. Ding! Chu Xian's sword tip lightly tapped her wrist, and Lin Xian's spiritual energy immediately stagnated, freezing her in place. Third move, Chu Xian stood with his sword sheathed and said kindly, Xianer, can you now appreciate the mysteries of this sword technique? Lin Xian was dumbfounded, her heart churning with waves of shock. What kind of sword technique is this? Clearly full of flaws. Why can't I withstand even one move? Why? It's simply because this is the imperial-level sword technique from the Myriad Classics Pavilion of the Lingxiao Sect. With Lin Xian's self-created minor sword techniques from her previous life, there was no way she could surpass this imperial-level sword technique. Lin Xian's hands touched the ground, wailing inwardly, if it weren't for this emperor's current low realm. Just as she was thinking this, Chu Xian had already crouched down, gently patting Lin Xian's head. It's been many years since I last fought, and I couldn't control my strength for a moment. It's my fault. I will now teach you this sword technique. Chapter 21, The Golden Legend. Spirits don't mind. Lingxiao Sect is gradually getting on track. And due to Yu Jian and the promotion by many disciples of the sect, Lingxiao Sect has finally welcomed a small surge in disciple recruitment. Today, Lingxiao Sect has become the undisputed #1 sect along the East Sea coast, because there's only Lingxiao Sect along the East Sea coast. Therefore, the number of people coming to participate in the Lingxiao Sect's recruitment trial is increasing. There are a total of 15 cities along the East Sea, and under everyone's enthusiastic promotion, there are now 100,000 people gathered outside Lingxiao Sect. With no other option, Chu Xian ordered Qi Yu and the others to create 500 recruitment wheels. As for the outer sect's recruitment trials, there was no longer any need for the participation of the 3 direct disciples. At this time, the inner sect senior sister Xiao Dai was completely different from before. To say that Xiao Dai's talent is indeed good, she sensed the existence of spiritual energy in just 3 days. Then, after 3 days, she reached the first level of qi condensation. 5 days later, she reached the second level of qi condensation. 10 days later, she reached the third level of qi condensation. Currently, she is already the top among the direct disciples. With such qualifications, if she were in the royal family of the Great Xia Empire, she would definitely be groomed as the heir to the empire. However, in Lingxiao Sect, she can only be an inner sect disciple. Although Xiao Dai is small in stature, after putting on the sect's clothing, her temperament was instantly elevated. Xiao Dai tilted her head, her short black hair tied into 2 upright horn braids with red ribbons. After being bathed in spiritual energy, her skin became almost transparent. This made her round, bright amber eyes even more striking. The most eye-catching thing is still Xiao Dai's tiger head shoes with a black base and red patterns, the classic children's style. Fellow villagers, please line up properly, don't rush. Zhang San, you're responsible for order on the east side. San Peng, you're responsible for the west side. Wang Tung, go back to the sect and call in some more people. Xiao Dai issued orders one by one, maintaining order at the entrance of Lingxiao Sect in an orderly manner. Outside Lingxiao Sect, it was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, on the main peak, Chu Xian closed his eyes to rest. After giving Lin Xian a little boost last time, that girl seemed to have been stimulated. She stopped cultivating and started practicing sword techniques instead. For a while, Chu Xian had no good ideas to guide Lin Xian and could only let her adjust herself. Chu Xian hummed a little tune with his eyes closed and opened the system's lottery interface. Sect Grand Lottery, lottery chances, 106 times. Although the number of people in the sect has approached 200, they are mostly disciples with no cultivation. So Chu Xian's lottery chances are not considered many. Some disciples have not been able to draw in spiritual energy into their bodies for 10 days. And even if they can successfully draw in spiritual energy, their cultivation speed is not fast. Breaking through to the first realm in 10 days is considered quick. Sigh. Not everyone is a genius like Jian Air, Xian Air, and Lu Air. Let's talk about the lottery. After reaching 100 lottery chances, at 100 consecutive draws, button appeared on the lottery interface. This is good. In the future, when the number of sect disciples reaches hundreds of thousands, each breakthrough will be tens of thousands of lottery chances, and I won't have to do anything else. System. Directly do 100 consecutive draws. Give me a powerful draw. Okay. 100 consecutive draws in progress. Drawing, please wait. Watching the prize pool flash wildly before him, Chu Xian finally straightened his body. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial level prize. A spirit stone mine has manifested within the sect. Spirit stone mine can produce 1 imperial grade spirit stone every 10 days, 100 sacred grade spirit stones, 10,000 spirit grade spirit stones, and 1 million mortal grade spirit stones. As the number of sect members increases, the mine's output will also increase. Chu Xian couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Wow, a spirit stone mine. Chu Xian remembered that in the past, to compete for a spirit stone mine in the eastern wilderness, Lingxiao Sect had lost 8 sacred level powerhouses, and that mine only produced a total of 500 sacred grade spirit stones, 10,000 spirit grade spirit stones, and 200,000 mortal grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are the currency of exchange for cultivators in this world. Besides serving as currency, spirit stones can also restore a cultivator's spiritual power and assist in cultivation. At that time, Lingxiao Sect relied on this spirit stone mine to become the #1 sect in the eastern wilderness. because sacred grade spirit stones can rapidly help those in the Tao-seeking realm to become sacred-level powerhouses. Of course, some special professions also use spirit stones, such as formation masters, alchemists, blacksmiths, etc. At this point, Chu Xian had lost interest in the other prizes drawn and directly said to Qiyu, quickly take me to the sect's mine. As Qiyu is aware of everything that happens within the sect, she immediately complied. As you command. Her jade hand linked with Chu Xian's arm, and with a light lift of her jade foot, the two of them appeared at the entrance of the newly manifested spirit stone mine. Entering the mine, Chu Xian suppressed the excitement in his heart and entered the mine first. What came into Chu Xian's view was a vast expanse of green light, a pure green. Countless glowing spirit stones were embedded in the rock walls, illuminating the entire cave like a dream. Chu Xian instinctively looked up. This area belongs to the outer part of the mine, and all are mortal-grade spirit stones. Continuing forward, the rock walls of the mine gradually turned a deep blue. If mortal-grade spirit stones are like vibrant green grass, then spirit-grade spirit stones are like the deep ocean. The light of spirit-grade spirit stones is more restrained, but the spiritual energy within is 100 times richer than that of mortal-grade spirit stones. Further ahead, a purple glow began to dominate. Sacred-grade spirit stones. As the purple glow appeared, the mine gradually became narrower. Chu Xian focused his gaze on the end of the mine, where a dazzling golden light was radiating. That is the imperial-grade spirit stone. Legend has it that the imperial-grade spirit stone contains the essence of an emperor. One imperial-grade spirit stone can allow a half-emperor powerhouse to prove themselves as an emperor. The imperial-grade spirit stone, which hasn't appeared in the Xuanxiao Continent for tens of thousands of years, has appeared in Lingxiao Sect. Chu Xian's breath became slightly hurried. The item before him was truly unbelievable. If this news were released, the entire Xuanxiao Continent would tremble in an instant. At that time, who knows how many peak great saints would break through their coffins. Don't say it. If one day in the future, the sect master holds a super large auction open to the entire Xuanxiao Continent. At that time, everyone attending the auction will have to stand while participating. Listening to Chu Xian muttering to himself, Qiyu could no longer hold back. Sect master, I have a question. Ask. Holding such an auction would indeed be very easy. But why must everyone stand while participating? Chu Xian's eyes widened. Don't ask. Just know this. No seats. Chapter 22. Extreme Tao Emperor Weapon. Prince of the Great Xia. Chu Xian returned to the main peak from the Spirit Stone Mine, and his gaze turned once again to the system light screen. The 100 consecutive draws had ended, and all the prizes drawn had entered the system's backpack. Looking at the items in the system's backpack, Chu Xian revealed a satisfied smile. System Backpack. Extreme Tao Emperor Weapons. 2. Great Saint Realm Elders. 3. Sub-Sacred Realm Elders. 6. Tao-Seeking Realm Elders. 9. Following behind are various levels of cultivation techniques, martial arts, spiritual herbs, weapons, and other cultivation resources. Extreme Tao Emperor Weapons. Imperial-grade weapons. Chu Xian's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Imperial-grade weapons, as the name suggests, are weapons forged by imperial-level blacksmiths, and there are no emperors in the entire Xuanxiao Continent, let alone imperial-level blacksmiths. Take it out. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient small cauldron appeared in Chu Xian's left hand. The small cauldron has 3 legs and 2 ears, is entirely dark green, and its body is engraved with 9 intricate patterns. In Chu Xian's right hand, a pocket-sized small tower appeared. The small tower is 9 stories tall and octagonal, with a crystal-clear bead floating at the top. The information light screens of 2 supreme imperial weapons appear before Chu Xian. 9 Yuan Cauldron, born in the ancient era of the 9 extremes Xianwang Heaven, crafted from the essence of life drawn by 9 ancient emperors, fused with chaotic primordial energy and the essence of stars. The cauldron is inscribed with 9 innate Taoist texts, representing the 9 origins of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Hunyuan Tower, an instrument for the Hunyuan Magician Zun's proof of the Tao, constructed from chaotic stones from the 33 heavens, fused with fragments of the river of time. No wonder these are good items. Just the introduction alone is impressive. Kiyu, up and down. The two elder emperors instantly appeared on the main peak. They clasped their hands and said solemnly, Sect Master. Chu Xian casually tossed the two supreme imperial weapons over, saying, Each of you take one. You're both in the imperial realm. How can you not have some impressive weapons? The two originally wanted to refuse, but as soon as they held the imperial weapons, they realized something was wrong. As soon as Shi Yu took the 9-yuan cauldron, she suddenly trembled and almost dropped it. Sect Master, this cauldron is biting me. The cauldron's 9 patterns lit up, transforming into 9 mini dragons that licked and rubbed against her delicate fingers. Chu Xian, this little cauldron is quite something. Seeing this, Up and Down smiled and said, Elder Qi, is it all right? Just as Up and Down finished speaking, the Hunyuan tower buzzed and expanded, directly enveloping him inside. Inside the tower came dull thuds, mixed with Up and Down's strange cries. Let this emperor out. This broken tower is making me go in circles. It's broadcasting my bedwetting incident from when I was 3. How am I supposed to mix with others after this? Chu Xian struggled to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking. Unbeknownst to him, this was the bonding process for the 2 imperial weapons. After the 2 emperors finally escaped, Qi Yu had a small dragon pendant on her head, while Up and Down's hair was blown into an explosive style by the time stream. Qi Yu's hands trembled as she held the cauldron. Sect Master, if this thing is used to smash someone, it might scare their ancestors back to life, right? Even though these 2 are in the imperial realm. They had never seen weapons of this caliber. Regular imperial weapons are already extremely rare, let alone this supreme imperial weapon. Chu Xian took a deep breath and didn't explain anything, just let the 2 explore it themselves. Because Chu Xian was also completely in the dark about these supreme imperial weapons. Previously, he was just at the harmonization realm, and he was still far from the imperial level. Alas, it seems like I need to read more in the future. Chu Xian sighed, and after seeing a few newcomers, he asked Qi Yu to arrange their work matters, then headed towards the Wan Jing Pavilion. Inside the Wan Jing Pavilion, in addition to martial arts techniques, there were also some ancient books covering a wide range of topics and various types of books. Since Chu Xian didn't need to cultivate, he treated it as a way to enrich his experiences. The Lingxiao Sect was thriving, and changes along the East Sea coast were quietly unfolding. The chaos caused by sea beasts had disappeared, and the entire East Sea coast welcomed a surge of cultivation enthusiasm. Meanwhile, cultivators from other regions of the Daxia Empire also discovered this lucrative area along the East Sea coast. Countless cultivators flooded into the East Sea coast, eager to carve out their own territory on this land. Along with the cultivators came members of the Daxia imperial family. Your Highness, we have been traveling for 10 days now. Please don't tire yourself out. On a giant green leaf, an old eunuch was bowing and supporting a young man. The young prince of the Daxia Empire, Xuanxiao, appeared excited, but there was still a hint of worry hidden deep in his eyes. Your Highness, how can I not be anxious? My royal sister is in this state, and my father has already turned gray with worry. If I cannot relieve my father's worries, how can I face him again? I heard that the Lingxiao Sect has many saints. It must be a middle-level holy land. Perhaps they can find a way to heal my 5th sister. Jaisai, hurry up. The soldier named Jaisai, who had appeared at the Lingxiao Sect's gate a few days ago, was desperately urging his internal spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, Jaisai was already spitting blood. The old eunuch arrived at the edge of the giant leaf and gazed ahead. Your Highness, we should reach the Lingxiao Sect in about half a stick of incense. Should I notify them to welcome us in advance? Xiajia quickly waved his hand. How many times have I told you? The Lingxiao Sect is not like other sects. We must not offend them. Also, dress yourself up. Most sects don't like people like you. Don't let them discover your identity. Yes, although the old eunuch was reluctant. He had no choice but to comply. After a simple disguise, he indeed no longer had the effeminate look typical of a eunuch. The old eunuch thought bitterly, alas. Your Highness is probably bewitched. How could a middle-level holy land suddenly emerge in the Daxia Kingdom? If a middle-level holy land could emerge quietly, I would sew up the skin inflammation. Finally, the peaks of the Lingxiao Sect appeared in the eyes of the 3. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Lingxiao Sect. Jaisai's eyelids drooped, and at that moment, the will in his heart was finally released. The next moment, Jaisai fell headfirst from the giant green leaf. Xia Jie glanced at Jaisai indifferently. Your mission has been completed. You may rest now. After saying that, Xia Jie directly stored the giant green leaf into a storage ring and descended from the air with the old eunuch. At this moment, there were hardly any people left at the entrance of the Lingxiao Sect. Those who should have entered had already entered, and a few servant disciples were cleaning the mountain gate. This brother, please report that the Daxia royal family, Xia Jie, has come to pay respects to your sect's master. As soon as these words were spoken, the servant disciples who were sweeping the floor instantly focused their attention on Xia Jie. Chapter 23. The Prince's Intent. The Wuxiang Lingxiu. The royal family. Did I hear wrong? Is he really from the royal family? Could it be the Summer Emperor? The Summer Emperor is so young. The few servants had previously been residents of the East Sea coast and had never heard of Xia Jie's name, but they knew the title of the Daxia Emperor. Hearing their discussion, the old eunuch became furious. How dare you discuss the royal family and offend the dignity of the royal family? Such a crime deserves execution. Xia Jie hurriedly stopped the old eunuch and quickly explained, This brother, I am just the Prince of Daxia. Please report it inside. The servant disciples exchanged glances with the old eunuch, but said nothing. Seeing Xia Jie's gentle attitude, one of the servants handed the broom to a companion and turned back to the sect. At this moment, Chu Xian was immersed in a sea of knowledge when a voice suddenly came to his ears, reporting to the sect master. Two people from outside the sect claim to be Prince Xia Jie of Daxia and request to meet with you. Chu Xian was just watching a crucial moment of the ancient battle. In the birthplace of the Hunyuan Cauldron, the 9 extremes Xianhuang heaven had already been reduced to nothingness. He didn't listen carefully to what the servant elder said and casually replied, If they want to join the sect, they can go to the rotating disc. Why are they asking me about such a trivial matter? Now that several new servant elders have been added, the title of the servant elder has been removed and replaced with titles that, although still servant elders, are still harmonization realm powerhouses. The servant elder was silent for a moment and then said, Sect master, it seems he doesn't want to join the sect. He wants to see you. See me? I'm reading. I don't have time. After a moment of contemplation, he added, You can meet him. Just ask what he wants. Originally, Chu Xian thought of just getting rid of them directly, but then he thought about it. The Lingxiao Sect was established in Daxia, and he would inevitably have dealings with Daxia in the future. Although Daxia's strength was insignificant in Chu Xian's eyes, the disciples of the Lingxiao Sect were all from Daxia. He still had some sense of belonging to Daxia. Outside the Lingxiao Sect, Xia Jie waited anxiously. Finally, he saw a middle-aged man arrive at the sect's entrance. You two may come in. Xia Jie felt a surge of joy and quickly stepped forward. The old eunuch was furious. He was going crazy inside. The Lingxiao Sect is so arrogant. Is it too much to expect them to come out and welcome the prince? This is how they treat their guests? In his eyes, they were nothing but a bunch of ignorant barbarians. However, due to Xia Jie's prior warning, the old eunuch dared not explode and could only lower his head and follow behind Xia Jie. Xia Jie crossed the mountain gate and respectfully asked the middle-aged man, May I ask if you are the sect master of the Lingxiao Holy Land? The next moment, Xia Jie felt the spiritual energy around him almost solidifying. Hiss! The density of this spiritual energy was actually dozens of times richer than that in the palace. The underground of the Great Xia Palace was the largest spiritual vein in the entire Great Xia Empire, but compared to the Lingxiao Sect, the difference was astonishing. The old eunuch behind Xia Jie frowned tightly. Lingxiao Sect. What audacity! How dare they privately hoard such a spiritual vein? When we return to the palace, I must report this to His Majesty. I will ensure that not a single one of you is left standing. In the old eunuch's mind, as long as it was within the territory of the Great Xia Empire, it belonged to the royal family. So feeling the spiritual energy within the Lingxiao Sect so rich instantly ignited his anger. Seeing Xia Jie being so respectful, the middle-aged man hurriedly replied, Your Highness, you are mistaken. I am merely a miscellaneous elder of the Lingxiao Sect. The sect master is currently reading, and doesn't he have time? So I was asked to receive you both. Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed in Xia Jie's eyes, but he said nothing. The old eunuch directly lost his composure. What? You are just a miscellaneous elder? I see that your Lingxiao Sect is looking for trouble. As he spoke, the old eunuch erupted with a fierce aura, revealing his sea of divine consciousness cultivation. Old Hong, step back. Xia Jia shouted urgently, if you act like this again, I will dispose of you right now. The miscellaneous elder Duan Gong looked at the old eunuch in front of him with a slight smile, not saying a word. He found it amusing and thought to himself, you dog eunuch, you're quite good at putting on airs, dressing up and pretending to be a real man. Keep pretending and I'll make you fly. Old Hong's eyes carried a killing intent, but because of Xia Jia's suppression, he had to retract his aura. Yeah. With a sincere attitude, clasped his fists and said, Elder, please do not blame me. My servant lacks knowledge, and I will certainly discipline him well when I return. Duan Gong waved his hand. Your Highness, please follow me into the sect. He then turned and led the way, slowly heading towards the miscellaneous peak. May I ask what brings you to the Lingxiao Sect? Xia Jia hurriedly took out a piece of golden foil from his pocket, which had several lines of text printed on it, and the text seemed to have spiritual power flowing through it. I have heard that the Lingxiao Holy Land is a new sect, and I believe there are some things you may not be aware of. Within the territory of the Great Xia Empire, every 50 years, a spatial cave opens up, which we call the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. Inside the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, there are many opportunities available to everyone, but there's a limit on the number of people allowed each time it opens. Since the entrance to the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins is within the territory of the Great Xia Empire, the quota has historically been allocated by the royal family. Now that your sect has been established, you naturally qualify to receive a certain quota. I have come to grant qualifications for entering the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. As he spoke, Xia Jia handed the golden foil to Duan Gong. Upon hearing this news, Duan Gong's eyes immediately brightened. Your Highness is thoughtful. I will inform the sect master of this matter right away. Chu Xian, who was still immersed in his ancient texts, was interrupted once again by Duan Gong's transmission. Just as he was about to explode with anger, he heard the name Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. This place sounds good. Just the name itself is impressive. Now that Jian Air, Xian Air, and Lu Air's breakthrough speed has slowed down significantly, it is indeed time for them to undergo some training. The Wuxiang Spirit Ruins come at just the right time. Of course, this group of guys in the inner and outer sect can't be kept in a greenhouse forever. All these thoughts flashed through Chu Xian's mind, and he promptly closed the ancient text in his hand, stood up, and said, Duan Gong, take them both to the main peak. Understood. Duan Gong smiled at Xia Jia and said, Your Highness, the sect master has finished his business. Let me take you both over. After saying this, a surge of spiritual energy burst forth from Duan Gong's body, enveloping Xia Jia and the others. Xia Jia and Old Hong felt their feet lighten. They actually flew up directly. This scene instantly widened their eyes. What? You, a miscellaneous elder, can actually fly? ISNT, that a skill only a holy stage expert possesses? How can you, a miscellaneous elder, do it? Is this right, buddy? The seemingly amiable miscellaneous elder turned out to be a genuine holy stage expert. Is this real, buddy? As for Old Hong behind Xia Jia, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Huh? What did I just see? What did I just do? Did I just try to arm wrestle with a holy stage expert? I must be crazy. Chapter 24. The Awakening Method of the Ancient Yellow Spring Sacred Body. At the main peak of the Lingxiao Sect, Duan Gong brought the stunned Xia Jia and the others down to the ground. Sect Master, the people have been brought. Chu Xian waved to Duan Gong, who then turned and left. You two have traveled a long way. Come and sit. Xia Jia, being a prince of the empire, quickly suppressed his shock and hurried to Chu Xian's side. Junior Xia Jia pays respects to the sect master. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, and his thoughts paused for a moment. Sect master, it had been a long time since he had heard these two words. My Lingxiao Sect is not a holy land. You do not need to call me sect master. Xia Jia quickly shook his head. Sect master, the saints of the Lingxiao Holy Land are numerous. How can it not be a holy land? Chu Xian smiled and asked, How do you know that the saints of my Lingxiao Sect are numerous? Xia Jia replied, Even the miscellaneous elders are holy stage experts. It is hard for me not to believe that your sect has numerous saints. Chu Xian couldn't help but think to himself, Hee hee. This kid is not simple. Chu Xian didn't dwell too much on this topic. Glanced at old Hong, who was still standing there, and asked curiously, "What is wrong with your companion? Is his leg broken? Why isn't he coming over?" Xiaojie turned around to look, and his face turned red. Returning to the sect master, he indeed has a leg injury. "Old Hong, why aren't you quickly coming over to pay respects to the sect master?" Only then did old Hong react, hurriedly bending over and jogging to Chu Xian's side. "Boing deeply, iam servant Hong Si," paying respects to the sect master. "Xiaojie." I said, "Hong Gong Gong, what happened to that bravado of yours outside the sect? You were scared of a miscellaneous elder being a holy stage expert?" Chu Xian was also puzzled, looking at Xiaojie with even more confusion. "Didn't you say he had a leg problem? But he runs quite well. Moreover, what kind of habit is this? Bowing down to everyone? Is this how palace people in the cultivation world behave?" Xiaojie hurriedly cleared his throat and explained, "Sect master, please don't blame me. This is a eunuch by my father's side. He usually lacks experience. He came with me out of the palace just to protect my safety." Oh, Chu Xian suddenly understood. "No wonder you said he had a leg injury. It turns out it's the third leg. Don't be formal. Sit down." Chu Xian invited the two to sit down and ordered Qiyu to brew a pot of tea. Chu Xian took a sip from the teacup and said, "Your Highness, did you come to the Lingxiao Sect just to deliver the quota? Giving gifts without asking for anything in return? I'm afraid it's not that simple." Chu Xian absolutely did not believe that such good fortune would easily fall upon the Lingxiao Sect. Xiaojie gently spun the teacup with his fingers, seriously nodded. "Yes, senior. I came this time specifically to deliver the quota for the Holy Land. Originally, my father was going to come in person, but my fifth sister suddenly fell ill, and my father had to stay in the palace to save her. Reluctantly, he could only send me, this junior here. Please do not blame me, senior." At this moment, Chu Xian had a new perspective on Xiaojie. Look at this. This is a member of the royal family. Look at how articulate he is. There is not a single flaw to pick on. People say that it was originally his father who was supposed to come, but due to an accident, he had no choice but to send this younger generation instead. Although it seems like they are flattering Chu Xian, there's only one key point in these words. That is, Xiaojie's fifth sister is in grave danger. They have elevated you so high and even brought gift from the Lingxiao Sect. Yet you don't even ask about your sister's condition. Isn't that a bit insane? Chu Xian pretended to be curious. "Oh, your sister has a strange illness? What kind of strange illness?" Xiaojie's expression suddenly became extremely sad, signed that his fifth sister's illness was a burden that shouldn't worry the senior Saint Lord. Chu Xian found it amusing in his heart. This kid really knows how to act. "Considering that you provided me with a spot in the Lingxiao Sect for entering the Wuxiang Lingxiu, I can help you this time. Hey, tell me, maybe my Lingxiao Sect has a way to treat your sister." Chu Xian thought to himself, "Kid, this is your last chance. If you don't say it now, you'll be done for." Sure enough, seeing that Chu Xian was asking again, Xiaojie began to recount slowly. 20 days ago, my fifth sister was playing with the palace maids when she suddenly fainted and has not woken up since. Not only that, her entire body periodically crystallizes with frost-like formations. And during an attack, it's as if thousands of ants are gnawing at her bones. My father and I could only watch helplessly." Chu Xian lowered his head and thought, "Are there any other symptoms?" "Yes. At noon, when the yang energy is at its peak, my sister's body actually begins to freeze. But at midnight, when the yin energy is at its strongest, it feels like she is burning in fire, and her clothes can even catch fire." Chu Xian nodded, then asked, "Have you checked the color of her pupils?" "Yes, they're no longer the normal black. Completely turned grayish white." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian began to quickly flip through the ancient texts on the table. Xiaojie's heart was raised. It seems that this senior Saint Lord really knows something. "Fifth sister, you were saved." At this moment, Hong Si wished he could find a hole to burrow into. The Lingxiao Sect is not only a mid-level holy land, but there is also a high probability they can cure the fifth princess. What kind of sin have I committed? After a quick search, Chu Xian really found it. Your sister should not be ill. Xiaojie felt it was unbelievable. Chu Xian closed the ancient book and explained, "Your sister is not sick, but her constitution is awakening. Have you heard of the ancient Huangquan holy body?" Xia Jie suddenly stood up, even knocking over his teacup without realizing it. The ancient Huangquan holy body? Yes, this constitution is rare for 1,000 years, and during awakening, one will experience bone-chilling frost and chaotic yin and yang. Chu Xian tapped his fingers lightly on the table and continued. The gray-white pupils are a sign of death from Huangquan, and if it continues to develop, your sister will only have a dead end. Hearing this, Hong Si suddenly knelt down with a thud, his voice slightly sharp. Please, Saint Lord, save the princess. I am willing to work like a horse. Xia Jie was also filled with sorrow, since the senior said it was a constitution awakening. There must be a way to resolve it. Chu Xian nodded, then shook his head again. There is a method. But this method, it's not suitable for your royal family. When Xia Jie heard there was a method, he instantly looked delighted and hurriedly knelt down, saying, Please, senior, enlighten me. Chu Xian opened his mouth, retracted what he was going to say, and instead said, Since you want to know, I'll tell you. This method requires 3 conditions to be met. First, 9 petals of the other shore flower. Second, it must be paired with the cultivation of the 9 turns Huangquan Ju. The third point is also the one your royal family cannot accept. That is, your sister must engage with someone of the pure Yang constitution at noon when she is freezing, or with someone of the pure Yin constitution at midnight. At the same time, the petals of the other shore flower must be refined into her body. Chapter 25. Lingxiao's relatives came. Drink more hot water. What? Need to engage with someone? Xia Jie felt a loud ringing in his head, and the posture of kneeling suddenly went limp on the ground. Senior, are you joking with me? Xia Jie frowned, and his gaze towards Chu Xian began to turn a bit cold. Chu Xian shot Xia Jie an annoyed look. You see, I originally didn't want to say this, fearing you wouldn't believe it, but now that I've said it, you put on this face. Even without this last condition, just the 9 turns Huangquan Ju, does your Xia royal family have it? Even if your sister could awaken the ancient Huangquan holy body, without the assistance of the 9 turns Huangquan Ju, it would also be a dead end. The ancient Huangquan holy body needs to absorb Huangquan energy for cultivation. Without the corresponding technique, it cannot be refined, and it would be a miracle if she survived. There's one more thing Chu Xian didn't say. Your Xia Empire doesn't have the 9 turns Huangquan Ju, but my Lingxiao Sect does. The countless techniques in the 10,000 Classics Pavilion. Any one of them is something your Xia Empire does not deserve to possess. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Xia Jie's body went even more limp. His whole being seemed to have lost its soul, murmuring, Is my 5th sister really hopeless? Seeing Xia Jie so sorrowful, Chu Xian slowly stood up and walked to Xia Jie's side. Kid, go back and ask your father if you want your sister to wake up. This is the only way. My Lingxiao Sect has a Hunyuan tower, which can protect your sister from the invasion of Huangquan energy after she wakes up. If there is no corresponding technique, even under the protection of this Hunyuan tower, she can still live a mortal life. You gave me the spot for entering the Wuxiang Lingxiu. This can be considered a repayment for my Lingxiao Sect to your Xia royal family. Xia Jie didn't know how he walked out of the Lingxiao Sect. When he came to his senses, Hong Si was already urging the huge green leaf to speed towards the Xia imperial city. Hong Gonggong, do you think that method will really work? Hong Si's body trembled. The old servant didn't know and could only let the emperor decide. After Xia Jie left, Chu Xian also got busy. First, he read the contents on the gold leaf. The general situation is to inform the Lingxiao Sect of the location of the Wuxiang Lingxiu, the time of opening, and the number of participants from the Lingxiao Sect. There are still 10 days until the opening, which is enough preparation time. The allocation was a bit small. Only 10 people could participate. In fact, the number of spots Xia Jie allocated to the Lingxiao Sect was not small at all. Every time the Wuxiang Lingxiu opens, there is a limit on the number of people. Only 100 can enter at a time, and they directly gave Lingxiao Sect 1/10 of the spots. In terms of numbers, Lingxiao Sect is already on par with the Xia royal family. Qiyu gathered 3 core disciples, 3 inner disciples, and the 4 outer disciples with the highest cultivation. Yes, before long, 10 people arrived at the main peak in unison. After Chu Xian announced the matter of the Wuxiang Lingxiu to the 10, their expressions varied. Yu Jian was the first to clasp his fists. I will not let down the master's painstaking efforts. The others echoed, filled with fighting spirit. Previously, everyone was basically ordinary mortals and were gradually opening their perspective on cultivation. Upon hearing that a secret realm was appearing, they couldn't help but feel excited, some even trembling with their voices. Only Lin Xian felt unwilling in her heart. This emperor only needs to follow the steps to re-enter the semi-emperor realm. Why do I need to participate in some wuxiang Lingxiu? It's just a waste of time. After everyone left, Lin Xian came to Chu Xian's side and said, Master, can I not participate? Chu Xian shot her a glare. No way. You must participate. This girl, her talent is already inferior to Yu Jian and Tang Lu. And now that there's this opportunity, she still doesn't understand to seize it? Who knew Lin Xian's attitude was firm? Master, I've been feeling unwell lately and don't want to go out. Goodbye, Master. As she left, she even kicked the big yellow dog lying in the sun, causing to howl. Chu Xian was dumbfounded. Did Xian take the wrong medicine today? Thinking again, Xian hadn't practiced sword recently and had returned to her room to cultivate. Could it be that the special days of the month are here? No. In this world, do women, especially cultivators, even have those days? Chu Xian was pondering when the big yellow dog under the table started to cry. Woof woof. Who did this dog offend? Is it necessary to kick me? After thinking for a while, Chu Xian stood up again and headed towards the Wan Jing pavilion. After rummaging through some items, he finally got the result he wanted. Hey, there really is. Let me take a look. Cold Jiangxi tears, specifically for palace cold and blood stasis. 9-turn phoenix crying vine. In ancient times, a female sword fairy suffered from menstrual pain and fell from the clouds. The phoenix saved her with this vine. With all the materials ready, Chu Xian shouted, Qi Yu, lend me the Hunyuan Ding. Then, Chu Xian poured the spiritual spring he brought back from the back mountain into the Hunyuan Ding, and he threw all the precious herbs into the cauldron. Qi Yu, use the endless true flame to boil. Qi Yu's eyes turned red. Master, is this right? After all, I'm also a great emperor, okay? You want me to make soup for your disciple? Moreover, that Hunyuan Ding, that's an extreme Dao imperial weapon. Do you think it's an ordinary pot? Sigh, the disciple is not feeling well, and as the master, I should take care of him. A pot of medicinal liquid boiled for nearly half a day. Chu Xian brought a small bowl of the medicinal liquid to Lin Xian's residence. Xuanxiao Continent. Lin Xian, who was in the middle of training, was suddenly interrupted and couldn't help but feel a bit angry. With a cold face, he opened the door. Master, what is it? Chu Xian held the medicinal liquid and said, Xian, I have made you a bowl of medicinal liquid. Drink it quickly. Lin Xian was immediately furious. Why should this emperor drink medicine? Master, I am in good health. As he spoke, Lin Xian was about to close the door. Seeing this situation, Chu Xian's thoughts became even more certain. Xian must be having relatives visiting. Xian, be good. This medicinal liquid will help with your training. Drinking it is good for your body. Lin Xian glanced at Chu Xian's smiling face, his brows furrowed. Seeing that Chu Xian had no intention of leaving, he had no choice but to take the small bowl and gulp down the medicinal liquid. The taste is not bad. Immediately afterward, Lin Xian felt a warm current surge into his lower abdomen, making his dantian feel itchy. Hey, this medicine given by Master seems to be quite effective. Thank you, Master. Chu Xian saw that after Lin Xian finished drinking the medicine, his complexion became a little rosy, and he was finally satisfied as he took back the empty bowl. Xuanxiao, rest well. You must perform well in the wuxiang Lingxiu in a few days, and I will come again tomorrow to bring you medicine. After walking a few steps, Chu Xian seemed to remember something. He turned back and shouted to Lin Xian, who was about to close the door. Disciple, remember to drink more hot water. Lin Xian, what the hell is drinking more hot water? Chapter 26 Arrival at the Entrance. Auction. As the opening time of the wuxiang Lingxiu approached, the disciples of Lingxiao Sect practiced even harder. The few selected individuals were making their final push. After receiving several days of medicinal liquid from Chu Xian, Lin Xian was finally tired of being pestered and agreed to enter the wuxiang Lingxiu. After learning of this, Chu Xian secretly noted at the bottom of the stone table on the main peak, Xian comes on the 13th of every month. Remember to boil medicine. This action made Qi Yu's heart sour. Only 3 days were left until the Wuxiang Lingxiu opened. On that morning, 10 disciples of Lingxiao Sect lined up neatly on the main peak. Chu Xian had already completed the pre-battle mobilization when Long Outyin stepped forward and said, "Children, relax your bodies. No need to be nervous." With a light motion of Long Outyin's hand, the 10 disciples suddenly soared into the air. "Master, we can set off." Chu Xian waved his hand, and Long Outyin immediately understood. Suddenly, Long Outyin's body swelled, his clothes burst apart, muscles bulged, and golden light shone from beneath his skin. With a deafening dragon roar, a pair of huge dragon wings sprouted from Long Outyin's back, covering the sky and blocking the sun, the scales shining brilliantly in the sunlight. His limbs gradually lengthened, sharp dragon claws growing from his fingertips, glimmering with cold light. In an instant, Long Outyin had completely transformed into a majestic golden dragon. Soaring above the main peak, he exuded an overwhelming aura that inspired awe. The 10 disciples stood firmly on his back, and a gentle force lifted Chu Xian, placing him atop the dragon's head. "Let's go." Roaring like an evil dragon, Long Outyin's massive body transformed into a beam of golden light, suddenly breaking through the clouds and speeding away into the distance. Daxia Empire, Wuxiang County. It is said that Wuxiang County is ranked second in combat power among the Daxia Empire, whether it is the sects and families within the county or the loose cultivators. They are all incredibly powerful. Brothers, we need to keep a low profile in Wuxiang County this time and not get Lingxiao Sect into trouble. Those people are not easy to mess with. The 4 outer disciples were discussing, clearly having done their homework and understood the situation in Wuxiang County. Chu Xian sat atop Long Outyin's head, ignoring their discussions, just smiling and shaking his head. Tang Lu approached the group with a cold expression, and they immediately felt a chill enveloping them. "Senior brother Tang Lu, is there something wrong?" Tang Lu glanced at them coldly and said, "Don't embarrass the sect." After that, Tang Lu, holding his 3-pronged harpoon, slowly walked away. The group was somewhat confused, thinking, what did we do? When did we embarrass the sect? What senior brother means is that you shouldn't be overly cautious for fear of bringing trouble to the sect, as that would only embarrass the sect even more. Xiao Dai explained as she approached the group with her horn braids. The group then realized and quickly said, "Hee, senior brother and senior sister, don't worry. We will never embarrass the sect." Right. We would rather die than tarnish the sect's reputation. Chu Xian smiled and waved at Tang Lu, signaling him to come over. "Luer, give master a smile." Chu Xian knew that ever since Tang Qingshan died, Tang Lu's temperament had changed drastically, as if he were a different person. He rarely spoke, only focused on training, and it was unclear whether it was due to his bloodline awakening or the impact of Tang Qingshan's death. Tang Lu approached Chu Xian expressionlessly and said, "Master, no." Chu Xian, then cry? Tang Lu turned around, holding the harpoon, and walked away. "Hey, you brat. Always wearing a bitter face. Do I owe you money?" The only response to Chu Xian was Tang Lu's back. Chu Xian Sayin Wali, Sai. 3 direct disciples. 2 problem children. Only Yu Jian is somewhat normal. Just as he thought this, Xiao Dai suddenly exclaimed, "Master, not good." Senior brother Yu Jian fell down. Chu Xian, no. It's 3 problem children. All the way, the disciples of Lingxiao Sect arrived at the entrance of the Wuxiang Lingxiu without any major incidents. This place was a desert. At this moment, a white vortex the size of a water tank was slowly spinning in the desert. "Looks like we arrived early." The Wuxiang Lingxiu should open in 2 more days. After flying for 3 days, Chu Xian and his group had just arrived. As soon as they landed, exclamations rang out around them. What the hell? What's going on with this group? They came down from the sky? Didn't you see clearly? They came on spiritual beasts. That one in yellow is a spirit beast transformed into a human. A spirit beast transformed into a human? Isn't that a spirit beast of the divine sea realm? What do you think? Spirit beasts can only fully transform into human form after reaching the divine sea realm. The crowd did not consider Long Outyin to be at the saint level. In their minds, saint level only existed within the Daxia royal family. Therefore, Chu Xian and the others were automatically categorized as a sect with fairly decent strength. Long Outyin looked at the crowd with an unfriendly expression, Divine Sea Realm? Your whole family is of the Divine Sea Realm. The crowd, huh? My whole family is of the Divine Sea Realm? That's great. Thank you. Just then, a person suddenly flew down from the sky on a sword and called out loudly, "Everyone, my Xuanxiao Sect has set up a venue in Xuanxiao City and will hold an auction tonight, where a high-level spirit weapon will be auctioned off as the finale item. Whoever can obtain this spirit weapon will surely shine in the Wuxiang Lingxiao." After the person finished notifying, he directly flew away on his sword. The crowd here began to discuss again. The Miaozong, the second force of the Great Xia, truly overbearing. They actually brought out high-level spirit weapons for auction. Huh. To be honest, this Miaozong is really relying on this Wuxiang spirit ruins. The Miaozong city is just 100 miles west of here. And every time the Wuxiang spirit ruins opens, they hold an auction. Ha ha ha. High-level spirit weapons. This young master will definitely get it. Let's go. To Miaozong City. While the crowd was discussing, many people had already started heading towards Miaozong City. Although only 100 people can enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins each time it opens. There are restrictions on who can enter. Only mortals can enter, no matter who it is, even if a saint-level strong person enters. Their cultivation will be instantly suppressed to the peak of the spirit spring realm. So, most of the people who go in are the younger generation of various families and sections. And each family and sect spends a lot of money to protect their younger generation. In addition to accompanying protection personnel, they will also carry a large number of spirit stones just to participate in the auction held by the Miaozong. Kids, are you interested in going to see the auction? Long Out Yin crossed his arms and said. Chu Xian's mind moved. Since he was already here, it would be good to go and let everyone have a look. The disciples suddenly smiled happily. Yu Jianye, Lin Xian, boring. Tang Lu, Chapter 27. Old Man at the Auction House. Miaozong City, Auction House. Chu Xian and his group looked at the long line at the entrance and couldn't help but secretly grin. There are only 100 spots to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Why are there so many people in Miaozong City? You don't understand this, do you? This group of people doesn't have the qualification to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins, but they have the qualification to seize opportunities. Every time the Wuxiang spirit ruins closes, there will be chaos in the desert. Hearing the conversations around, Yu Jian and the other disciples instantly became nervous. Chu Xian observed the expressions of the disciples and comforted them. Don't panic. My Lingxiao Sect is not an easy target. Let's go. I'll take you on a shortcut. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the sect master has been here before? How does he know there's a shortcut? Even Long Out Yin was confused. Chu Xian led everyone to the entrance of the auction house and found a staff member, whispering, "Little brother, please tell your supervisor that I have a holy medicine for auction." Upon hearing the words holy medicine, the staff member's breath hitched. "Please wait a moment. I'll report it right away." He then quickly ran into the auction house. Soon, a slightly plump middle-aged man appeared in front of Chu Xian. "You have a holy medicine for auction?" Chu Xian smiled and nodded. "Please follow me." The middle-aged man directly led Chu Xian and his group into the auction house, all the way to the 5th floor of the venue. After settling the people from the Lingxiao Sect, he then led Chu Xian into a room. There was only one person in the room, an old man with a head full of white hair sitting inside, flipping through an ancient book. "Master Sai, this person says he has a holy medicine, and the sect master asked me to bring him here for you to evaluate the quality of the holy medicine so that you can arrange the auction order." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he slowly exited the room. The old man lowered his head and continued to flip through the ancient book. "Where is the holy medicine? Let me take a look." Chu Xian smiled nonchalantly and replied, "I don't have any holy medicine." The old man didn't move his head, but just rolled his eyes to look at Chu Xian. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Xian took out a fiery red flower from the system space and threw it onto the old man's desk. "No holy medicine, but it should be better than holy medicine." The old man frowned, his gaze immediately attracted by the red flower. "Why does this flower look so familiar?" "Hiss. Strange. I feel so familiar with this flower, but for a moment, I can't recall its name. Strange. Truly strange. But the thing is still very open. The finale auction item can be changed." Chu Xian sighed and helplessly pouted. "Old man, could you please take a look at the book in your hand?" The old man was taken aback. "The book? What? This is..." The old man suddenly realized his gaze darting back and forth between the red flower and the book. This, Xuanxiao Mountain, a legendary existence. Although it is only a spirit-level medicinal material, due to its unique effects and extreme rarity, it is even more precious than holy-level medicinal materials. How do you have this? The old man excitedly got up from his chair, directly crossing the table and facing Chu Xian, grabbing Chu Xian's shoulders with both hands. This medicinal material grows in my sect. Is it really that rare? Chu Xian looked at the old man in front of him, afraid that if he got too excited, he might have a heart attack or something. Which would be worth it? Your sect? What sect? Lingxiao Sect. Xuanxiao Sect. The #1 sect in the Eastern Wild? Chu Xian facepalmed. Old man. It's Lingxiao Sect. I don't know if the old man heard it, but he saw the old man carefully examining the Xuanxiao Mountain while saying, "Kid, let me tell you, just sell this medicinal material directly to me. Why go through the auction process? No, I will only auction this Xuanxiao Mountain. Old man, hurry up and arrange the auction." The old man said, "Kid, if you sell it to me, it counts as me owing you a favor." A favor? How much is a favor worth these days? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and arrange it. The old man gritted his teeth. "Kid, do you know who I am?" Chu Xian snatched the Xuanxiao Mountain back and said fiercely, "I don't care who you are. Are you arranging it or not?" The old man's beard was so angry it was crooked. "Oomph. You wait for me, kid." The old man was so angry he stomped his feet. But looking at the Xuanxiao Mountain in Chu Xian's hand, he ultimately compromised. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll arrange the auction for you and give you the best luxury box." Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction, casually tossing the Xuanxiao Mountain to the old man. Isn't it better to be so straightforward? Soon, the people from the Lingxiao Sect were led to the most luxurious Tianzi #1 box on the 5th floor. The box was carpeted with spirit beast fur, and the surrounding walls were embedded with moonlight stones that could automatically adjust the light, with tables full of spirit fruits and celestial brews. Yu Jian and the others were left speechless. Long Ao Yin muttered softly, "Sure enough, with many saint-level strong people entering the sect. Now they've directly come to the Tianzi box. The connections of the sect master are terrifying." However, before everyone could settle down, that white-haired old man squeezed in and plopped down beside Chu Xian. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" The old man said confidently, "You're not members of the auction house, so I naturally have to supervise you throughout the process." Saying this, his eyes kept glancing at Chu Xian's sleeve, clearly with other intentions. The old man's excuse was quite flimsy, but Chu Xian didn't mind. This time, the main purpose was to broaden the horizons of the disciples. As long as the old man didn't disturb them, it was fine. With a crisp bell ringing, the auction officially began. A woman dressed in luxurious clothing walked onto the high platform and announced loudly, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Miaozhong City Auction. Today's auction items are all rare treasures. I hope everyone seizes the opportunity." As soon as she finished speaking, several maidservants appeared with jade plates, presenting the first auction item. The old man's eyes lit up, stroking his beard and saying, "This item is called Xianbing Yusue, produced from the extreme North Cold Abyss. It takes 1,000 years to condense a drop, and it can help ice-type cultivators break through bottlenecks, worth a lot." The disciples of the Lingxiao Sect were captivated. And seeing this, Chu Xian smiled slightly, allowing the old man to show off his knowledge. The second auction item was a long sword that was entirely crimson, with faint dragon patterns flowing along the blade. The old man immediately said, "This sword is called Chu Xian, forged with the essence of the earth's core fire. And when the sword was completed, it drew down heavenly thunder for quenching. Its power is astonishing. Unfortunately, the forger was too trash. Such good materials resulted in just a mortal-level item." He glanced at Chu Xian, shaking his head and mumbling, "Wasteful thing." The implication was that it would be better to sell the Xuanxiao Mountain to himself than let it fall into the hands of someone who doesn't recognize its value and ruin it. Yu Jian couldn't help but ask, "Senior, have you ever seen a high-level blacksmith?" The old man smiled proudly, just about to speak, when Chu Xian interjected, "Yu Jian, don't listen to his nonsense. High-level alchemists and blacksmiths are not easily seen. Him? Not even close." The old man twirled his beard, feeling unconvinced. "What do you know, kid? I've seen more alchemists and blacksmiths than you've had meals. To tell you the truth, even the alchemy Saint Zhongqing from the Lingxiao Sect, the #1 sect in the Eastern Wilderness, has to behave himself in front of me. Chapter 28. The old man was so angry he triggered his high blood pressure. When the old man said this, Chu Xian laughed. I can believe other things you say, but when you mention the alchemy Saint Zhongqing from the Lingxiao Sect, I can only laugh. Who is Master Zhong? He is the #1 alchemist in the Eastern Wilderness. You say he has to be respectful in front of you? My master is right. We can't listen to your bragging. However, Chu Xian didn't expose him and obediently watched the old man show off. The auction continued, with various rare and exotic treasures taking the stage one after another. The old man explained each auction item as origin and uses, as if he were recounting family treasures. And the disciples of the Lingxiao Sect listened with great interest, their eyes wide open. Chu Xian did not stop him. After all, he brought the disciples here to broaden their horizons. Finally, it was time for the last two highlight items to be displayed. The female host smiled sweetly, presenting the spirit-grade high-level weapon, the giant K. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the massive black sword, thick and imposing, lying quietly on the jade plate. The giant K sword remained sheathed, yet emanated a heavy, mountain-like aura. Seeing this, the old man stroked his beard and commented, "The giant K sword, spirit-grade high-level, weighs like 1,000 pounds, yet is not lacking in sharpness. It is suitable for sword cultivators who take a forceful approach." He glanced sideways at a bright-eyed outer sect disciple next to Xiao Dai, adding, "However, this sword cannot be wielded by just anyone. It depends on fate." The outer sect disciple clenched his fists, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. Chu Xian noticed his disciple's thoughts and smiled slightly, patting his shoulder. "Do you like it?" The outer sect disciple nodded shyly. "Sect master, this sword is very suitable for my cultivation technique." Chu Xian waved his hand. "All right, then let us get it. Although the Lingxiao Sect had many weapons, who cares if my disciples like it?" The bidding began with a starting price of 500,000 mortal-grade spirit stones. Soon, the price was raised to 800,000. Chu Xian lazily pressed the button on the table. 1 million. The room fell silent, and many turned to look at the #1 box. The old man was taken aback, wide-eyed. "Is there anyone who bids like this?" Chu Xian shrugged. "What? Is it not allowed?" At this moment, a cold voice came from the opposite box. 110 million. Chu Xian didn't even look, directly raising the bid. 150 million. The other side fell silent for a moment before gritting their teeth. 160 million. Chu Xian was about to press the button again when the old man reacted quickly, hurriedly pulling Chu Xian back. "Kid, I advise you. You might not be able to handle the opponent." Chu Xian yawned, pressing the button. 2 million. The whole room was in an uproar. This price had far exceeded the actual value of the giant K sword. No wonder it was the #1 box. Just casually bidding 2 million spirit stones. TCH, 2 million spirit stones for a spirit-grade weapon. What a fool. What do you know? They are priceless to me. The host excitedly struck down the gavel. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in the #1 box for successfully bidding on the giant K sword. That outer sect disciple was so excited that his face turned red, directly kneeling down in worship. "Thank you, sect master." Chu Xian waved his hand. "It's a small matter. Since it suits you, use it well." The old man, feeling sour, said, "Humph, nouveau riche behavior." Chu Xian smiled at him. "Old man, why don't you bid too?" The old man was so angry his beard stood on end, turning his head away and ignoring him. Soon, the final highlight item, the Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill, was presented. The starting price was 1 million mortal-grade spirit stones. However, nobody recognized this Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill. They curiously asked, "What is this Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill? How can it start at 1 million? Yeah, can you introduce it to us?" The female host could only smile bitterly. "I'm sorry, everyone. There is no introduction for this item besides its name. But you can rest assured, this item has been personally appraised by Master Sai." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. "Damn, Master Sai is unreliable at times like this. Master Sai must have forgotten. He didn't even provide an item introduction. Sai, forget it. We don't even know what this thing is for. I'm out." In the box, Chu Xian looked at the gradually leaving crowd, frowning slightly. Old man, were you doing this on purpose? The old man squinted his eyes, confidently stroking his beard. What is wrong with me, kid? You deliberately didn't provide an explanation. Your goal was to make everyone give up on bidding. The old man leaned slightly forward, smiling. I also don't know what this divine Phoenix Mountain pill does. As he spoke, the old man's hand had quietly pressed the button on the table. The number one box bid again. 110 million spirit stones. The female host's eyes lit up instantly. It's not just the people outside the box who were stunned. Chu Xian was also confused. Old man, what are you doing pressing my button? The old man replied. Kid, I'm just borrowing it for a bit. I'll make sure to give you your spirit stones back. Damn it. The old man is the appraiser of the divine Phoenix Mountain pill and hasn't provided an item introduction. If he openly bids, what will others think? So the old man had planned all along to use Chu Xian's identity to bid, just as Chu Xian and the old man were arguing. The female host on stage exclaimed again, Wow, guest number 96 bids 2 million spirit stones, directly raising the price by 90 million. Will the guest in box number 1 continue? Huh. The old man suddenly looked outward after hearing the host's voice. Damn, young man, no martial ethics. At the venue, Lingxiao had somehow left the number 1 box and was now grinning at the number 96 sign. Chu Xian spread his hands. Old man, you started it first. Don't blame me. The old man pressed again. 3 million. Lingxiao showed no weakness. 5 million. The old man's eyes turned red. He stood up abruptly, shouting, 8 million spirit stones. The whole venue fell silent. The host excitedly struck down the gavel. Deal? The divine Phoenix Mountain pill belongs to the esteemed guest in box number 1. The old man let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead, clearly having spent quite a bit. Chu Xian saw this and patted his shoulder, lamenting, Old man, if I had known you would work so hard to introduce the auction items, I would have just sold you the divine Phoenix Mountain pill directly. The old man was taken aback. What do you mean? Chu Xian smiled and took out another divine Phoenix Mountain pill from his sleeve, waving it in front of him. Just right, I still have one. Do you want it? I'll sell it to you for 1 million. You. The old man widened his eyes, almost fainting, one hand clutching his chest and the other pointing at Chu Xian, trembling. You little rascal, did this on purpose? Chu Xian looked innocent. How could that be? I just saw you so sincere and wanted to take care of you. The disciples were stifling their laughter. No one expected the sect master would have a mischievous side. Even Lin Xian and Tang Lu rarely showed smiles at this moment. Chapter 29. Is the old man the strongest alchemist in the eastern wilderness? Just as everyone was enjoying the moment, a system prompt sound echoed in Chu Xian's mind. Detected that the host has generated emotional value with the number 1 alchemist in the eastern wilderness. Congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden mission. Hidden task. Recruit the first alchemist of the eastern wilderness into the sect. Hidden task reward. 100 acres of immortal fields for the sect. Grade 1 for planting medicinal materials. Chu Xian stared at the suddenly appearing system interface, his pupils shaking. The first alchemist of the eastern wilderness? Who is that? This old man in front of me? No way. Isn't Zhongqing the strongest alchemist in the eastern wilderness? Before Chu Xian could think too much, the old man tidied his clothes and slowly stood up. Kid, here are 800,000 spirit stones. Saying this, he threw a ring to Chu Xian and turned to leave. Chu Xian caught the ring, his eyes twinkling as he smiled. Old man, I didn't expect you to be quite trustworthy. I have a few other medicinal materials. Do you want to take a look? If you like any, I'll sell them directly to you. The old man was obviously quite angry, his beard bristling, and without turning back, he waved his hand. Humph. You little brat. Don't try that with me. I won't fall for your tricks again. Seeing this, Chu Xian hurriedly stood up to block him. Old man, don't rush to leave. I was abrupt just now. Actually, we have a patch of medicinal fields behind our Lingxiao Sect, growing quite a few rare medicinal materials. Even I can't recognize them all. The old man's footsteps suddenly paused, his ears twitching slightly, but he still pretended to be calm. What good medicinal materials can those small sects in the eastern wilderness have? How about this one? Chu Xian flipped his wrist, and a crystal-clear blue grass suddenly appeared in his palm, with sparkling points of light on the leaves. Starlight grass. The old man Xian's eyes widened in an instant. Grabbing Chu Xian's wrist, how is this possible? This ancient spiritual herb has long since gone extinct. Chu Xian smiled mysteriously. So, how about taking a stroll around our Lingxiao Sect? We have plenty of such medicinal materials in the back mountains, and he lowered his voice. I'm actually looking for someone knowledgeable to help manage the medicinal fields. The old man's breathing noticeably quickened, but he still pretended to be strong. I'm very busy. All the major sects in the Eastern Wilderness are asking me to give lectures. I don't have time. You can freely study 3 rare medicinal materials every day. Are they all at the level of starlight grass? Chu Xian added timely. Chu Xian nodded with a smile. When do we leave? The old man immediately changed his tone, but quickly stiffened his face. First, let me make it clear, I'm only going to take a look. Chu Xian suppressed his laughter and nodded seriously. Of course, this sect master has no other intentions. By the way, my disciple Yu Jian has good culinary skills, especially in medicinal cuisine. Saying this, he pulled Yu Jian forward. All right. The old man waved his hand impatiently, but his eyes couldn't hide the anticipation. Once I've finished my current matters, I'll go. Remember to send someone to pick me up in a month. No problem. Chu Xian readily agreed, feeling overjoyed inside. Chu Xian didn't understand why the system considered this old man to be the strongest alchemist in the Eastern Wilderness, and why this strongest alchemist appeared in this mysterious city. But since the system gave the task, everything was negotiable. Who cares who is the strongest, as long as he can benefit? He would agree that De Huang is the strongest alchemist. After the Lingxiao Sect collected the spirit stones and paid the auction item handling fee, they swaggered out of the auction house. The Wuxiang spirit ruins were expected to open in 2 days, so they decided to stay in this mysterious city for those 2 days. Long Out Yin, go find a place to stay. Yes, Long Out Yin went to carry out the order. At this time, it was already late at night, but the streets were bustling with traffic and people coming and going. Due to the opening of the Wuxiang spirit ruins, a large number of cultivators flooded into Mysterious City. This also led to a mix of fish and dragons within the city, making law enforcement even harder to manage, with fights breaking out on both sides of the street. Before long, Long Out Yin hurried back. Master, there are too many people in this mysterious city. All the inns are fully booked. Now, only the top floor of the Drunken Immortal building is left, but it's a bit expensive. Although Long Out Yin was a solid great sage, he hadn't been to the human realm much, and his pockets were empty. Chu Xian glared at Long Out Yin in frustration. In the future, when you go out, don't say you're my mount. How embarrassing. Then, he tossed the ring the old man had just given him to Long Out Yin. Book the entire top floor of that Drunken Immortal building. Long Out Yin took the ring and grinned. All right, I'll take care of it. Long Out Yin led the way, and Chu Xian followed with a group of disciples, heading towards the Drunken Immortal building. Moments later, the 9-story golden building appeared before everyone. Looking at the building, Chu Xian couldn't help but nod. This place is nice. Just as Chu Xian and his group stepped into the Drunken Immortal building, a commotion suddenly erupted from the other side of the hall. A group of well-dressed cultivators surrounded a young man with a grim expression. The young man threw a bag of spirit stones onto the counter and said, "Innkeeper, I, Li Xian, have reserved the entire top floor." The young man's face was dark enough to drip water, and he said to those around him, "Damn it. Has anyone found out who is in the number 1 private room?" As soon as he finished speaking, he caught sight of Chu Xian and the others who had just entered. Seeing that although these people were dressed luxuriously, the characters Lingxiao embroidered on their chests puzzled him. What kind of broken sect is Lingxiao Sect? I've never heard of it. The young man immediately sneered. Where did these country bumpkins come from? The Drunken Immortal building is a place you can come to? Get out. Long Out Yin was about to step forward upon hearing this, but was stopped by Chu Xian, because Tang Lu had already made a move. Chu Xian transmitted a voice to Long Out Yin. This time is for training the disciples. Unless it's an emergency, don't make a move. Long Out Yin nodded in understanding, crossed his arms, and hid at the back. What did you say? Tang Lu slowly took the harpoon off his back and spun it in his hand. The young man seemed to see a huge joke. Ha ha ha. You dare to come out with a broken harpoon? You must be stupid from eating fish, huh? Country bumpkin. Hurry up and, before he could finish, a cold gleam flashed, and the harpoon was already pressed against the young man's throat. Tang Lu tilted his head, revealing a cold face. "Who are you calling?" The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Li family's guards were all frozen in place. They didn't even see how this young man made his move. Arrogant. Li Xian's face turned ashen. "Do you know who I am? My father is the prime minister of the Great Xia. My Li family is the second family of the Great Xia. You dare to kill me? Quite impressive, huh?" Tang Lu sneered, applying pressure on the harpoon slowly. Just then, a loud voice suddenly came from upstairs. "Stop." A middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe hurried down the stairs, wearing a golden badge symbolizing the innkeeper of the drunken immortal building. The innkeeper's gaze swept over the crowd, and when he saw the characters on the chests of Lingxiao Sect members, his pupils suddenly constricted. When he saw Chu Xian at the front of the crowd, his eyes widened even more. "Gentlemen, our little shop is open for business. Bloodshed is not good. I'm sorry, young Master Li, but the top floor has already been reserved by this distinguished guest. You arrived a step too late." Li Xian immediately jumped up. "What? Didn't they enter the room later than me?" Tang Lu still hadn't retracted the harpoon, pressing it against Li Xian's neck. "Are you stupid? Didn't you hear that it has already been reserved?" Li Xian suddenly pushed the harpoon away from his neck, yelling at the Li family members behind him. "Damn it! How dare you insult me? Kill all of these people." The members of Lingxiao Sect were not to be trifled with either. Yu Jian and Xiao Dai immediately stood beside Tang Lu, ready for battle. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and muttered, "Going out is really troublesome. It delays my cultivation." He then joined Tang Lu's side and stood firm. As the situation was about to become chaotic, the innkeeper moved quickly, stepping in front of the members of Lingxiao Sect in just 2 steps. "Young Master Li, have you forgotten who is behind the drunken immortal building?" This statement struck Li Xian like a heavy hammer, waking him up. Li Xian reevaluated the innkeeper from head to toe and clenched his teeth, nodding, "I remember you." Then he looked at the people from Lingxiao Sect. "And you, we will meet at the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins." After saying this, Li Xian took his people and left the drunken immortal building. The shopkeeper let out a sigh of relief, secretly thinking, the Li family. The revival of the family requires the joint efforts of 3 generations or even more. But to say that the family is weak, it only takes one fool. The shopkeeper quickly walked to Chu Xian's side, took out a golden card from his pocket, and respectfully handed it to Chu Xian. "Your Holiness, this is the golden card of our drunken immortal building. All expenses for the holder of the golden card are free." Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. "You know me?" The shopkeeper smiled apologetically and bowed. "Your Holiness, it was ordered from above." Chu Xian took the golden card. "Who is above?" "Your Holiness, I'm just a worker. Please don't make it hard for me." Chu Xian chuckled. "The royal family of the Great Xia, right?" The shopkeeper bowed even lower and did not answer. "Forget it. Lead the way. There are 12 of us. Arrange the rooms." "Yes, Your Holiness." The shopkeeper hurriedly got up and walked ahead of Chu Xian to lead the way. At the back, Long Outhian smirked. "Sai, this is my master. No matter where he goes, he is their guest of honor. This is the network. Learn, brothers." Led by the shopkeeper, the group from Lingxiao Sect went straight to the top floor of the drunken immortal building. The moment they pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, everyone was stunned by the luxury before their eyes. The entire top floor was actually a small cave paradise, with flowing spiritual springs and swirling immortal mist. And even the tables and chairs were made of 10,000-year-old spiritual wood. "Your Holiness, this is the top floor of the drunken immortal building. If anyone has any needs, just inject a wisp of spiritual power into this wooden door. I will take my leave." Chu Xian led the people from Lingxiao Sect inside slowly and couldn't help but nod. The royal family of the Great Xia is quite thoughtful. It seems that Jianer can have a companion now. Yu Jian, who was behind Chu Xian, was taken aback upon hearing this. "Master, what do you mean I can have a companion?" Chu Xian chuckled. "Of course, I mean to find you a wife." Yu Jian was confused, thinking that his master was just teasing him. In another inn, after Li Xian led several members of the Li family to drive a group of people out of the inn, they finally found a place to settle down. "Young master, Huzi is back. Let him come over." Soon, a person dressed in Li family attire arrived beside Li Xian. "Young master, we found out who was in box number 1. Li Xian was already filled with anger, and after being humiliated in the drunken immortal building, he was even angrier. "Speak. Who was in box number 1? Huzi frowned and said, "Young master, the auction house said that the group of people were wearing matching attire, with the word Lingxiao embroidered on their chests. They should be a new sect. Lingxiao Sect. Damn it, it's that damn Lingxiao Sect. First, they stole my high-level spiritual weapon, and now they stole the top floor of my drunken immortal building. New grudges and old enmities. We will settle this together in the Wuxiang spirit ruins." Li Xian gritted his teeth in anger and coldly asked, "How many days until my elder brother arrives?" Someone replied, "The eldest young master should come out tomorrow, and he will definitely arrive before the Wuxiang spirit ruins opens the day after. Then I'll wait one more day." A night passed without incident. The next morning, as Chu Xian was resting with his eyes closed, he heard Long Outyan's voice. "Master, the shopkeeper said someone is here to visit." Chu Xian slightly raised his head. "The royal family of the great Xia?" "Yes, let them in." Soon, Long Outyan led 3 people to the top floor. A middle-aged man in a black dragon robe, along with Xia Jie, who had visited Lingxiao Sect a few days ago, and the old eunuch Hong Si. Long Outyan was wearing a golden dragon robe today. Standing next to this middle-aged man, and anyone who didn't know would think these two had some special relationship. At this moment, Long Outyan was cursing in his heart. "Damn, what bad luck. We are wearing the same outfit. I am Xia Yinxiao. I greet your holiness." The moment Xia Yinxiao saw Long Outyan, he realized he couldn't see through this person wearing the same dragon robe as him. Although he was the emperor of the great Xia, he knew that in front of absolute strength, the title of emperor was just a name. So he felt no displeasure at Long Outyan's attire. After meeting Chu Xian, his attitude became even more humble. Chu Xian remained seated and did not move. The Xia emperor. "Please sit. Jinner, serve the tea." Xia Yinxiao clasped his fists in greeting and then sat opposite Chu Xian. The sudden visit of the Xia emperor must be about the princess, right? As soon as the princess was mentioned, Xia Yinxiao's expression turned sorrowful. He sighed and nodded. "Alas, your holiness, you truly have foresight." Just then, Yu Jian brought over the brewed tea, and Chu Xian asked, "Then may I ask how the Xia emperor has been contemplating? Do you want to use the method to awaken the constitution?" Xia Yinxiao's expression struggled for a moment. Then he nodded vigorously. "If your holiness can truly cure my daughter, then from now on, the great Xia will obey all your holiness's commands." "But," Chu Xian took a sip of tea. "But what?" "But the petals of the other shore flower, the 9 turns yellow spring technique, and the pure yang body, the purine body. My great Xia has none of these." Chu Xian secretly laughed. "Of course you don't. It would be strange if anything came out of this corner of the great Xia." "Oh, then it will be difficult. I thought with the foundation of the great Xia royal family, you would at least be able to produce the petals of the other shore flower, but you actually don't?" Upon hearing this, Xia Jie's eyes suddenly lit up. "Your holiness, do you mean you can find a pure yang body, or the purine body?" Chu Xian sighed. "I can find a pure yang body. But what's the use of having just the pure yang body? There are no petals of the other shore flower either." Xia Jie said excitedly. There are petals of the other shore flower." Chapter 31. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will definitely do my best. There are petals of the other shore flower. The petals of the other shore flower are in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Xia Yinxiao's body shook, and he turned to look at Xia Jie. "I didn't even know there were petals of the other shore flower in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. How did you know?" Xia Jie hurriedly stepped forward. "Father, after I returned from the Lingxiao Holy Land, I have been looking through ancient books, and I didn't expect to find records of the petals of the other shore flower. 500 years ago, someone brought back the petals of the other shore flower from the Wuxiang spirit ruins, and Hong Si can testify." Xia Yinxiao turned his gaze to Hong Si, who knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, what the prince said is absolutely true. There are indeed records in the ancient books." "Good. Yeah. Notify everyone. Tomorrow when the Wuxiang spirit ruins opens, my royal family must find the petals of the other shore flower." Xia Yinxiao turned to Chu Xian and said, "Your holiness, I will return to the palace to fetch my daughter now, and I will trouble you then." Hey. Hold on. Don't trouble me, trouble my disciple. Yina, come here." Yu Jian, who was in a daze, didn't know why his master suddenly called for him. "This is my disciple Yu Jian, pure yang body. You can trouble him." A trace of shock flashed in Xia Yinxiao's eyes. And then he bowed to Yu Jian. Young friend, I will trouble you with everything. Yu Jian's face turned red. After all, he is the emperor of a nation. Yet he bows so deeply to him. He quickly returned the courtesy. Your Majesty, you are too polite. I will definitely do my best. Chu Xian was laughing crazily in his heart. You kid, you will definitely do your best? Do you even know what you're going to do? You will do your best. You're going to woo the girl and telling her father that you will do your best. You are too clever. Xuanxiao, being the ruler of a nation, showed no change in expression. Seeing that Xuanxiao was about to leave, Chu Xian said to Yu Jian, Jinner, go see off the Xia Emperor. Yes, master. After Yu Jian and the three of them left, Chu Xian hurriedly gathered all his disciples. I tell you, Jinner is about to have a companion, the princess of the great Xia. You all work hard when you enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins tomorrow. This is to save your sister-in-law. Everyone was curious, and Xiao Daidai said, Sect Master, what happened to senior brother Yu Jian's companion? Why do I feel a bit confused? Chu Xian realized that none of the disciples knew about this matter, and today they were even more in the clouds. Chu Xian then explained the situation of the Daxia princess and the conditions for the awakening of the physique to the disciples. After listening to Chu Xian's explanation, Lin Xian and Xiao Dai, the only two female disciples, wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. How embarrassing could this be? Their stinky master was too unreliable. He just said it openly like that. He really is an old pervert. In contrast, the male disciples were going absolutely wild. Sect Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Next time there's such a good thing, you must think of your disciples. Sect Master, I'm kneeling for you too. I don't even care if the other party is a princess. I'd be willing even if she were an ordinary woman. Only Tang Lu sat to the side, taking out a piece of bee skin to wipe the harpoon in his hand. Chu Xian glanced at the male disciples who had collapsed to their knees, grinning widely. Shouldn't he relax the requirements for female disciples when recruiting in the future? To meet the needs of the male disciples? Before long, Yu Jian returned. He noticed that the gazes directed at him felt somewhat indescribable. Before he could ask Chu Xian shouted, Everyone, hurry up and cultivate. Tomorrow the Wuxiang spirit ruins will open. Strive to seize resources. Everyone had no choice but to return to their respective rooms to start cultivating. The next day, the long-awaited day for the opening of the Wuxiang spirit ruins finally arrived. People had already gathered in the desert early in the morning. At this time, the entrance to the Wuxiang spirit ruins was extremely crowded. In the desert, colorful flags fluttered, various flying boats and spirit beasts filled the sand dunes. And the crowd surged like a tide with a deafening noise. Suddenly, a clear cry of phoenixes came from afar, and 18 giant green birds broke through the clouds. Each giant bird had 3 green-armored cultivators standing on its back, with the green phoenix totem emblazoned on their chests. What? The Qingluan guards of the Leaf family. Surrounding cultivators quickly retreated. How could the Qingluan guards of the Leaf family come to the Wuxiang spirit ruins? The Daxia army only had 2 forces, one directly under the royal family, which was the Willow Leaf Legion. The other was the Qingluan guards under Prime Minister Li Long of Daxia. Both of these forces could sweep through Daxia. In the center of the flock, Li Xian had a sinister smile on his face, constantly searching for something with his eyes. Beside him, a young man in white held a folding fan, looking elegant. Second brother, have you found the enemy? While looking for the Lingxiao Sect people, Li Xian suddenly grinned. Big brother, I found them. It's them, the trash from the Lingxiao Sect. This young master has come to find you. Li Xian pointed at Chu Xian and the others, and instantly a large open space appeared around the Lingxiao Sect. Chu Xian scratched his ear and impatiently said, Where's all this barking coming from so early? Didn't Tiwi leave the big yellow dog behind? The Lingxiao Sect disciples all chuckled. Li Xian's eyes instantly turned red. Qingluan guards, form up. The 18 Qingluan instantly formed a formation, and the green-armored cultivators raised their long spears to the sky. Vast spiritual power suddenly condensing into a 100-foot spear shadow in the air. Li Jing, Li Xian, stop! Just as the Qingluan guards were about to act, Xia Jie led a group of royal family members rushing over. The young man in white beside Li Xian hurriedly turned around and bowed. I did not know His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived. I am guilty. He snorted coldly. His Majesty the Emperor allowed the Li family to have the Qingluan guards. Is it for you to act against the citizens of Daxia? The young man in white next to Li Xian became even more respectful. Your Highness is right. I am at fault. Seeing his elder brother like this, Li Xian could no longer hold back. Yeah. Don't play favorites here. I want the Lingxiao Sect dead today. No one can save them. I mean it. You're impressive. I'll see how you die later. But not here, rather in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Xia Jie angrily said. You dare to call my name directly. Seeing this, Li Jing hurriedly signaled to Li Xian with his eyes, gently shaking his head, and simultaneously transmitted a message. Second brother. Don't act impulsively. Now is not the time to tear faces with the royal family. It's better to wait until we enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins to act. Li Xian had no choice but to lower his head and admit his mistake. Your Highness, I know my fault. I will let the Lingxiao Sect go. Seeing this, Xia Jie no longer paid attention to the Li brothers. After all, they would die horribly once they entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Li Jing saw that Xia Jie had no intention of leaving and immediately asked, Your Highness, what brings you here? Xia Jie did not hide it and said directly, The Wuxiang spirit ruins open once every 50 years. I want to go in and take a look. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? The Crown Prince wants to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins? Isn't the Crown Prince already at the Xiandan realm? Yes. The Wuxiang spirit ruins only allows those at the mortal stage to enter. Anyone above that level will have their cultivation suppressed. Why is the Crown Prince being so reckless? Chapter 32. Entering the spirit ruins. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. According to normal reasoning, if one's cultivation surpassed the mortal stage, there would be no need to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Entering the Wuxiang spirit ruins would suppress one's cultivation, and if one encountered a genius, it would be a great loss if they were to fall there. Now, Xia Jie actually claimed he wanted to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Li Jing's heart immediately surged with excitement. Yeah, you're asking for trouble. If you really enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins, I will definitely kill you. As a top genius of the Li family, Li Jing had been honing his skills at the peak of the Spirit Spring realm for several years. Just to catch up with this Wuxiang spirit ruins, Li Jing was very confident in his strength at the peak of the Spirit Spring realm. I wish the Crown Prince a pleasant time. Li Jing replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes, and the surrounding discussions grew even more heated. This time, both the Crown Prince and young Master Li Jing would enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins. How exciting! I heard that the Piamiao sect also has a top genius. His strength is completely on par with young Master Li. What? The three great prodigies are gathering? This Wuxiang spirit ruins is going to be intense. I also want to go in and take a look. Many people did not have a quota for entering the Wuxiang spirit ruins. They came here just to watch the excitement, and if they could pick up some benefits when the Wuxiang spirit ruins closed, that would be the best. As everyone waited, the spatial vortex in the middle of the desert finally opened. Xia Jie was the first to rush to the vortex, loudly shouting, Everyone, please take your respective forces gold foil and enter in an orderly manner. First force, the Daxia Li family. Li Jing and Li Xian turned back to glance at the Lingxiao Sect disciples, and then led a few Li family members into the vortex. Second force, the Piamiao Sect. Third, as the Lingxiao Sect was called as the last force, it immediately attracted countless gazes. What the hell is this Lingxiao Sect? Why do they have so many quotas? Yes, many major forces only have 1 or 2 quotas. Why does this sect that has never been heard of have a full 10 people? The 10 disciples of the Lingxiao Sect walked into the entrance of the Wuxiang spirit ruins amidst the confused and angry gazes of the crowd. After the Lingxiao Sect entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins, Xia Jie led the Daxia royal family to follow closely behind. Chu Xian listened to the discussions around him, his lips curling up. Long Outyin, let them see why. After receiving Chu Xian's permission, Long Outyin was finally able to release the pent-up frustration he had been building up in his heart these days. Hey, you group of fools in the sky. Your grandpa Long is here. Previously, it was because the Master Wu Ti let him take action, but now, you all have to crawl for me. Long Outyin shouted, and his body instantly transformed into a 1,000-foot-long dragon. With a roar, every person in the desert trembled. Those with lower cultivation even collapsed to the ground under that roar. No way. Is that actually a flood dragon? Huh? Mom, save me. There's such a powerful demon in the Lingxiao Sect. The 1,000-foot flood dragon soared into the sky amidst the terrified gazes of everyone, its massive body blocking out the sun, and its gaping mouth suddenly opened. A terrifying suction instantly forming a black vortex. The 18 giant Qingluan birds didn't even have time to cry out before being sucked into the dragon's mouth, along with the cultivators on their backs. Crack! The chilling sound of chewing echoed through the heavens and the earth, and blood gushed like a torrential rain from the gaps in the dragon's mouth. Half of a Xiandan realm cultivator slipped from between the dragon's teeth, still futilely forming spells with his hands. Burp! Long Outyin let out a satisfied belch, and the stench he expelled instantly stained the sand dunes a dark red. The golden eyes swept across the ground, and all the previously arrogant cultivators were collapsed on the ground, some with dark stains spreading in their pants. Who else is not convinced? With a casual sweep of its tail, 300-meter sand dunes were instantly flattened. Suddenly, the clothes of a Lingquan realm cultivator in the crowd spontaneously ignited. It turned out that he was so scared that his internal spiritual energy went awry. Chu Xian chuckled lightly and stepped onto the dragon's head. The dragon's long howl shattered the clouds for hundreds of miles, carrying Chu Xian toward the ethereal city. Even half an hour after Chu Xian and Long Outyin left, no one in the desert dared to rise. The reason Chu Xian let Long Outyin act at this moment was naturally his consideration. This time, entering the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins was mainly to train the sect's disciples. If they revealed the true strength of Lingxiao Sect from the very beginning, other forces would certainly not dare to provoke them, and the disciples would lose their opportunity for honing. Moreover, the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins were isolated from the outside, and even if there was chaos outside, the people inside would be completely unaware. This way, the disciples could still experience real battles in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins without losing the challenge due to Long Outyin's intimidation. Inside the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, the space twisted, and light and shadow changed. Yu Jin only felt the darkness before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a desolate ancient battlefield. Beneath the gray sky, tattered battle flags were slanted in the scorched earth, and the air was filled with a decaying atmosphere. Looking around, he did not find any other Lingxiao Sect members. It seemed he had been randomly teleported. Yu Jin clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, feeling both nervous and excited. Yu Jin's combat experience could be said to be almost zero. Previously, he lived in the Lingxiao Sect with low cultivation and no combat experience, and he had only fought once since arriving at the Lingxiao Sect. Now was the perfect opportunity to accumulate combat experience. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled, black mist surged, and a team of ghostly soldiers approached with heavy footsteps. They were clad in rusty iron armor, ghostly green flames flickering in their hollow eye sockets, wielding broken weapons. Starting right after entering, they came really fast. Yu Jian's heart tightened, and he clenched his fists. Taking a deep breath, the spiritual energy of the seventh layer of Lingquan realm circulated within him, and a faint spiritual light appeared on his fists. Ugh! The ghostly soldiers let out a low growl as a rusty spear stabbed toward him. Yu Jin sidestepped to evade, but his reaction was slightly slow, and the spear grazed his shoulder, leaving a bloody mark. Hiss! He gritted his teeth in pain, secretly annoyed at his slow reaction. The ghostly soldiers continued their assault. The second spear was already upon him. This time, he forced himself to calm down, watching for the right moment, and suddenly threw a punch. Bang! His fist struck the ghostly soldier's chest, denting the iron armor, and the soldier staggered back, but quickly steadied itself and lunged again. No use. Yu Jian's heart jolted. He realized he was using the wrong method to exert force. The spiritual energy was merely covering his fist and had not condensed into a point. So he quickly adjusted his breathing, compressing the spiritual energy to the knuckles, and countered again. Boom! This punch, with spiritual energy like a spear, directly pierced through the ghostly soldier's chest. The black mist exploded, and the ghostly soldier disintegrated. So that's how it is. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Yu Jian's eyes. The subsequent battles became much simpler, and Yu Jian grew braver with each fight. Every punch became more precise, and his use of spiritual energy became increasingly proficient. At first, he would still be injured by the ghostly soldiers, but gradually his movement became agile, and he grasped the timing of his punches perfectly. Bang! 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 The wind from his fists howled, and the black mist burst continuously. Finally, the last ghostly soldier was smashed to pieces by Yu Jian, turning to ashes. Panting, Yu Jian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Where the ghostly soldiers had dissipated, an ancient jade plate slowly emerged. Picking up the jade plate, he found several green light spots flickering on it, some stationary and some moving. Chapter 33. Watching you all struggle harder than taking a dump at the same time. The 100 people who entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins had all obtained a similar jade plate. Of course, there are also 1 or 2 unfortunate souls who died on the spot, not even lasting through the first trial. Yu Jian counted the light spots on the jade plate and found 9 green light spots, along with 1 white light spot. Could the green ones be my junior brothers and sisters? Is the white one me? Then let's gather everyone together. That would be safer. Yu Jian tightly gripped the jade plate, focusing on the nearest green light spot. With a movement, he dashed toward the direction of the light spot. As he moved, the white light spot on the plate began to move as well, confirming Yu Jian's guess. Only our people would show up. I need to be cautious. However, just as Yu Jian had sprinted several hundred meters, the ground suddenly shook violently. Boom! Suddenly, Yu Jian noticed that the scenery before him began to look bizarre. The distant peaks seemed to come alive, twisting and changing positions. The familiar terrain completely transformed in the blink of an eye. Yu Jian hurriedly stopped, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. At that moment, he actually saw Lingxiao. Lingxiao was sitting cross-legged in front of a temple with her eyes closed. Strangely, Lingxiao and the temple were moving at an astonishing speed. Junior sister, Yu Jian shouted loudly, but it seemed Lingxiao could not hear his voice at all. In the blink of an eye, they passed each other, and Lingxiao along with the temple disappeared from Yu Jian's sight. Once the surroundings settled down, Yu Jian quickly checked the jade plate in his hand. To his dismay, he found that the positions of his companions were all mixed up. The jade plate showed 3 green dots clustered together, while he himself had been teleported to a more remote location. I am now in the southwestern corner. Yu Jian muttered to himself while staring at the plate. Judging by the direction Lingxiao had just moved, she should be in this position. Saying this, his finger landed in the center of the jade plate. Sigh, they're all so far from me. With a sigh, Yu Jian moved toward the center while also looking for opportunities around him. Inside the Wuxiang spirit ruins, Tang Lu stood with his arms crossed, coldly watching the cave covered by a pale golden barrier in front of him. The cave was shimmering with light, clearly hiding treasures within. Xiao Daodu squatted beside him, shooting an attack at the barrier with her finger, but the barrier remained unmoved, instead numbing her fingers. She retracted her hand with an ouch, muttering, "Senior brother, it's so hard." A disciple from the outer sect scratched his head and suggested, "Why don't we try combining our strength?" The 3 green light spots displayed on the jade plate were indeed Tang Lu and his 2 companions. Without saying a word, Tang Lu pulled out a pitch-black harpoon from his ring. Just then, a loud, arrogant laughter came from a distance. "Ha ha! Do you trash think you're worthy to touch this treasure cave?" 6 disciples from the Burning Sky Valley strode over, the leader looking arrogant, his gaze contemptuously sweeping over Tang Lu and the others, sneering, "Lingxiao Sect? Ha ha ha! This little sect, you never heard of, actually got a quota from the royal family? Wise one should roll far away, or don't blame us for being rude." Little Daodu puffed up her cheeks in anger, but Tang Lu slowly raised his harpoon, his eyes as cold as ice. "Senior brother, don't be impulsive." Little Daodu quickly grabbed his sleeve and whispered, "Let them try first. They can't break the barrier anyway." Tang Lu glanced at her, but ultimately lowered the harpoon, though his gaze remained frighteningly cold. Seeing Tang Lu and the others step back, the 6 from Burning Sky Valley thought they were afraid, and became even more arrogant. "Let you 3 little trash see what real strength is." The leader in the red robe sneered, gathering a blazing fireball in his palm and smashing it toward the barrier. Boom! The fireball exploded, sparks flying, but the barrier remained completely still, not even a ripple appearing. The red-robed disciple's expression darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Humph. This barrier is weak. I just didn't use my full strength. Let me try again." After speaking, he gathered his spiritual power in his palm, his aura suddenly surging, revealing his 8th level of spirit spring cultivation. Boom! The ground beneath the feet of several people trembled slightly from his strike. Looking at the barrier again, it only rippled slightly. The red-robed disciple thought to himself, "This barrier is strange." He then said to the people around him, "After this strike, this barrier is on the verge of breaking. You few, take turns attacking. You must break this barrier for me." The 5 exchanged glances and simultaneously launched their attacks, unleashing their spiritual techniques. 3,000 flames move. Invincible flame wheel. 9 fire divine art. The 5 continued to output for half a quarter of an hour, during which the scorching spiritual power poured out wildly, flames rolling, hot winds sweeping around. Even the ground was charred black. However, that light golden barrier remained as steady as a rock, even rebounding an invisible force that made the 6 from the Burning Sky Valley's arms tingle, causing them to stagger back. The red-robed disciple cast a sidelong glance at Tang Lu and the others, deep in thought. "You 3, come here." Tang Lu looked at the unharmed barrier, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Useless." He faintly uttered those 2 words and stepped forward. The Burning Sky Valley disciples glared at him angrily. "Are you looking for death? Quickly attack the barrier. If we can't break it, we'll be doomed." Tang Liu smiled Li, slightly rotating the dark spear in his hand, spiritual power flooding into the spear's tip like a tide. A trace of dark golden bloodline power faintly visible coursing along the spear. His gaze then sharpened, and the spear suddenly thrust out. Swish! The moment the spear tip touched the barrier, the light golden screen was torn apart like thin paper, cracks spreading at a visible speed, and with a bang, it completely shattered, transforming into countless specks of light that dispersed. The 6 from the Burning Sky Valley were dumbfounded. How is this possible? Tang Lu withdrew the spear and stood, casting a cold glance at them. "Is this thing so hard to break? You all look like it's harder than taking a dump." The red-robed disciple's expression shifted between dark and light, suddenly grinning savagely, and transmitted to the other 5. "This person is powerful, but there are only 3 of them. Split into 3 to hold back the one with the spear. The other 2 will deal with the other 2. I'll go into the cave to get the treasure." After saying that, the red-robed disciple suddenly rushed into the cave. Upon receiving the command, the 5 instantly erupted, their martial techniques raining down. Flame dragon roar, red flame cage, roasting heaven and earth. Tang Lu's eyes turned cold, the spear sweeping horizontally, a sharp black energy slashing out like a crescent moon, instantly shattering 3 fire-based spiritual techniques. However, the Burning Sky Valley still had the advantage in numbers, and 3 people directly entangled Tang Lu, while the other 2 went straight for Xiao Dai and the outer disciple. Although Xiao Dai and the other inner and outer disciples had undergone devilish training recently, they were still at a significant disadvantage compared to the 3 direct disciples. Currently, Xiao Dai only had the peak cultivation of the qi condensation stage. As for the outer disciple, his cultivation was even lower, only at the 6th level of qi condensation. Chapter 34. Li Xian arrives. "Sister, be careful." The outer disciple hurriedly waved his sword to block, but was hit by a fire palm to the chest, spitting blood and flying back. Xiao Dai exclaimed, forming a hand seal, a water curtain barely blocking the attack, but she was still shaken back. Her arm burned by the flames, causing her eyes to redden with pain. Seeing this, Tang Lu's killing intent surged. "You're looking for death." Then, the bloodline power within him erupted completely. Now, Tang Lu's bloodline power was gradually awakening. His right arm had returned to normal, appearing completely normal. However, when Tang Lu used his bloodline power, dark golden patterns would instantly appear on his right arm. The dark golden patterns spread from his arm to his chest, then from his chest to his cheek, and his aura suddenly surged. The disciples of the Burning Sky Valley had not yet reacted when Tang Lu flashed like a ghost to one person's front. the spear piercing through their throat like a venomous snake striking. PFF. Blood splattered. That person's eyes widened as they fell dead. The remaining 4 were horrified, and one of the Burning Sky Valley disciples shouted, "Form a formation. Trap him." The 4 quickly formed the Burning Sky Valley's 4-flame locking spear formation. Fire chains coiling towards Tang Lu like pythons. Tang Lu sneered, shaking the spear, dark golden spiritual power bursting forth, directly shattering the fire chains. His figure flashed again, the spear like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Another person was pierced through the heart and died on the spot. What? 2 of them were killed in an instant. What the hell are we doing? Run quick! The remaining 3 were terrified, turning to flee. How could Tang Lu let them go? The spear flew out of his hand like black lightning, directly nailing one person to the ground. The last 2, scared out of their wits, ran for their lives, disappearing in an instant at the valley's end. Tang Lu retrieved the spear, shook off the blood, and turned to Xiao Dai. "Senior brother." Xiao Dai reached out with tearful eyes. Tang Lu frowned, tossing her a bottle of healing medicine, coldly saying, "Useless. Next time stay far away. Don't drag me down." Xiao Dai was momentarily stunned. "Senior brother says I'm useless? Fine. As long as senior brother is here, I'll just be a little useless." Xiao Dai smiled through her tears. "Got it. Senior brother." The outer disciple struggled to get up, looking at Tang Lu with awe, not daring to say much. Tang Lu also tossed a bottle of medicine to the outer disciple, then quietly waited for the red-robed disciple to come out of the cave. Before long, the red-robed disciple rushed out holding a streak of colorful light. "Got it. Find a way to retreat." Before the red-robed disciple could finish speaking, he saw Tang Lu coldly staring at him with a spear. His 5 companions were nowhere to be seen. Looking again, 3 of them lay on the ground, clearly lifeless. "You." In the next second, Tang Lu was already in front of the red-robed disciple. Tang Lu coldly asked, "Does my Lingxiao Sect have a qualification to enter the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins?" Thud! The red-robed disciple directly knelt on the ground, snot and tears flowing, crying out, "Big brother, Lingxiao Sect is qualified. Lingxiao Sect is simply the #1 sect in the Great Xia. The geniuses of Lingxiao Sect are the top geniuses of this era. What Li Jing, what Xia Jia in front of Lingxiao Sect are nothing but a pile of shit." As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Lu's icy expression finally softened a bit. In Tang Lu's heart, Lingxiao Sect was above all. As long as you praised Lingxiao Sect, you wouldn't have to die. Although his expression softened, Tang Lu still coldly said, "Hand over the void nurturing ring, and you can leave." The red-robed disciple hurriedly took off the 3 rings from his fingers and presented them to Tang Lu. "Big brother, can I go now?" "Get lost." The red-robed disciple flipped up and ran away madly. "Who? I'm never coming back to this Wuxiang Spirit Ruins again. Too scary. Mommy, I want to go home." Tang Lu threw the 3 rings to Xiao Dai and the outer disciple, then reached down to grab the glowing orb on the ground. The moment his fingertip touched the colorful orb, it suddenly melted, turning into a dark golden liquid that surged into his body along the patterns on his arm. Boom! Tang Lu's body shook violently, his bloodline raging like a furious sea, dark golden patterns instantly covering his entire body. Tang Lu quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to control the bloodline power within him. Before long, a vague shadow of a war god condensed behind Tang Lu, holding a trident of the sea god, exuding an oppressive force like the heavens descending. "Senior brother," Xiao Dai looked up at the shadow, her small face pale, her legs weak, almost unable to stand. Just then, swish! A blue figure appeared before the 3 in just a few flashes, a sharp killing intent instantly locking onto them. "Oh, I thought it was someone causing the phenomenon. Turns out it's just a few scraps from Lingxiao Sect. Ha ha ha. Just in time. This young master is bored. Let us play with you for a bit." The one who came was Li Xian, who wished nothing more than to wipe out the Lingxiao Sect. Li Xian drew his long sword and walked step by step towards Tang Lu and the others. Xiao Dai's pupils constricted, instinctively taking a step back, while the outer sect disciple had already blocked her in front with his sword, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Sister, step back." Li Xian's gaze swept over the three of them, finally landing on Tang Lu, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Bloodline awakening? Interesting. It seems today I can not only seize treasure, but also extract your bloodline. Before he finished speaking, Li Xian suddenly struck. Boom! The spiritual power of the 8th level of the Spirit Spring realm surged like a raging tide, and with a palm strike. The outer sect disciple didn't even have time to react, being directly sent flying dozens of feet, crashing heavily against the rock wall, blood spurting from his mouth. Junior brother! Xiao exclaimed in shock. Just as she was about to rush forward, she saw Li Xian's figure flash and appear in front of her. Little girl, don't move. Li Xian sneered, his 5 fingers like iron claws, gripping her neck and lifting her off the ground. Ugh! Xiao Dai's feet left the ground, a suffocating feeling instantly enveloping her. She struggled desperately, but Li Xian's hand was as immovable as black iron. He. The little girl has some looks. This young master will take good care of you. The outer sect disciple, blood pouring from his mouth, still struggled to rise. His eyes bloodshot as he glared at Li Xian. Let her go. Oh, you can still stand? Li Xian mocked with a smile, applying slight pressure with his fingertips. And Xiao Dai immediately whimpered in pain, her face turning red. Stop it! The outer sect disciple roared, disregarding his injuries, and charged forward, seeking death. Li Xian snorted coldly, waving his sleeve. A streak of azure sword energy swept out. Poof! A deep wound that could see the bone was cut into the outer sect disciple's chest, blood gushing out. Yet he stubbornly endured the blow, staggering forward. Let her go! He screamed, each step leaving a pool of blood on the ground, his eyes growing more frantic. Xiao Dai was nearly fainting from being choked. But seeing her junior brother covered in blood, still unwilling to fall, tears streamed down her face. Don't come over. She struggled to squeeze out a few words. But the outer sect disciple remained deaf to her pleas, still moving closer step by step. Li Xian's eyes flashed with impatience, annoying ants. He concentrated a sharp sword light at his fingertips, aiming at the outer sect disciple's brow, killing intent radiating. Since you want to die so badly, then swish. The sword light shot out, heading straight for the outer sect disciple's brow. Just as the sword light was about to pierce through the outer sect disciple's head, a streak of golden light pierced through the air, instantly shattering Li Xian's sword energy. Li Xian, you will surely die today. A cold voice rang out. Everyone looked up to see a young man in golden robes standing in the air, his expression stern, surrounded by a faint dragon aura, exuding unparalleled majesty. The newcomer was the great Xia Prince, Xia Jia. Chapter 30 Banki, Diriyesimus. Dan Liu Wa Guns. Li Xian suddenly turned around, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. But it was quickly suppressed, replaced by a hypocritical smile. Xia Jia, we grew up together. Why do you always have to interfere in my matters? He took a slight step back, but his fingers secretly tightened, causing Xiao Dai to suddenly struggle to breathe, her face turning red. Xia Jia did not stop his steps. His gaze as cold as frost. Grew up together? Huh. Your father opposes my royal family at every turn in the court, secretly allying with sect forces. Even if we grew up in the same pants, I still have to kill you. Li Xuan's Smila Stefanat. Although Li Xian was somewhat of a wastrel, he wasn't foolish enough to directly admit that the Li family had intentions of rebellion. He then scoffed, Xia Jia, you are wronging my Li family. My father has dedicated himself to the great Xia. Yet your royal family has repeatedly suppressed meritorious officials in recent years, causing many to feel disheartened. Meritorious officials? Xia Jia sneered. Your Li family has colluded with the northern demon tribe, secretly hoarding spiritual stone mines and training assassins. Is this what a meritorious official should do? Li Xian's pupils constricted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. To add a crime, what reason is there to not have a charge? Your royal family wants to eliminate my Li family simply because they fear my father's influence in the court. Xia Jie's gaze grew colder. Influence? Your father has built his influence by forming cliques and secretly supporting the Lingxiao Sect. Do you really think you can deceive the heavens? Li Xian's heart sank, not expecting the royal family to have already discovered this. But he did not show it on his face. Instead, he taunted, "Xiajie, if you kill me today, are you not afraid of my father completely tearing his face?" Tearing face? Xiajie's eyes were chilling. "Do you think I entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins just to take a look?" Before he finished speaking, his spiritual power suddenly erupted. Although suppressed to the peak of the spirit spring realm by the rules of the secret realm. The fierce killing intent made Li Xian feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "You!" Li Xian's face changed dramatically. Quickly blocking Xiao Dai in front of him, "Xiajie, if you take one more step, I will kill her first." Xiajie halted his steps, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, the Lingxiao Sect has high-level Holy Realm experts. Even my father has to avoid them. If you really kill a disciple of the Lingxiao Sect, your Li family will not be spared." Li Xian's eyes widened in shock. "What? The Lingxiao Sect has high-level Holy Realm experts?" Thinking quickly, Li Xian suddenly relaxed. "Hee, Xiajie, do you take me for a fool? The Lingxiao Sect is a newly established sect. How could it possibly have high-level Holy Realm experts? Who are you trying to fool?" As he spoke, Li Xian tightened his grip on Xiao Dai, gradually moving closer to the meditating Tang Lu, one hand gripping Xiao Dai, the other holding his sword pointed at Tang Lu. "Xiajie, let me go quickly, or I will kill them." Xiajie did not respond, only smiled at Li Xian, looking at him as if he were a fool. At the same time, he weighed in his heart whether to let Li Xian kill the disciples of the Lingxiao Sect. If Li Xian killed a disciple of the Lingxiao Sect, it would definitely be a huge benefit for the great Xia royal family. The Lingxiao Sect would vent all their anger on the Li family, and the eyesore in the great Xia royal family's view could easily be removed. But then again, would the Lingxiao Sect blame the great Xia royal family for not rescuing their disciples in time? The great Xia royal family would not be able to escape unscathed either. Just as Xiajie was in a dilemma, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of breaking air suddenly rang out, and 3 white-clad cultivators came stepping on clouds, their sleeves embroidered with patterns of ethereal clouds. They were actually disciples of the Xuanxiao Sect. Is that young Master Li Xian? Upon seeing that the visitors were disciples of the Xuanxiao Sect, Li Xian's heart suddenly filled with joy. The 3 have come at just the right time. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Li Xian's eyes. "Quick, help me entangle Xiajie." The 3 Xuanxiao Sect disciples exchanged glances, and a leading white-clad man frowned. He thought to himself, "Damn, how do we run into Xiajie and Li Xian?" The sect master clearly instructed that we must not confront the royal family directly at this stage. But if Li Xian dies here, the Li family will definitely take out their anger on the Xuanxiao Sect. Li Xian shouted sternly, "Xiajie already knows about your Xuanxiao Sect's alliance with my Li family. If you let him go today, will your Xuanxiao Sect have a good outcome?" Here, Li Xian left a little thought. He did not say the royal family knew, but said that Xiajie knew. Seeing this, Xiajie immediately seized the opportunity. "3, if you help me capture this traitor now, this prince can plead with my father to spare the Xuanxiao Sect from past grievances." The 3 Xuanxiao Sect disciples landed, their gazes shifting between Xiajie and Li Xian, their expressions grave. The female cultivator on the left transmitted sound. "Senior brother, what should we do? Xiajie already knows about our relationship with the Li family. If we let him go, the Xuanxiao Sect will be in danger." The burly man on the right gritted his teeth and transmitted sound. "Why not take advantage of the secret realm's rules to join forces and kill Xiajie? After all, no one is witnessing." Zhao Wuchan's eyes flickered, ultimately making up his mind. "Make a move." The 3 acted instantly, their figures flashing, forming a triangular formation to surround Xiajie. Li Xian grinned savagely, dragging Xiao Dai back. However, at that moment, boom, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, the ground cracking, the air trembling. The crowd turned back in shock, only to see Tang Lu, sitting cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes. His pupils had turned a dark golden color, and the patterns all over his body moved like living creatures. Behind him, the fuzzy shadow of the war god seemed to solidify a bit at this moment. "Whoever hurts my fellow disciples." Tang Lu's voice was low like thunder, each word seemingly striking the hearts of the onlookers like a heavy hammer. Crack! Li Xian didn't even see Tang Lu's movement. His right arm, holding the sword, twisted and broke in a bizarre manner. He opened his eyes wide, the intense pain not yet reaching his brain, but his whole body was already blasted away by a tremendous force, crashing heavily into the rock wall. Puff! Lingxiao spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at the slowly approaching Tang Lu in terror. The three disciples of the Piao sect felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The white-clothed disciple trembled. What kind of monster is this? How can a spirit spring realm possess such pressure? Run! We must escape. Otherwise, we will undoubtedly die. However, they didn't even have the chance to turn around. Tang Lu's right hand grasped emptily, and three dark golden lights flashed like lightning. Swoosh! 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 Three heads soared into the sky, until their death. Their faces were still frozen in disbelief and terror. Those who conspire with the wicked die. The cold voice even made Xianxiao feel a chill. Xianxiao's pupils constricted, instinctively taking a few steps back. This kind of strength is not inferior, even to the... Looking at the increasingly close Tang Lu, Lingxiao finally felt the threat of death. Spare me! Spare me! Lingxiao collapsed to the ground, his pants already soaked. It's all a misunderstanding. I can compensate. Tang Lu expressionlessly raised the spear, dark golden light gathering at its tip. Wait, my father, Puff. The spear pierced through Lingxiao's throat, pinning him to the ground. Lingxiao's eyes widened, his throat making gurgling sounds, and soon he lost his breath. Tang Lu pulled out the spear and turned to look at Xianxiao. Xianxiao immediately cupped his hands. Brother Tang, your strength is astonishing. I admire you. Tang Lu naturally did not know what Xianxiao had been thinking earlier, and moreover, Xianxiao did indeed buy some time for Tang Lu. Otherwise, the two little ones might have already met with misfortune. Thank you. Xianxiao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Brother Tang, you flatter me. I should thank your sect for saving my sister. Tang Lu nodded, no longer saying much. He put away the spear, glanced at the severely injured outer sect disciples, and took out a golden pill, tossing it to the little one. Let him take it. In the distance, a red figure quietly retreated, a communication jade slip in hand flickering with dim light. Chapter 36. How does Big Yellow compare to Airby? Not even a dog is worthy. In a certain place in the Wuxiang spirit ruins, Li Jing's communication jade slip suddenly shattered. Lingxiao Sect, you dare to kill my brother. I will not let you go unpunished. 5 Li family members beside Li Jing trembled in fear, not expecting that just after finding their eldest young master, they would receive news of the second young master's death. Young master, is the news from the burning Heaven Valley reliable? Li Jing's eyes were filled with killing intent. Didn't you see a green dot disappear from the jade plate? There were 7 people from the Li family who entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins, and now only 6 green light spots remained on the jade plate, clearly indicating that the news from the burning Heaven Valley was accurate. Just as Li Jing was furious, a rumbling sound came again from the ground. Boom! The terrain in front of them began to change again. The phase has refreshed again. Hold on to my clothes. The space within the Wuxiang spirit ruins would refresh periodically, randomly changing the entire terrain. The Li family had been passed down for hundreds of years, and their ancestors had naturally entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins before. They had long grasped the rules of the Wuxiang spirit ruins and found ways to deal with the phase refresh. Finally, the phase refresh of the Wuxiang spirit ruins stopped, and the surrounding terrain had completely changed. Li Jing looked down at the jade plate in his hand. The originally vast space had now shrunk by nearly half, and the light spots representing other cultivators had grown denser. Hee. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The space of the Wuxiang spirit ruins had shrunk. Lingxiao Sect, we will meet eventually. Young master, Li Li family member cautiously asked. Li Jing's fingers slowly tightened, the jade plate in his palm making a creaking sound under the pressure. Find them. His voice was deep, filled with chilling, killing intent. The smaller the space, the harder it would be for them to escape. Not a single person from the Lingxiao Sect will leave alive. Meanwhile, in another area of the Wuxiang spirit ruins, boom! After the ground tremors stopped, Yu Jian crawled out from a pile of rubble, dirt all over his face, and patted his robe. What kind of broken place is this? Why does it keep changing? I almost got buried alive. He muttered to himself, casually pulling out the jade plate to take a look. The space has shrunk? Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly heard a sound. A weak whimper came from behind the pile of rocks. Yu Jian's ears perked up, and he cleared away the rubble to find a white dog, covered in injuries, curled up in a crevice. Its front paw had a deep wound, exposing bone, and blood stained its fur. Oh no, little guy. How'd you get hurt like this? Yu Jian squatted down, carefully checking the injury. The white dog shrank back warily. But due to excessive blood loss, it didn't even have the strength to bare its teeth, only able to breathe weakly. Don't be afraid. I'm a well-known dog lover from the Lingxiao Sect. Yu Jian grinned, pulling out a healing pill from his pocket. You're lucky. This is a life-saving pill given by my master. I'll give it to you today. After crushing the pill, he sprinkled the powder on the wound. The white dog trembled in pain, but soon the wound healed at a visible rate. Wong. The white dog tentatively moved its paw, realizing it didn't hurt anymore, and immediately wagged its tail, licking Yu Jian's hand. Hey, you're quite understanding. Better than Big Yellow. Yu Jian rubbed the dog's head from now on. Your name is Airby. Let's go, follow me. I'll make sure you eat well. He glanced at the jade plate and noticed 2 green light spots closest to him. These are close. Let's go find these 2 first. Yu Jian led Airby towards the 2 nearest green light spots. They hadn't walked far when Airby suddenly stopped. It sniffed the ground, then excitedly barked twice, tugging at Yu Jian's pants leg and running towards a rock wall. Huh? What is it? Is there treasure? Yu Jian's eyes lit up and quickly followed. Airby clawed at the ground frantically, and after a while, it really unearthed a palm-sized vein spirit marrow. The spiritual energy within it so rich that it was almost liquefied. Vein spirit marrow. This is a core treasure for setting up a saint-level formation. Yu Jian was overjoyed. I'll take this back to my master. It will surely make him happy. Just as he put the spirit marrow into his storage ring, Airby ran to another spot and pulled out a 9-leaved mysterious ginseng from a crack in the rock. Damn, double happiness. Yu Jian was so delighted he couldn't close his mouth. Picking up Airby, Airby, you are truly my lucky star. Compared to Big Yellow, you aren't even worthy of being a dog. Airby proudly held its head high, its tail spinning like a propeller. Wong Wong. Airby barked twice as if saying, what kind of dog is Big Yellow? How can it compare to me? Thus, the man and dog slowly proceeded, with Airby occasionally surprising Yu Jian. Just as they were happily counting their gains, a sudden sound of fierce fighting came from afar. Someone's fighting? Yu Jian squinted his eyes, grinning slyly. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Let's see if I can pick up some scraps. He stealthily approached, hiding behind a large rock to observe. He saw 3 cultivators besieging 2 people who were on the verge of collapse. Lingxiao Sect. Damn, it's Senior Brother Wong and Senior Brother Li. Yu Jian's expression changed drastically. He and Airby had been too focused on finding treasures and had forgotten to monitor the jade plate. The previous sly smile vanished instantly. Damn it, you dare to touch my Lingxiao Sect people? Airby, wait here. He leaped forward, swinging his fists, and the fierce wind from his punches blasted directly towards the highest-ranking person. Who? The person hurriedly blocked and was knocked back several steps. It's your grandfather. Yu Jian stood in front of the 2 junior brothers and sneered. 3 against 2. Quite capable, huh? Brother Yu Jian. The 2 disciples exclaimed in surprise. The person's face darkened. Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. Meddling? What the hell are you talking about? Yu Jian dug at his ear. You hit my junior brother, and you tell me not to meddle? Turning around, he found that Airby had somehow come to his side. Airby, how did you get here? Hurry and move aside. If you have nothing to do, just bark a couple of times for morale. Woof, woof, woof. Airby immediately squatted down, puffed out his chest, and barked vigorously at the 3 people, exuding an impressive aura. The 3 people, damn it, crazy. The 3 cursed and rushed forward. 10 breaths later. Ouch. Stop hitting. We were wrong. The 3, with bruised faces, hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy, while Yu Jian stepped on one person's back, elegantly retracting his fists. Seeing the 3 defeated, Airby wobbled over to them, directly yanking their nascent void rings off with his mouth and handing them to Yu Jian. Airby, well done. I'll get you an extra chicken leg. Yu Jian then learned that these 3 were not from the same sect. They were all unique seedlings from their own sect that had entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins. The three had only formed a temporary alliance to rob some supplies and had no intention of harming the disciples of Lingxiao Sect, just seeking wealth without harming lives. I'll let you off the hook today. Chu Xian waved his hand and called out, Junior brothers, let's go. Let's go hereby. Yeah, by happily fotovit. Not forgetting to show his teeth at the three before leaving. Woof. The three, chapter 37 Xia Jia. I'm freaking out. Now, the three of us are together. And there are also three together in that direction. There are also three together over here. Only the one in the middle is still alone. Chu Xian and the other two outer disciples checked the jade plate in their hands and found that the 10 disciples of Lingxiao Sect were now paired off in groups of 3, with only a single green dot in the center of the jade plate remaining solitary. Let's go find this one in the middle. He's alone. We don't want anything to happen. Chu Xian had this thought, and the other two teams had the same idea. In another direction, 2 inner disciples and 1 outer disciple from Lingxiao Sect had gathered and were also heading towards the last remaining green dot in the center, where Lin Xian was located. On Tang Lu's side, after observing the jade plate, Tang Lu remained silent and simply pressed forward. Xia Jia had no intention of leaving. As he followed the 3 of Tang Lu, he explained the rules of the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins to them. The Wuxiang Spirit Ruins refresh their phases every 2 hours, and the space is randomly reorganized, but as long as they maintain contact, they want to be separated. Shout DUI suddenly realized. So that is how it is. No wonder you wanted us to hold hands earlier. Then curiously asked, Your Highness, what other rules are there? Xia Jia smiled slightly and continued. Let me tell you about the opportunity rules of the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. Upon hearing about opportunities, Tang Lu and the others became even more interested. Opportunities are divided into 4 types. The first type is the most common, which includes ordinary cultivation resources, such as spirit herbs, spirit stones, and pills. The second type is the inheritance of techniques, which requires killing spirit beasts in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, with a very low drop rate. The third type is cave opportunities, which require breaking the barriers outside the cave, and the opportunities obtained will depend on the talent of the barrier breaker. At this point, Xia Jia sighed. However, cave opportunities are extremely rare. The Great Xia has not had anyone obtain one in 200 years. The fourth type, he paused and shook his head, only exists in legends. It is said that someone obtained it 10,000 years ago, but no one knows what it specifically is. Shout DUI blinked and suddenly exclaimed, Brother Tang Lu, the colorful light cluster you obtained before is a cave opportunity. That's amazing. What? Xia Jia suddenly turned to look at Tang Lu, disbelief filling his eyes. You got a cave opportunity. Tang Lu remained expressionless, simply responding with a faint Xia Jia gasped, his heart in turmoil. What kind of luck does this guy have? A cave opportunity has not appeared in 200 years, and he actually. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly emerged ahead. Everyone looked up to see a cave, glowing with rosy light slowly appearing halfway up a small mountain. It was surrounded by a faint golden barrier, with runes flickering faintly. Holy crap! Another cave opportunity? Xia Jia's voice trembled, and he stood there as if struck by lightning. Tang Lu's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward. Wait! Xia Jia suddenly blocked him, a rare look of pleading on his face. Brother Tang, can you let me have this cave opportunity? Tang Lu looked at him coldly, saying nothing. Xia Jia gritted his teeth. I can exchange it with a secret treasure from the great Xia royal family, or consider it as a favor owed to you. Shout DUI tugged at Tang Lu's sleeve and whispered, Brother, why not let him have it? Tang Lu was silent for a moment, recalling that Xia Jia had saved Shout DUI and the others earlier. He finally nodded. Fine. Xia Jia stood before the cave, took a deep breath, and unleashed his spiritual power, forming a dazzling golden imprint with both palms, fiercely striking towards the barrier. Imperial Cell. Break. Boom. After a deafening explosion, the barrier did not budge, but instead, a terrifying rebound force rolled back. Xia Jia grunted, his body sent flying several zhong, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This barrier is so solid. He gritted his teeth and stood up, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Shout DUI watched in shock. Your Highness, maybe it's better to give up? Let Brother Tang Lu try? Xia Jia wiped the blood from his mouth and said solemnly, Cave opportunities are rare and hard to come by. If I miss it today, I'll have no chance for life. Saying this, he gathered his spiritual power again. This time, he directly summoned the dragon Qi passed down from the great Xia royal family, a faint golden dragon shadow emerging around him, exuding an intimidating aura. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive full-force strikes, Xiajia's arms were already bloodied and bruised from the recoil, his face pale as paper. In contrast, the barrier merely swayed twice before returning to calm. How could this be? Xiajia knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, clearly at his limit. Tang Lu, holding the harpoon, watched coldly from his side. Seeing Xiajia in such a pitiful state, he couldn't help but frown. Can this barrier even injure people? He turned to shout dui. Speaking in a flat tone, wasn't it solved with just one harpoon? Xiajia. Shout dui. It blinked innocently. There was no barrier. Brother made it look easy last time. Xiajia felt a tightness in his chest, almost spitting out blood again. Is this even human language? Tang Lu, too lazy to waste words, stepped forward, raised the harpoon with one hand, and the dark golden patterns instantly spread across his body. Get out of the way. Xiajia gritted his teeth and retreated, hurriedly reminding Brother Tang, please, if you can break the barrier, let me make the final strike. Why? Tang Lu asked, confused. Because only the one who breaks the barrier can obtain the cave opportunity. Tang Lu suddenly understood. No wonder the disciple from the Burning Sky Valley didn't get anything while holding the light cluster, but he received the opportunity as soon as he touched it. So that was how it worked. But, in the next moment, Tang Lu lightly thrust the harpoon forward. Whoosh! The harpoon shot towards the barrier like black lightning, striking without any flourish. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed throughout, and the entire barrier instantly developed countless cracks, but did not completely shatter. Tang Lu had controlled his strength perfectly. Xiajia. He stared blankly at the scene, his worldview completely collapsing. Is this barrier just responding to people? My crazy bombardment was useless, but he just casually poked it. I don't want to be embarrassed. Tang Lu gently withdrew the harpoon and commented lightly. Not bad. It's a bit tougher than last time. Now you can take your shot. Xiajia. Inner thoughts. Are you even human? Despite his explosive mentality, Xiajia hurriedly took out a healing pill and swallowed it, replying simply before launching another attack against the barrier. Even though the barrier was already filled with cracks, Xiajia still exerted immense effort to break it. Breathing heavily, Xiajia staggered into the cave, muttering, damn, is this cave's opportunity something a mere human can obtain? Damn it. Moments later, the repression in Xiajia's heart vanished instantly. A joyful voice echoed from the cave. The Royal Extreme Holy Body. Huh, great. My Royal Extreme Spirit Body has been promoted to the Royal Extreme Holy Body. Xiajia rushed out of the cave and solemnly cupped his fists towards Tang Lu. Brother Tang, I will surely repay your kindness today. Tang Lu waved his hand, too lazy to respond. Little Daodu curiously asked, Your Highness, is this physique powerful? Xiajia excitedly replied, In this world, physiques are divided into 4 levels. Mortal, Spirit, Holy, and Emperor. Holy-level physiques can achieve sanctity in their physical form and must become a holy existence. Upon hearing this, Tang Lu finally glanced at him and uttered 2 words. Not bad. Xiajia. Inner thoughts. What the hell? Fine. I'll just bear with it. Chapter 38. Yu Jian. I want to fight 7. After Xiajia obtained the opportunity from the cave, Tang Lu and the others continued forward when suddenly, the Wuxiang spirit ruins trembled again. The heavens and earth twisted, and the space restructured. Xiajia was momentarily stunned. Why is the phase refresh happening so frequently? Without thinking too much, the group quickly gathered together. Once everything calmed down, Tang Lu's gaze fell on the jade plate. At that moment, several exclamations drew everyone's attention. What? Your Highness? The 4 knelt and saluted. We pay our respects to your Highness. Xiajia looked at the newcomers and felt delighted. It was 4 members of the great Xia royal family. Tang Lu couldn't help but sneer. Royal people really know how to show off. They have to kneel all the time. After a brief conversation, Xiajia came to Tang Lu's side. Brother Tang, after the phase refresh, they were teleported nearby. Tang Lu nodded lightly, but his eyes were fixed on the center of the jade plate, that solitary green that remained motionless. Strange. Little Daodu tilted his head. Why hasn't this fellow disciple's position changed? Xiaojia also sensed something was off and frowned. Unless this disciple of Lingxiao Sect is in a position unaffected by the phase refresh, that place must be extraordinary. Tang Lu put away the jade plate and said coldly, "Let us go." The group set off again, heading straight for the central area. Meanwhile, Li Jing emerged from a broken cave, exuding a fierce aura, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Young master," a member of the Li family rushed over, whispering, "We've found Lingxiao Sect people. They are in the southeast direction." Li Jing smirked, slowly sheathing his narrow knife. "Lead the way." Momins latte. The 4 members of the Li family were lurking on a cliff, overlooking below. They saw 3 disciples of Lingxiao Sect excitedly picking up spirit herbs and spirit stones. And leading them was a completely white dog. Woof, woof. The white dog enthusiastically dug in the dirt, soon unearthing a piece of Xian iron and bringing it to one of the disciples. "Hereby, good job. When we return to the sect, we'll stew to Huang, and then you'll be to buy." The big yellow dog lying on the main peak thought, "Huh, why do I feel so cold?" Yu Jian rubbed Airbai's head, smiling widely. All of this was observed by Li Jing, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. A treasure-hunting spirit dog? Lingxiao Sect actually has such a spiritual beast. "Attack!" Li Xian shouted in a low voice, his figure like lightning, instantly darting out. Yu Jian, who was following closely behind Airbei in search of treasure, felt a powerful spiritual force fluctuation behind him. "Huh? Who?" Sensing something, Yu Jian didn't look back and punched out with his hand. Li Jing didn't reply, but his knife light flashed. A fierce blade, intent, aimed directly at Yu Jian's head. Clang! The moment the fist and blade clashed, a sound of metal clashing echoed. Li Jing's pupils contracted slightly. Retreating 2 steps, his hand holding the knife slightly numb. Interesting. He narrowed his eyes, sizing up the seemingly lazy man before him. Yu Jian turned around, scratching his head. This brother, sneaking an attack, is not a good habit. Li Jing sneered. "And nobody from Lingxiao Sect thinks they can teach me a lesson?" Yu Jian raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Who are you?" 2 outer disciples whispered. "Senior brother, he should be from the Li family." Li Jing's face darkened, about to speak when a cold voice suddenly interrupted. "Li Jing, your movements are too slow." Everyone turned to see a young man in white standing with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering, exuding an ethereal aura. From his attire, he was a disciple of the Miao Miao Sect, and this young man was the top genius of the Miao Miao Sect, Yin Feiyang. Behind him were 2 other disciples from the Miao Miao Sect, their eyes fixed intently on the white dog, Airbei. Yin Feiyang said indifferently, "This spirit dog. My Miao Miao Sect wants it." Li Jing snorted. "Yin Feiyang, do you want to cut in?" Yin Feiyang glanced at him, each to their own ability. The atmosphere instantly grew tense as both sides were on edge. Yu Jian sighed, suddenly stretching lazily. "I originally wanted to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was distance." He raised his fist, beckoning Li Jing and Yin Feiyang with his fingers, grinning. "Stop arguing, let us fight together." Pointing at the 4 from the Li family and the 3 from the Miao Miao Sect, Yu Jian lightly smiled. "I want to fight all 7 of you." Seeking death. Li Jing's knife turned, his figure suddenly lunging forward, the long knife trailing a bright arc of light. "Huh!" Yu Jian hastily raised his arm to block, and at the moment the fist met the blade, his expression changed slightly. He clearly sensed the knife's force stacking up like waves, numbing his arm. This seemingly simple strike contained 7 layers of afterforce. He couldn't help but think, this knife technique is interesting. So spiritual power can stack like this? My master was right. Practicing in isolation is ultimately not as good as real combat. Whoosh! The second strike followed closely, and Yu Jian hurriedly sidestepped, the blade grazing past his nose and the wind from it drawing a line of blood on his cheek. Li Jinglo wa maniakaji. Just this? I will take your life within 3 strikes. But just as the 3rd strike came down, a brilliant light surged in Yu Jian's eyes. He suddenly noticed that every time Li Jing changed his move, his right shoulder would unconsciously sink slightly. Bang! Yu Jian punched out, his fist precisely piercing through the knife net, hitting Li Jing's chest. Li Jing grunted and staggered back, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His heart jolted. What happened? Did he see through my starting move? Ha! Li Jing, is that all you can do? Yin Feiyong stood with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile on his lips. Li Jing's face darkened. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, then step up. Watch me defeat him. Before Yin Feiyong could finish speaking, Yu Jian actually closed his eyes in front of him, both hands mimicking the knife path Li Jing had just used. Damn, what the hell? Both Li Jing and Yin Feiyong were taken aback. Li Jing didn't expect to become a whetstone, while Yin Feiyong didn't expect to be underestimated. Yin Feiyong stopped talking, his figure darting out like a ghost. A palm aimed at Yu Jian. Meow meow palm, falling clouds. Yu Jian didn't dodge or evade, waiting until the palm wind approached before suddenly opening his eyes. First punch. The fist precisely struck the weakest point of the palm force, causing Yin Feiyong's attack to halt abruptly. Second punch. Yu Jian's change was astonishingly fast, his fist brushing past Yin Feiyong's sleeve and crashing towards his shoulder. Yin Feiyong hurriedly spun away, but still felt the pain from the wind of the punch on his cheek. Third punch. This punch even carried a hint of the Meow Meow Palm's intent, like a meteor falling to the ground. Yin Feiyong hastily responded, being knocked back and landing in a cloud of dust, his white robe covered in dirt, stumbling back several steps before stabilizing himself. You're nothing special. Yin Feiyong ignored Li Jing and beckoned to the two Lingxiao Sect disciples. Let us go. Yin Feiyong understood that he could not defeat that person, so staying here was of no use at all. Li Jing sneered when he saw Yin Feiyong about to leave. Yin Feiyong, are you going to let go of your enemies from the Lingxiao Sect? Yin Feiyong looked at Li Jing in confusion. 3 out of the 6 from your Lingxiao Sect who entered the Wuxiang spiritual ruins died, right? It was done by them from the Lingxiao Sect. Chapter 39. Insulting my master? I'll make you pay. The enemy is right in front of you. And you want to just walk away? Hearing Li Jing's words, Yin Feiyong's figure paused noticeably. Yin Feiyong gave Li Jing a cold glance and said indifferently, Yin Feiyong, do things my own way. You have no right to dictate to me. Li Jing's face darkened as he lowered his voice. Yin Feiyong, have you thought this through? The Lingxiao Sect killed 3 of your fellow disciples. Now is the best time for revenge. If we join forces, we can definitely kill this person. Yin Feiyong's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. Bullying the weak with numbers? Yin Feiyong disdained such tactics. He turned to leave, not looking back as he threw out a parting remark. If I want to kill, I will do so honorably. Saying that, he tossed a few spirit stones to Yu Jian as punishment for his defeat, and then turned to leave. 2 disciples from the Lingxiao Sect exchanged glances and quickly followed. Yu Jian scratched his head. Hey, you're actually quite nice. He glanced at the lingering Li Jing and said, Hey, are we still fighting? If not, I'm taking Arabai to hunt for treasures. Li Jing's expression changed, his heart secretly thinking, this person is incredibly strong. I am definitely no match for him. I didn't expect the Lingxiao Sect to have such a character. It seems that the revenge for my second brother can only wait until we leave the Wuxiang spiritual ruins. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Today, consider yourself lucky. But remember, my Li family will eventually destroy your sect. Yu Jian didn't care at all, turning around and waving his hand. If you want to destroy, then go ahead. If my master doesn't rip your heads off and use them as night pots, then you guys are impressive. Your master? When my Li family's Qingwan guard arrives, your master will either kneel and beg for mercy or run away like a dog with its tail between its legs. Hearing this, Yu Jian's gaze suddenly turned cold as he slowly turned his body back. What did you say? Li Jing was taken aback, not yet reacting when he heard Yu Jian enunciate each word. Did you just insult my master? The air instantly froze. Li Jing's heart trembled, and he instinctively took a half step back. You're looking for death. Yu Jian roared in fury, his spiritual power erupting violently, and he charged towards Li Jing like a cannonball. You insult me? Fine. You insult the Lingxiao Sect? That's also fine. But you insult my master? I will definitely make you pay. Boom! A punch was thrown, and Li Jing hurriedly blocked with his sword, but he was sent flying dozens of feet, along with his weapon. Puff! Li Jing spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He never expected that, just because of a harsh word, he would completely enrage this madman. Run! Li Jing had no will to fight left and turned to flee. Want to run? Yu Jian shouted angrily, chasing after him. If I don't cripple you today, I'll write my name backwards. At that moment, rumble. The Wuxiang spiritual ruins trembled again. The spatial phase refreshed. The ground began to shift rapidly. Yu Jian could only watch helplessly as Li Jing's figure quickly moved before him, eventually disappearing from view. Yu Jian, furious, smashed his fist into a nearby boulder. Damn it! Don't let me run into you again. Otherwise, I will definitely chop you up to feed to Huang. Not long after, the phase refresh ended. Yu Jian suddenly turned around and found that he was the only one left in this area. After the phase refresh, he had separated from the other two outer disciples of the Lingxiao Sect. Yu Jian took out the jade plate to check and found that he was now very close to the light point in the center. The terrain here had changed several times, so why hasn't this one in the center moved at all? That shouldn't be the case. In contrast, the light points representing the two outer disciples weren't far from his place either. Since that's the case, let us go find out what is going on with the one in the center. Yu Jian moved quickly, this time without air by guidance. He didn't encounter any cultivation treasures, so he moved very fast, staring at the jade plate after passing through a mist. The scene before him stunned Yu Jian. An ancient temple stood quietly, and in front of the temple, a girl in blue was sitting cross-legged. It was Lingxiao, junior sister? Yu Jian's eyes widened. He remembered seeing Lingxiao sitting in front of this temple during the phase refresh when he first entered the Wuxiang spiritual ruins. Now, after several phase refreshes, Lingxiao was still here. Yu Jian hurried forward, wanting to check Lingxiao's condition. But just as he was 10 feet away from the temple, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, forcefully bouncing him back. A barrier? Yu Jian frowned, raised his hand to gather spiritual power, and punched the barrier. Boom! The punch exploded, but the barrier didn't move an inch, not even a ripple formed. So tough? Yu Jian, not believing in evil, threw several more punches, but the result was still the same. Junior sister, Lingxiao, he shouted loudly, but the seated Lingxiao seemed to be unable to hear him, her eyes tightly closed, breath steady, as if trapped in some unknown state. At that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from within the temple, soaring into the sky. The golden light illuminated the heavens, gradually condensing into a phantom of a young girl. Yu Jian looked up and saw that the girl was wielding a sword in the wind and snow, meditating under the scorching sun, day after day, year after year. Then the scene changed, showing the girl battling ferocious beasts, contending with powerful opponents, her robe stained with blood, yet never retreating. The girl kept growing, breaking through realms step by step, ultimately standing at the pinnacle, looking down upon all beings. At this moment, the girl had grown into an unparalleled beauty. At the same time, she was also a supreme powerhouse overlooking the world. With a wave of her hand, the mountain gates were established, the sect was formed, and thousands of disciples followed. The scene abruptly stopped here, the golden light dissipated, and the sky returned to calm. Could this be the memory of the owner of this temple? Yu Jian murmured to himself. He looked again at Lingxiao and noticed that a faint golden mark had appeared on her forehead, flickering with a weak light. Did junior sister receive a legacy? On the other side, after the phase refresh, Li Jing had also separated from the Li family members. He was now alone, looking at the jade plate as he hurried towards the direction of the Li family. The person from the Lingxiao Sect is incredibly strong. I must avoid confrontation for now. If I can't find a top opportunity before the Wuxiang spiritual ruins close, I must not meet with the people from the Lingxiao Sect. Thinking this, Li Jing felt a pang of unease. Just then, a voice exploded in his mind. Li Jing suddenly covered his head, the voice like the howls of countless vengeful spirits, echoing crazily in his sea of consciousness. Do you hate it? Do you want revenge? Release your mind, and I will grant you the power to crush the Lingxiao Sect. Who? Li Jing's eyes turned red, and the long knife in his hand trembled violently. He vaguely saw black mist seeping from the ground, wrapping around his limbs. Your family's ancestors had dealings with me. The devilish voice turned into a viscous black blood, entering through Li Jing's 7 orifices. Let this Wuxiang spiritual ruins become the burial ground for the Lingxiao Sect. Li Jing suddenly knelt down, howling in agony, as sinister demonic patterns appeared beneath his skin. When he raised his head again, his whites of the eyes had completely turned black, and the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears, revealing inhuman, sharp white teeth. Chapter 40. The Mysterious Air Bai. Bai. Slow down. Woof. Air Bai didn't look back, holding a crystal-clear, 9-turn spirit ginseng in his mouth, running quickly on his 4 short legs. The 2 outer disciples of the Lingxiao Sect were nearly in tears. Senior brother, how long have we been delayed? Why is Air Bai still looking for treasures? The 2 of them were already holding a large pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Earth vein essence, Xian iron, and a whole bunch of treasures. There are even a few bottles of unknown elixirs, all found by Air Bai. But this stubborn dog insisted on carrying the best item he found by himself, refusing to let go no matter how they coaxed him. Glancing at the jade plate, he sighed, forget it. Although it's a bit slow, we should still be getting closer to senior brother. The 2 had no choice but to follow her by as they wandered around the Wuxiang spirit ruins. However, before they could regroup, the Wuxiang spirit ruins shook violently again. The 2 and the dog were momentarily blinded, and when they regained their footing, the scenery around them had completely changed. How many times has this refreshed now? One disciple said in confusion. The other took out the jade plate and suddenly widened his eyes. Wait. Senior brother Yu's light spot should be right in the middle here. It's south, very close to us. Erbai perked up his ears, his dog eyes shining, and he dashed forward. Hey, Erbai, wait for us. In the mist, the 2 chased after a white figure, panting heavily. When they finally reached the temple, Yu Jian was sitting cross-legged outside the barrier, meditating. Senior brother Yu, the 2 exclaimed in surprise. Yu Jian opened his eyes and saw the treasures they were holding, and his mouth twitched. Which sect did you rob? Senior brother, don't misunderstand. It was all found by Erbai. The 2 quickly explained, complaining that it insisted on carrying the best one, and they had chased it all the way. Yu Jian replied, I said it, with your half-baked cultivation, it's surprising you weren't robbed. Erbai proudly raised his head and placed the 9 transformation spirit ginseng at Yu Jian's feet, wagging his tail like a propeller. Yu Jian couldn't help but laugh and rub the dog's head. Well done. He stood up, his expression serious. Have you noticed that this place seems unaffected by the displacement of the surrounding scenery? The 2 disciples were taken aback, then realized, yeah, we clearly kept changing positions, but the location of this place has remained unchanged. Yu Jian nodded, and look at the jade plate. The 3 looked down and found that the area displayed on the jade plate had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. Yet the temple remained at the center. Sigh, if we can't figure out, let's not think about it. Let us organize these treasures, he said. The 3 then began to tidy up the small mountain of treasures before them. During this time, they experienced several more phase refreshes, but they only heard sounds, with no movement in the ground beneath them. Soon, footsteps echoed in the mist. Tang Liu Diao Dai Dai Dia, and several other members of the royal family appeared one after another. As of now, 3 disciples from Lingxiao Sect had yet to arrive, and the Daxiao royal family also had 3 members who hadn't regrouped. Senior brother Yu. Xiao Daidai's eyes lit up as she jogged over. However, Tang Lu's gaze fell directly on Lin Xian within the barrier. His brows furrowed slightly. What happened to her? Yu Jian shook his head. I'm not sure. It seems like she triggered some kind of inheritance, but I can't break this barrier. Xia Jie stepped forward, observing closely, and his expression changed slightly. Strange. I've never seen any records of a temple existing within the Wuxiang spirit ruins in the royal family's ancient texts, let alone this situation. Tang Lu gently touched the barrier, his brow tightly knit. It's very hard. Xia Jie and the others gasped. How could the words very hard come from Tang Lu? They had encountered 5 cave dwellings along the way, but none of their barriers could withstand a single jab from Tang Lu. It was as if those cave barriers were made of paper. Each time, it was fine, but here it was replaced with very hard. One outer sect disciple proposed. Let's all try attacking together. Everyone nodded and circulated their spiritual power. Tang Lu's dark gold spear, Xiaojia's imperial dragon energy, and Yu Jian's violent punch. Boom, boom, boom. Countless attacks hit the barrier, creating deafening explosions. The ground around them was blasted into giant craters by the violent spiritual energy, yet the barrier remained as steady as a rock, without even a crack. No good. This barrier is too strong, Xiajia panted. Yu Jian recharged his fists with spiritual power and said solemnly, "Let us try again." Just as everyone was about to launch another attack, buzz. A brilliant golden light suddenly shot out from within the temple, soaring into the sky. Within the golden light, images flickered. A breathtakingly beautiful female supreme gazed down at the world, and all beings knelt in reverence. She pursued the highest realm, but at the most critical moment, she was ambushed by a man and a woman. Blood stained the sky, and the female supreme fell, filled with resentment. The scene shifted. The Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate appeared, and the figure of the Grand Elder Qi Yu was clearly visible. Lingxiao Sect, Grand Elder? How could these appear in the image? Then, the figure of Chu Xian appeared. Yu Jian, being a little fan of Chu Xian, was the first to shout, "Its master." Soon after, Yu Jian, Tang Lu, and others appeared in the scene. What is this? Yu Jian's pupils constricted sharply. Tang Lu's brow furrowed. This isn't an inheritance. Xiajia also sensed something was off. That's right. It should be her memory. Xiao Dai covered her mouth. Could it be that senior sister Lin Xian is the reincarnation of that female supreme? As soon as this was said, everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts. Lin Xian had actually lived 2 lives. While everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by Lin Xian's past memories, Yu Jian suddenly widened his eyes, pointing at the barrier, and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Erbai went in. Everyone turned sharply to see that Erbai had somehow passed through the barrier, holding a piece of bone as white as jade in its mouth, happily running towards Lin Xian. Was this barrier supposed to be unbreakable? Xiajia looked utterly astonished. Xiao Dai rubbed her eyes. How did Erbai get in? Tang Lu's gaze sharpened, fixating on the bone in Erbai's mouth. That bone is suspicious. Erbai ran to Lin Xian's side, carefully placing the bone in front of her knees, nudging it gently with its nose, as if urging something. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Buzz. The bone suddenly emitted a soft white light, resonating with the golden mark on Lin Xian's forehead. Following that, the entire temple transformed into a massive golden beam, surging towards Lin Xian. Woof! Erbai barked excitedly, wagging its tail even more joyfully. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. What on earth is this dog? Chapter 41. Lin Xian's Path to Immortality. Liuzi's spear breaks. Before Lin Xian, a path composed of endless runes slowly emerged, radiating an oppressive force that seemed capable of suppressing all eternity. This, pupils constricted. His voice trembling. Could this be the Emperor's path? She has obtained the qualification to become an emperor. Although everyone was shocked, they didn't quite understand what the Emperor's path was. Xiao Dai asked, "What is the Emperor's path?" Xiajia was taken aback. How could the disciples of such a powerful sect as Lingxiao Sect be like a bunch of little rabbits? How could they not know something so well known? Xiajia slowly explained. The emergence of the Emperor's path signifies that this person only needs to cultivate step by step to reach the Emperor realm, suppressing all enemies in the world. When he mentioned the word Emperor, Xiajia's body visibly shuddered. However, according to senior sister Lin Xian's memories, wasn't she already quite formidable in her previous life? Xiajia took a deep breath and continued. Being powerful in one's previous life doesn't necessarily mean being an emperor. If she were truly an emperor, how could she have been so easily ambushed and killed? Below the emperor, all are mere ants. In Xiajia's understanding, he had only heard of the existence of the emperor's path, so he assumed this was it. However, what Lin Xian was currently experiencing was a higher-level path to immortality. At this moment, Lin Xian was already exhibiting the qualities of becoming an immortal. As everyone discussed and watched Lin Xian, she remained in a meditative state with her eyes closed, and the barrier had not dissipated, as if still waiting for something. Suddenly, the communication jade slip at Xiajia's waist flickered violently, emitting urgent cries for help. Your Highness, save us! A mass of black mist is chasing us. The shrill screams abruptly stopped. Xiajia's expression changed drastically, hastily checking the jade plate. The light spots representing the 3 royal family members had all extinguished at the same time. Not good. Yu Jian suddenly stood up, as he noticed that near the spot where the 3 royal family members had disappeared, the remaining 3 disciples of Lingxiao Sect were flickering with light. Tang Lu also noticed the situation on the jade plate, and without a word, he picked up his harpoon and transformed into a shadow, rushing out. Xiajia's eyes turned cold, following closely behind. Yu Jian then said to Xiao Didi and the others in a deep voice, "You all guard Lin Xian." Before he finished speaking, he had already leaped to catch up with Tang Lu and Xiajia. At the same time, on the other side of the Wuxiang spirit ruins, 3 disciples of Lingxiao Sect were moving quickly across the plain. Faster, everyone is just ahead. The leading disciple gasped. The other 2 were not in much better shape, panting and running hard. However, in the next second, a thick mass of black mist suddenly surged from their side, an evil aura making the 3 shudder. What is that? The black mist twisted like a living creature and instantly pounced on the 3. Damn it! Run! Endless fear surged in their hearts. The 3 could no longer care about their physical exhaustion and began to speed up frantically. However, no matter how fast they tried to go, they could never outrun that mass of black mist. As the mist drew closer, the 3 instead felt a sense of relaxation in their hearts. Hee, I won't run anymore. If ED. Huh, exactly. I'm just a farmer. Experiencing a few days of immortal life is enough for me. Just as they were in despair, the black mist actually passed directly over them, continuing to rush forward. It doesn't want to kill us? One disciple collapsed to the ground, a look of bewilderment on his face as if he had survived a disaster. Another suddenly pointed into the distance. Look, ISNT, that senior brother Yu Jian. At the end of their line of sight, Tang Lu, Yu Jian, and Xia Jia were rushing over. And the target of the black mist was actually Yu Jian. Yu Jian seemed to sense something, his fist starting to gather power. Boom! The black mist violently collided with Yu Jian. Yu Jian threw a punch, the spiritual power exploding outward. But the black mist only paused slightly. Then countless tentacles emerged from the mist, wrapping around him. Sizzle! A tentacle slashed past, and Yu Jian's arm was immediately torn open, blood gushing. Yu Jian! Tang Lu shouted coldly, the harpoon wrapped in dark golden light stabbing towards the black mist. But it was like a cow entering the sea. Xiajia's royal dragon energy was also devoured by the black mist, his face changing drastically. This damned thing can devour spiritual power. Within the black mist, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. A hoarse voice echoing, the Lingxiao Sect should all die. The black mist surged like a towering wave, pressing toward the 3. Yu Jian, he roared, gathering all his spiritual power into his fist and striking the center of the black mist. However, as soon as his punch touched the mist, it was completely devoured. Be careful. Tang Lu swung his harpoon, the dark golden patterns on his arm flashing wildly, cleaving a tentacle that was attacking Xia Jia. But the severed tentacle fell to the ground and transformed into black water, which quickly merged back into the mist. This damned thing can't be killed. Xia Jia's forehead beaded with cold sweat, and the golden dragon energy in his hand continued to blast out, but it had little effect. Suddenly, Yu Jian's pupils contracted. Look at those tentacles. Each writhing black mist tentacle had a distorted human face faintly appearing on it. There were faces of the Li family members with hideous expressions, the pained faces of the burning Heaven Valley disciples, and even the 3 royal family members who had just fallen. Of course, there were many faces the 3 did not recognize. It has devoured everyone? Xiajia's voice trembled, fearing that there were less than 20 living people left in the Wuxiang spirit ruins now. Sizzle! A tentacle suddenly penetrated Tang Lu's defenses, tearing a bloody gash on his shoulder. As the dark golden blood seeped out, it was greedily absorbed by the black mist. Ha! Did you see? This is what happens when you oppose the Leaf family. A mad voice echoed from within the black mist. Li Jing. Yu Jian roared. Have you gone mad? Responding to him were 3 surging tentacles, each carrying the pressure of a peak spiritual spring realm. Xiajie hurriedly summoned the royal secret treasure, the 9-dragon seal. 9 golden dragon phantoms spiraled out, temporarily pushing back the black mist. But cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the treasure, clearly not able to hold for long. If this continues, we will undoubtedly die. Tang Lu wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The dark golden patterns had spread to his neck. He had to find the core, although Yu Jian and the others hadn't found Li Jing's weakness. It was by no means easy for Li Jing to achieve a quick victory. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, the black mist suddenly churned violently. The faces that had been devoured began to tear at each other, letting out heart-wrenching wails. No. Li Jing's voice suddenly turned terrified. Senior, you promised to let me keep my consciousness. An even older hoarse voice rang out. Trash, you can't even handle 3 juniors. In the center of the black mist, a pulsating black heart gradually emerged. With each beat, the entire space trembled. Now is the time. Tang Lu's eyes shone brightly. The 3 simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks. Yu Jian's fists ignited with blood-red flames. Tang Lu's harpoon transformed into dark golden lightning, while Xiajie bit his tongue, spraying out a drop of essence blood to activate the 9-dragon seal. Boom! The explosive shockwave destroyed all the trees within 100 feet. As the dust settled, the black heart was clearly pierced by Tang Lu's harpoon. The black mist let out a heart-rending scream, starting to shrink wildly. But before the 3 could catch their breath, they heard a cracking sound. The harpoon has broken. Chapter 42. Out of the spirit ruins crack. The sound of the harpoon breaking rang in Tang Lu's ears like thunder. He stared blankly at the weapon he had obtained from his father before his death. The dark golden patterns instantly spreading from his neck to his entire face, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. The harpoon is broken. The moment the last word fell, the ground within 10 feet of Tang Lu collapsed by 3 feet. The violent blood energy formed a visible dark red airwave, shattering the surrounding debris into powder. Li Jing had just revealed a mocking smile when everything before him suddenly blurred. Bang! Tang Lu's fist had already smashed hard into his face, black blood mixed with several teeth splattering out. The weight of this punch directly created a sonic boom. The ensuing battle completely defied logic. Tang Lu completely abandoned defense, each punch carrying the might to tear the sky and split the earth. He tore apart the attacking black mist tentacles with his bare hands, and when the dark golden blood came into contact with the black mist, it made a sizzling sound like a hot iron entering water. Boom! An elbow strike sent Li Jing crashing into the rock wall, and Tang Lu followed with a knee to his abdomen, causing the entire cliff to collapse under the blow. Xiajie watched in shock. Is this still Tang Lu? Never provoke Tang Lu. The consequences are severe. Li Jing was also secretly shocked. What happened to this kid? The blood of the war god can be this strong? Just as Tang Lu was grabbing Li Jing by the throat and lifting him up, an unexpected change occurred. Li Jing's mouth curled into a strange smile. The black mist suddenly drilled into Tang Lu's body from his 7 orifices, instantly dyeing the dark golden patterns with ink. Tang Lu grunted, his movements freezing momentarily. Hee, got you. Li Jing sneered, his fingers like blades stabbing toward Tang Lu's heart. Sizzle. The sound of a sharp blade entering flesh echoed. But it was Yu Jian who was injured. At the last moment, he pushed Tang Lu away, but was pierced through the shoulder. Li Jing snut up, just as he was about to completely deal with Yu Jian. Suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky from afar, piercing through the clouds. Li Jing's heart shook violently. The breath of the Imperial Road? No, this is the Immortal Road. Ha. Heaven is helping me. The blood of the war god has appeared simultaneously with the Immortal Road. They're all mine. He violently shook off everyone, greedily gazing toward the source of the golden light. At this moment, in his eyes, Tang Lu's bloodline could be put aside for a while. If he missed the formation of the Immortal Road, he would not be able to obtain it. Thus, without hesitation, he abandoned Tang Lu and transformed into a beam of black light, heading straight for the source of the golden light. Yu Jian and the 3 disciples of Lingxiao Sect gained a moment of respite. Senior brother. The 3 disciples staggered over, their hands holding 9 petals that emitted a dreamlike glow. The eldest disciple's lips trembled. Senior brother, the petals of the other shore. 9 pieces. Yu Jian covered his shoulder wound and swallowed a healing pill. Seeing the 3 of them offering him petals, he was taken aback. What time is it? Why are you giving me petals? At that time, when Chu Xian ordered the disciples, Yu Jian was escorting Emperor Xiao Wei and was not present, so he did not know the function of these other shore petals. However, Tang Lu's eyes lit up. He had memorized Chu Xian's instructions. He snatched the petals and stored them in his storage ring. Let's go. Lin Xian is still over there. Ye Fronet, but said nothing more and kept pace with the others. They had just run a short distance when the entire ground suddenly began to twist. The phase reset began again. This time, the phase reset carried the might of destruction, mountains crumbling, rivers reversing, as if the entire world was collapsing towards the center. A massive boulder the size of 100 zhong swept over their heads, disappearing from sight in an instant. Not good. Xiaojie's face changed dramatically. Is the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins about to close? Why is it so fast this time? The group ran desperately as the ground behind them shattered inch by inch. Ahead, golden light and black mist began to clash violently. In the collision of golden light and black mist, Lin Xian slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils had turned pale gold. A faint celestial aura surrounded her, and with every movement, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather on its own. Li Jing in the black mist stared at her, his eyes filled with greed. Celestial bone? You actually have celestial bone in your body. No wonder the path to immortality appeared. All I need to do is dig out your celestial bone to gain the qualification for immortality. Lin Xian did not respond. She merely raised her hand, and a golden sword qi condensed out of thin air, slashing towards Li Jing. Only beside her, Bai excitedly stretched his tongue and barked. Woof. The golden sword qi crashed into the black mist. Boom. Both retreated a few steps, as if evenly matched. Li Jing sneered, suddenly flashing his figure, abandoning Lin Xian, and charged straight at Xiao Dui and the others behind her. Be careful. Lin Xian's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly moved to intercept. Hiss! A blade of black mist sliced across her arm, causing a string of golden blood droplets to rise. Although Li Jing's sneak attack was blocked, Lin Xian was still slightly injured, her breath stalling for a moment. Seizing this moment of vulnerability, Li Jing's assault became frenzied. The black mist transformed into countless blades, attacking Lin Xian from all directions. Though she fought desperately to defend, her movements were no longer as fluid as before, and she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Senior sister, Xiao Dui, anxiously wanted to help, but was thrown back by the violent spiritual energy backlash. At this critical moment, boom! A figure descended from the sky. Yu Jian, covered in blood, with a fist like a dragon, forcefully blasted open a section of black mist. Junior sister, we are here. Tang Lu and Xiaojie followed closely behind, forming a triangular formation to protect Lin Xian in the center. However, before they could regroup, the entire world suddenly began to tremble. Countless stars rose from the ground, mountains, rivers, and vegetation gradually becoming ethereal. The Wuxiang Spirit Ruins are about to close. Climate. Li Jing's face was filled with ecstasy. Haha, finally, I am leaving this cursed place. Little ghosts, see you outside. As his voice fell, his body also began to transform into black mist and dissipate. The others could only watch helplessly as the black mist vanished, with no way to stop it. Xiaojie hurriedly gathered everyone together, preparing to leave the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. The surrounding world gradually turned into starlight. A blinding white light flashed, and when everyone opened their eyes again, they stood on the desert at the entrance of the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. What greeted Yu Jian and the others was a scene of hell on earth. The entrance to the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, which should have been bustling with voices, had now turned into a blood-soaked purgatory. The yellow sand was soaked in blood, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. Many corpses dressed in various sect uniforms had their chests punctured by something. 300 zhang away, that familiar black mist was being beaten frantically by a young man. Damn, where are my Lingxiao Sect disciples? How did such a ghostly thing come out? The disciples of Lingxiao Sect exclaimed in shock. Master, Sect Master. Chapter 43. The Curious Baby, Chu Xian. Boom! Chu Xian slapped the black mist, sending it rolling for dozens of zhang. And a shrill scream from Li Jing echoed from within the mist. Damn, where are my Lingxiao Sect disciples? How did such a ghostly thing come out? Chu Xian, Guset. Kicking again. Li Jing was on the verge of tears. After finally escaping from the Wuxiang spirit ruins that had imprisoned him for 1,000 years, he just popped his head out to eat a few human hearts and ran into a powerful great sage. His cultivation was directly suppressed by this great sage, and he was being beaten down by a mere peak spirit spring realm. Is there any justice in this world? Master, Sect Master. The joyous shouts of the Lingxiao Sect disciples came, and Chu Xian turned around to see that all his disciples were standing not far away. Instantly easing his mind. You should have said so earlier. Chu Xian slapped the black mist again. You deserve to be beaten. After understanding the situation from his disciples, everyone began recounting Li Jing's evil deeds in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. What devoured cultivators, what ambushed Lingxiao Sect disciples, trying to seize Tang Lu's bloodline and celestial bone. After listening, Chu Xian waved his hand impatiently. Just crush him. Long Out Hien chuckled, grabbing the black mist and directly crushing it. Bang! The black mist exploded, turning into wisps of black smoke that dissipated. While everyone was discussing the matters in the Wuxiang spirit ruins, the emperor of the Daxia Empire, Xianxiao, descended from the sky. He nodded slightly at Chu Xian, but his gaze swept over Yu Jian as if it were unnoticeable. Chu Xian took Air Bai from Yu Jian's arms, looking at Air Bai as it rubbed its little nose with its front paws, and said, "All right, let's return to Piamiao City first. This place has too much bloodshed. Air Bai isn't used to it." Everyone said nothing more and quickly returned to Piamiao City. As soon as they left, a figure in a black robe quietly appeared on the desert. He crouched down, lightly touching the sand, and after a moment, pinched a barely noticeable wisp of black mist, his expression extremely respectful. "Welcome back, ancestor." Then, the figure in the black robe turned into black smoke and dissipated. On the top floor of the drunken immortal building, the sheer curtains fluttered gently. A stunningly beautiful woman lay quietly on the jade couch, her skin like snow, her features like a painting, yet she seemed lifeless as if she had been asleep for 1,000 years. This woman was the Daxia princess, Xiazhu. Chu Xian turned to his disciples. "Did you find the other shore petals?" Tang Lu immediately took out 9 crystal-like petals and explained that they were found by the 3 disciples. Chu Xian looked at the 3 with satisfaction, and they immediately scratched their heads in embarrassment. Chu Xian said, "After returning to the sect, you 3 can soak in the bloodline immortal pool for 10 days. The 3 disciples were overjoyed, repeatedly thanking him. "Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master." Subsequently, Chu Xian drove everyone out, leaving only Yu Jian and Xianxiao. "Yu Jian," Chu Xian said seriously for once, pointing at the woman on the jade couch. "This is the Daxia princess, Xiazhu. She is the ancient yellow spring sacred body, and will remain in a deep sleep until she awakens. To awaken her, we need the other shore petals." He paused, adding meaningfully, "and to merge with the pure yang body." Yu Jian nodded thoughtfully. "This condition is quite harsh. Pure yang bodies are not easy to find." Chu Xian immediately facepalmed. "You brat is good in every way, but your thought process is different from others. The one lying down is called Xiazhu from now on. You'll be called Silly Chun." Yu Jian finally reacted. His eyes widened. "Wait, Master, do you mean?" Xianxiao suddenly bowed. "Please, young friend, you. Save my daughter." Yu Jian's face instantly turned red, taking several steps back, waving his hand. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid I can't comply." Chu Xian shouted, "Damn it! Master, this won't do. Disciple is wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao. How can?" Chu Xian glared. "Why not? The princess is as beautiful as a flower, and she's an ancient holy body. Isn't she worthy of you?" Yu Jian was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. "It's not a matter of worthiness." Disciple. He stammered for a long time, then suddenly gritted his teeth. My life was saved by Master. I only want to serve you and don't wish to be distracted." Chu Xian was taken aback, and his eyes turned slightly red. His disciple's thoughts were so pure. He refused such a good opportunity just to take care of him. He remembered that time when he teased him and thought he didn't want to marry a partner just to make him happy. "Silly boy." Chu Xian rubbed Yu Jian's head, his voice unusually gentle. "Master isn't old enough to need your care yet. But listen to me," Chu Xian said seriously. "If the ancient yellow spring holy body doesn't awaken in time, Xiaozhu will definitely die within a year. Can you bear to see such a beautiful girl die in vain?" Xuanxiao hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Young friend, I beg you, I just hope that Zhu can live. After this matter, regardless of the outcome, I, the great Xia, will always be a subordinate of Lingxiao Sect." Yu Jian looked at Chu Xian, then at Xuanxiao, who was so humble, and finally sighed. "All right." Chu Xian immediately smiled widely and hurriedly detailed the awakening method. "Remember, after taking the petals of the other shore flower, you need to use your pure yang blood as a guide, then cough cough." Chu Xian's old face turned red as he pulled Xuanxiao and quickly exited the room. Bang! The moment the door closed, Chu Xian's voice faintly came through, "Disciple, be gentle." On the 8th floor of the Drunken Immortal Tower, everyone was discussing heatedly. The owner of the Drunken Immortal Tower recounted the events that had happened while everyone was in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. It turned out that everyone felt like they had only spent a day or two in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, but in the outside world, a whole month had passed. During the opening of the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, since the Li family's Qinghuan guards were mostly consumed by Long Outyin, the great Xia royal family directly took thunderous measures to destroy the Li family, listing all their crimes one by one. At the same time, the upper echelons of 10 sects, including the Miao Sect and the Burning Sky Valley, were all executed by the great Xia royal family. Without the Li family's Qinghuan guards to restrain them, the northern demon clans were chased for thousands of miles by the Liuya army and were on the brink of extermination. This series of news left the people of Lingxiao Sect and the royal family with their mouths agape. At this moment, Chu Xian and Xuanxiao happened to come down from upstairs. Everyone stood up to pay their respects. Chu Xian waved his hand. "All right, sit down. How was this experience? What did you encounter in there?" Thus, everyone began to recount their various experiences in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. Chu Xian listened attentively, nodding frequently. However, everyone seemed to have agreed, and not a single person mentioned Lin Xian's past life memories. Until the end, when they spoke of Lin Xian's battle with the Black Mist. Lin Xian was injured by the Black Mist. This former semi-emperor suddenly stood up, angrily saying, "Bah, if this were my previous life." Just as he was saying this, Lin Xian suddenly froze. "Oh no, did I say something wrong? How did I let out my most important secret?" Chu Xian's eyes widened, looking at Lin Xian in confusion. Just then, Tang Lu spoke up. "Master, she died before." Chu Xian instantly turned into a curious child. "Oh, Luer, quickly tell me, what happened?" As he spoke, he somehow pulled out a large handful of fragrant melon seeds. Chapter 44. Lin Xian's Heart Returns. Xiaozhu Awakens. On the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Tower, candlelight flickered as Yu Jian stood before the jade bed, his fingertips trembling slightly. The girl on the bed had snow-white skin glowing with a faint golden light, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. He took a deep breath and placed 9 petals of the other shore flower into his mouth, gently leaning down. The petals in Yu Jian's mouth turned into 9 drops of crystal-clear liquid that dripped into Xiaozhu's mouth. Suddenly, a golden pattern flashed on the girl's forehead, and her sleeping body seemed to be awakened by the pure yang aura. Although Xiaozhu's eyes were tightly closed, her jade fingers unconsciously untied Yu Jian's belt. On the 8th floor of the Drunken Immortal Tower, brightly lit and fragrant with wine, after listening to everyone recount Lin Xian's past life, Chu Xian fell silent for a moment, then suddenly slammed the table, causing the wine cups to clink loudly. "Xuanxiao." Chu Xian strode to Lin Xian's side, gently placing his palm on her shoulder. "We couldn't help you in your past life, but in this life, you have entered my Lingxiao Sect. I will surely help you reach the peak again and avenge that deadly grudge." Lin Xian was slightly taken aback, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. No seat. Little Dai leaned over, still holding half a string of candied hawthorn. Senior sister, who dares to bully you? I, little Dai, will be the first to disagree. Count me in. Tang Lu's voice was low but incredibly firm. People from Lingxiao Sect are not to be trifled with. Soon, a group of inner and outer disciples of Lingxiao Sect expressed their intentions, pledging to follow Lin Xian in this life and repay the grievances of the past life. Lin Xian looked at the sincere faces in front of her, and the cold barrier brought by her past life memories melted away like spring snow at this moment. Although she had reached the semi-emperor realm in her past life, she was now just a direct disciple of Lingxiao Sect. She should cherish the present. Lin Xian took a deep breath, suddenly kneeling on one knee. Disciple Lin Xian, thank you, master, and thank you, fellow disciples. Get up, get up. Chu Xian pulled her up and conveniently stuffed a jar of strong liquor in her arms. Disciple, how about we don't return until we're drunk tonight? The jars clinked, and the fine liquor splashed. Amidst the cheers of the disciples, Lin Xian tilted her head back and drank deeply, the spicy liquor sliding down her throat, allowing her to experience the taste of home for the first time. Outside the window, the bright moon shone, illuminating the golden pattern on her forehead. This reincarnated semi-emperor finally let down her guard at this moment, blending into this lively and warm world. Just as everyone raised their cups to drink, a sudden dull thud came from above, causing the tables on the 8th floor to start shaking slightly. Hiss! Little Dai bit her candied hawthorn, her eyes wide open. Is Yu Jian dismantling the building? An inner disciple, slightly tipsy, joked. From the sound, it sounds more intense than dismantling a building. Ha ha! Everyone stifled their laughter, exchanging glances. Lin Xian coughed lightly, pretending to drink, but her ears were slightly red. Before long, footsteps came from the staircase. Yu Jian covered half of his red face, with faint scratch marks visible on his neck, and walked down unsteadily. Master, your majesty. Yu Jian's voice was obviously weak, his gaze wandering. Chu Xian shot Yu Jian a glare and said irritably, still calling her your majesty? Yu Jian jolted and quickly cupped his hands towards Xuanxiao. Your majesty, rest assured, I, Yu Jian, will never let Xia Zhu down in this life. Xuanxiao nodded in satisfaction. In the future, visit the palace more with Zhu. Yes, father-in-law. Chu Xian chuckled lightly and announced, from today onwards, Xia Zhu will be the 4th direct disciple of my Lingxiao Sect. Yu Jian's eyes widened in shock. Huh? Why do I feel like Master had already planned to take Xia Zhu as a disciple? Was I calculated by Master? Everyone burst into laughter, surrounding Yu Jian to tease him. Senior brother, why is your face swollen? Did you get scratched by Air Bai? But wait, Air Bai has been sleeping and didn't go upstairs. TSK, those scratch marks must have been fierce. Yu Jian, embarrassed and angry, waved everyone off but couldn't help but sneak a glance toward the staircase leading to the top floor. In the elegant room on the 8th floor of the Drunken Immortal Tower, Chu Xian casually flipped through the map of the Great Xia territory presented by Xuanxiao. Xuanxiao was reporting to Chu Xian one by one. On the first day of each month, the royal family would send 70% of the mining income to Lingxiao Sacred Land. Xuanxiao's fingertip traced several vermilion marks on the map. Chu Xian noted lightly. He had handled many similar sect's subordinate events when he was at Lingxiao Sect. In exchange, my Lingxiao Sect can ensure the peace of Great Xia and the Great Xia royal family. But one thing, the Great Xia royal family cannot use my Lingxiao Sect's name to do evil. Xuanxiao had a joyful expression on his face. This time, he had completely bound the Great Xia and the Lingxiao Sect together. Rest assured, Holy Master, this will not happen. Chu Xian continued. How are the preparations for accepting disciples going? I have drafted an edict that from today onwards, there will be recruitment point for disciples across the Great Xia. Each recruitment point will take in enough to reach 100, and then the royal family will send them to the Holy Land. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Long Outyin had already returned to the sect to fetch the recruitment wheel and was expected to return in 5 days. Xuanxiao couldn't help but tremble. It's better not to mention this matter. Once mentioned, Xuanxiao felt that the spirit stones given by the royal family to the Lingxiao sect were a bit of a waste. Accepting disciples was all about luck. He had never seen such an outrageous method of accepting disciples in his life. The next day, when Xiaozhu finally woke up from her slumber, her originally ink-black eyes had turned into a deep golden color, surrounded by a faint aura of the yellow springs. "Father," she called out softly, her voice still hoarse from just waking up. Xuanxiao hurriedly stepped forward, tightly holding his daughter's hand, his eyes slightly red. "You finally woke up?" Before he could finish a sentence, Xiaozhu's gaze directly passed over Xuanxiao and landed on Yu Jian at the door. The young girl's pale cheeks suddenly flushed, and her fingertips unconsciously tightened the brocade blanket. Xuanxiao, however, was oblivious to this, gripping Xiaozhu's hand even more excitedly. "Ahem, Chu Xian Gaoget he li," and Xuanxiao immediately reacted. "Zhuer, come and greet your master. Your awakening is all thanks to your master." Xiaozhu nodded gently, just about to get out of bed to pay her respects when Chu Xian hurriedly stopped her. "Zhuer has just awakened. There's no need for excessive formalities." Then he smiled and said, "From now on, you are a direct disciple of the Lingxiao Sect. I have the 9 turns Yellow Springs technique here, and, starting today, you must begin your cultivation." Xiaoxiao's pupils instantly constricted. "Huh? Didn't you say you didn't have it? Didn't you also say you needed some kind of tower? Why is it out now? Am I being tricked?" Chu Xian glanced at Xiaoxiao and subtly blinked, as if to say, "How about that? Am I generous to my daughter-in-law and disciple?" Xiaoxiao's gaze slightly dodged, inwardly thinking, "Alas, let it be. It's more important that my daughter can wake up." Little Daodu ran over to Xiaozhu with a smile, stuffing her hands full of spirit fruits. She whispered, "Senior sister, hurry and eat. These were specially picked for you by Brother Yu." Amidst the laughter of everyone, Yu Jian's ears turned red, and he stammered, I was just passing by." Xiaozhu lowered her head and pressed her lips together. "Thank you, brother." Subsequently, everyone discreetly retreated from the top floor, giving space to Yu Jian and the two of them. Chapter 45. Yin Feiyang's choice in the tavern opposite the drunken immortal tower. Xiaojie unconsciously crushed the jade cup in his hand. The little eunuch beside him whispered a reminder, "Your Highness, it's time to return to the palace." Xiaojie suddenly stood up and swept his sleeve as he left. Meanwhile, a wisp of black mist was quietly seeping into the north of the mysterious city. Within the mysterious sect, Yin Feiyang had finally returned from the Wuxiang spirit ruins. During his time in the Wuxiang spirit ruins, after fighting with Yu Jian, Yin Feiyang retreated directly and eventually encountered beasts attacking in the ruins, leading 2 disciples of the mysterious sect to battle the spirit beasts. Because they were slightly farther from the center, they did not encounter the demonized Li Jing, thus escaping a calamity. Later, when the Wuxiang spirit ruins closed, the 3 of them emerged to find only a pile of severed limbs in the desert. The 3 didn't take it to heart. Wasn't it always a river of blood when the Wuxiang spirit ruins closed? However, when they entered the mysterious sect, they felt that something was wrong. The entire mysterious sect was filled with a deathly silence, and the disciples were hurriedly packing their belongings. Yin Feiyang grabbed one person and sternly asked, "What are you doing?" The mysterious sect disciple, upon seeing Yin Feiyang, was visibly stunned, not expecting that Yin Feiyang had actually returned alive. "Brother Yin, a lot has happened while you were in the Wuxiang spirit ruins." The disciple was sobbing, telling Yin Feiyang everything that had occurred during that time. Thunder rumbled in Yin Feiyang's mind. "Alas, I advised the master not to collude with the Li family, but the master wouldn't listen. Now the high-ranking members of the sect have all been executed. The mysterious sect is in danger. What should I do now?" Just as Yin Feiyang was feeling lost, an old man approached him. "Young Yin." Yin Feiyang hurriedly looked at the newcomer. "Master Sai." The person was indeed Master Sai Xuanxiao, the appraiser from the auction house. The old man lightly patted Yin Feiyang on the shoulder, his eyes filled with pity. "Young Yin, the agreement between me and your mysterious sect has reached its end. Now that all the high-ranking members of the mysterious sect are dead, I can only bid you farewell." Yin Feiyang's heart trembled. Master Sai was leaving? The old man nodded gently, sighing. "It was agreed that I would refine pills for your mysterious sect for 3 years, and in return, you would gift me the materia medica. Now the 3-year period has ended." Yin Feiyang had indeed heard of this matter and naturally could not force him to stay. He clasped his fists and said, "Then I wish Master Sai a safe journey." The old man stroked his beard, but showed no intention of leaving immediately. Squinting his eyes and slowly saying, "Young Yun, what are your plans for the future?" Yun Feiyong remained silent for a long time, his gaze gradually firming as he said solemnly, "To develop and strengthen the mysterious sect." The old man laughed heartily. Kid, I like your spirit. Out of the entire mysterious sect, you are the only one I find pleasing. Do you need me to point you in the right direction?" Yun Feiyong's heart immediately brightened, and he quickly knelt down on one knee respectfully. "Please enlighten me, Master. I will definitely follow your instructions." The old man casually said, "You can go seek refuge with the current decision-maker of the Great Xia. Otherwise, the mysterious sect will surely perish within half a month." Yun Feiyong strongly agreed with the old man's words. If the mysterious sect did not make the right decision, their former enemies would definitely annihilate them. "Does Master want me to go to the royal family?" The old man chuckled and shook his head. "Lingxiao Sect." Yun Feiyong was puzzled. Lingxiao Sect? Why is that so familiar? The two people beside him quickly reminded, "Brother, we encountered them in the Wuxiang spirit ruins." Li Jing said that the Lingxiao Sect killed 3 members of the mysterious sect. Yun Feiyong suddenly realized. So it was them. The old man spoke again. "The Lingxiao Sect is currently the undisputed strongest sect in the Great Xia, and even the royal family has to bow before them. You have 3 options before you. First, submit to the Lingxiao Sect, give them benefits, and let them protect you. Second, simply package the entire mysterious sect and merge into the Lingxiao Sect. Third, you lead this group of disciples to carve out a bloody path on the land of the Great Xia. But I wonder how many people would be willing to follow you." Yun Feiyong surveyed the entire mysterious sect. The number of disciples had significantly dwindled, probably only 300 to 500 left. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to continue surviving in this enemy-filled Great Xia. The old man continued, "To be honest, I am about to go to the Lingxiao Sect. If you truly intend to seek refuge with the Lingxiao Sect, I can take you with me." Yun Feiyong struggled for a long time before finally nodding in agreement. "All right, I will leave everything to Master Sai." Subsequently, Yun Feiyong gathered the remaining disciples of the mysterious sect together to begin counting the remaining cultivation resources in the sect. They didn't realize it until they counted, and upon finishing, everyone cried. There was not a single resource left. Everything had been taken away by some low-ranking elders. The entire sect's warehouse had only 2 grains of mouse droppings left. Yun Feiyong was filled with rage, gritting his teeth and saying, "These beasts. If I encounter them in the future, I will definitely kill them all." A mysterious sect disciple quietly said, "Master Sai, we have no resources left. Will the Lingxiao Sect accept us?" The old man sighed helplessly. "Alas, since that's the case, just follow me." Xuanxiao led a group of mysterious sect disciples out of the mysterious sect and saw Chu Xian waiting outside with Long Out Yin. "Old man, I'll come and pick you up." The old man glared at Chu Xian and said, "I have one more request for you to let these disciples of the Piaomiao Sect join the Lingxiao Sect." Chu Xian was taken aback. Looking at the more than 400 people in front of him, he couldn't be happier. Up until now, the Lingxiao Sect only had a little over 500 members. And if these Piaomiao Sect disciples were added, it would directly reach 1,000. Moreover, Chu Xian discovered that among these Piaomiao Sect disciples, there were actually 6 who had reached the Spirit Spring realm. The kid next to the old man was even at the peak of the Spirit Spring realm. Accepting this group would allow him to complete the system task directly. He would also obtain the peak of the Dao Seeking realm. Seeing that Chu Xian didn't respond, the old man thought he was unwilling and was about to threaten him when he heard Chu Xian say, "It's not impossible, but I have a condition." "What condition?" Chu Xian took out Tang Lu's broken harpoon from the Na Shujia and threw it to the old man. "This is my disciple's weapon. It broke in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Didn't you say that you've seen more alchemists and blacksmiths than I've had meals? Find someone to fix this harpoon." The old man raised an eyebrow. This kid was quite good to his disciples. "All right, no problem. I'll find someone right away." After saying that, the old man took out an exquisite communication jade slip. "Old buddy, come to the East Sea Coast, a country called Daxia." Not long after, a reply came from the communication jade slip. "Holy crap. Sigh loathing. You're still alive. I'll come right away. Initially, Chu Xian didn't pay much attention. But when he heard the voice in the communication jade slip, he perked up. You actually know Duan Hong. Chapter 46. Finally returning to Lingxiao. Reward, peak Dao seeking. Hearing Chu Xian's question, the old man was also stunned. You actually know Duan Hong? At this moment, Chu Xian finally understood that the old man in front of him was truly no ordinary person. Duan Hong was the top blacksmith in the eastern wilderness. And in the past, Chu Xian had frequently visited Duan Hong's blacksmith shop. Most of the weapons for the Lingxiao Sect disciples came from Duan Hong's shop. Since Duan Hong could speak to this old man like this, their relationship must be extraordinary. The old man squinted his eyes and asked, Who are you? Chu Xian didn't answer and countered, Who are you? I don't change my name or my surname. Xuanxiao. Chu Xian. I've really never heard of that name. However, he did recall Zhang Qing mentioning in a casual chat that he had once been a disciple of a teacher with the surname Sai. Could be this old man in front of him? Kid, you aren't some holy land sent here to trick me, are you? Chu Xian's expression became serious. My name is Chu Xian. My father is Chu Xian. Upon hearing Chu Xian introduce himself, Xuanxiao's pupils immediately contracted. Son of Chu Xian, the Chu Xian who swept through all the geniuses in the eastern wilderness back then? Chu Xian smiled and nodded slightly. The old man was even more shocked. I heard that Zhang Qing said you had lost all your cultivation and become a waste. How come you've reached the peak of the spirit spring realm now? Chu Xian replied, I gained some opportunities, just lucky. Oh, what opportunity? Xuanxiao immediately became interested. Back then, Zhang Qing had described Chu Xian's physical condition to Xuanxiao. And after hearing it, Xuanxiao directly concluded that Chu Xian would never be able to cultivate again. So he never went to the Lingxiao Sect. He didn't expect this kid to now be at the peak of the spirit spring realm. Chu Xian replied, Old man, don't ask too much. Since you can summon Duan Hong, then we will accept these people into the Lingxiao Sect. Let's go. Xuanxiao was very curious in his heart and kept asking questions while following behind Chu Xian. Chu Xian became impatient with the questioning and directly had Long Outyin carry the old man back to Piaomiao City first. When Chu Xian led a large group of Piaomiao Sect disciples to Piaomiao City, Xuanxiao had already prepared the Dao boat under Long Outyin's instructions. Half a day later, the Dao boat rose from the central square of Piaomiao City and headed towards the Lingxiao Sect. This trip to the Wuxiang spirit ruins had completely come to a close. The vast territory to the west of the Daxiao Empire was a wasteland. On this cracked land, yellow sand filled the sky, and demonic energy swirled, resembling a doomsday scene. In the distance, black castles loomed. Demonic cultivators clad in black robes, with strange runes etched on their faces, moved through shadows. This area was the domain of demonic cultivators, known as the 9 Nether Demonic Lands. The Demon King's Hall was the ruler of this land. At this moment, in the Demon King's Hall, more than a dozen powerful figures from the demonic sect gathered there. Hall Master, has the ancestor really returned? The leader, wearing a black robe, slowly took out a wisp of black mist from his bosom and gently placed it on the high seat at the front of the hall. The ancestor has been suppressed for 10,000 years and has finally escaped from that ghostly place. But this wisp of true soul is too weak. Send the order down. The ancestor has returned. Let the slaughter begin. Understood. On the East Sea coast, Lingxiao Sect. The Dao boat flew directly into the Lingxiao Sect, slowly descending onto the sect square. Then, a long stairway descended from the Dao boat, and Chu Xian was the first to step down. Qi Yu and the others had long been waiting, and behind them were 20 elders. Most of the Lingxiao Sect disciples were in cultivation, so there weren't many on the square, only a few dozen. Welcome back, Sect Master. Chu Xian waved his hand to everyone, signaling not to be too polite. Following that, he and Jian and the others poured down from the Dao boat. Only after them did the many Piaomiao Sect disciples come out. The moment the Piaomiao Sect disciples stepped out of the Dao boat, everyone trembled and froze on the stairs of the Dao boat. The overwhelming spiritual energy enveloped everyone, with strands of Dao traces forcefully drilling into their bodies. The rules of heaven and earth flashed continuously before everyone's eyes. Yin Feiyong felt a bit dizzy, as if his soul was about to pop out. His whole body felt light as a feather, and he was completely immersed in enjoyment. Is this the Lingxiao Sect? Everyone from the Lingxiao Sect had already received news and knew that many people would be joining the Lingxiao Sect this time. Seeing so many Piamiao Sect disciples, they were not surprised at all. Seeing that the Piamiao Sect disciples were slow to move, Chu Xian had no choice but to announce from today onwards, "You will all be disciples of the Lingxiao Sect, temporarily classified as miscellaneous disciples. You can be promoted according to the sect's assessment." The Piamiao Sect disciples finally reacted and responded, "Yes." More than 400 people replied in unison, the sound deafening. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Chu Xian's ears. Main task 2, reach 1,000 disciples in the sect. And 10 disciples reach the Spirit Spring realm, completed. Reward, host reaches the peak of the Tao Seeking realm. The host has taken on main task 3, reach 10,000 disciples in the sect. 1,000 disciples reach the Spirit Spring realm, and 100 disciples reach the Xiandan realm. Reward, host cultivation increases to the peak of the semi-holy realm. In an instant, Chu Xian felt a forming above his Spirit Spring. Then the Spirit Spring rapidly expanded under the nourishment of the, turning into a vast ocean in the blink of an eye. Following that, a series of paths began to appear before Chu Xian's eyes. So many that they left him dazzled. Why are there so many paths this time? Chu Xian couldn't help but wonder as he looked at the dense paths of light before him. Last time, when he ascended to the Tao-seeking realm, there seemed to be only 10, right? Now, there were thousands. Just as Chu Xian was in doubt, all the paths began to merge rapidly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dense paths quickly overlapped like a marquee, and finally, only one remained. Who? Peak of the Tao-seeking realm. I'm back. Chu Xian took a deep breath. His previous highest cultivation was the harmonious Tao realm, and now he was finally just one step away from returning to his peak moment. How could Chu Xian not be excited? At this moment, the system prompt in his ears pulled him back from his thoughts. Disciples of the Sect Breakthrough. Lottery count 1. Disciples of the Sect Breakthrough. Lottery count 2. Disciples of the Sect Breakthrough. Lottery count 1. As Chu Xian was filled with joy, he noticed that all the disciples of the Piamiao Sect were sitting cross-legged in the sect square, focused on their breakthroughs. The spiritual energy in Lingxiao Sect was simply too abundant, and the Tao rhythm could be seen everywhere. The various problems encountered during cultivation were instantly resolved in such a concentrated presence of Tao traces. Then, Chu Xian saw Xuanxiao slowly walk down from the Tao boat, pointing at the buildings of Lingxiao Sect. He sighed at times and brightened up at others. Meanwhile, the system light curtain appeared again. The first alchemist of Dongwang enters the sect. Hidden task completed. 100 acres of immortal field have manifested at the sect's Medicine Peak. Chapter 47. Medicine Peak Master. Xuanxiao pointed around all the way until he finally arrived in front of Chu Xian. Kid, this sect is not bad. Just as he began to speak, Xuanxiao's words abruptly stopped. You. Chu Xian smiled and said, "What's wrong, old man? Do you want to stay in my Lingxiao Sect because it's too good?" Xuanxiao's finger trembled as he pointed at Chu Xian, saying, "When did you reach the peak of the Tao Inquiry Realm?" Chu Xian chuckled and stood with his hands behind his back. "Is the peak of the Tao Inquiry Realm really that difficult? I've been there before." Xuanxiao was even more curious, and Chu Xian, feeling impatient, said, All right. Are you going to look at my Lingxiao Sect's medicine fields or not? If not, forget it. You've got quite the temper, kid." Saying this, Xuanxiao walked ahead on his own. Chu Xian pulled the old man back. "Come this way." The two headed towards Lingxiao Sect's medicine peak, and along the way, Xuanxiao's eyes were completely opened. Following Chu Xian through layers of clouds and mist, they stepped onto the stone steps leading to Medicine Peak. As soon as they set foot on the Medicine Peak's territory, Xuanxiao suddenly stopped, his nose twitching and his eyes shining brightly. "Is it the scent of the holy fire dragon fruit?" Xuanxiao turned his head sharply, staring into the depths of Medicine Peak with disbelief. Chu Xian lazily scratched his ear. "Old man, don't be so surprised. You'll have more to be shocked about later." Xuanxiao couldn't hold back any longer. He took 3 steps at a time, directly bypassing Chu Xian and rushing into the depths of Medicine Peak. Along the way, the old man's eyes grew wider and wider. On both sides of the mountain path, spiritual herbs were everywhere. 1,000-year-old purple spirit mushrooms spread out like an umbrella, 7-colored glass flowers swayed in the gentle breeze. And there were even a few legendary earth heart fire lotuses. How is this possible? Xuanxiao's voice trembled. The earth heart fire lotus has long been extinct. How did your Lingxiao Sect get these? Chu Xian shrugged and casually fabricated a reason. Oh, a little longworm came to provoke us a few days ago, and it was slapped dead by Qiyu. This thing was a seed found in his void ring, so I just planted it here. He certainly couldn't tell the old man that this was a gift from the system, right? Xuanxiao, I don't believe you. Since Chu Xian was unwilling to say more, Xuanxiao stopped asking. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, but the deeper he went into Medicine Peak, the faster his heart raced. The soil of the entire Medicine Peak was actually glowing with a faint golden hue, with dragon energy flowing faintly. Each plot of Medicine Field was covered by a gathering spirit formation, and the spiritual energy was so rich that it was almost liquid, even more exaggerated. In the center of the Medicine Field, there was actually a spring that flowed endlessly, nourishing all the spiritual plants on Medicine Peak. Wow, an endless spring. Xuanxiao was completely unsettled. His voice suddenly rose. Isn't this thing supposed to have dried up long ago? How did you find it? Chu Xian glanced at him, smiling mysteriously. It was here since the sect was established. What's wrong with that? Watching the old man's eyes darting around, Chu Xian said, I must tell you, don't steal my spring water. Xuanxiao's old face flushed red, and he retorted, nonsense. I, a dignified holy-level alchemist, would do such a despicable thing? Though he said this, his eyes were fixed on the spring water, and his fingers unconsciously rubbed his sleeves. Chu Xian didn't expose him, just said casually, this spring water has spirituality. Outsiders will get hurt if they touch it. Xuanxiao, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Xuanxiao reluctantly withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. Soon, the two arrived at the core Medicine Field at the highest point of Medicine Peak. It was covered by a translucent barrier, and one could vaguely see the spiritual herbs swaying, with radiant light swirling. It was the immortal field rewarded by the system. Xuanxiao leaned in closer and gasped. 9-9, Nether Orchid? His voice changed pitch. Isn't this thing only found by the Yellow Springs? How did you manage to grow it? Chu Xian smiled mysteriously. Secret. Xuanxiao became anxious, but Chu Xian would not say more. The old man's eyes turned, and suddenly he clutched his stomach. Oh no, I have to go, I'll be right back. After saying that, he quickly darted around to the other side of the Medicine Field, sneaking toward the edge of the barrier. Chu Xian sighed. Aren't you afraid of getting your mouth in trouble? Old man, you're still a quasi-saint. How would you say you need to go urgently? You old rascal. Now, that Chu Xian had reached the peak of the Dao Inquiry Realm, he appeared like a ghost behind him and grabbed his collar. Old man, the direction you're going for your urgent business is not quite right. Xuanxiao chuckled awkwardly. I'm getting old, my eyesight isn't good. Chu Xian rolled his eyes. Don't give me that. Want to steal my Lingxiao Sect's herbs? No way. Xuanxiao's old face turned red, angry and embarrassed. Who wants to steal? I'm a serious holy-level alchemist. Holy level? What spiritual herbs haven't I seen? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then tell me, what grade is that herb over there? Xuanxiao was stunned and followed his pointing direction to see a cluster of grapes emitting blue flames gently swaying. The old man stammered, this. The old man thought, sigh. After seeing so many treasures in Lingxiao Sect, why do I feel like my life has been in vain? After visiting for a long while, Chu Xian led Xuanxiao to sit on the ground atop Medicine Peak. How do you feel about this Medicine Peak? Xuanxiao didn't hesitate at all. There's nowhere else like it in the world. Kid, it seems you don't intend to let me leave Lingxiao Sect. Chu Xian smiled. What makes you say that? With so many treasures in your Lingxiao Sect, if you let me go, aren't you afraid I'll leak the news? Chu Xian pointed toward the mountain gate of Lingxiao Sect. The door is there. Just turn left to exit. Aren't you afraid that all the holy places in Dongwang will come and rob your little Lingxiao Sect? Not afraid. Why not afraid? What gives you confidence? Chu Xian remained calm and said lightly, not afraid is not afraid. Xuanxiao was completely at a loss, contemplating for a long time, then stood up, clasped his hands, and bowed slightly. Sect Master Chu, I wish to stay in Lingxiao Sect for my remaining years and hope the sect master can provide me with 2 thatched huts to settle down on this medicine peak. Seeing the old man's serious expression, Chu Xian hurriedly stood up and helped Xuanxiao up. Don't mention 2 thatched huts. Even if there are millions of grand houses, what's the harm? The two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Kid, you have so many treasures here. I really came to the right place. Ha ha ha. Old man, just enjoy yourself. There are many people who want to join Lingxiao Sect, and I might not agree. Chu Xian changed the subject. By the way, old man, you should select some disciples from the sect who are talented in alchemy. In the future, you'll be the master of Medicine Peak. Teach the disciples alchemy when you have time. Otherwise, wouldn't your incredible alchemy skills go to waste? Of course. Chapter 48. Who wants to accept the whipping of this sect master? The next day, Medicine Peak of Lingxiao Sect was officially established. Disciples of the sect, whether inner sect, outer sect, or miscellaneous, could participate in the selection at Medicine Peak. The happiest ones were undoubtedly the many miscellaneous disciples. The former disciples of the Piao Miao sect had all become miscellaneous disciples, and upon hearing that Master Sai would personally teach alchemy, they rushed in faster than anyone else. Who want to clean the sect every day? As soon as the news was released, the Medicine Peak was immediately filled, and these servant disciples were infuriated by Xuanxiao. You little rascals, watch your feet. If anyone dares to step on my medicinal materials, I'll chop off your 3rd leg. Although Xuanxiao looked old, his cultivation was indeed at the quasi-saint level. This shout directly stunned everyone, and they all lined up obediently to board the Medicine Peak. After 3 days of selection at the Medicine Peak, only 10 disciples were ultimately retained, among which 9 were left to do chores at the Medicine Peak. Only one person could follow Xuanxiao to learn alchemy. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the information in the jade slip. Oh, little Daodu usually doesn't have strong cultivation talent, and her combat power is also mediocre. I was wondering how she could enter the inner sect, but it turns out her alchemy talent is exceptional. Chiyu smiled and said, does the sect master not believe in my and the elder's abilities? How could that be? Elder Chi is just joking. Then, Chu Xian shifted his gaze to the system's lottery panel. Sect Grand Lottery. Lottery times, 1080, single draw, 10 consecutive draws, 100 consecutive draws, 1,000 consecutive draws as the lottery times reached 1,000. The option for 1,000 consecutive draws opened up. 1,000 consecutive draws. Let's go for it. Whoosh. The prize pool flashed wildly. Various colors began to dance in front of Chu Xian's eyes. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial level item. The Whip of God. Whip of God. The host can whip the sect disciples to help them break through bottlenecks and increase their cultivation talent. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Oh, this function is great. Punishment and reward can happen simultaneously. If you don't work hard in cultivation, you'll get whipped. As the golden light flashed, a large pile of various cultivation resources appeared. Just when Chu Xian thought the lottery was about to end, the golden light flashed again. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial level item. Dream Transformation. Dream Transformation. After wearing Dream Transformation, the appearance changes randomly, and the cultivation speed increases by 1,000 times during wear. Note, the effects of Dream Transformation and the Whip of God are doubled when used simultaneously. Dream Transformation. The cultivation speed can actually increase by 1,000 times. What a good item. No wonder it's produced by the sect master. Chu Xian wasted no time and directly took out the 2 celestial level items. A delicate little whip and a seemingly ordinary long robe. Who should I try this on? That kid Jian Er was currently being all lovey-dovey with Zhu Er, so they weren't suitable. Xian Er already possessed celestial bones and had no bottlenecks, so she didn't need this. Lu Zi was always holding on to his broken harpoon and seemed a bit down, so I can't just go draw him again. Who should I find? Chu Xian scanned the surroundings and finally set his sights on the big yellow dog and Bai, who were sleeping in the corner. Bai had been sleeping since coming out of the Wuxiang spirit ruins and only woke up after returning to the Lingxiao Sect. Initially, Chu Xian thought Bai was a spirit dog, But after observation, he found that there was no fluctuation of spiritual power on Airbai. It looked just like an ordinary dog. Big Yellow was very happy about Airbai's arrival, following him around all day sniffing at him, not even knowing what he was smelling. Big Yellow, Airbai, stop sleeping and come here quickly. Woof. The two dogs looked at Chu Xian with confused eyes. Chu Xian didn't waste words, and with a wave of his hand, Big Yellow flew directly to him. Woof, woof, woof. Big Yellow barked angrily. Chu Xian didn't care and directly draped the long robe over Big Yellow. Try out the new gear, Big Yellow, behave. As he spoke, the long robe suddenly emitted a white light. After the white light faded, the originally earthy-looking dog transformed into a majestic and handsome dog. Its golden fur looked like flames burning, and its four paws stepped on clouds, with a crescent-shaped silver mark appearing on its forehead. Wow! Chu Xian almost dropped the little whip in shock. Is this what a celestial dog looks like? Big Yellow can be this handsome? Airbai's eyes sparkled as he watched from the side. Woof! My brother Huang is so handsome. He even ran up to Big Yellow and rubbed his little head against Big Yellow's front leg. Just as Chu Xian was astonished, Big Yellow suddenly shook his dog body. Immediately after, the cultivation at the peak of the Meridian realm spread out. In the month that Chu Xian was away, Big Yellow had become completely free. He ate well, slept well, and indulged in pet food. His cultivation skyrocketed directly to the 9th level of the Meridian realm. After Chu Xian returned, he hurriedly cut off Big Yellow's dog food, intending to let him settle down properly. He had just put on this dream transformation and had already reached the peak of the Meridian realm. 1,000 times cultivation speed is indeed impressive. Come on, Big Yellow, try my whip of God. With that, Chu Xian swung the little whip in his hand and directly whipped it on Big Yellow's butt. Crack! Big Yellow trembled. A woo! A dog howl instantly echoed throughout the Lingxiao Sect's main peak. Immediately after, Big Yellow's dog eyes suddenly brightened. The previously foolish look now showed a hint of wisdom. Chu Xian clicked his tongue in amazement. It really looks like Big Yellow has become smarter. Crack, crack, crack. Another 3 lashes came down, although Big Yellow yelped in pain. It was obvious that his momentum had changed. Boom! A muffled sound came from Big Yellow's body. The first level of the spiritual spring realm. Big Yellow is quite capable. Chu Xian immediately beamed with joy. What a good item. Purely a good item. Without waiting for Big Yellow to react, Chu Xian yanked the long robe off Big Yellow and dashed down the main peak, leaving only Big Yellow and Airbai on the main peak, confused. Who am I? Where am I? How did I break through? Within the Lingxiao Sect, Chu Xian ran all the way to the inner disciples. You, who wants to be whipped by the sect master? All the inner disciples were stunned. What happened to the sect master? Holding a small whip in one hand and a piece of clothing in the other, he even asked who wanted to be whipped. Seeing that no one responded, Chu Xian directly approached a female disciple. It's you. Saying that, he draped the long robe over this female disciple. The next second, a bunny girl instantly dazzled all the male disciples. Then, Chu Xian swung the little whip. Crack! The female disciple's face turned red. Sect master, disciple, no nonsense. Feel the spiritual power within you. Chapter 49. Those who want to be whipped line up, one by one. In that moment, Chu Xian's voice resonated like a great bell in the mind of the female disciple. Although her face was flushed, she hurriedly followed Chu Xian's instructions to calmly guide the spiritual power within her. As her consciousness sank into her body, the female disciple suddenly discovered that a vast amount of spiritual energy was pouring in crazily at the spot where the sect master had whipped her back. Her entire back felt tingly and numb, and her body couldn't help but shudder. Even the 2 bunny ears on her head shook a couple of times. The sect master disciple seems to be about to break through. Upon hearing that she was about to break through, Chu Xian hurriedly seized the opportunity. Crack, crack, crack. Chu Xian maintained a blank expression, wielding the little whip against the female disciple. After another 3 lashes, the female disciple felt that her path of cultivation had suddenly become clear. Her mind became incredibly clear. Her understanding of the cultivation methods instantly seemed to rise several levels. The female disciple quickly sat cross-legged, entering a state of enlightenment in an instant. Enlightenment is a realm that countless cultivators dream of. According to the Xuanxiao Continent Cultivation Guide, when a cultivator enters enlightenment, breakthroughs are as easy as drinking water, and their cultivation can progress at an astonishing rate. However, enlightenment is something that cannot be sought after. No matter how high one's talent is, it will not occur without specific circumstances. Seeing that his female disciple had entered a state of enlightenment, Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction and quietly stood by, commanding everyone not to disturb her. Everyone's eyes were wide open, fixated on the female disciple dressed as a bunny girl. They not only wanted to see the wonders of enlightenment, but also wanted to carefully observe her interesting attire. Within a few breaths, the female disciple had already broken through from the first level of the meridian realm to the third level, and her cultivation was still increasing. At this point, all the disciples became restless. Everyone's starting point was quite similar. But now that the sect master suddenly intervened, this female disciple's cultivation had become far ahead. Who could tolerate that? Due to the female disciple's relatively low talent, the state of enlightenment lasted less than half a minute before it ended. However, in that half minute, she directly broke through from the first level of the meridian realm to the seventh level. The combination of the divine whip and the dreamy transformation was simply terrifying. The moment the female disciple opened her eyes, before she could thank Chu Xian, she saw the inner disciples rushing towards him, shouting, "Sect Master, please whip me. Sect Master, I have a better figure. Wearing that outfit, I can definitely break through faster. You must choose me. Sect Master." The scene became chaotic. Chu Xian looked at the disorderly crowd and helplessly said, "Those who want to be whipped, line up, one at a time." The inner disciples had no choice but to line up according to their entry order, waiting patiently. Currently, there were more than 30 inner disciples in Lingxiao Sect, and whipping them one by one wouldn't take too long. After all, Chu Xian didn't need to cultivate, so he simply had someone bring him a chair and began the whipping one by one. Inner disciples' residence. Crack. Ah, so comfortable. Sect Master, a bit harder. Crack, crack, crack. The state of enlightenment appeared again. Next. Crack, crack. Chu Xian spent the entire day at the inner disciples' residence, watching their cultivation levels rise significantly before he happily left with the little whip and long robe. Upon returning to the main peak, Chu Xian sat on a recliner, leisurely sipping tea when he saw Lingxiao walking over excitedly. "Master, why did you give all the good things to the inner disciples first and not to us, your direct disciples?" Chu Xian was taken aback. "Huh? You already know about this news? I thought you guys didn't need this stuff. Since you're here, I'll let you experience the taste of being whipped." Lingxiao shot Chu Xian a cold glance. That is more like it. Lingxiao had been longing for the state of enlightenment for a long time. Even as a semi-emperor in his previous life, he had never experienced enlightenment even once. If he had, he would probably have achieved the emperor's throne by now. Enlightenment not only allowed cultivators to rapidly increase their cultivation in a short time, but also made their future paths smoother. "Xian, are you ready?" "I'm coming." Lingxiao, with his back to Chu Xian, didn't respond but nodded nervously. His eagerness for the state of enlightenment had made his heart race. After draping the long robe over Lingxiao, a flash of white light appeared. Chu Xian was left dumbfounded. Black stockings, long legs, a form-fitting short skirt, plus Lingxiao's proud figure and unparalleled beauty. It was simply a nightmare for all men. Lingxiao also froze upon seeing his outfit. "Master, what does this mean?" Clearly, besides feeling shy, Lingxiao was also a bit frustrated, thinking, that old pervert master is indeed a lecher. Disciple, I'm going to start whipping you now." Crack. With just one whip from the divine whip, Lingxiao had already entered the state of enlightenment. Xuanxiao is indeed impressive. Those inner disciples needed at least 3 whips to achieve enlightenment. Chu Xian nodded slightly as he looked at Lingxiao, who had entered the state of enlightenment. However, what surprised Chu Xian was that Lingxiao's cultivation level had not increased. He remained at the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Huh, strange. After waiting for a while, Chu Xian noticed that Lingxiao showed no signs of waking up. It seemed that the duration of the state of enlightenment was indeed related to one's talent. Xian had already been in it for 2 minutes. So, Chu Xian arranged for Long Out Yin to guard around Lingxiao, not allowing anyone to disturb him. He then went to the side to think in the Lingxiao Sect's main hall. Sigh. Whipping disciples every day isn't a sustainable approach. I don't even have my own time left. Chu Xian raised his brows and called for Qi Yu and Xuanxiao. The two elders appeared instantly. Sect Master, Chu Xian said, I have a task for you too. Establish a task hall in the sect to release tasks for the disciples. Completing tasks can earn disciples points. And with enough points, they can exchange for various rewards in the task hall. The ultimate reward for exchange. 1 day of being whipped by the sect master. The specifics of the rules should be discussed among the elders, and the final result should be reported back to me. Qi Yu and Xuanxiao's expressions immediately became serious. Yes, sect master. After arranging all this, Chu Xian finally walked back to his recliner with satisfaction. Soon, Lingxiao Sect was once again shaken. Qi Yu and Xuanxiao worked together to raise a task hall next to the sect square. Numerous facilities flew into the task hall under the hands of the two emperors. Many disciples heard the commotion and rushed over to watch. Chapter 50. The task hall opens. Lingxiao Sect's large-scale recruitment. As soon as the task hall appeared, a large number of disciples arrived at the scene. Before long, the task hall was completed. Then, Qi Yu's voice echoed throughout Lingxiao Sect. Attention, disciples. A notification is about to be played. The sect's task hall has been opened. The task hall has 4 levels, corresponding to the 4 levels of tasks: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, with Heaven-level tasks being the most difficult and Yellow-level tasks being the easiest. Different levels of tasks require disciples of varying cultivation levels to complete, besides obtaining task rewards. Completing tasks in the task hall will also earn a certain amount of task points. Task points can be exchanged for various cultivation resources. For details on point exchanges, please enter the task hall to check. The ultimate reward for point exchange. You can come to the sect's main peak to receive a full day of personal whipping from the sect master. Please work hard on your cultivation and actively complete tasks, aiming to be whipped by the sect master. As soon as this news came out, Lingxiao Sect instantly went into a frenzy. The sect master is whipping. My goodness. I heard that all the inner disciples' cultivation skyrocketed because of the sect master's personal whipping. Yes, I heard that too. After a whip from the sect master's little whip, their cultivation soared. Is this true? Great. Brothers, charge. Into the hall. Let us go for it, brothers. In an instant, the task hall was filled to capacity. Qi Yu and Xuanxiao exchanged glances, surprised that the opening of the task hall had caused such a frenzy. It seemed that there weren't enough elders in the task hall. Quickly report to the sect master. After understanding the situation, Chu Xian slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot about the other reward from the 1,000 consecutive draws. You two wait a moment. I'll resolve it immediately. Then Chu Xian turned his gaze back to the system panel. 1,000 consecutive draw rewards have been issued to the system backpack. 32 Great Sage Realm Elders. 66 Semi-Sage Realm Elders. 108 Harmonization Realm Elders. 136 Medicinal Herbs. All Elders activated. 206 Elders have been modeled successfully. In the next moment, more than 200 powerful auras that suppressed the heavens and earth suddenly rose within Lingxiao Sect. Boom! 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 More than 200 figures instantly soared into the sky above Lingxiao Sect, heading towards the sect's main peak. On the medicine peak, Xuanxiao was demonstrating to Xiao how to control the heat precisely when suddenly his body trembled. Boom! With a loud bang, the alchemy furnace exploded. Master, your fire control technique is not that great. Xuanxiao didn't hear what Xiao said at all. His eyes were fixed on the more than 200 figures in the sky. The old man said blankly, Is this the edge of the eastern wilderness? Over 200 saint-level powerhouses. Chu Xian, are you planning to push through the entire Xuanxiao Continent? On the main peak, 206 figures stood in neat formation. Chu Xian was also a bit excited. If these people could step out of the Lingxiao Sect's territory, it would be like dominating the entire Xuanxiao Continent. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the system is, it still has its limitations. So many ruthless characters can only obediently stay in the sect to guard the home. Isn't that infuriating? Even if you give me 10,000, it would be useless. Damn. Trash system. On the back mountain of the sect, Lingxiao opened his dragon eyes, glanced towards the main peak, and then obediently closed them again. Did you see that? This is the Master's connections. All newly joined elders. Over 200 saint level. Learn, brothers. With the addition of these more than 200 saint level members, the number of elders in the Lingxiao Sect was already sufficient. Currently, the number of disciples in the Lingxiao Sect was just over 1,000, and, counting the two emperors, there were a total of 228 elders. After excluding the elders needed to stay at the sect's various facilities, there were still quite a few elders left. On average, one elder could teach about 5 disciples. In the following period, numerous Dao boats began to arrive at the Lingxiao Sect. Each Dao boat brought exactly 100 disciples, all of whom were talented elites from various counties in the Daxia, children of fortune. In addition to batches of Dao boats bringing disciples, there were also many cultivators wanting to join the Lingxiao Sect gathered outside the sect's gate. Most of these cultivators came from the eastern counties of Daxia to save on the spirit stones consumed by the operation of Dao boats. The royal family simply let several counties closer to the Lingxiao Sect go there on their own to participate in the sect's entrance trials. The name of Lingxiao Sect was rapidly spreading throughout the entire Daxia Empire. On this day, nearly 1 million people had gathered outside the Lingxiao Sect's gate. Almost all the younger generation from several eastern counties of Daxia had come to the Lingxiao Sect's entrance. This was because the entrance trial of Lingxiao Sect was so peculiar. As long as one turned in the qualification for entry, they could enter the Lingxiao Sect. Upon hearing the report from Chu Xian waved his hand and shouted, "Open the sect and recruit disciples." Then the entire Lingxiao Sect began to operate from top to bottom. The task hall was frantically releasing tasks, stating, "Assist the sect in recruiting disciples. 1 ordinary level spirit stone per day. Task points reward, 10 points. All the disciples were ecstatic upon hearing that the task points were worth 10 points. They were like wolves and tigers. This was because task points were extremely difficult to obtain. Only heavenly level tasks could earn 5 points, and 100 points would allow the sect master to whip you once. Anyone who didn't participate in this task would be simply foolish. Therefore, all the disciples of Lingxiao Sect rushed out to receive customers. With over 1,000 disciples appearing, they instantly took control of the scene. Chu Xian, as the personal disciple of the master, stood at the gate, explained the rules of the sect's trial, and then jumped down. This scene captivated the female cultivators who were about to participate in the entrance trial. Wow, this is the personal disciple of the Lingxiao sacred land. So handsome. Oh, if I could become Chu Xian's partner, that would be wonderful. Hearing these words, some male cultivators were unwilling. You? Don't dream. Chu Xian's partner is a princess of the royal family. Instantly, countless female cultivators clasped their chests and pounded their chests in frustration. The recruitment trial outside the Lingxiao Sect was in full swing, while a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the western border of Daxia. This person stood in the air on a long sword, frowning. He didn't expect the demonic sect to be so rampant here. Poor ordinary people. The coordinates that old Sai gave me are not far from here. I should find that old fellow first. This person was none other than the #1 blacksmith in the eastern wilderness, Duan Hong. Duan Hong infused spirit power into the long sword under his feet and was about to shoot out, but unexpectedly, a figure in a black robe flew up from the ground. The newcomer was evidently also a saint-level powerhouse, and without saying a word, he raised his hand to attack. Duan Hong was stunned. "Bold demon cultivator," Duan Hong shouted, gripping the long sword under his feet in his hand. Slash! The long sword was instantly unleashed. The demon cultivator was sliced in half by the long sword in Duan Hong's hand. Obviously, the long sword in Duan Hong's hand served both as a flying artifact and a powerful weapon. After slaying the saint-level demon cultivator with one sword, Duan Hong then rode the sword and shot towards the east. In just half a stick of incense, Duan Hong arrived at the gate of the Lingxiao Sect. Half a stick of incense, directly crossing the entire Daxia. Even a great saint relying on his own flight would take at least 10 days. sect.Then, Duan on coucheron Xian. Duan Hong looked at the sea of people in front of the Lingxiao Sect's gate and couldn't help but frown. How did old Sai end up here? He didn't even glance at so many sacred places and actually came to this shabby little sect. Then, Duan Hong saw the disciple recruitment wheel at the very front of the crowd. Which big fool thought of this recruitment method? Upon a closer look, Duan Hong's expression changed. This wheel is unusual. It contains hidden mysteries. Duan Hong was indeed a top-level blacksmith. Although he was initially deceived by the appearance of the wheel, he quickly noticed its uniqueness. Although this wheel was roughly made, there was a special power supporting its operation. Interesting. To Duan Hong's surprise, he couldn't fathom this power. Since I'm already here, there's no need to rush. Let me see what this wheel is all about. So, Duan Hong directly landed at a distance and quietly walked to the end of the line. While waiting in line, Duan Hong began to observe the group of young people around him. TSK, this is indeed a poor rural area. There are no good seedlings. Then Duan Hong's gaze fell on Chu Xian, who was maintaining order at the front. This kid has amazing bones, although he had thin arms and legs. Swinging a heavy hammer to forge iron seemed effortless. A good seedling for forging. He is even more suitable for forging than Chu Xian back in the day. I must find a way to have this kid become my disciple. After half a day's wait, it was finally Duan Hong's turn to spin the wheel. Chu Xian glanced at the handsome, middle-aged man in front of him, but unexpectedly, he saw a hint of desire in the other's eyes. Having experienced matters between men and women, Chu Xian suddenly thought of a certain possibility. This guy wouldn't he have any special preferences, would he? Thinking of this, Chu Xian instantly shivered. It's your turn, Chu Xian said impatiently. Unexpectedly, this guy directly leaned in. Duan Hong grabbed Chu Xian's hand, and his eyes lit up. Young man, do you want to become a world-class powerhouse? Do you want to wield powerful divine weapons? Do you want countless cultivators to treat you as a distinguished guest? Chu Xian withdrew his hand with a face full of disgust. Are you crazy? Duan Hong didn't care and lowered his voice mysteriously. Do you know who I am? I am the pinnacle of the forging world. As long as you become my disciple, I guarantee you will be invincible in the world in 30 years and dominate the eastern wilderness in 50 years. Chu Xian rolled his eyes. Uncle, you need to take your medicine. TSK. Duan Hong was so anxious he was stomping his feet. Look, quickly. He hurriedly took out a shiny golden hammer from his storage ring. Do you recognize this? This is the legendary 1000 June-breaking sky hammer. As long as you nod, it will be yours. The people waiting in line nearby burst into laughter. Is this old man crazy? Chu Xian turned to leave, but Duan Hong darted forward. Wait. Young man, are you really willing to stay in this small sect for your entire life? Follow me, and you'll eat well and live lavishly. You want treasures? You have treasures. You want spirit stones? You have spirit stones. Get lost. Chu Xian couldn't hold back any longer. Are you still testing or not? Duan Hong, seeing this, muttered reluctantly. This kid has quite the temper, but suits my taste. He then turned towards the rotating platform, but occasionally glanced back at Chu Xian, muttering, such a good blacksmithing talent, can't let him go. After that, he casually spun the platform, injecting a trace of spiritual power into it. Just as Duan Hong's spiritual power touched the mysterious force within the platform, wanting to continue his research, a loud bang erupted, and the platform exploded. Chu Xian's expression immediately turned cold. Damn, dare to damage the sect's property. Saying this, he reached out to grab Duan Hong. Duan Hong was stunned. He never expected the platform would shatter. But feeling the fluctuations of spiritual power beside him, Duan Hong instantly released his own spiritual power. Kid, do you want to betray your master and destroy your ancestors? Chu Xian's figure was directly immobilized by Duan Hong, unable to move at all. At that moment, a mighty voice echoed from within Lingxiao Sect. Who dares to cause trouble in Lingxiao Sect? Immediately, a golden flood dragon suddenly flew out from Lingxiao Sect. The dragon's body blocked out the sun, and its head had already developed a bulge, clearly on the verge of transforming into a true dragon. Long Out Yin, after being fed by Chu Xian's mount's feed, found his long-dormant cultivation unexpectedly starting to rise again. This delighted Long Out Yin, who now spent every day worshipping Chu Xian and eating. He was now at the 8th level of the Great Sage Realm, faintly touching the threshold of the 9th level. Upon seeing this aura, Duan Hong immediately perked up. A dragon. Just in time. I have a special treasure for dealing with dragons. As he spoke, a fiery red spear appeared in Duan Hong's hand. Oomph. This spear is called the fire-tip spear. It specializes in targeting dragon tendons. Then, Duan Hong lightly touched his chest, and from the spot where his finger touched, large swathes of red patterns spread across his body. Before long, Duan Hong's body was completely covered in red and black patterns. At a glance, it was clear that these red and black patterns had extremely high defensive capabilities. Lingxiao Sect glanced coldly at Duan Hong on the ground and snorted. Just a little trick. Watch me capture you. With a dragon roar that shook the heavens, Lingxiao Sect's massive dragon tail swept towards Duan Hong with the force of 1,000 pounds. Duan Hong sneezed, and the fire-tip spear in his hand suddenly burst forth with blinding red light, revealing countless binding dragon spell inscriptions as it sliced through the air. Break! Duan Hong's figure shot forward like lightning, directly stabbing towards the dragon tail. The spear light clashed with the dragon scales, and in the spark of the collision, Lingxiao Sect let out a painful roar as the scales at the tail were actually sliced open, leaving a bloody mark. The inscriptions on the spear burrowed into the wound like living creatures, causing dragon blood to spray out instantly. Roar! Lingxiao Sect's eyes turned crimson, and he opened his mouth to unleash a terrifying dragon breath. The red and black patterns all over Duan Hong brightened, transforming into a fierce armor that took the hit head-on. The ground was blasted into a deep pit of 100 feet, yet he soared up from the dust, aiming the fire-tip spear directly at the dragon's head. At the critical moment, the spear tip suddenly split into countless red chains that wrapped around the dragon's head. Lingxiao Sect felt his demon power stagnate, and his massive dragon body was forcefully pulled to the ground with a crash. Duan Hong stood on the dragon's head, laughing maniacally. You beast, today I'll extract your dragon tendons. He aimed the spear tip at the reverse scale and stabbed down fiercely. Just at that moment, a green light burst forth from within Lingxiao Sect. Duan Hong had no time to continue attacking Lingxiao Sect and could only defend passively. That green light crashed into the fire-tip spear, blocking Duan Hong's front. However, the wild bombardment everyone expected did not occur. The green light simply merged into Duan Hong's body. What is going on? The next second, the fire-tip spear in Duan Hong's hand, along with the red and black patterns on his body, vanished. Clap, clap, clap. Master Duan, long time no see. Why do you come just to demolish my sect? Chu Xian clapped his hands and led Xuanxiao out of the Lingxiao Sect's main gate. Duan Hong had no time to be surprised by the other party's methods and hurriedly looked at the young man, his eyes widening. Chu Xian, you little brat? Chapter 52, Blacksmith Peak. Duan Hong was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good for you, Chu Xian. So the mysterious person Old Sai mentioned is you. After you recovered your cultivation, you still act mysterious? When did you two start hanging out together? And in this godforsaken place? Speak. Are you two having some kind of special relationship? Chu Xian, Xuanxiao said impatiently. Old man can go wherever he wants. Who do you think you are to control me? Chu Xian didn't want to see the two bickering, waved his hand lightly, and the upper and lower elders immediately understood, sending that green light back from Duan Hong's body, transforming into a fiery red spear and a red-black orb that landed in Chu Xian's hand. Master Duan, your treasure. Duan Hong raised an eyebrow and asked, Chu Xian, what kind of method is this? You could directly seal my silk armor? Chu Xian smiled slightly. It's a secret. He then called out to the distant Lingxiao Sect. Come here. Lingxiao Sect was feeling wronged, with tears welling up in his eyes. So you two know each other? Then did I just get beaten up for nothing? Old dragon feels very wronged. Chu Xian pulled out a bottle of pills from his bosom and threw it to Lingxiao Sect, saying, All right, Master Duan's combat power ranks among the best in the entire Xuanxiao Continent. You didn't lose unjustly. This is the 9-pattern dragon pill, just refined by Master Sai. Consider it a compensation for you. Upon hearing the name 9-pattern dragon pill, Lingxiao Sect's injuries instantly stopped hurting. With this 9-pattern dragon pill, I can definitely reach the peak of the holy stage. Meanwhile, Lingxiao Sect couldn't help but marvel again. Sai, the connections of my master. One can easily suppress me, and the other can casually refine the 9-pattern dragon pill. What is the 9-pattern dragon pill? It's a high-grade, holy-level pill. Old dragon, this injury is worth it. Duan Hong quickly waved his hand. Chu Xian, don't flatter me. I'm just a blacksmith. If it weren't for my fire-tipped spear specializing in dragon species, I really wouldn't know if I could beat this one. After some more pleasantries, the group headed toward Lingxiao Sect. However, Duan Hong's gaze kept darting towards Xuanxiao. Xuanxiao wrapped his arm around Duan Hong's neck and said, "Old buddy, are you falling back into your old habits again? Can't you move on once you see a good talent?" Hearing this, Chu Xian suddenly became alert. Back in the day, when Chu Xian followed Chu Xian to the blacksmith shop to procure weapons for the sect's disciples, he first met Duan Hong, who actually grabbed his hand and kissed it. He insisted on making Chu Xian work with him, almost starting a fight with Chu Xian. In the end, Chu Xian ended up being an apprentice at the blacksmith shop for 2 months, during which he intentionally ruined quite a few precious materials. And only then did Duan Hong let him leave. Duan Hong pushed Xuanxiao's arm away and pointed at Xuanxiao, saying to Chu Xian, that kid must come with me to blacksmith. Otherwise, we need to settle the account for the 3 pieces of meteorite iron you ruined and the 2 holy grade forges that exploded. Once this was said, the system light curtain appeared instantly, detected that the host has an old debt with the strongest blacksmith in the Eastern Wasteland. Triggering Hidden Task 2, establish the blacksmith peak in the sect, with the strongest blacksmith taking the position of peak master, specially granting 1 Xiantian iron mine, temporary item, valid for 6 months, 1 divine artifact forge, temporary item, valid for 6 months. Hidden task reward, 1 Xiantian iron mine, permanent, 1 divine artifact forge, permanent. Chu Xian's eyes spun as he quietly closed the system light curtain. Unexpectedly, Master Duan still remembers this matter? Duan Hong angrily said, "Do you know how much those things are worth in spirit stones? 200 holy grade spirit stones. How could I forget?" Chu Xian smiled. "That's all ancient history, and now you want to take Jian'er to blacksmith with you. That's not impossible. I have one request." "What request?" "You also saw Jian'er has a special physique, and now he is the pillar of my Lingxiao Sect. If I let him go, my Lingxiao Sect would suffer a great loss." Chu Xian pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? You can take Jian'er to my Lingxiao Sect to forge for half a year. If he ends up liking forging, I naturally won't let Jian'er feel disheartened and will let him leave. If after half a year he still doesn't like forging, then you can take him back where he came from. How does that sound?" "You brat won't let Jian use the same trick again and ruin my forge, right?" Chu Xian shook his head and smiled. "Master Duan, you're overthinking it. During Jian'er's forging period at my Lingxiao Sect, all the forges and materials will be provided by my sect. Your little broken sect has forges? Of course. I'll take Master Duan to see my blacksmith peak right now." At the same time, Chi Yu and the 2 others in the sect immediately sprang into action. The 2 chose a Dao peak near the newly appeared celestial iron mine and began a massive renovation. First, they connected the Dao peak to the underground, and a surge of sacred fire from the earth's core instantly flowed into the newly appeared divine weapon forge. Next, they brought the endless spring from the medicine peak to part of the blacksmith peak for quenching. Then came rows of houses. When Chu Xian and the others arrived at the blacksmith peak, everything was ready. "Here, this is my Lingxiao Sect's blacksmith peak. But we never had a forging master who caught my eye, so it has been empty. In my opinion, only Master Duan is qualified to use this blacksmith peak." Upon hearing this, Duan Hong couldn't help but feel a bit proud. This kid knows how to talk. I like it. The moment they stepped onto the blacksmith peak, a violent burning sensation immediately surged from beneath their feet. Chu Xian, your Dao peak is not simple. There's a natural fire source underground." Chu Xian smiled and nodded. "No doubt. Master Duan has a keen eye. That's right." The little Dai following Xuanxiao couldn't help but be puzzled. "Master, we also need flames for alchemy. Why is there none on the medicine peak?" Xuanxiao rubbed Dai's head and gently replied, "With so many medicinal materials on the medicine peak, if the fire is that fierce, wouldn't it dry out all the materials?" Upon hearing Xuanxiao's explanation, little Dai nodded thoughtfully. Duan Hong was a bit surprised. "Old man Sai, is this your newly accepted disciple?" Xuanxiao instantly beamed with joy. "Yes, this is my closed-door disciple. In terms of alchemy talent, even Zhang Qing can't compare to her." Duan Hong was even more astonished to hear this. Zhangqing can't compare to her? Of course. My disciple has the potential of an imperial-level alchemist. Duanhong's eyes turned red. It seems old man Sai has already found a satisfactory successor. When will I have a satisfactory successor? No, Yu Jian must learn forging from me. Chu Xian, I have made up my mind about Yu Jian. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't take him away. I'm serious. Chu Xian couldn't help but smile wryly. Let's not talk about that. Let's first take a look at my Lingxiao Sect's forging furnace. The next second, Duanhong shouted, "What the hell?" Chapter 53. Do I still have to beg you? You've spoiled him. Duanhong looked at the forge before him, tears unintentionally sliding down the corners of his mouth. The forge in front of him was entirely dark gold, its body covered with tortoise shell-like cracks, and lava-like red patterns flowed through the cracks. At the three-legged base, a bronze dragon coiled, its mouth spitting out blood-red flames from the ground. The most astonishing thing was the inner wall of the furnace, where countless weapon phantoms swirled. Every time the flames leaped up, it seemed as if numerous ancient divine weapons were humming and vibrating within. At the very bottom of the furnace, a silver hammer swayed gently. This forging furnace. Duanhong's hand gently stroked the furnace body, looking as if he was tenderly caressing a technician's sister's black silk thigh. His affection was evident. As the strongest forger in the eastern wilderness, Duanhong had used more furnaces than an average person had eaten meals, but he had never seen a forging furnace of this caliber. Even the high-level holy forging furnace he personally crafted over a year was just a pile of crap compared to this forging furnace. Chu kid, where did you get this? Duanhong continued to gently caress the furnace, not even turning his head. Chu Xian had anticipated this, found it. Duanhong face instantly darkened. This excuse is just too standard. By the way, old man Sai, you said you wanted me to help you repair a weapon. Where is it? Duanhong's eyes sparkled, eagerly rubbing his hands. He couldn't wait to experience the effects of this furnace. Sai Chunqiu pointed at Chu Xian, and Chu Xian smiled as he took out Tang Lu's harpoon from his storage ring. This is my disciple's spiritual level weapon, Master Duan, please. Duanhong just glanced at it, nodded, and said, "A small matter. Call Yu Jian over and let him see my forging skills." Chu Xian didn't waste time and transmitted a message to Yu Jian. Soon, Yu Jian arrived. After getting some forging materials from Chu Xian, Duanhong took a deep breath and said loudly, "Everyone step back. I'm about to start the furnace." He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a surge of spiritual energy entered the furnace. The tortoise shell patterns on the furnace body instantly lit up, and the three-legged dragon seemed to come alive, with the flames it spewed from its mouth turning from blood red to pure white. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire forging furnace suddenly emitted a low humming sound, and a large number of weapon phantoms began to appear in the furnace. Such strong spirituality, Duanhong exclaimed, then carefully threw the harpoon into the furnace. Surprisingly, the harpoon did not fall directly to the bottom, but floated in the center of the furnace, surrounded by countless weapon phantoms. Those phantoms, like living beings, continuously struck and polished the harpoon's body. Then Duanhong carefully controlled the temperature of the flames in the furnace, beginning to add the forging materials he obtained from Chu Xian. Once the harpoon fused with the other materials, Duanhong waved his hand, and the furnace lid flew off. With the harpoon in Duanhong's grasp, the temperature around them instantly soared, leaving everyone feeling a burning pain on their faces. Despite such high temperatures, Duanhong's hand seemed to feel nothing. He then reached for the silver hammer hanging at the bottom of the furnace. The moment he grabbed the hammer, Duanhong's eyes sparkled. Good hammer. Duanhong didn't have time to be surprised. The hammer began to fall onto the harpoon like raindrops. Clang, clang, clang. With each strike, the harpoon and the additional forging materials became more solidified, while the divine weapon phantoms that had just appeared in the furnace emerged once again. Clang, clang, clang. Duanhong's hammering technique became faster and faster until only a blur of hammer shadows could be seen. The phantoms of divine weapons were gradually merging into the harpoon. Chu Xian and the others widened their eyes to carefully observe Duanhong's forging technique, unable to help but express continuous admiration. As the final hammer strike fell, all the divine weapon phantoms merged into the harpoon. The previously rough harpoon now glowed with a ghostly blue light, and with a gentle shake, waves of spiritual energy rippled out. Initial stage, holy level, with the ocean turning characteristic. Duan Hong wiped his sweat and proudly raised the harpoon, declaring that with one thrust, he could create waves 100 feet high. Yu Jian looked on dumbfounded, instinctively reaching out to touch it, only to be knocked back several steps by the spiritual energy that the harpoon autonomously unleashed. Duan Luge d'Artillerie, Geet. Now you know how powerful forging techniques are, right? Chu Xian timely handed him a jar of spiritual wine. Master Duan, you're indeed worthy of your reputation. This forging furnace is only truly utilized in your hands. Duan Hong affectionately stroked the dragon patterns on the furnace body, suddenly sighed. If it weren't for this forging furnace and this hammer, this harpoon would at most be a mid-level spiritual weapon. Duan Hong knew his own abilities well. The harpoon's material itself wasn't very high, and even with more forging materials added, it wouldn't improve much. The harpoon's ascension to a holy level weapon was primarily due to the contribution of this forging furnace. Duan Hong secretly thought, with this furnace, I can definitely forge an imperial level weapon, but this Chu kid will definitely not let me use it freely, unless I, like old man Sai, join the Lingxiao Sect. With this thought, Duan Hong's mind began to race. Chu kid, I want this forging furnace. You can set any conditions. Chu Xian smiled and asked, set any conditions? Of course. I request Master Duan to be a peak master in my Lingxiao Sect in the future. Do you agree? Duan Hong smiled inwardly, kid. I've been waiting for you to say that. This furnace would be a waste if given to someone else. Only I can maximize its potential. However, Duan Hong still pretended to hesitate on the surface. You want to bind me to the Lingxiao Sect? Chu Xian hurriedly shook his head. No. Just be a peak master and teach the disciples forging skills when there's nothing else to do. The rest is up to you, just like Master Sai. Duan Hong looked at Sai Xuanxiao beside him, then glanced at Xiao Dai, and finally his gaze landed on Yu Jian. It's not impossible, but Yu Jian must learn blacksmithing from me. Otherwise, I absolutely want to agree. Chu Xian Lauget? He thought, damn, you old man are really shameless. You want to step down when I give you a way out, huh? You still want to recruit people for me? Chu Xian didn't rush to respond. Instead, he looked at Yu Jian with a smile. Yu Jian stepped forward and stood in front of Duan Hong. Senior, Soda. I don't want to be your disciple. I already have a master, and in this life, I will only recognize this one master. Yu Jian's answer was completely within Chu Xian's expectations. In Yu Jian's eyes, no one could replace Chu Xian's position, even though he had begun to show interest in forging. But getting Yu Jian to worship Duan Hong as a master was absolutely impossible. Yu Jian's words were straightforward and crisp, leaving no room for doubt, which completely chilled Duan Hong's heart. Alas, it seems I want to find a satisfactory successor in this life. Chu Xian had long seen that Duan Hong also wanted to stay in the Lingxiao Sect, and he thought, you old light bulb, you really can put on an act. Do I have to beg you? You've spoiled your own habits. Master Duan, my sword doesn't want to learn blacksmithing from you, so please feel free. After saying that, Chu Xian led Yu Jian to leave the blacksmith peak. Chapter 54. The Holy Land of Xixia. Shaking half of the 9 nether demon earth. Duan Hong watched Chu Xian and Yu Jian leave, and he was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? They really are leaving. I just want to try to win over Yu Jian, and now look. I've set myself up. What the hell have I done? Seeing this situation, Sai Xuanxiao couldn't help but chuckle. Duan Hong hurriedly cast a pleading look at Sai Xuanxiao, transmitting his thoughts. Old brother, help me out. If this works out, I'll make you an emperor-level alchemy furnace. How about that? Sai Xuanxiao narrowed his eyes. Little brother, you usually call me old man Sai. What about your ability? Sai, old brother, just help me this once. All right, seeing that you've come such a long way to see me, I'll help you once. Sai Xuanxiao stepped in front of Chu Xian, saying, Sect Master, I think it would be better this way. Let old Duan stay in the sect first. Our sect has always been recruiting disciples. There will definitely be one who is more suitable for forging than Yu Jian. At that time, old Duan can also have a satisfactory disciple. Chu Xian slowly turned around. Oh, that's also a method. What does Master Duan think? At this moment, Duan Hong didn't dare to act smug anymore. If he continued to act smug, He wouldn't need this forging furnace anymore. The method proposed by old brother Sai is excellent. Excellent. Originally wanting to call him Old Man Sai again. Duan Hong saw Sai Xuanxiao's mocking gaze and quickly changed his words. I will be the peak master of the Lingxiao Sect from now on. At the same time, the system light curtain suddenly appeared. Hidden task. The strongest blacksmith has agreed to join the sect. Rewards have been issued. The usage time for the celestial iron mine and divine artifact forging furnace has been changed to permanent. Seeing that Duan Hong had agreed, Chu Xian smiled and said, "Welcome, Master Duan, to join the sect. I represent the Lingxiao Sect in presenting a welcome gift to Master Duan." Duan Hong stroked the forging furnace beside him and replied, "No need. Nothing is needed. Just this furnace will do. Are you sure, Master Duan?" Then let us take a look." Duan Hong suddenly realized that every time he met Chu Xian again, he was either being controlled by Chu Xian or on the way to being controlled. What kind of opportunities does this kid have? Not only has he regained his cultivation, but he has also established such a sect. Although it is still in the initial stage, the foundation of this sect cannot be underestimated. After that, everyone, led by Chu Xian, went straight to the celestial iron mine. Duan Hong stood in front of the celestial iron mine. His whole body stiffened as if struck by lightning. "This is impossible." Duan Hong trembled as he extended his hand. The moment his fingertips touched the ore vein, the entire vein actually shimmered like stars. Those seemingly ordinary black ores actually contained liquid galactic whirlpools. Each piece of ore was breathing on its own, creating small storms of spiritual energy with every exhale and inhale. A huge wave surged in Duan Hong's mind. What kind of celestial iron mine is this? It's clearly the legendary star Marrow Mother Mine, the top-tier divine material that had disappeared in ancient times. Necessary material for forging emperor-level artifacts. A piece the size of a fingernail is enough to cause a bloodbath in the Holy Land, and before him is actually an entire ore vein. Chu Xiaozong Master. Duan Hong's voice was hoarse. You call this a welcome gift? He suddenly felt that entering the Lingxiao Sect was like picking up a huge bargain. At this moment, what Jian and freedom were no longer important. Even if Chu Xian asked him to wash the underwear of all the disciples in the sect now, he would hold on to this ore vein and say it's really damn fragrant. Chu Xian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "This is just the tip of the iceberg for the Lingxiao Sect, just a tiny fraction of it. Old Duan, work hard, and this sect master won't treat you unfairly." After seeing the star Marrow Mother Mine, everyone returned to the Blacksmith Peak. Chu Xian immediately ordered many elders to lead the disciples to the Blacksmith Peak for disciple selection. As long as Duan Hong finds someone suitable, they can stay at the Blacksmith Peak. This is also the second Dao peak established by the Lingxiao Sect after the Medicine Peak. After 3 days of selection, Duan Hong really found a satisfactory disciple. This disciple is named O Tai, who was once a disciple of the Piaomiao Sect and is now a miscellaneous disciple of the Lingxiao Sect. O Tai, like Xiao Dai Dai, has no talent in cultivation, but he has a special talent for forging. According to Duan Hong, my precious disciple is a congenital forging holy body. Even Jian is not as good as him in forging. During these 3 days, Emperor Xia Yinxiu came uninvited and brought 2 pieces of news. The first piece of news is that a large number of demon cultivators have appeared in the western border of the Great Xia. At the same time, Duan Hong also told Chu Xian about encountering a holy-level demon cultivator when he came to the Lingxiao Sect. The second piece of news is that a new holy land called Lingxiao Sect has appeared in the southern region of the Great Xia Empire with great strength, demanding that the Great Xia become a subsidiary of the Lingxiao Holy Land, paying tribute monthly. And the Lingxiao Holy Land can solve the demon cultivator issue for the Great Xia. Lingxiao Sect Master Peak. Holy Master, I have truthfully explained the situation to that Lingxiao Holy Land. My Great Xia has the protection of the Lingxiao Holy Land and does not need their Lingxiao Holy Land to intervene. The people of the Lingxiao Holy Land left after hearing this, saying they would come to the Lingxiao Holy Land in a month to ask for guidance. Chu Xian couldn't help but smile. Is this Lingxiao Holy Land trying to stir up trouble? If they want to come, let them come. I have my own solution for the demon cultivator issue, and Emperor Xia need not worry. Seeing Chu Xian so confident, Xianxiao's heart was immediately at ease. Since that's the case, then I will take my leave first and wait for the Holy Master's good news. After Xianxiao left, Lingxiao stepped forward. Master, give the order. Our Lingxiao Sect has countless holy level experts. Mere demon cultivators are nothing to worry about. Chu Xian glanced at Lingxiao and said lightly, Is there a need for holy level? Just stay at home honestly. Up and down. The second elder appeared on the main peak in an instant. Sect Master, you handle the demon cultivators in the western border of the Great Xia. Yes. Sect Master, the Emperor's divine sense instantly spread out. In just a moment, the up and down had already locked onto the demon cultivators thousands of miles away. Up and down stood on the main peak, palms open with palms facing down, gently pressing down, in the sky above the western Xinjiang of the Great Xia. The originally overcast sky suddenly twisted. A gigantic golden hand that could cover the sky and block the sun materialized out of thin air. Boom! Before the giant hand even descended, the terrifying pressure had already shattered mountains and rivers. The demon cultivators who were slaughtering mortals suddenly stiffened, looking up at the sky in terror. What is this? Before one demon cultivator could finish speaking, he was crushed into a mist of blood by the wind from the hand. The giant hand slammed down. Boom! The entire ground instantly sank 100 zhang. The earth's crust fractured and magma erupted. Countless demon cultivators had no chance to resist and returned to ashes. Above the clouds of the demon king's hall, a figure in a black robe trembled. The territory of a Nether Nine held demon soil, covering millions of miles, was actually crushed down by more than half. The ancestor had just revived. Is the heavens trying to destroy my demon sect? A hint of despair emanated from beneath the black robe. At the peak of the Lingxiao Sect, the upper and lower realms clearly suffered a considerable backlash and were now sitting cross-legged to adjust their injuries. Chapter 55, Lingxiao Reform. Competition of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. Due to system restrictions, the elders cannot leave the sect. The Emperor elders can attack from thousands of miles away, but they must pay a certain price, and the power of the attack will also be limited. Otherwise, a single strike from an emperor could easily obliterate the entire Xuanxiao Continent. The Lingxiao Sect had a vast number of strong practitioners, but could only use them to defend their home, which left Chu Xian extremely frustrated. This time, the demon cultivators invaded the Great Xia in large numbers. Relying solely on Lingxiao and Duan Hong was clearly not enough to contend with them. Chu Xian looked at the upper and lower realms sitting cross-legged and couldn't help but frown. That's why I wanted you to take action. This system claims it's weak, but it can give you an emperor-level powerhouse. If this system is impressive, it has too many damn restrictions. Chu Xian had no choice but to take out the holy-level medicinal pills rewarded by the system for the upper and lower realms to heal. For a while, the Lingxiao Sect became completely quiet. The demon cultivators could not stir up trouble for the time being, and recruiting disciples had almost been completed. Now, the number of disciples in the Lingxiao Sect was approaching 5,000. As the number increased, Chu Xian clearly felt that the sect was somewhat chaotic. There were simply too many miscellaneous disciples. So much so that there were now 3 peaks for miscellaneous disciples. Thus, after discussions with several important elders, it was decided to redivide the peaks of the Lingxiao Sect. On this day, the Grand Elder Qi Yu stood high above the plaza of the Lingxiao Sect and announced loudly, "All disciples of the Lingxiao Sect, please pay attention. The Lingxiao Sect's sect master commands. From today onward, the Lingxiao Sect will be divided into 9 main peaks. The first peak, the main peak, is primarily for the sect master and a group of direct disciples to cultivate and reside. The second peak is the medicine peak, where disciples who love alchemy will cultivate and reside. The third peak is the artisan peak, where disciples who enjoy forging can cultivate and reside. The fourth peak is the sword peak, where sword cultivators can cultivate and reside. The fifth peak is the talisman peak, where disciples who love talismans can cultivate and reside. The sixth peak is the formation peak, where disciples who enjoy formations can cultivate and reside. The seventh peak is the 100 Flowers peak, established specifically for female disciples, where any female disciple can cultivate and reside. The eighth peak is the Beastmaster peak, where disciples who raise spirit beasts or have contracts with spirit beasts can cultivate and reside. At this point, Chi paused slightly, saying, "Disciples choosing the Beastmaster Peak. Please pay special attention. Do not let your spirit beast partners defecate everywhere. The 9th peak is the Mountains and Rivers Peak, where disciples who cannot enter the above 8 peaks will gather." After the announcement, all disciples are requested to quickly go to their desired peaks for selection. In an instant, all disciples of the Lingxiao Sect were stunned. They had not expected such a significant change to occur in the sect so suddenly. This reform could indeed well tap into the potential of the disciples. For 10 consecutive days, the Lingxiao Sect underwent a complete transformation. Each disciple had reached their chosen peak and began to cultivate. The peak masters of the Medicine Peak and Artisan Peak were Xuanxiao and Duanhong, respectively. Apart from these 2 main peaks, the other 6 peaks were temporarily overseen by elders as peak masters. With the reforms of the Lingxiao Sect fully completed, Chu Xian lay back on a lounge chair, browsing through ancient texts in the 10,000 Classics Pavilion when Duanhong joyfully came over with a large turntable. "Sect Master, I did it." Hearing Duanhong shout, Chu Xian set aside the ancient texts and looked at him curiously. "Sect Master, the disciple recruiting turntable has been newly upgraded." Chu Xian glanced at the brand new turntable before him, and his eyes lit up. Although it was still in the form of a turntable, the contents had changed significantly. The 5 original colors of the turntable were replaced with numbers ranging from 1 to 9, representing the 9 main peaks of the Lingxiao Sect. Of course, the largest area on the turntable remained blank, simply changing the previous distinction between inner and outer sects to the current 9 main peaks. "Oh, it seems this turntable can now directly test the specific talents of the disciples." Duanhong excitedly replied, "That's right. With the help of Elder Chi Yu, this turntable is now much more sophisticated than before. It used to only distinguish the talent levels of disciples, and after entering the sect, they had to go through a second round of selection. Now, as long as a disciple's talent meets the entry standards, it can directly detect the abilities they possess. Those with alchemy talent will be directed to the Medicine Peak, and those with forging talent will be directed to the Artisan Peak. We can still claim it's purely based on luck." After explaining, Chu Xian's eyes instantly brightened. Truly worthy of being the strongest forger in the Eastern Wilderness. This turntable is 100 times better than what Chi Yu and the upper and lower realms created. Promote it. Promote it throughout the entire Great Xia. Thus, the new generation of disciple recruiting turntables immediately replaced the old style. The Lingxiao Sect was undergoing new changes every day, and finally, a month later, the people from the Purple Cloud Holy Land arrived at the gates of the Lingxiao Sect. On this day, 9 golden winged Dapengs pulled a jade chariot, hovering before the gates of the Lingxiao Sect. The jade chariot radiated dazzling light, accompanied by celestial music. An elder in a purple robe stepped down from the air, his voice like a heavy bell. "The 3rd elder of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, Mo Tianji, has come to pay respects to the sect master of the Lingxiao Sect." Chu Xian lazily lounged on the main peak's chair, munching on spirit fruits freshly picked by Yu Jianshao, and said, "Did you bring gifts? If not, you can't enter." Mo Tianji's eyes twitched, arrogant. He then angrily flicked his sleeve and threw out a jade slip. "No gifts. This is a declaration of war. In 1 month, disciples from both sects will compete in the border's 3 domains, and the winner will gain the affiliated rights of the Great Xia. Does your Lingxiao Sect dare to accept this competition?" Chu Xian, seated firmly at the main peak, murmured, "A disciple competition? It seems the Purple Cloud Holy Land doesn't want to start a holy war, so they proposed a competition for the disciples." The holy war mentioned by Chu Xian refers to a large-scale battle between the 2 holy lands, involving all holy-level powerhouses. When holy-level powerhouses strike, the ground quakes and mountains crumble, causing permanent damage to the entire battlefield. Therefore, there are unwritten rules among many holy lands that a holy war should not be initiated unless absolutely necessary. How will the competition be conducted? Tell me about it. Mo Tianji infused spiritual energy into the jade slip in front of him, and then the jade slip emitted a light curtain. The light curtain was colorful, clearly showing a large map of a region in the southern border of the Great Xia. There are forests, plains, valleys, and so on. The competition will take place in this area, half in the Great Xia and half in my Purple Cloud Holy Land. The competition will adopt a point system, with each side dispatching 100 disciples to participate, and the time limit is 10 days. After 10 days, the side with the most points wins. The competition area is divided into 3 tiers. The outermost tier limits 50 disciples at the Meridian Realm to participate, who can only earn points by hunting spirit beasts. The second tier has no spirit beasts and restricts 30 disciples at the Spiritual Spring Realm to participate. Each disciple enters with initial points, primarily focusing on seizing the opponent's point tokens. In the central area, a stage is set up, limiting participation to 20 disciples at the Xian dance stage. With a 10-day deadline, those who successfully defend the stage will earn 100-fold points. After listening to the introduction from the other party, Chu Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "The rules are quite unique, but your Zhixiao Holy Land is really shameless. Long out Yin. First, give him a beating." Chapter 56. The demon ancestor Chonlu becomes a direct disciple. The old man in the purple robe was immediately furious. His beard asked you, why do you want to hit me?" Chu Xian angrily replied, "The Great Xia is a subsidiary of my Lingxiao Sect. If you win, the Great Xia belongs to you. But if you lose, you want to just leave? How shameless can you be? Long Out Yin. Beat him." Long Out Yin had taken the 9-pattern dragon pill and had already reached the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm. This old man in the purple robe was in for a tough time. Standing outside the mountain gate, Long Out Yin grinned, cracking his knuckles. "Old man, can you handle my punch that has 20 years of power behind it?" The old man in the purple robe saw Long Out Yin approaching and forced himself to calm down, stroking his beard, and sneered, "Humph. A little Lingxiao Sect dares to be rampant in front of me? I have roamed the eastern wilderness for 300 years. What kind of storms haven't I seen? Today, let me show you." Before he could finish, Long Out Yin had already slapped him. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the venue, and the old man's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head, with his 2 front teeth flying through the air in a beautiful parabolic arc. The old man covered his face, shocked and angry. "You dare to sneak attack? No martialifix." Long Out Yin grinned. "So much nonsense, keep hitting." Saying that, he delivered a flying knee to the old man's stomach, causing him to let out a cry. Curling up like a boiled shrimp, tears streaming down his face. "Wait, I was the tea ready. Let us do it again." "Do it again?" Chu Xian was munching on sunflower seeds on the main peak, leisurely watching the light screen before him. "Sure, Long Out Yin, give him a chance." The old man had just let out a sigh of relief when Long Out Yin, grinning fiercely, cracked his knuckles. "All right, this time I'll let you strike first." The old man was overjoyed and immediately took a stance, channeling his energy, and shouted, "Watch my ultimate move. The purple chi comes from the east palm." He suddenly thrust out his palm, but Long Out Yin didn't even bother to dodge, taking the blow head-on, unmoved, and even scratched his chest. "Is that it?" The old man's eyes nearly popped out. "No, it's impossible. My palm can split mountains and sever seas." "Split mountains and sever seas?" Long Out Yin sneered. "Let me show you what it means to split mountains and sever seas." Boom! With this punch, the old man was directly smashed into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface, bruised and battered. Following that, Long Out Yin's fists rained down on the old man like raindrops. "Let you show off. Let you not shake the green lotus." The old man had no power to resist, crying out, "Stop hitting. Young hero, spare my life. I was wrong. I will never show off again." At some point, Chu Xian had already come from a main peak to the mountain gate. Squatting down, he smiled and asked, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Weren't you going to let us see?" The old man, with snot and tears, replied, I've seen. Young hero, you are mighty. I submit." Long Out Yin cracked his knuckles, feeling unfulfilled. "Sect Master, should we keep hitting?" The old man, hearing this, nearly had his soul scared away, frantically waving his hands. No. I'll pay. I'll pay money. I'll pay spirit stones. I'll pay for treasures." Chu Xian stroked his chin, pondering. "Pay? That outfit of yours looks nice. Let us take it off." The old man. Soon, the old man was left with only a pair of underpants. Chu Xian frowned slightly. Long Out Yin, don't you think this underwear is of good material? Long Out Yin got it. In the end, the old man was completely naked, crying and running around in the sky. Go back and tell your Zixia Holy Land that if you want to compete fairly, show some sincerity. If you dare to come to my Lingxiao Sect again and show off, I'll make your Zixia Holy Land fly. After the old man left, Chu Xian returned to the sect and began to gather the peak masters for a discussion. Everyone, you have seen what just happened. The Zixia Holy Land has initiated a challenge. There are a total of 100 spots, with 4 direct disciples from my main peak. You can divide the remaining spots among yourselves. However, one thing is clear. Everyone must give their all and beat the people from the Zixia Holy Land out of their wits. How dare they make a fuss in my Lingxiao Sect? I haven't gone to find their Zixia Holy Land, yet they come here to show off. The Lingxiao Sect is developing rapidly, and one day it will compete with the Zixia Holy Land. So what Chu Xian needs to do is to directly subdue the Zixia Holy Land. Outside the Lingxiao Sect, there were only a few cultivators left participating in the sect trial. Just as the disciples of Lingxiao Sect were about to wrap things up and leave, a frail young man staggered over. A disciple of Lingxiao Sect saw the young man and called out, "Young man, are you here to participate in the sect trial?" Upon hearing the name Lingxiao Sect, the young man's eyes lit up. Lingxiao Sect. Isn't that the sect of those little brats? I didn't expect the old man to be reborn here. Good. Once I cultivate diligently here, I will be invincible in the Xuanxiao Continent within 3 years. At that time, the war god bloodline, the immortal bone, they will all belong to me. And that bastard from the Spirit Spring realm who beat me, I will make him suffer 1,000 cuts. Not long ago, the Juyo demon land in the west of the Great Xia was mostly submerged, and the resurrected ancestor of the Demon King, Hall, happened to be within that area, directly turned into sludge. Thus, the ancestor of the Demon King Hall was reborn. The demon ancestor Chonglu quickly waved at several disciples of Lingxiao Sect. Yes, I am here to participate in the sect trial. A few disciples of Lingxiao Sect, seeing this, had no choice but to reset the rotating board. Come on, spin the board. Wherever it lands, that's which peak you'll be a disciple of. Then, the disciples explained the numbers representing the peaks. Chonglu's brow twitched. There's such a way to recruit disciples? All I can say is how bizarre, but this is good. It's easier for me to enter the Lingxiao Sect. The young man lightly spun the board, looking at the number 9. He silently thought, as long as I can join the sect, it's fine, preferably the worst peak, so I can cultivate diligently. However, the board steadily stopped a position, one in front of everyone's eyes. What the hell? Qualification for a direct disciple? No way. Is this the first person to hit the qualification for a direct disciple since the sect was established? What kind of luck is this? This is unfair. What kind of luck is this? We guys should also get lucky. A few disciples of Lingxiao Sect erupted in excitement, completely leaving Chonglu aside. Chonglu, huh? Direct disciple of the sect master? Will I risk exposure? Maybe I should run. If exposed, I would definitely die. Just as Chonglu was about to escape, several disciples of Lingxiao Sect directly lifted him up and rushed towards the Lingxiao Sect. The sect master once said, whoever is on duty and encounters a direct disciple qualification will receive a reward for encouragement. Brothers, this time we're in for a big win. Chapter 57. Chonglu becomes a disciple. Chu Xian's perspective. Chonglu's eyes darkened. I just got reborn, and this body has no cultivation at all. How can I resist these people? Everyone, I want to join the sect, but I didn't say I wanted to be a direct disciple. Let me think. Before Chonglu could finish, a disciple hurriedly said, Hey, what are you thinking? Once you become a direct disciple, we all have to call you senior brother. No need to think. Exactly. Do you know how difficult it is to qualify as a direct disciple? Since our Lingxiao Sect officially opened to recruit disciples, you are the first to obtain the qualification for a direct disciple. The few of them spoke one after the other, and soon, with the help of several disciples, Chonglu arrived at the main peak. At this time, Chu Xian had finished the meeting with the peak masters and was browsing through ancient books in the 10,000 Classics Pavilion. Several disciples carried Chonglu to Chu Xian and reported, Sect Master, the senior brother has obtained the qualification of a direct disciple. Several people shouted in unison, and all the disciples of Lingxiao Sect instantly knew. They were showing off to all the sect disciples, saying that soon we would be receiving the sect master as punishment. Congratulations to us. Chu Xian gently raised his head and looked at the young man being carried by the crowd. When Chu Xian's gaze met Zhonglu's, Zhonglu felt as if struck by lightning. This kid is actually the sect master of Lingxiao Sect. That brat who beat me up in the spirit spring realm actually wants to become my master? Damn it. Fine. I will endure humiliation and bear the burden. Once I seize the bloodline of the war god and the immortal bone, I will surely refine you into a magic corpse and drive you around all day. Just as Zhonglu was thinking, Chu Xian had already put down the ancient book in his hands and approached him. Indeed, since you have obtained the qualification of a direct disciple, starting today, you are my direct disciple. Kid, pay your respects to your master. Without waiting for Zhonglu to respond, several disciples from Lingxiao Sect stepped forward, grinning, and pressed Zhonglu's body down to bow directly. He, senior brother. The sect master can't wait any longer. We'll help you. The few of them seemed afraid that Zhonglu would run away. At this point, Zhonglu could only reluctantly accept his fate. Disciple pays respects to the master. Just then, for direct disciples rushed over in unison. The previous disciples had shouted too loudly, and now the entire sect knew that a new direct disciple had arrived. So the four wanted to come and see the new little junior brother. Master. Paying respects to the master. The four greeted one by one. Zhonglu couldn't help but look at the four, and his heart suddenly filled with joy, even disregarding Chu Xian in front of him. Good. The bloodline of the war god and the immortal bone are both present. Huh. That little girl seems unfamiliar. Wait a minute. She seems to have a dual cultivation constitution. As Zhonglu sized them up, Chu Xian said, You four came just in time. Come over to see your little junior brother. By the way, what is your name, disciple? Zhonglu. Is this how you accept disciples? My name is Zhonglu. Good name. Since your senior brothers and sisters are here, let them show you around the sect. Yu Jian and the others came to Zhonglu's side. And as the eldest senior brother, Yu Jian was in a good mood. Junior brother, let us go. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but didn't say much. Tang Lu nodded slightly at Zhonglu. Xia Zhu wrapped her arm around Yu Jian's, giving Zhonglu a sweet smile. The four exchanged greetings, and Zhonglu also greeted each of them. When he asked about Xia Zhu, Zhonglu's heart skipped a beat. He thought, I didn't see clearly from a distance earlier, but up close, she is actually an ancient yellow spring holy body. The world's top dual cultivation constitution. Immediately, Zhonglu shifted his gaze to Yu Jian. Good kid, truly fortunate. When I recover my cultivation. Slap. Before Zhonglu could think further, Lin Xian directly slapped the back of Zhonglu's head. Let us go, Lin Xian said in a slightly cold tone. Then the four led Zhonglu down to the main peak. Chu Xian watched the backs of the five, leaving and smiled, shaking his head. Xian was a half-emperor powerhouse in his previous life, and now he has obtained the immortal bone. His future achievements are limitless. Jian and Zhu's constitutions complement each other and will not be worse than Lin Xian in the future. Lu carries the bloodline power, and his ancestors have great abilities. As long as the bloodline fully awakens, he might achieve the highest among them. As for this last one, Zhonglu, Chu Xian couldn't see through him for the time being. Just then, Qiyu walked over slowly. Sect Master, the new direct disciple has a trace of demonic energy on him. As soon as these words came out, Chu Xian, who had just picked up the ancient book, put down again. Oh, really? Qiyu affirmed. Absolutely true. Sect Master, do you want me to secretly eliminate him? Chu Xian pondered for a moment and said, No need. As long as he doesn't do anything out of line, just ignore him. Yes, Sect Master. Chu Xian glanced at Zhonglu, who was getting farther away, and silently opened the ancient book in his hands. Notify the peak masters that the quota for direct disciples to compete with Zixia Holy Land will be increased by 1. As a modern person who has traveled here for so many years and experienced countless fights and killings, Chu Xian gradually realized a principle. This world is actually like the underworld of his previous life. It's just that everyone's lifespan has increased and the ways of fighting have been infinitely strengthened. In simple terms, it's a super-powered underworld. Whoever has the bigger fist is the one who sets the rules. Demonic cultivators and righteous cultivators are just different methods of cultivation. There are more righteous cultivators, so demonic cultivators become the outcasts, and everyone wants to eliminate them. Sometimes, the so-called righteous cultivators do things that are even 1,000 times more brutal than demonic cultivators. Therefore, Chu Xian has no unusual views on Zhonglu. Since he has entered Lingxiao Sect, he is a disciple of Lingxiao Sect. I need to think of a way, Chu Xian muttered while flipping through the ancient book. The 5 direct disciples were wandering around the sect when they suddenly saw 2 figures, one white and one yellow, shooting towards them. It was the big yellow dog and the little white dog having fun chasing each other in Lingxiao Sect. The little white dog ran straight to Zhonglu's side, its little nose twitching rapidly as it sniffed around Zhonglu. In contrast, Zhonglu stood straight as a bored upon seeing the little white dog. His heart was extremely frightened at that moment. This dog is still alive? I was suppressed in the Wuxiang Lingxiu for tens of thousands of years. All thanks to this white dog. Wasn't he supposed to have burned its essence blood back then? How is it alive and kicking now? Zhonglu looked at the white dog in front of him, baring its teeth, while Yu Jian quickly pulled the little white dog aside. Little White, this is the new little junior brother. Don't scare him. Xiaozhu covered her mouth and chuckled. I didn't expect the junior brother to be afraid of dogs. Although the little white dog was pulled aside, its bright eyes were still fixed on Zhonglu. This made Zhonglu feel uneasy. Could it be that this dog recognized me? No way. Everyone was chatting and laughing, leading Zhonglu around the entire Lingxiao Sect, which also put Zhonglu directly on the hot list of Lingxiao Sect. After a round, everyone in the sect knew this new direct disciple. Chapter 58. Zhonglu is so angry he turned red. You be more intense. Sect Master, I am already at my maximum. Oh no, this one do. When several direct disciples returned to the main peak, Chu Xian was using Yu's mixed yuan cauldron to make soup. The flame temperature still did not meet Chu Xian's satisfaction, so he had to keep urging Yu to increase the firepower. The group of direct disciples couldn't help but wonder, Master, what are you doing? Chu Xian didn't turn his head, his gaze fixed on the situation in the cauldron. Little Zhonglu just arrived, so I'm improving your meals. The others were confused and could only wait by the side. After a long time, Chu Xian finally nodded in satisfaction, scooping out 5 bowls of golden soup to distribute to the 5 direct disciples. Each of you takes a bowl. This soup took me a lot of effort to prepare. Chu Xian was calm and collected, while Yu was sweating profusely, gasping for breath. The group of direct disciples looked at Yu and then at Chu Xian, snickering as they took the bowls handed to them. Yu Jian tilted his head and drank the golden soup in one gulp, and in an instant, a warm current surged from his dantian to all limbs. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, feeling the spiritual power surging in his meridians like a river. And all the soreness from dual cultivation with Xiaozhu every day vanished without a trace. This soup, before he could finish speaking, a golden light suddenly burst out from Yu Jian's body, and he actually broke through on the spot. 5th level of the Xiandan realm. After returning from the Wuxiang Lingxiu, Yu Jian and the others' cultivation levels had all broken through to the Xiandan realm. And with Yu Jian and Xiaozhu's dual cultivation, their cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. Seeing this, Xiaozhu hurriedly drank it down, her pretty face turning rosy. Master, this soup is so hot. No, it's so comfortable. The power of the yellow spring surged within her, and her cultivation actually approached the peak of the spirit spring realm. Xiaozhu already had some cultivation, but was misled by the awakening of the ancient Huangquan sacred body. Now that her physique has awakened, her cultivation is skyrocketing. After drinking the soup brewed by Chu Xian, she is about to break through to the Xiandan realm. Tang Lu and Lin Xian exchanged glances and raised their bowls simultaneously. After Tang Lu drank it, his bones crackled, and a faint shadow of a battle god appeared behind him again. Lin Xian's hand, holding the bowl, trembled slightly. Her previous life as a semi-emperor allowed her to see that this soup contained at least 9 types of 1,000-year spiritual herbs, with strands of Tao rhythm flowing. Master has such great resources. Lin Xian was astonished. Even in her previous life, she had never heard of such a soup, so she quickly drank it solemnly. Instantly, the Xian bone, within Lingxiao emitted waves of golden light. Finally, it was Zhonglu's turn. The young man hesitated while holding the bowl, but seeing his senior brothers and sisters enjoying it, he steeled his heart and drank the soup in one go. So delicious. Thank you, master. Zhonglu was still an ordinary person at this time, having walked around the Lingxiao Sect and was already starving. Drinking this bowl of soup immediately made him feel much more energized. Zhonglu thought to himself, this master doesn't seem so bad after all. Once I recover my cultivation, I can spare you from death. However, everyone stared for a long time, but saw no changes in Zhonglu's body. Chu Xian smiled and watched the various phenomena surrounding his 4 disciples, while Zhonglu remained unchanged. He turned to the limp Qiyu and said, See, I told you the timing was still off. Qiyu's red lips parted slightly, completely speechless. Chu Xian looked at the somewhat pitiful Zhonglu and said with a smile, Little Zhonglu, don't worry, I will give you another cultivation method. This method requires earnest practice, and you will surely become a great talent in the future. Saying this, he pulled out a book titled Self-Cultivation of the Righteous Path and threw it to Zhonglu. Zhonglu looked at the cultivation method in his hands and couldn't help but grinned secretly. Great, that little bit of good impression just vanished. My good master, just wait. But on the surface, Zhonglu quickly bowed and said, Thank you, master. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and not disappoint your painstaking efforts. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction, saying, Good. Since that's the case, you can go back first. In a few days, when it comes to the competition with the Zixia Holy Land, you must perform well. Yes, master. The 5 direct disciples each returned, while Zhonglu, holding the book Self-Cultivation of the Righteous Path, headed to the residence he had chosen earlier. Once inside, Zhonglu angrily tossed the cultivation method aside and shouted, Why should I cultivate your broken method? There are countless demonic techniques, and my way of cultivation is 1,000 times stronger than yours. Although I have been reborn, the demonic patterns I once cultivated have already been re-engraved on my spine. I just need to follow the steps to cultivate, and I can return to my peak. With that, Zhonglu began to immerse his consciousness into his body, planning to convert the spiritual energy in the environment into demonic energy through the patterns on his spine. But he noticed something was off. His entire spine was unexpectedly pure and flawless. Where are my demonic patterns? What the hell? Where are my demonic patterns? Zhonglu was dumbfounded. Where did the demonic patterns go? Without the demonic patterns, it was equivalent to having to recultivate demonic techniques and re-engrave the demonic patterns. All his previous foundation had turned to nothing. Suddenly, Zhonglu thought of the bowl of soup he had just drunk, remembering the warm feeling filled with power. Zhonglu turned red. Zhonglu howled to the sky, No, no, no. Snowflakes drifting, the north wind howling. At this moment, Xiazhu happened to pass by Zhonglu's residence and couldn't help but wonder. Isn't this the residence of junior brother Zhonglu? Junior brother Zhonglu. What's wrong? Zhonglu's face flushed red, and his mind raced. This must not be known to anyone. So with a choked voice, he said, I can't understand the cultivation method given by master. I can't understand. It's too difficult. Seeing Zhonglu crying so sadly, Xiazhu felt a pang of sympathy for this new junior brother. Junior brother, when we return, I'll ask senior brother Yujian to see if he can teach you. Zhonglu, tears streaming down his face, said, Thank you, senior sister. After Xiazhu left, Zhonglu sat on the ground and vowed, Damn master, you ruined my 1,000-year cultivation. I, Zhonglu, will not share the same sky with you. After crying for a while, Zhonglu looked at the self-cultivation of the righteous path he had thrown aside. With my talent, I will master it in no time. When that happens, I will definitely skin you alive. Damn master. After pondering for a long time, Zhonglu said, At this point, I have been reborn, and I could try a completely new path. Anyway, this body is still young. Cultivating both celestial and demonic methods is not impossible. When the time comes to reclaim the bloodline of the battle god and the Xian bone, I will surely become the pinnacle of this world. With this thought, Zhonglu's mind became clear, and he picked up the self-cultivation of the righteous path and began to flip through it frantically. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. A heart-wrenching howl came from Zhong Lu's residence. Ah, I really can't understand this broken cultivation method. No, no, no. True feelings are as vast as the grassland. Chapter 59. Zhong Lu. The man who comes with his own aura. Zhong Lu held the cultivation method, wanting to cry but having no tears, muttering, "Is there something wrong with this method? I'm so talented. Back then, I only took 50 years to reach the semi-emperor realm. How can I not comprehend this method? So I should go ask." Zhong Lu got up, clutching the cultivation method, and headed towards the main hall of the Lingxiao Sect. Just go directly to that damn master. If I can't quickly comprehend this method, those little brats don't even think about it. On the main peak, Chu Xian was flipping through ancient books when he saw Zhong Lu running towards him. "Little Zhong Lu, why are you?" Before Chu Xian could finish, Zhong Lu, holding the cultivation method and unable to see the path ahead, tripped over his own feet. He stumbled forward on the ground. Chu Xian slapped his forehead. Unable to bear to look, "Disciple, there's no need to be so formal when you see your master. Our Lingxiao Sect doesn't have so many rules." As he spoke, he helped Zhong Lu up and brushed the dust off him. "Disciple, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhong Lu said seriously, "Master, this cultivation method is too difficult." At the same time, he handed the self-cultivation of the righteous path to Chu Xian. Difficult? Chu Xian took the cultivation method and couldn't help but murmur inwardly. "Isn't this an entry-level cultivation method? Even a big yellow dog can cultivate this method. And you say it's difficult? Could it be that this guy was some great demon in his previous life, and the righteous sect used him as an experience bag? His aptitude is probably even worse than that of a disciple doing menial tasks." While thinking this, he wore a kind smile. "Don't worry, disciple. I will explain this to you right now." Opening the first page, he pointed to the basic breathing illustration. "Look at this circulation of qi." "Master," Zhong Lu suddenly interrupted. "These lines are so crooked and twisted. The disciple really can't understand." Chu Xian's eye twitched. This is a universally recognized spiritual vein diagram in the cultivation world. Even a 3-year-old child can recognize it. Don't demon cultivators use spiritual veins? In fact, demon cultivators in the Xuanxiao Continent really do practice differently from the righteous sect. Although the names of the realms are the same, demon cultivators rely on using demonic techniques to engrave demonic patterns on their bones, which then transforms spiritual power into demonic energy that flows throughout their skeletal structure. In simpler terms, the bones of demon cultivators act as their spiritual veins. Some demon cultivators, in the end, are left with only their bones, having lost all flesh and blood, which leads to the fact that almost all demonic techniques operate through the bones to circulate demonic energy. The distinction between the righteous and demon cultivators in the Xuanxiao Continent is mainly based on whether a person uses spiritual veins to transport spiritual power. How about this? Chu Xian pondered for a moment, took out a picture book from his sleeve, which was Introduction to Cultivation comic book, and said, "You can read this first." Before Chu Xian could finish, Zhong Lu's eyes suddenly lit up, exclaiming, "This disciple can understand." On the first page of the illustrated book, the words Cultivation 3-character classic are prominently written, accompanied by simple drawings, a little person sitting cross-legged, with a speech bubble above their head drawing in spiritual energy. Beside them is a big yellow dog with its tongue out, holding up a wooden sign that says, "I can do it too." Chu Xian looked at Zhong Lu's treasure-like expression and couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. Just then, the system light screen suddenly appeared. Hidden mission activated. Cultivate the leader of the righteous path. Cultivation target. 5th direct disciple Zhong Lu. Hidden mission reward. All disciples of the sect will be immune to the disturbance of inner demons. Looking at the system light screen in front of him, Chu Xian's eyes widened. This task seems to have some difficulty. After sending Zhong Lu away, Chu Xian contentedly picked up the ancient book to read again. Returning to his residence, Zhong Lu was completely engrossed in the comic book, and his whole body began to quietly change. Zhong Lu sat cross-legged on the bed, following the illustrations of the little person in the Cultivation Enlightenment comic, and began to attempt to draw in energy. Just some righteous techniques. I want to see what secrets they hold. As he began to operate the heart method, he suddenly felt something unusual within him. The previously blocked meridians actually started to tremble slightly, and strands of spiritual energy slowly seeped in, flowing through his limbs and bones. Huh? Chong Lu opened his eyes in surprise. This broken technique actually works. He carefully sensed the changes in his body and found that the spiritual energy was moving through his meridians. Although slow, it was indeed gradually unblocking his physique. Ha ha! The dog thief master still has some skill. Chong Lu squinted his eyes in delight, already beginning to plan for a beautiful future. Once I restore my cultivation, the master will bring me shoes, Yu Jian will wash my feet, Xia Zhu will warm my bed, and I'll have Lin Xian's fairy bones to serve me tea, and take Tang Lu's battle god bloodline to have him roast fish for me. The more he thought, the more excited he became. And Chong Lu decided to seize the moment and immediately began to operate his previous life's demonic technique, preparing to recarve demonic runes on his bones. Just some righteous techniques are merely auxiliary means. My real trump card is still the demonic techniques. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and mobilized the spiritual energy he had just absorbed, starting to outline the demonic runes on his spine according to the trajectory he remembered. However, crack, a faint crisp sound, and the just-formed demonic rune shattered. What? Chong Lu was shocked and quickly checked his internal condition, only to discover that the spiritual energy flowing through his meridians had automatically purified the residual demonic energy on his bones. No, my demonic technique. No, no. Chong Lu's face turned pale as he finally realized something. It seems that I really am going to become righteous. I refuse to accept this. If that group of demonic brats sees that I have become righteous, what will happen? Thus, Chong Lu began to frantically experiment. That day, as the disciples of Lingxiao Sect were preparing for the competition at Xi'Xia Sacred Land, a deep voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire Lingxiao Sect. Lingxiao Sect, come out and argue with me. A group of 5 stood outside the Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate. The visitors wore purple robes and had a fierce aura. Chu Xian looked at them through the light screen and chuckled. The people from Xi'Xia Sacred Land are here again? Same old story. Do you have gifts? No gifts. No entry. The leading purple-robed figure coldly said. Lingxiao Sect, listen up. I, Xi'Xia Sacred Land, do not want the people of Daxia to suffer, which is why I proposed a competition among disciples. However, you Lingxiao Sect actually insulted the elder of Xi'Xia Sacred Land. We must have an explanation for this. Chu Xian sat on the main peak, casually cleaning his ears, and said indifferently, what kind of explanation? The purple-robed figure said, increase the stakes of the competition. If your Lingxiao Sect loses, Daxia will belong to my Xi'Xia Sacred Land, and Lingxiao Sect will compensate with 10,000 holy-level spirit stones. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Isn't this just a land compensation in the cultivation world? Damn it, I'll kill you. Chapter 60. Demonic Runes Forming. The day of the competition arrives. Chu Xian said nonchalantly, what if your Xi'Xia Sacred Land loses? The purple-robed figure's expression was stern. If my Xi'Xia Sacred Land loses, we will cede half of the northern territory of Xi'Xia Prefecture to your Lingxiao Sect. Xi'Xia Prefecture is the entire territory of Xi'Xia Sacred Land, and its expanse is twice that of Daxia. This time, Xi'Xia Sacred Land is showing some sincerity. At least it's not empty-handed. Chu Xian waved his hand, and a golden scroll flew into the air. This is the contract of my Lingxiao Sect. A month later, my Lingxiao Sect disciples will go to the competition venue. The purple-robed figure took the scroll, then took out a purple scroll from his sleeve and threw it to Long Outyan at the Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate. Long Outyan laughed and caught the purple scroll, scanning it with his divine sense before nodding towards the main peak. This contract wouldn't cause any substantial damage to either side, but if it was violated, it would manifest as a light screen above the violator's head, displaying the words dishonest person. The former Yunxiao sect developed rapidly, and Chu Xian naturally signed this kind of contract for them many times. The purple-robed figure also scanned it with his divine sense and stored the golden scroll. See you in a month. The purple-robed figure glanced at Long Outyan, who was standing there coldly smiling, and led his group to retreat quickly. At the same time, several purple-robed figures secretly rejoiced. The sacred land needed to recuperate after the last holy war, which is why the disciples came out for the competition. If they had directly launched a holy war, they might not have been able to defeat Lingxiao Sect. Just the person standing at the gate has the aura of a saint. Within Lingxiao Sect, although the protective formation isolated them, they could still sense several powerful auras. The group was right to be grateful, but not entirely right. Lingxiao Sect has hundreds of saint-level experts guarding the place. The Daxia Empire only needs 2 saint-level experts to establish a nation. In an ordinary sacred land with 10 saint-level experts is already considered average strength. Even the strongest sect in Dongwang, Yinxiao Sect, has only about 100 saint-level members. If Zixia Sacred Land really brought a large army over, they would definitely face annihilation. After the purple-robed figures left, all disciples of Lingxiao Sect erupted into excitement. The task hall had already issued a task, and those who made significant contributions in this competition would receive a full day of whipping from the sect leader. A whole day. Wouldn't that be exhilarating? However, the personnel list was decided by the peak masters, so the disciples could only wait in anticipation. Finally, the personnel list was released the next day. Once the participants for the competition were confirmed, Lingxiao Sect quickly sprang into action. Chu Xian's little whip was already smoking on the main peak. Crack! Crack! Watching the disciples enter enlightenment one by one, Chu Xian couldn't be more pleased. Meanwhile, another popular facility in Lingxiao Sect was the Bloodline Immortal Pool. Since its opening, the Bloodline Immortal Pool had become one of the hottest facilities in Lingxiao Sect. The reason was simple. It could enhance the abilities of cultivators. At this moment, the disciples participating in the competition who had not received Chu Xian's whipping were all soaking in this pool. As the youngest disciple of the sect Master Peak, Chong Lu was naturally among them. Soaking in the Bloodline Immortal Pool, Chong Lu felt the rich spiritual power flowing into his body. Surprisingly, this spiritual energy directly integrated into his bones. Chong Lu thought to himself, "It is said that this immortal pool can change a cultivator's physical body." And it seems to be true. He quietly operated his previous life as demonic technique, trying to carve demonic runes on his bones. The Dog Thief Master's immortal pool has really benefited me. Chong Lu had been trying for several days and still couldn't condense demonic runes on his bones. So this time he was just trying it out. But what Chong Lu didn't expect was that in this bloodline immortal pool, the demonic runes were slowly taking shape on his bones. Chong Lu's heart began to race. It worked. It actually worked. Ha ha. The spiritual power of this immortal pool can actually bypass the purification of the meridians and directly nourish the bones. In this life, I will definitely suppress the heavens. In this life, I will definitely promote the demonic techniques to greatness. He secretly glanced at his fellow disciples who were meditating with their eyes closed, realizing that they were completely unaware, which made him even more smug. Once the old man's demonic patterns are fully formed, I will be the first to take action against you all. However, just as he was secretly rejoicing, he suddenly discovered that the newly carved demonic patterns were actually golden. Chong Lu, is this even a demonic pattern? Chong Lu stared at the golden demonic patterns shimmering on his bones, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. What is this? A righteous demonic pattern? He gritted his teeth and tried to channel his demonic energy, but found that the originally cold demonic energy had turned neutral and peaceful, even carrying a hint of magnificent heavenly might. No, my demonic arts must not turn into this. Thus, Chong Lu frantically operated his demonic arts, attempting to turn the golden demonic patterns black. As the demonic energy continued to erode, the golden light gradually dimmed, eventually transforming into a strange pattern interwoven with black and gold. It retained the cold and domineering nature of demonic energy while fusing with the grandeur of righteousness. Chong Lu felt the surging power within him and suddenly grinned wickedly. The black-gold demonic patterns seemed to be even stronger than before. He looked towards the main peak, a dangerous glint flashing his eyes. "Dog Master, just you wait." At that moment, slap, a crisp sound echoed throughout the blood-vein immortal pool. Lin Xian already had an inexplicable irritation towards Chong Lu, and seeing his expression now made him even angrier. He directly slapped Chong Lu away. "Focus on your cultivation. If I see you with that expression again, I'll skin you alive." Chong Lu was instantly enraged after being slapped by Lingxiao. But after realizing the gap between himself and Lingxiao, he immediately wilted, only able to feel wronged and furious in his heart. Ah, damn sister, once my demonic arts are fully formed, I will definitely dig out your immortal bones. I will suppress you for 10,000 years. Chong Lu was unaware of Lin Xian's past life, and only a few who participated in the Wuxiang Lingxiao knew of it. This was also a specific instruction from Chu Xian to keep this matter confidential. If Chong Lu knew that Lin Xian also had a past life, he would know what expression to make. After being slapped, Chong Lu gloomily returned to his residence and began trying to carve more demonic patterns onto his spine. And as Chong Lu expected, he could indeed easily carve demonic patterns on his bones now. Just as Chong Lu was carving, he suddenly sensed a wisp of demonic energy appearing in his room. Not good. Chong Lu was shocked. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy to cover the demonic energy in the room. Phew. Fortunately, the demonic energy wasn't too much. If it were exposed, he would really be finished. It seems he still needed to raise his spiritual power first before continuing with the carving of demonic patterns. Otherwise, if the demonic energy leaked, he would definitely expose himself. Thus, Chong Lu picked up the Cultivation Enlightenment comic again and started cultivating like crazy. Meanwhile, Chu Xian was busy disciplining his disciples and had no idea about this. Days passed, and finally, the day of the competition with the Zixia Holy Land arrived. Chapter 61. The Demon Sect has arrived? The stakes are too outrageous. On this day, in front of the Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate, a huge Dao boat was floating in the air, its body glowing with radiant colors, covered in profound runes. Chu Xian stood at the bow of the boat, with Long Ao Tian and Duan Hong behind him, and further back were the disciples participating in the competition, each looking vigorous and full of energy. Let us go. With a command from Chu Xian, the Dao boat soared into the sky, leaving a long afterimage in the air. On the border of the Great Xia, the people from the Zixia Holy Land had been waiting for a long time. When they saw the Dao boat of the Lingxiao Sect arriving, the Holy Master of Zixia, Zidonglai, snorted coldly. The Lingxiao Sect is quite grand, making us wait for so long. Chu Xian smiled slightly. The journey is long, and we were delayed for a bit. Just as Zidonglai was about to speak, suddenly, boom, the sky suddenly darkened, and an extremely cold, demonic energy swept in. Ha ha ha! How could my Juyo demon Earth miss such a lively competition? A sinister laughter echoed, followed by over 100 black shadows descending from the sky, led by a middle-aged man clad in black armor with a grim expression, his demonic energy rolling around him, exuding a terrifying aura. The Lord of the Demon King S. Hall. Zidonglai's pupils constricted, and his face changed drastically. Chu Xian frowned slightly, thinking to himself, people from Geo Demon Earth? Haven T, they learned their lesson after being suppressed by mysterious forces? The Lord of the Demon King S. Hall grinned, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth. I heard that the Zixia Holy Land and the Lingxiao Sect are competing here, and the winner can gain the northern territory of Zixia Prefecture? Since that is the case, why not add me in? As soon as he finished speaking, the demon cultivators behind him all grinned wickedly, and demonic energy surged into the sky, clearly indicating that the newcomers were not friendly. The disciples of the Zixia Holy Land looked grim, and Zidonglai angrily scolded, "You demonic scum have no right to interfere in my righteous matters. Get lost." Righteous matters? The Lord of the Demon King S. Hall sneered. In my eyes, you are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. Today, this piece of land belongs to my Juyo Demon Earth. After he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand, and the demon cultivators behind him immediately scattered, surrounding the people of the Lingxiao Sect and the Zixia Holy Land. And the auras of the more than 10 demon cultivators behind the Lord of the Demon King S. Hall erupted from their bodies in an instant, clearly all being saint-level experts. The atmosphere instantly became tense. It wasn't that the Demon King S. Hall was looking for trouble, but now the Geo Demon Earth had been suppressed by mysterious forces, causing their territory to shrink drastically, making it impossible for a large number of demon cultivators to survive. So the higher-ups of the Demon King S. Hall had no choice but to set their sights on the nearby Zixia Holy Land. We demon cultivators 1T bully others. This time, all the ones I brought are pulse unifying, spiritual spring, and Shindan levels. You two sects can join forces, and my Geo Demon Earth would take you on. If the two sects lose together, I'll 1T ask for much. Just half of Zixia Prefecture and half of Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Zi Donglai hesitated. The morale of the disciples of the Zixia Holy Land also sank. Chong Lu, standing in the Lingxiao Sect's team, was furious. He was silently screaming in his heart, "Damn, you bunch of demon brats. Do you still remember my former grandeur? We demon cultivators are all about being overbearing and unscrupulous. Damn it, if it weren't for my current low cultivation, I would definitely give you a couple of flying kicks." Seeing that Zi Donglai was silent, the Lord of the Demon King S. Hall sneered. "TSK. What? The current righteous sects don't dare to confront my demon sect head-on?" The demon cultivators behind the Lord of the Demon King S. Hall burst into laughter. "Ha ha! The righteous are nothing like this. If you're scared, just roll back and obediently give up the land. Ha ha ha! With this bunch of cowards, even if we compete, they will end up with their hearts ripped out." Just then, Chu Xian curled his lips and said casually, "Another one who doesn't know his place. Do you also want to take advantage without any effort?" Everyone's gaze instantly turned to Chu Xian. The Lord of the Demon King S. Hall narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What do you mean by that?" Chu Xian said, "What if you lose?" The Lord of the Demon King S. Hall seemed to have heard the funniest joke. "Ha ha, my demon cultivators lose? Ha ha ha. If my demon cultivators lose, you can do whatever you want." Chu Xian nodded. "You are more straightforward than that old lantern in purple clothes." "Zidonglai, are you calling me old lantern?" Without waiting for Zidonglai to refute, Chu Xian continued. "If your demon sect loses," Chu Xian suddenly revealed a playful smile. "If you demon cultivators lose, I want all of you from the Demon King S. Hall to wear pink skirts and dance like little bunnies for a month in Joyo Demon Earth." The entire place fell silent in an instant. "Little bunny? What is that?" Seeing everyone looking confused, Chu Xian had to use spiritual energy to sketch out the scene of dancing. The face of the Lord of the Demon King S. Hall turned from black to green, and then from green to purple. "What did you say? Make us dance that thing?" Chu Xian added seriously, 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. I will send a recording stone to capture the whole thing and play it in all the major cities of the Eastern Wilderness." Puff! Disciples from the Zixia Sacred Land couldn't hold back their laughter. The demon cultivators from the Demon King's Hall were collectively petrified, and several young demon cultivators began to imagine themselves dancing in pink frilly skirts, their faces instantly turning ashen. "You're seeking death." The master of the Demon King's Hall was furious, demonic energy swirling around him. "What? Are you afraid to gamble?" Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. "Hadn't you just said that I could do as I pleased?" It turns out the dignified Demon King's Hall is filled with cowards who don't keep their word. "You." The master of the Demon King's Hall trembled with rage, but seeing the expectant gazes of the righteous cultivators around him, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I agree, but if you lose..." He smiled ominously. "I won't take your Daxia's land. I want all the members of the Lingxiao Sect to shave their heads and tattoo I am a cute little demon cultivator on their foreheads for a whole month. Deal." Chu Xian's decisiveness stunned even the master of the Demon King's Hall. Zhong Lu was nearly going mad among the Lingxiao Sect's team, internally screaming, "What kind of ridiculous bet is this? I, the dignified reincarnation of a demon lord, if I lose, will have to wear a skirt and dance. Master Dog, you're going to cost me my life." "Wait, no, I'm a disciple of the Lingxiao Sect now. Damn it, you little demon. You want me to shave my head and tattoo cute little demon? This is just reversing the heavens." Zi Donglai watched in shock from the side, suddenly feeling grateful that he wasn't drawn into this absurd gambling match. Chu Xian turned to the Lingxiao Sect disciples with a smile. "Did you all hear? In order to prevent everyone from becoming cute little demons, you know what to do, right?" All the disciples of the Lingxiao Sect shouted in unison, "Let them wear skirts. Dance the bunny dance." Subsequently, the 3 parties agreed. If the Demon King's Hall wins, half of Zixia Province goes to the Demon King's Hall, and the Lingxiao Sect shaves their heads. If the Lingxiao Sect wins, half of Zixia Province goes to the Lingxiao Sect, and the Demon King's Hall dances the bunny dance. If the Zixia Sacred Land wins, Daxia goes to the Zixia Sacred Land, and most of the 9 Nether Demon territory goes to the Zixia Sacred Land. What Zidonglai didn't know was that most of the 9 Nether Demon territory had already been lost. Then, the representatives of the 3 parties waved their hands, sending the cultivators from all sides directly to the competition arena. Chapter 62. The competition begins, and the disciples from the 3 parties enter the arena. Due to the participation of the Demon King's Hall, the rules were slightly modified. The outermost disciples could not only hunt demon beasts to gain points, but also engage in mutual slaughter to plunder points. The disciples from the 3 parties were scattered and deployed, with the outermost disciples being the first to be sent out. After 3 days, the first match ended, and the points of each side were tallied. Zhonglu was among them. Being a dual cultivator of both immortal and demon, his cultivation speed was naturally much slower. After more than a month in the Lingxiao Sect, Zhonglu's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Meridian opening stage. However, both his immortal and demon cultivations were at the 5th level of the Meridian opening stage. This was, of course, the result of Chu Xian's urging him twice. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether Zhonglu could even reach the Meridian opening stage. In the trial arena, just as Zhonglu descended from the sky, he felt a powerful aura beside him. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Looks like luck is with me. Ahead in the thicket, a peak Meridian opening stage purple-striped demon tiger was leisurely napping. Sensing Zhonglu's aura, the demon tiger suddenly raised its head, its crimson eyes fixated on him. The demon tiger clearly didn't expect a human cultivator to invade its territory. Roar! The demon tiger roared and pounced, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a fierce sound. Zhonglu, however, remained calm, sensing that he was not being spied on by Chu Xian and the others, which relieved him. He then formed a hand seal and coldly said, "Just a mere beast dares to act presumptuously before me?" The black gold demon patterns on his spine suddenly illuminated, and a strange black gold flame gathered in the palm of his right hand. Just as the demon tiger lunged at him, Zhonglu struck out with his palm. Bang! The black gold flame pierced through the demon tiger's head, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Ha, too easy. Immediately, a white light surged into the jade token at Zhonglu's waist. The jade token changed, with the number 10 slowly appearing. Oh, a peak Meridian opening stage demon beast is worth 10 points? Zhonglu then ignored the points jade token. He disdainfully kicked the demon tiger's corpse, took out a large black bowl from his storage ring, and skillfully sliced open the demon tiger's chest. His fingertips surged with demonic energy, extracting all the demon beast's essence blood, which gathered into a pool of dark red blood in the bowl. Gulp! Zhonglu tilted his head and drank the essence blood in one go, with a few traces of blood remaining at the corners of his mouth. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth. Indeed, the essence blood of demon beasts is the best for recovery. As soon as he absorbed the essence blood, Zhonglu felt the demon patterns on his spine slightly heat up, and his cultivation in the 5th level of the Meridian opening stage actually advanced a bit. Interesting. Excitement flashed in Zhonglu's eyes. It seemed this trial was an excellent opportunity for him to restore his cultivation. Just then, rustling sounds came from the nearby thicket. Zhonglu narrowed his eyes and coldly laughed. "Since you're here, don't hide." 3 cultivators dressed in purple robes emerged, and the leader sneered, "Lingxiao Sect brat, hand over your points, and we can leave you with your whole corpse." Zhonglu looked at the purple jade tokens hanging at their waists, and suddenly revealed a strange smile. Just in time. "I also want to taste the flavor of human blood." Just as Zhonglu was about to make a move, he suddenly sensed a wave of divine sense above his head. Huh, is that dog thief master spying on me? He quickly concealed all his demonic energy. Outside the trial arena, in the Lingxiao Sect camp, Zhonglu's figure had already been displayed before everyone by Long Outyin. Everyone saw the demon tiger beside Zhonglu and the number on his points jade token, exclaiming, "Wow, brother Zhonglu is so strong." He just entered the arena and killed a peak Meridian opening stage demon beast with his 5th level of the Meridian opening stage cultivation. Instant kill. Absolutely an instant kill. The Zixia Sacred Land nearby also noticed the encounter between Zhonglu and their disciples and began discussing. "It's Junior Brotherly. Junior brother Li is at the 9th level of the Meridian opening stage. It seems that Lingxiao Sect's kid is done for. Exactly. Although that kid at the 5th level of the Meridian opening stage killed a peak Meridian opening stage demon beast. Look at the blood on him. He must have been injured. Once this was said, everyone noticed the blood on Zhonglu. The disciples of the Lingxiao Sect couldn't help but start worrying about Zhonglu. The scene had just switched to Zhonglu's perspective, so everyone didn't know that the blood was from him drinking the demon tiger's essence blood. Meanwhile, among the elders of the Xi'Xia sacred land, someone sneered after just taking a glance at the scene. A 5th level of the Meridian opening stage against a 9th level? If you don't get beaten to a pulp, consider yourself lucky. Battling above one's level is something that only top talents can achieve. Does this Lingxiao Sect kid look like a genius? Not at all. He looks like a lewd little boy. The elder continued. Moreover, although my disciple is only at the 9th level of the Meridian opening stage, he is not at all inferior when facing an ordinary peak Meridian opening stage, implicitly telling the Lingxiao Sect that his disciple is also a little genius. You think you could defeat my disciple? Dream on. Chu Xian didn't speak, as he also didn't know what kind of combat power Zhonglu had. He only knew that this kid's talent was a bit lacking. His sword techniques were all basic sword techniques that had been cultivated. On the other side, in the Demon King's Hall camp, the master of the Demon King's Hall furrowed his brow upon hearing the discussions from both sides. Zhonglu, that kid actually shares the same name as the ancestor? Must be killed. He then issued a kill order against Zhonglu to the demon cultivator disciples in the arena through the unique mental communication of the Demon King's Hall. The competition arena had been sealed off by the 3 factions, and spiritual power transmissions and message jade slips had been blocked. But the Demon King's Hall had a special means of communication. Thus, the Lingxiao Sect and the Xi'Xia Sacred Land were unaware of the Demon King's Hall's little scheme. The Lord of the Demon King's Hall would never have thought that the young man in the image was actually his own ancestor. The scene before everyone shifted, and the disciple from Xi'Xia Holy Land with the surname, Li was about to engage in battle with Zhonglu. Zhonglu chuckled to himself. Hee, the righteous sect is indeed the righteous sect. They disdain to take advantage of numbers and insist on a one-on-one duel with me. Well then, I won't be polite. Zhonglu sneered and looked at the Xi'Xia Holy Land disciple with displeasure. The disciple with the surname Li grinned maliciously, his long sword emanating purple light. Remember the name of the one who will kill you, Li. So much nonsense. Zhonglu suddenly erupted. Due to the external surveillance, he could only rely on his spiritual power to launch an attack. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual power within him surged like a river, rushing rapidly through his meridians. Third form of the basic sword technique. A long sword entirely formed of spiritual power appeared out of thin air. Although it was merely the most basic sword technique, it unleashed astonishing power in Zhonglu's hands. What? The disciple with the surname Li hastily raised his sword to block. Clang! The spiritual long sword collided with the Xi'Xia sword, emitting a dazzling light. The disciple with the surname Li felt a tremendous force surge through, and his tiger's mouth instantly shattered, causing him to lose grip of his sword. This is impossible. He stared wide-eyed in horror. How could a mere basic sword technique possess such power? Zhonglu sneered, his figure closing in like a ghost, delivering a spiritual palm strike to the opponent's chest. Because the one using it is me. Poof! The disciple with the surname Li spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing hard against a tree trunk. Outside the arena, everyone was stunned. An elder from Xi'Xia Holy Land suddenly stood up. Basic sword technique? How is this possible? My closed-door disciple was actually defeated by a basic sword technique. The faces of the many disciples from Xi'Xia Holy Land turned green. The opponent's cultivation was several levels higher. Yet he was taken down in one move by a basic sword technique. They couldn't afford to lose face. The disciples of Lingxiao Sect exchanged glances. Has senior brother Zhonglu mastered the basic sword technique to this extent? Yu Jian rubbed his eyes. The junior brother is quite impressive too. Chu Xian watched the shocked expressions of everyone and leisurely took a sip of tea. What a fuss. Mastering the basic sword technique to perfection can still split the heavens and shatter the earth. This is merely a basic requirement for us disciples of Lingxiao Sect. He turned to Long Out Yen and said, Make sure all disciples practice the basic sword technique 100 more times. Long Outyin stifled a laugh. Yes, sect leader. Why did Chonlu practice the basic sword technique? Because Chu Xian was afraid Chonlu wouldn't understand the advanced sword techniques. This disciple's talent was too poor. The cultivation methods he practiced had to be in comic book form. Even a Huang was stronger than him. Chapter 63. The Demon King's Hall switches sides. Everyone was dumbfounded. After defeating the Xixiao Holy Land disciple, Chonlu did not deliver a fatal blow, as he sensed someone watching him from outside. He couldn't drink their blood. Moreover, these few people from Xixiao Holy Land had no points on their score tokens, so killing them would be pointless. It was better to let them leave and kill them later when he had accumulated enough points. Xixiao Holy Land? Take a look in the mirror. Do you have the strength to compete with my Lingxiao Sect? I'll count to 3. Hurry and scram. Otherwise, I'll chop you all up. 3. As Chonlu began counting, the remaining 2 disciples from Xixiao Holy Land hurriedly helped the disciple with the surname Li up and fled in a panic. After glancing at the retreating figures of the 3, Chonlu slightly raised his head and revealed a sunny smile towards the sky. Outside the arena, the disciples of Lingxiao Sect were almost in tears at Chonlu's smile. Big brother, please stop smiling. It's worse than crying. The people from Xixiao Holy Land looked at Chonlu's smugness and nearly rushed in to hammer him. What is there to be smug about? Our Xixiao Holy Land still has a backup. That's right. If Junior Brotherly can't do it, there's still Junior Brother Xiao. Junior Brother Xiao has already reached the peak of the Meridian opening stage and can easily defeat us threefold Spirit Spring Realm disciples in battle. Hearing this, the disciples of Lingxiao Sect couldn't help but worry about Chonlu again. Only Chu Xian, after hearing Chonlu's words, revealed a satisfied smile. Good. This kid has a good talent for showing off. So it turns out your cultivation talent is lacking, but your show-off talent is great. No wonder you could be a direct disciple. Seeing that the matter on Chonlu's side had been resolved, the gazes of Lingxiao Sect and Xixiao Holy Land shifted back to the other disciples. In a competition area, Chonlu felt the spiritual fluctuations above his head had disappeared and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then began to move deeper into the dense forest. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and along the way, Chonlu went on a killing spree. None of the demonic beasts he encountered could last even one round. Either they had their hearts ripped out or their blood drained, and the numbers on Chonlu's score token were increasing wildly. This was mainly because the cultivation levels of the demonic beasts were too low and they lacked intelligence. They had brute strength but didn't know how to use it precisely. After successfully killing a giant python, the number on the token finally reached over 200. Along the way, Chonlu had hunted at least 25 demonic beasts. All the essence blood of the demonic beasts had been absorbed by Chonlu, and the magic patterns on his spine were showing signs of a breakthrough. Just as Chonlu absorbed the snake gall of the giant python, 3 black-robed cultivators appeared before him. Oh, my little demons? Without saying a word, the 3 demonic cultivators immediately summoned their magic weapons to attack Chonlu. The pitch-black demonic energy transformed into ferocious, ghostly claws, aiming directly for Chonlu's throat. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Chonlu's eyes as he confirmed that no one was spying on him. The black gold magic patterns on his spine suddenly erupted. Boom! An overwhelming wave of demonic energy surged out from Chonlu's body, instantly enveloping the 3 demonic cultivators. The attacking magic weapons disintegrated into nothingness upon contact with the black gold demonic energy, as if ice and snow were melting away. What is this? The 3 demonic cultivators were terrified, trying to escape but found themselves unable to move. Chonlu grinned, extending his 5 fingers. Little demons, offer your essence blood to your ancestor. The black gold demonic energy wrapped around the 3 bodies like a living thing, swallowing them up in the blink of an eye, leaving only 3 score tokens clattering to the ground. At the same time, within the Demon King's Hall camp, poof! The Lord of the Demon King's Hall felt a sweet taste in his mouth, and blood surged into his mouth, but to avoid attracting others' attention, he quickly swallowed it back down. The Lord of the Demon King's Hall was filled with horror. The images transmitted through the mental connection with the 3 demonic cultivators made him tremble. This purity of demonic energy. How could he possess such a level of demonic energy? Suddenly, a cold voice exploded in his mind. Little brat, dare to send someone to kill your ancestor? The Lord of the Demon King's hall felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. This voice, this pressure, could not be mistaken. Old ancestor, he trembled in his heart, responding, how could you? Shut up. Time is limited. Listen to me. I unexpectedly became a direct disciple of Lingxiao Sect. But I still need to stay in Lingxiao Sect for a long time. When the time is right, I will naturally return to the 9 Nether Demon Land. As if recalling something, Chonglu's voice suddenly filled with rage. You should know how to handle this competition. And don't let anyone know about me. Yes, yes. The Lord of the Demon King's hall was instantly drenched in cold sweat, seeing that Chonglu's voice no longer came through. He hurriedly transmitted orders through secret methods. In this competition, all of you perform well. Send more points to Lingxiao Sect. Anyone who dares to disobey. This hall master will not be lenient. Also, notify the hall to prepare the rabbit's suit. The nearby demonic elder cultivators turn pale. Lord, what do you mean by this? The Lord of the Demon King's hall narrowed his eyes and coldly said, don't ask what you shouldn't. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Chonglu was happily absorbing the essence blood of the 3 demonic cultivators, and the magic patterns on his spine became even clearer. Just now, the souls of the 3 demon cultivators about to enter the soul gate conveyed their words to the master of the Demon King Hall. After that instant, Chonglu could no longer contact the master of the Demon King Hall. After absorbing the essence blood of these 3 demon cultivators, Chonglu suddenly felt the black glow of the demonic patterns in his body surge. Immediately afterward, a rumbling sound erupted from within him. Boom! The demonic realm reached the 6th level of the meridian opening. Not bad. The 3 little demons didn't die in vain. Just as Chonglu was feeling pleased, everyone outside the arena was dumbfounded. The purple mist holy land was the first to lose composure. Damn, what is going on with your Demon King Hall? How the hell did your peak of meridian opening lose to a first-level disciple of Lingxiao Sect? Are you demon cultivators idiots? The Lingxiao Sect camp beside them was also shocked. Just now, the Lingxiao Sect disciple casually swung a knife, and it directly sent that peak demon cultivator flying, spitting blood. What terrifying strength is this? Ergo usually ISNT this fierce. I gotta be careful when joking with Ergo from now on. His strength is formidable. Meanwhile, the Lingxiao Sect youth in the image stared wide-eyed at his hands, his expression gradually becoming frenzied. He then directly approached a peak disciple of the Purple Mist Holy Land. This person happened to be the Xiao Shitty that everyone from the Purple Mist Holy Land was talking about, Xiao Zhen. Chapter 64. Chonglu and Xuanxiao Zhen casually glanced at Ergo, and his long spear flew straight out. Poof! Ergo didn't even have time to dodge before being pierced through the shoulder. Immediately afterward, all the points Ergo had gained transferred onto Xiao Zhen's Jade token. Looking at the screen, Chu Xian's face flushed, and he turned to Duan Hong to send a message. Old Duan, when we return to the sect, add another detection criterion to the disciple recruitment rotation. Don't take in idiots like this anymore. It's really embarrassing. At the same time, Chu Xian was secretly puzzled as to why the demon cultivators would give points to Lingxiao Sect disciples. His gaze involuntarily turned towards the Demon King Hall. He saw the master of the Demon King Hall was fuming. Damn, useless trash. How the hell did you lose to a first-level waste? You're even worse than trash. Saying you're trash is flattering you. When that kid comes out tomorrow, I'll light the sky lanterns. The master of the Demon King Hall was cursing happily on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. Old ancestor, did you see that? These little demons are too talented. They dared to lose to a first-level disciple. They really dare to act. Chu Xian watched for a long time and couldn't figure out what was going on. So he had to let it go. Demon old ghost, you have to give me an explanation for this. Zidonglai furiously rushed to the front of the Demon King Hall camp and shouted. Upon seeing it was Zidonglai, the master of the Demon King Hall immediately acted like a film emperor. He exploded with rage. How the hell would I know? All these little demons deserve to die. After saying that, he grabbed the collar of an elder beside him. Speak. Did you elders secretly collude with Lingxiao Sect? The elder was being choked and rolled his eyes. Master, I'm wrongfully accused. He then tossed the elder aside and picked up another old man. That must be you. I wouldn't dare, master. Seeing the master of the Demon King Hall like this, Donglai felt he really didn't seem to be faking it. So he could only darken his face and retreat back to the Purple Mist Holy Land camp. For the entire next day, the trial ground was completely in chaos. The demon cultivators chased the disciples of the Purple Mist like mad dogs, but when they encountered Lingxiao disciples, they immediately turned into soft-shell shrimp. One demon cultivator even voluntarily helped a Lingxiao disciple bandage his wounds and kindly offered his own points jade token. That demon cultivator smiled flatteringly. Brother, this is all I have. Please take it. The disciples of the Purple Mist were in tears. Is this a demon cultivator? He asked, more righteous than the righteous people towards Lingxiao Sect. So you're just going to beat us up, huh? In the blink of an eye, the last day of the 3-day deadline arrived. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the observation seats. Look, it's Xiao Zhen and Chong Lu. In the image, the #1 genius of the Purple Mist Holy Land, Xiao Zhen, blocked Chong Lu's path. He held a purple spear, and his spiritual power surged around him. Clearly already at the half-step spiritual spring realm, Xiao Zhen sneered. Lingxiao Sect trash, actually playing dirty. Chong Lu squinted his eyes, feeling the divine sense probing from above again, and couldn't help but curse. Who is playing dirty? If you want to fight, just fight. Stop talking so much nonsense. Xiao Zhen's eyes flashed with cold light, seeking death. A fierce battle was about to erupt. The entire venue held its breath. The disciples of the Purple Mist Holy Land had placed all their points with Xiao Zhen to prevent them from being snatched away. Meanwhile, Chong Lu had not robbed others' points much in these 2 days, focusing solely on improving his cultivation. And now, both his celestial and demonic cultivation had reached the 7th level of the meridian opening. Although he hadn't robbed anyone, he couldn't resist the points the little demons were sending him. Thus, Chong Lu still had the most points in Lingxiao Sect. The duel between Chong Lu and Xiao Zhen would also determine the final outcome of the first competition. A mere 7th level of meridian opening dares to compete with me. A half-step spiritual spring? Xiao Zhen shook his spear, and the spear tip burst forth with dazzling purple light. The people of the Purple Mist Holy Land laughed. This Lingxiao Sect kid is dead. Brother Xiao is a genius who can challenge above his level. The master of the Demon King Hall thought, this is a good opportunity to rid myself of the suspicion of colluding with Lingxiao Sect. So he said leisurely, this Chong Lu is bound to lose. But inside he was screaming, old ancestor is powerful. Kill this Purple Mist kid. The disciples of Lingxiao Sect turned pale upon hearing this. If even a holy level expert said so, it seems Brother Chong Lu is in grave danger. In the arena, however, Chong Lu remained calm. He formed seals with his hands, and spiritual power circulated around him, surprisingly performing the most basic protective technique. Seeking death, Xiao Zhen shouted angrily, and the long spear shot toward him like a dragon. Clang! Chong Lu blocked with the basic sword technique, and the 2 streams of spiritual power collided, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, everyone was shocked to find that Chong Lu stood there completely unharmed. What? Xiao Zhen's pupils constricted sharply. This is impossible. Chong Lu smiled slightly, his figure flashing, and again performed the most basic movement technique. He quickly closed in on Xiao Zhen, then executed a basic palm technique. Bang! Xiao Zhen hurriedly blocked, and was actually forced back 3 steps. The audience was in an uproar. The elders of the Purple Mist had their jaws almost dropped to the ground. This is all the most basic martial arts? The master of the Demon King Hall appeared shocked, but inside he was overjoyed. Old ancestor is amazing, using the most useless technique to dominate the Purple Mist genius. Xiao Zhen's face turned ashen, and he roared, I will make you die. The purple spear suddenly erupted with overwhelming purple flames, clearly unleashing a killing move. Chong Lu, however, remained calm and unhurried. The previous encounter had already tested the opponent's strength, and it seemed he couldn't win without using his trump card. He then said lightly, do you know what I'm best at? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhen was momentarily stunned. Then he saw a golden great halberd made of spiritual power floating in front of Chong Lu. What I am best at is halberd technique. Chong Lu grasped the halberd's handle, laughing maniacally as he charged at Xiaozhen. Once the halberd was in hand, Chong Lu's aura changed dramatically. The black-gold demonic patterns flickered on his spine. Although he and T used demonic energy, that imposing aura made everyone present gasp. Clang! The great halberd clashed violently with the purple flame spear, sparks flying. Xiaozhen felt a numbness in his grip and was horrified. How is this strength possible? Chong Lu laughed wildly, wielding the great halberd, his moves grand, yet containing hidden mysteries. Each strike accurately hit the weakest points of Xiaozhen's spear technique, forcing him to retreat continuously. Delightful. Chong Lu swept the great halberd, pushing Xiaozhen back several meters, finally looking somewhat impressive. In the Demon King Hall camp, the master was so excited he trembled all over, tears welling in his eyes. Old ancestor really has returned. This halberd technique is the true nether demon halberd. The faces of the purple mist holy land people turned ashen. Zidonglai stared intently at the battlefield. This kid from Lingxiao Sect is quite skilled. The disciples of Lingxiao Sect were completely ecstatic. Brother Zhonglo is mighty. It turns out that brother's strongest skill is the spear technique. This spear technique looks much stronger than the sword technique. I want to learn the spear technique too. Chu Xian squinted his eyes, deep in thought. This kid. In the arena, Xiaozhen had been pushed to the brink. He let out a roar, suddenly bit his tongue, and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto his spear. Purple flame, burning heaven. The spear transformed into a purple fire dragon, rushing towards Zhonglo with a destructive aura. Zhonglo did not dodge. The great spear spun in his hand, forming a golden barrier in front of him. Boom! The fire dragon collided with the barrier, producing a deafening roar. As the dust settled, Zhonglo was seen kneeling on one knee, a trace of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth, but his fighting spirit was even stronger. Ha ha ha! What a thrill! Zhonglo leaped up, the great spear slicing through the air aimed straight at Xiaozhen's throat. The great spear emitted a brilliant golden light, and Xiaozhen hurriedly raised his spear to block. But with a crack, the purple flame spear broke in response. Puff! The tip of the spear grazed Xiaozhen's chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. Xiaozhen staggered back and ultimately knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance. You win. With Xiaozhen's difficult admission of defeat, Zhonglo, also exhausted, fell to one knee, gasping for breath. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted with thunderous cheers. Chapter 65. The second match? A crushing and exhilarating showdown. With Xiaozhen's defeat, the points on the J tablet were transferred to Zhonglo's tablet. It was clear that the first match was a complete victory for Lingxiao Sect. That evening, all participating disciples exited the arena to tally their points. In the end, the result of the first match was Lingxiao Sect scored first with over 30,000 points. The Demon King Hall came in second with over 5,000 points. The Purple Cloud Sacred Land came in last with only over 1,000 points. Due to Xiaozhen's defeat, the Purple Cloud Sacred Land's points have been wiped out. And this was all that the remaining disciples had desperately hunted for spirit beasts to accumulate. Looking at the tallied results, Zidonglai cried out, "Is this how you play?" Directly leading by 30,000 points. The disciples of the second and third matches will face immense pressure. Upon returning, Zhonglo proudly approached Chu Xian, "Master, we got this." Chu Xian just smiled and didn't say much. Instead, the disciples of Lingxiao Sect directly revered Zhonglo as their war god. "Brother Zhonglo, well done. Brother Zhonglo, I want to learn the spear technique from you and wield the spear to kill everywhere. Can you teach me?" "Brother Zhonglo, look at me. Let me be your partner. I have a big butt and can give you sons." Various bizarre words were shouted from the disciples, making Chu Xian's face darken. What kind of wolfish words are these? How will the nearby Purple Cloud Sacred Land see this? It seems that the entry standards for the sect really need to be raised. Without waiting for more words from the Lingxiao Sect, the second match officially began. Soon, the three factions of disciples entered the arena. At that moment, Zhonglo quietly transmitted a message to the master of the Demon King Hall. In the last match, this group of little demons clearly gave away points. For the next 2 matches, let them go all out so that the righteous factions could see the power of our demon cultivators. The master of the Demon King Hall smirked, yes. Ancestor. With the second match officially starting, the 3 factions of disciples entered the arena, with a total of 90 disciples from the Spirit Spring realm stepping into the trial ground. Each had a jade tablet flashing the number 1000, symbolizing initial points. As soon as they entered, the audience outside erupted in astonishment. All 30 disciples of Lingxiao Sect were uniformly holding high-grade mortal weapons, with swords, spears, and halberds glinting ominously under the sunlight. This is impossible. An elder from the Purple Cloud Sacred Land suddenly stood up, his voice changing pitch. High-grade mortal weapons? Each one has one. It should be known that even in the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, only elite inner disciples could be equipped with graded weapons. Ordinary disciples only use the most basic iron tools. Yet, the weapons in the hands of the Lingxiao Sect disciples were clearly exquisite works from master craftsmen. The master of the Demon King Hall's eyelids twitched, secretly thinking, the Ancestors' sect is too extravagant. Chu Xian leisurely sipped his tea, glancing at Duan Hong standing behind him. Hee, Sect Master, are you satisfied with this batch of weapons? Duan Hong grinned. I specially added a small spirit gathering array to the sword hilt, making it incredibly smooth for the disciples to use. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Old Duan, after returning to the sect, go to the Spirit Stone Mine and reward the crafting peak with 500 pieces of spirit-level spirit stones. Hearing this, Duan Hong rubbed his hands excitedly. Hee. All right, thank you. Sect Master. In the projected scene, the disciples of Lingxiao Sect had already launched a frenzied attack. Kill. The 30 disciples of Lingxiao Sect charged out like tigers descending a mountain, instantly splitting into 3 teams. Their spiritual energy surged. All of them were at least at the 5th level of the Spirit Spring realm. What the hell? Is there any justice in this? Is Lingxiao Sect's foundation this strong? I almost want to switch to Lingxiao Sect. Sigh. Who says otherwise? Not only does everyone have a high-grade mortal weapon, but everyone's cultivation is so strong. If not for the fact that these disciples from the Purple Cloud Sacred Land were communicating via sound transmission, Zidonglai would probably have been furious. Chu Xian leisurely enjoyed his tea, a smile on his lips. In this month, he had made the once glorious god's whip a bit dim. Were these disciples not fierce? In the center of the battlefield, the disciples of Lingxiao Sect displayed astonishing combat power. Lingxiao Formation. Rise. 10 disciples stood in formation, and amidst the sword energy, 5 disciples from the Purple Cloud Sacred Land were instantly shredded out of the match. On the other side, a disciple from Lingxiao Sect exuded a powerful aura of blood and energy, tearing apart the defensive artifacts of the demon cultivators with bare hands. The master of the Demon King Hall watched with his eyelids twitching, mentally apologizing to Zhonglo. I'm sorry, Ancestor. Your fellow disciples are too fierce. This group of little demons are simply no match. The battle situation took a rapid turn. Within half an hour of starting, the Purple Cloud Sacred Land had lost 12 people, and the Demon King Hall had also lost 8 demon cultivators. This one do. The leading disciple from the Purple Cloud Sacred Land gritted his teeth and said, we must join forces. He suddenly turned to the nearest group of demon cultivators. Let us take care of Lingxiao Sect first. The demon cultivators nodded without hesitation. All right. The remaining 40 disciples from the 2 factions quickly formed a temporary alliance, surrounding the disciples of Lingxiao Sect. Do you think this will let you win? The leading disciple from Lingxiao Sect sneered, suddenly pulling out a bottle of pills from his robe. Brothers, take the pills. Immediately, all 30 of them swallowed the crimson pills at the same time, and the aura of the Lingxiao Sect disciples surged dramatically. It's an exploding spirit pill. Zidonglai slammed the table. You Lingxiao Sect are cheating. Chu Xian took out the contract leisurely, which clause states that pills cannot be used. Zidonglai was momentarily speechless. It seems that the contract didn't specifically prohibit taking pills. On the battlefield, after taking the pills, the disciples of Lingxiao Sect became like tigers with wings. Boom! A disciple directly crashed into the enemy formation, and wherever the wind of his punches passed, 3 demon cultivators spat blood and flew back. Form a defensive formation. A disciple from the purple cloud sacred land urgently shouted, but just as he did, a flash of sword light passed, and his jade tablet shattered in response. Before the defense could be established, the alliance's formation was directly broken through. Following that, the disciples of Lingxiao Sect launched their final harvesting. Bang! Crack! The sounds of jade tablets shattering echoed one after another. The disciples of the purple cloud sacred land and the demon king hall were on the verge of tears. How can we fight this? The opponents each have a divine weapon, and they occasionally take pills. This is no longer a match, it's simply a one-sided crushing. In the end, only 3 demon cultivators remained on the battlefield, while 5 disciples from the purple cloud sacred land were left. These 8 people cried out for mercy on their knees. In contrast, Lingxiao Sect stood intact with all 30 disciples. The points on their jade tokens are at least 2,000. Chu Xian watched the disciples on the battlefield, who were crushing their opponents effortlessly, and sighed softly. Sigh. I don't want this either, but who let us have the strongest alchemist and blacksmith in Dongwang? Duan Hong stood behind him, grinning. Chu Xian looked at the victorious disciples, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Extra meal tonight. The points have been tallied. Lingxiao Sect, 82,000 points, Demon King Hall. 3,000 points, Purple Cloud Holy Land. 5,000 points, including the points from the first competition. It is Lingxiao Sect, 115,600 points in total, Demon King Hall. 600 points in total, Purple Cloud Holy Land. 400 points in total. Zi Donglai slumped in his chair, muttering to himself. It's over. It's completely over. Chapter 66. Purple Cloud Holy Land. Ziyin. The third competition is a ring battle, and the rules have been announced. Each side sends out 20 disciples of the Xiandan realm, and each time a disciple occupies the ring for half an hour, they can earn 2,000 points. The duration is 3 days, totaling 36 hours. Each battle is limited to half an hour. If no winner is determined in that time, the defending side wins. The loser cannot challenge again. There is a half-hour rest period after each battle before they can challenge again. Both the battle and the rest time will be recorded for occupying duration. In the Purple Cloud Holy Land Camp, the woman in a purple dress behind Zi Donglai watched her father in such a defeated state and couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. She thought to herself, if I take the stage first, I can start timing for the Purple Cloud Holy Land. If I can delay for half an hour during the battle, I can win and then rest for another half hour. In this way, after 3 days, the Purple Cloud Holy Land could have nearly 150,000 points. This way, the Purple Cloud Holy Land can turn the tide. Ziyin slowly stood up, her long eyelashes slightly trembling, revealing a pair of clear, yet somewhat sickly pale eyes like autumn water. She adjusted the hem of her dress with her slender fingers, her voice soft yet firm. Father, I am willing to fight for the Holy Land. Zidonglai turned to look at his daughter, but before he could speak, the elder beside him urgently exclaimed, No, Yinner, your illness. Elder, Ziyin smiled faintly, a hint of sadness in her smile. It's been 8 years. My mind has never been as clear as it is today. Ziyin raised her wrist, revealing 7 purple marks wrapped around it. Over the years, I have been battling my inner demons every day, and now I can control 80 of it. The second elder looked at this child he had watched grow up with pain in his heart. But Yinner, what if? There is no what if. Ziyin suddenly retracted her smile, a trace of chilling purple light flashing in her eyes. The Purple Cloud Holy Land raised me for 18 years. Now that the Holy Land is shamed, how can I stand by and do nothing? The high-ranking members of the Purple Cloud Holy Land fell into silence. As the Holy Maiden of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, Ziyin had reached the peak of the Meridian Realm at the age of 10. She had an unlimited future, enough to lead the Purple Cloud Holy Land to the pinnacle. But it was also in that year that Ziyin suddenly contracted a strange illness, often losing her sanity and killing anyone she encountered. Thus, since she was 10 years old, she had been sealed by the Purple Cloud Holy Land. However, what shocked everyone was that even in a sealed state, Ziyan's cultivation continued to grow wildly. Now at 18, her cultivation had already reached the peak of the Xiandan realm. The elders looked at each other, seeing complex emotions in each other's eyes. They were anxious about the current situation of the Purple Cloud Holy Land and filled with pity for this ill-fated girl. Zidonglai took a deep breath, walked up to his daughter, and placed his hands on her slender shoulders. Yinner, do you know what happened when you lost control at 10? I know. Ziyan calmly interrupted her father's words. I killed 17 attendants and seriously injured 3 elders. Her voice trembled slightly. Over the years, she remembered clearly the faces of everyone who died by her hands. Ziyan's eyes flashed with determination, her tone resolute. Father, I have found a way to suppress my inner demons. She took out a purple crystal. This is the calming jade, which can temporarily suppress my heart demon. Zidonglai took the crystal, feeling the strange energy contained within, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Where did this come from? It was extracted from my body. Each time I lost control, such crystals would condense within me. I recently discovered that this crystal could suppress my heart demon. Zidonglai's expression darkened, and he said solemnly, No, the final competition is all Xiandan realm. It's too dangerous. I cannot let you take the risk. Father, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Saying this, Ziyan suddenly unsealed a seal on her wrist. In an instant, a suffocating purple spiritual power erupted from her body. Her aura was even stronger than that of a divine sea realm cultivator. Zidonglai looked at his daughter in shock. Ziyan quickly resealed herself, her face paler than before, but the purple light in her eyes was even more brilliant. Did you see that, father? This is my trump card. As long as I control it properly, I can not only suppress my heart demon, but also turn it into power. The elders of the Purple Cloud Holy Land exchanged glances, and finally, the elder sighed. Holy Master, perhaps this is our only chance. Zidonglai looked at his daughter's determined eyes and finally nodded slowly. All right, but you must promise me, if you feel something is wrong, withdraw from the competition immediately. Ziyan nodded seriously, but in her heart, she smiled sadly. I'm sorry, father. I deceived you. It's just a somewhat peculiar spiritual stone. For the sake of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, she had to do this. The third competition officially began. Without waiting for the disciples to react, Ziyan was the first to leap onto the ring. The 7 seals on her wrist glimmered slightly, and purple energy swirled around her. A 4th-level demon cultivator from the Demon King Hall followed closely. Brothers, let me test the strength of this girl. Ziyan stood in the center of the ring, her purple gown fluttering without wind. She looked at the demon cultivator who jumped onto the ring, a trace of calculation flashing in her eyes. Little girl, let me take good care of you. The demon cultivator lewdly smiled and summoned a blood-red curved knife. Ziyan's lips curled slightly, and with both hands forming a seal, a purple light curtain suddenly appeared around her. She did not choose to attack aggressively, but instead took a defensive stance. Clang! The curved knife struck the light curtain, causing ripples to surge. Ziyan floated back, maintaining a safe distance from the demon cultivator. What are you dodging for? The demon cultivator angrily slashed repeatedly, but he could never break through Ziyan's defense. In the spectator seats, Zidonglai frowned. Is Yinner stalling for time? The elders suddenly realized Yinner is using the rules. As expected, Ziyan only occasionally counterattacked, spending most of her time dodging and defending. Half an hour quickly passed, and Chu Xian, as the referee, announced loudly, Time's up. The defending side, the Purple Cloud Holy Land, wins. The Purple Cloud Holy Land scorecard immediately increased by 2,000 points. Despicable. The demon cultivator roared in frustration, but he was forcibly teleported off the stage. Next was a half-hour rest period. Ziyan sat cross-legged in the center of the ring, closing her eyes to adjust her breath. The seals on her wrist flickered slightly, seemingly suppressing something. Rest time was over, and the Purple Cloud Holy Land scored 2,000 points. This time, it was the turn of a disciple from the Lingxiao Sect to challenge. The Lingxiao Sect sent a common disciple at the 5th level of Xiandan to the stage. Purple Cloud, Holy Maiden, please give me guidance. The disciple cupped his fists in salute, his attitude respectful. Ziyan opened her eyes, the purple light in her gaze flashing briefly. Please. This time, she changed her strategy. She waved her hands, and countless purple petals appeared out of thin air, forming a maze on the ring. The Lingxiao Sect disciple was trapped inside. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't touch Xian at all. Is this an illusion formation? Chu Xian squinted his eyes, finding it interesting. Half an hour later, the master of the Demon King Palace announced, as the referee, "Time's up. The Purple Cloud Sacred Land gains another 2,000 points." The points of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land have increased by 600, and Xian's aura remained steady. A slight smile appeared on her lips. The plan is going smoothly. After saying that, she hurriedly sat cross-legged to adjust her breathing. Chu Xian glanced at the woman in purple on the stage and turned to Jian Dao. "Jinner, get ready. You'll be up soon." Chapter 67. Yu Jian appears. All seals broken. The adjustment time ended, and the Purple Cloud Sacred Land gained another 2,000 points. It was now the turn of the cultivators from the Demon King Palace to take the stage. This time, the Demon King Palace sent a peak Xiandan demon cultivator. This person was enveloped in dark, demonic energy with blood-red eyes. "Girl, your tricks end here." The demon cultivator sneered as he summoned a bone sword. Its blade entwined with chilling, ghostly energy. Xian's expression began to grow serious as she quickly formed seals with her hands. Purple petals and black, demonic energy clashed fiercely on the arena, emitting piercing shrieks. Boom! After one clash, Xian felt a bit of pressure, no longer as relaxed as before. But the purple light in her eyes grew brighter, her figure darting around the stage like a phantom, avoiding direct confrontation with her opponent. "Coward! Have the guts to fight me head-on!" The demon cultivator roared repeatedly, yet he was still unable to truly harm Xian. Half an hour passed in a flash, and Chu Xian announced, "Time's up. The Purple Cloud Sacred Land gains another 2,000 points." The score of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land reached 10,000 points in the third round. Cheers erupted from the viewing area of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. "Sanctus is mighty. At this rate, we can really turn the tide. Heaven helps our Purple Cloud." The elder shouted excitedly, his beard trembling. "Xian, this child can really control her inner demons. The future of the Sacred Land is infinitely bright." Hope also flickered in the eyes of Zidonglai, murmuring, "Xian, come on." On the other side, the master of the Demon King Palace stared at the meditating Xian, his brows tightly knit. He vaguely felt that something dangerous was hidden beneath that purple seal. Half an hour later, it was the turn of the Lingxiao Sect to challenge, and Yu Jian stepped onto the stage slowly. He was barehanded, dressed in plain white attire, contrasting sharply with Xian's purple dress. "Yu Jian of the Lingxiao Sect, please give me your guidance." Yu Jian cupped his fists in greeting, his gaze sharp as a sword. Xian slowly opened her eyes, "Please." As soon as the words fell, Yu Jian launched a straight punch directly at Xian. This punch was simple and unadorned, yet carried the momentum of shattering mountains. Bang! The protective light curtain Xian had condensed was actually shattered by a single punch. She staggered back several steps, her eyes flashing with purple light. What powerful fist force! Xian was secretly shocked. Yu Jian's strength far exceeded that of her previous opponents. Immediately, the battle between the two erupted in full force. Seeing the two momentarily evenly matched, the disciples of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land shouted in unison, "Sanctus, go for it. Wear him out. Hold on. As long as we last half an hour, we win." The Lingxiao Sect, seeing this, also refused to back down. "Senior brother Yu Jian, show her our power." On the arena, Yu Jian's eyes were focused. Although he had little combat experience, his combat talent was extraordinary. With each exchange, he rapidly learned Xian's fighting style. "So that's how it is." A quarter of an hour later, Yu Jian suddenly murmured. Then, Yu Jian's figure flashed, and the momentum of his punch suddenly changed. Bang! 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 3 consecutive punches, each one striking precisely at the weakest point of Xian's defense. Xian was forced to retreat step by step, her eyes filled with shock. "How could he?" Yu Jian said solemnly, "It's over." Gathering all his spiritual power into his right fist, he slammed a direct punch towards Xian's chest. Boom! Xian flew back like a kite with a broken string, about to fall off the arena. We won. The disciples of the Lingxiao Sect cheered and jumped with joy. Go, senior brother Yu Jian, you're invincible. Just at that critical moment, crack, 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 crack. The 4 seals on Xian's arm suddenly shattered simultaneously. Her eyes glowed with a surge of purple light, and her spiritual power instantly went berserk. Boom! Xian stepped into the void, actually creating a sound explosion in mid-air. She spun around, and like a purple lightning bolt, landed back in the center of the arena. The audience erupted in an uproar. What terrifying explosive power is this? My goodness! She stepped on the air? In the purple cloud sacred land camp, Donglai suddenly stood up. His face pale, Xian has simultaneously broken all 4 seals. On the arena, Xian's long hair flew wildly, surrounded by swirling purple energy. Looking down at the 3 remaining seals on her arm, she softly said, "Fortunately." Yu Jian furrowed his brow, his expression growing serious. Suddenly, Xian raised her hand, and countless purple petals condensed into a long sword. Now, it's my turn. In the viewing area, Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. Something's not right. The master of the Demon King Palace stared intently at the seals on Xian's arm, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Why does that seal feel more evil than this palace master? No one noticed that deep within Xian's eyes, a strange black energy was slowly spreading. The master of the Demon King Palace quietly took out a communication jade talisman, secretly ordering all disciples below the Xiandan realm of the Demon King Palace retreat immediately. Though the demon cultivators didn't know the reason, they had to obey the master's order and began to retreat. On the battlefield, Yu Jian was in a perilous situation. He crossed his arms to block, but was slashed back by Xian's sword, stumbling back over 10 steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. I can still hold on, Yu Jian thought to himself, but winning seems. Just as Yu Jian was contemplating, suddenly another seal on Xian's arm shattered without warning. Crack! The moment the 5th seal broke, an even more violent surge of purple spiritual power shot into the sky. The entire arena trembled violently. In the viewing area of the purple cloud sacred land, Donglai's face changed dramatically. Not good. Xian, stop. The elder immediately summoned a treasure. Sect master. We must seal Xian immediately. Father, elders. Xian's voice suddenly became eerily ethereal as she looked down at the 2 remaining seals on her arm, her eyes swirling with purple light and black energy. For the sake of the purple cloud sacred land, I am willing to enter the demon. Stop! Donglai soared into the air, rushing towards his daughter. However, just as Donglai moved, crack, crack, the last 2 seals shattered simultaneously. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. A tidal wave of black and purple energy erupted around Xian, her long hair instantly transforming into a bizarre purple-black hue. She let out a howl that seemed to carry the wails of countless wronged souls. It's over. The elder of the purple cloud, sacred land, slumped to the ground. All 7 seals broken. 10 years ago, she was only at the peak of the meridian opening realm, yet could severely injure an enlightenment realm elder. Now she was at the peak of Xiandan. In the Lingxiao Sect camp, Chong Lu felt this aura, his body trembling slightly. What kind of aura is this? Even my demonic energy is not as evil as hers? On the arena, Yu Jian was swept away by the violent energy wave, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up but found that his entire body felt like it was shattered. Yet Donglai rushed towards his daughter without hesitation. Xian, no. Chapter 68. The Power of the 9 Yuan Cauldron. At Chu Xian's signal, Long Ao Ian acted swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he had brought Yu Jian back to the Lingxiao Sect camp. Chu Xian quickly checked Yu Jian's injuries and found that although they looked serious, they had not harmed his foundation. He took out a blue pill and placed it in Yu Jian's mouth. Take this pill, you will recover in half an hour. The pill dissolved instantly, and Yu Jian's pale face quickly regained color, the broken bones beginning to heal. Thank you, Master, Yu Jian said weakly. Chu Xian nodded and turned his gaze back to the arena. There, Donglai tightly embraced Xian, the father-daughter pair resembling a still painting. Xian, wake up. Donglai's voice trembled. Suddenly, Puchi, a pale hand pierced through Donglai's chest. Father, Ziyin tilted her head, a strange smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Thank you. She suddenly withdrew her arm, and Zi Donglai staggered backward, blood gushing from his chest. Ziyin laughed wildly, dark purple demonic energy swirling around her. Finally out. Ziyan's head turned gently, surveying her surroundings, and she sneered. The next second, she transformed into a shadow and charged towards the nearest camp of the Lingxiao Holy Land. Protect the disciples. The 9 elders of the Lingxiao Holy Land were caught off guard and hurriedly took action, unleashing a blast of saint-level pressure. Boom! The collision of demonic energy and spiritual power caused the entire spectator area to collapse instantly. Zi Donglai fell into a pool of blood, barely breathing. Yin or no? Ziyin floated in midair, her long hair dancing wildly, her eyes devoid of any humanity. Ha ha! Everyone must die. The Lord of the Demon King Hall's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately crushed a blood-colored jade talisman. All disciples of the Demon King Hall retreat immediately. Then, his figure flickered, disregarding the orders of Chong Lu, and rushed towards the Lingxiao Sect camp. Chong Lu immediately noticed the Lord of the Demon King Hall's actions, his eyes flashing with dark golden light, and transmitted his voice, "Fool, I have my own plans. You quickly lead everyone away." Seeing Chong Lu's fierce gaze, the Lord of the Demon King Hall gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, sighing, alas. He could only lead the other demon cultivators to transform into black mist and flee. Chu Xian's attention was completely focused on Ziyin, unaware of the commotion on this side. At the Lingxiao Holy Land camp, the 9 elders had already formed a large formation, encircling Ziyin tightly. The Grand Elder was casting spells while shouting to Chu Xian, "Sect Master Chu, this is our mistake in the Lingxiao Holy Land. Please quickly take your disciples away. We will do our best to hold Yinner back and buy you time to retreat." The Grand Elder of the Lingxiao Holy Land had tears in his old eyes. "We only asked to save these useless disciples of ours." Before he finished speaking, Ziyin appeared ghost-like beside the Grand Elder, her 5 fingers like blades, directly piercing through his abdomen. "Grand Elder." The other 8 elders' eyes widened in horror. The Grand Elder's body trembled in the air, intestines mixed with blood pouring out from the wound. He then desperately clutched Ziyan's leg. "Go, hurry." Ziyin tilted her head, her mouth stretching to her ears. "Old man, seeking death." Bang! She raised her hand and smashed the Grand Elder of the Lingxiao Holy Land's crown. Seeing this situation, Chu Xian did not turn back, and said in a deep voice, "Long Out Yin, Old Duan, lead all disciples to retreat first." Long Out Yin was immediately stunned. "Master, what about you?" Long Out Yin could clearly feel that Chu Xian's cultivation was only at the peak of the asking Dao realm, and even Zi Donglai and that Grand Elder, both at the sub-saint level, were killed by that girl. "What use would it be for you to stay?" Chu Xian slowly stood up, stretched, and said, "This sect master has his own way to deal with it." As he spoke, Chu Xian's aura began to surge wildly. His originally peak, asking Dao cultivation suddenly soared. Boom! A beam of golden light descended from the sky, directly blasting Ziyin back over 10 meters. Chu Xian held an ancient small tripod, which was the extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the 9 elements ding, given to Chi Yu. Chu Xian stood in midair. Everyone immediately retreat beyond 100 miles. Seeing Chu Xian possess such a powerful aura, the remaining 8 elders of the Lingxiao Holy Land couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their brows. In the distance, Ziyin slowly got up, her neck twisting oddly, another one seeking death. Her demonic energy surged, and a pair of purple-black wings formed behind her. Chu Xian's expression grew serious, and the small tripod in his hand emitted 9 dazzling lights. "Girl, it's time to wake up." A bloody line split open on Ziyan's forehead, and a strange purple vertical eye slowly opened. She grinned and spread her arms wide, the wings behind her blocking out the sky. "Ants, let you witness true power." The 9 elements ding in Chu Xian's hand suddenly enlarged, and the 9 innate runes lit up simultaneously. The 5-colored divine lights of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth surrounded the body of the ding, and the powers of wind, thunder, light, and darkness gathered at the mouth of the Ding. Boom! The nine-color divine light collided with the purple-black demonic energy in midair, shaking the entire world. The shockwaves scattered the clouds for 1,000 miles. The cultivators who were retreating on the ground were all knocked down. Some disciples at the channeling realm couldn't help but spit out blood. Is this the nine elements Ding? A flicker of fear suddenly flashed in Ziyan's vertical eye. Impossible. How can this thing be in your hands? At this moment, Qi Yu's anxious voice echoed in Chu Xian's ear. Sect Master, the consumption of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon is too great. The Emperor's power only lasts for another quarter of an hour. It turned out that Chu Xian's strength came from Qi Yu, who was thousands of miles away, lending him a bit of his Emperor's power. Chu Xian's gaze sharpened, and the nine elements Ding suddenly split into 9 phantoms, each containing a source of power. 9 extremes suppressing demons. The 9 Ding came out together, transforming into a heavenly net that trapped Ziyan in the center. The sharpness of gold severed her wings. The vitality of wood dissipated her demonic energy. The flexibility of water bound her movements. No! Ziyan let out a piercing scream as her demonic energy began to collapse. Just as Chu Xian was about to deliver the final blow, a purple-black mist suddenly burst out from the top of Ziyan's head. The girl's body instantly fell like a kite with a severed string. Trying to escape? Chu Xian sneered, combining the 9 elements Ding into a streak of light to pursue. The demonic mist, seeing no way to escape, let out a piercing shriek. Since we're going to die, let's die together. Boom! The shockwave from the demonic mist self-detonation made the 9 elements Ding hum. Chu Xian hurriedly summoned the great Ding to protect himself. Though he had the 9 elements Ding shield, he still felt a buzzing in his head. If he were truly in the explosion, even with his current semi-emperor cultivation, he would undoubtedly perish. But at the center of the explosion, the space actually a fine crack. This is Chu Xian's pupil shrank. Within the crack, a blood-colored world could be vaguely seen, with countless ferocious demonic shadows madly crashing against the fissure. The 9 elements Ding suddenly trembled on its own, and 9 innate runes flew out, forming seals to forcibly close the spatial crack. Once the dust settled, Chu Xian put away the 9 elements Ding. His expression grave. It seems that things are not so simple. He flew to catch the falling Ziyan. The girl's face was as pale as paper, but the vertical eye on her forehead had disappeared, and her breathing gradually stabilized. In the distance, Chonglu and Lingxiao looked at this scene, both frowning. Chonglu, is that demonic mist? Lingxiao, I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Chapter 69, A Final Request. The Outer World Demon Race. What was supposed to be a good competition had turned into this scene. Lying in a pool of blood, Zidonglai was already breathing more in than out. Watching his daughter return to her original self, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Chu Xian, holding the unconscious Ziyan, slowly landed. Reflecting on the entire process, the Zixia Holy Land could be considered a spirited sect. Chu Xian sighed and walked slowly to Zidonglai's side, holding Ziyan. The chest of this Zixia Holy Master had been pierced, and blood stained the ground beneath him. Holy Master Z, Chu Xian softly called out, gently placing Ziyan beside him. Zidonglai trembled as he raised his hand, lightly caressing his daughter's cheek. Feeling her weak breath, a trace of comfort flashed in his murky eyes, still alive. He struggled to turn his eyes towards Chu Xian. Thank you, Sect Master Chu. Don't speak. Chu Xian took out a pill. Take this. Zidonglai hurriedly interrupted Chu Xian's words, shaking his head slightly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. It's useless. As a saint-level expert, Zidonglai was very clear about his physical condition. His heart was already shattered, and if it weren't for his deep cultivation, forcibly sealing his blood vessels, he would have died long ago. Looking at the crowd of Zixia Holy Land rushing over in the distance, and then at the girl beside him, Zidonglai's thoughts flashed. Although we just came into contact with the Lingxiao Sect from their performance, they could be considered a reputable sect. Zidonglai trembled as he took out a purple jade seal from his bosom. This is the Zixia Sacred Seal. The Zixia Sacred Land, with its 8,000 disciples and 100,000 miles of territory, will henceforth look up to the Lingxiao Sect. Chu Xian did not show any signs of joy. If both sides had competed formally for the submission of the Lingxiao sacred land, Chu Xian would have been very pleased. However, at this moment, it inevitably felt somewhat like taking advantage of others' misfortunes. The Purple Saint Master, there's no need for that. Please. Zidonglai suddenly grabbed Chu Xian's wrist with an incredible force. One day, the Lingxiao sacred land could also merge into the Lingxiao Sect. I have only one request. Take good care of Yen'er. As soon as he finished speaking, Zidonglai's hand suddenly dropped, and the last spark in his eyes disappeared. Chu Xian was silent for a moment and understood Zidonglai's intention. The Lingxiao sacred land must have offended many people over the years. Now that Zidonglai was dead, the higher-ups of the Lingxiao sacred land had also suffered heavy losses. Without strong power as a backing, the Lingxiao sacred land would vanish in an instant. With a sigh, he solemnly took the Lingxiao sacred seal. I promise you. In the distance, the surviving elders of Lingxiao all knelt down. We pay our respects to the Saint Master. Zidonglai had left his last words, so the elders of the Lingxiao sacred land naturally would not disobey, and their address for Chu Xian would need to change. No need for such formalities. Chu Xian waved his hand to interrupt. The Lingxiao sacred land still exists independently, so there is no need to call me Saint Master. As for the subsequent details, we can discuss them once Xian recovers. He turned to look at the unconscious girl, frowning slightly. The true origin of the 9-yuan cauldron. That self-destructing demon soul, that blood-colored world. These thoughts lingered in Chu Xian's mind. Let's tidy up and return to the sect. With a command from Chu Xian, the disciples of the Lingxiao Sect immediately sprang into action. The seriously injured disciples of Lingxiao were helped onto the Dao boat by the disciples of Lingxiao Sect. The remaining elders of the Lingxiao sacred land lifted Zidonglai and Xian and placed them aboard the Lingxiao sacred land's Dao boat. The second elder of the Lingxiao sacred land looked at Chu Xian and tossed a piece of jade stone. Saint Master, this is the coordinate location of our Lingxiao sacred land. Please keep it safe. Chu Xian nodded and took it, watching the Dao boat of the Lingxiao sacred land depart. Seeing that the disciples of Lingxiao Sect had also boarded the Dao boat, they did not linger and set off on the way back to the sect. Outside the mountain gate of Lingxiao Sect, the remaining disciples had long been waiting eagerly. When the Dao boat appeared in the sky, the entire mountain gate erupted with excitement. Welcome back, brothers and sisters. The sect master is mighty. Wow, that's senior brother Tang Lu. He looks so cool and ruthless. Cheers echoed through the skies, and the disciples waved the Lingxiao Sect flags, creating an extraordinary scene. Chu Xian stood at the front of the Dao boat, watching this lively scene with a slight smile. Upon arriving at the mountain gate of Lingxiao Sect, Chu Xian raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. In this competition, all disciples performed excellently. Each participating disciple will receive 1 spirit-level spirit stone, and those who did not participate will each receive 20 mortal-level spirit stones. As soon as these words were spoken, it instantly ignited the entire Lingxiao Sect. When Chu Xian was at Xuanxiao Sect, which was the largest sect in the eastern wilderness, they only distributed 5 mortal-level spirit stones to disciples each month. However, Lingxiao Sect had spirit stone veins, and the output of these veins would increase with the strength of the sect. Therefore, Chu Xian was exceptionally generous in the monthly allowances for the disciples, allowing each person to receive 10 mortal-level spirit stones per month, which was double that of the Xuanxiao Sect back then. This time, upon returning, Chu Xian directly rewarded each person with 20 mortal-level spirit stones. With over 5,000 disciples in Lingxiao Sect, they distributed over 100,000 spirit stones in the blink of an eye. Long live the sect master. The sect master is incredibly handsome and cool. The more than 5,000 disciples shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Although the competition ended unexpectedly, Chu Xian's generosity towards the disciples further enhanced the cohesion of the entire sect. Detected that sect cohesion has increased, rewarding all disciples with 1 level of cultivation. The system interface suddenly appeared, and Chu Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Wow, this is a good thing? Immediately after, all the disciples of Lingxiao Sect exclaimed in surprise. I'm about to break through? Huh, me too. Ha ha ha. I can finally reach the peak of the meridian opening stage. In an instant, the spiritual energy above Lingxiao Sect erupted, and a huge vortex of spiritual energy quickly formed. The spiritual energy from the entire Eastern Sea coastal region rushed towards Lingxiao Sect. The more than 5,000 disciples radiated the light of breakthroughs at the same time, creating a spectacular scene. The sound of breakthroughs echoed continuously. One could hear the booming sounds of breakthroughs one after another. Looking at Chu Xian, draw count 1, draw count 2, draw count, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What a good system. For a whole half a day, the entire Lingxiao Sect was in a state of breakthroughs. After everyone dispersed in the main hall of the main peak, Qiyu and the two elders approached Chu Xian with serious expressions. We pay our respects to the sect master. Seeing the two come, Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Qiyu, how is the recovery from the backlash? The two elders' faces were still a bit pale, but they smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, sect master. It's basically fine. A few more days of rest will suffice for recovery." Chu Xian nodded, then shifted the topic. "You two came at the right time. As both elders are at the Emperor realm, do you know what that thing inside Xian is? And that blood-colored space?" Qiyu and the two elders exchanged glances and said in unison, "The Outer Demon Clan and the Demon Domain." The elder added, "This demon clan should be a low-level demon clan. Chu Xian Fdawen, Outer Demon Clan." Exactly. Qiyu nodded. They aim to occupy the human continent, and every time they descend, they cause a bloodbath. After finishing his words, Chu Xian suddenly remembered something. Wait. My previous chief master in the central region seemed to have led cultivators to resist foreign enemies. It couldn't be that they were resisting this outer demon clan, right? When I meet that old lady again, I must ask her well. Chapter 70. Can the immortal array be a water purifier? Cooking meat for the disciples. After chatting a bit longer with the two elders, since their memories were sealed, Chu Xian didn't gain much useful information. After the two elders left, Chu Xian opened the system's lottery panel. Sect Grand Roulette, draw count. 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, single draw. 10 consecutive draws. 100 consecutive draws. 1,000 consecutive draws. 10,000 consecutive draws. Note, the first 10,000 consecutive draws can yield immortal-level items. Recently, Lingxiao Sect had entered a cultivation frenzy, and the disciples were breaking through wildly. Today, all disciples broke through simultaneously upon returning to the sect, and the draw count had accumulated to over 10,000 times. Although the lottery prizes were of no use to Chu Xian, it was evident from this competition that the disciples of Lingxiao Sect were the richest in the entire Xuanxiao Continent. Everyone wielded weapons with ranks, frequently consumed pills, and were practically existing like they had cheat codes. And this extravagant wealth was inseparable from the lottery prizes. 10,000 consecutive draws. Let us go for it. As the words fell, the roulette began to flash wildly. And then, wow, golden legend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an immortal level item. The 8 directions and 6 heavens purifying world glass array 1. The 8 directions and 6 heavens purifying world glass array can eliminate all demons in the world, and the array has manifested within the sect. A dense list of rewards continuously rolled on the system interface. Congratulations to the host for obtaining spirit-level weapons 872, spirit-level pills 564, spirit-level techniques 192, spirit-level materials 230. Chu Xian waved his hand, and all the resources automatically flew to various facilities within the sect. Not a single elder this time? Chu Xian muttered, then felt relieved. After all, they couldn't leave the sect, and having enough elders was sufficient. Strolling towards the back mountain, he saw a completely crystal-clear glass array floating in mid-air, emanating a thick sacred aura. In the center of the formation, 8 pillars of different colored light shot up into the sky, vaguely forming an 8 trigrams pattern. Is this the immortal level formation? Chu Xian reached out to touch the array pattern and immediately felt a power that cleansed the soul, purifying all the unclean things in the world. But what can I purify with it? Purify the heart demons of the disciples? Once Chong Lu becomes the leader of the righteous path, the sect's disciples will automatically be immune to heart demons. Purifying the extraterrestrial demon clan? That seems a bit premature. The sect's strength is still too weak. After pondering for a long time, Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Qiyu. Chu Xian called softly, and Qiyu instantly appeared beside him. What is your command, Sect Master? Qiyu bowed respectfully. Chu Xian pointed to the great formation. Bring a tributary of the everlasting spring from the Medicine Peak and connect it to this formation. I want to directly use the purified spring water to brew tea. Chu Xian said casually. Sect Master, may I ask what kind of formation this is? Chu Xian replied lightly. It should be an immortal level formation called the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies Pure World Glazed Formation. Qiyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the immortal level formation before her. Sect Master, this is an immortal level formation? Yes, what's wrong? What is an immortal level formation used for? Pure water. Qiyu's voice changed pitch. What's wrong with pure water? Qiyu was stunned. Sect Master, do you know how much energy it takes to operate an immortal level formation? Do you know how rare immortal level formations are? Chu Xian hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt Qiyu. You don't need to worry about that. This Sect Master just wants to use it as a water purifier. Just tell me if it can be done. Qiyu's mouth twitched, and she was internally screaming. This is an immortal formation in the upper realm. It is a treasure that all major sects vie for. The Sect Master actually wants to use it as a water purifier? I've never heard of that. Moreover, that everlasting spring is the purest spiritual spring between heaven and earth. Why would it need purification? I've never heard of that either. Qiyu could only sigh in resignation. I will take care of it right away. As Qiyu began to connect the spiritual spring to the immortal formation, Chu Xian had already strolled to Long Ao Tian's cave. Old dragon, Chu Xian knocked on the stone door. Go catch a holy level great demon back. I plan to reward my direct disciples tonight. The stone door opened with a bang, and Long Ao Tian poked his head out. Holy level great demon? Yes. It needs to be tender. Any breed will do. If you really can't catch one at this point, Chu Xian's gaze scanned Long Ao Tian from top to bottom. Dragon meat would also do. Long Ao Tian immediately shivered all over. In an instant, he transformed into a golden light and disappeared into the sky. Wait a moment, Master. I'll be back in a moment. In less than half an hour, Long Ao Tian returned, holding a barely alive great pung bird at the Harmony Realm. Master, is this one fat enough? Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. At the same time, Qiyu also completed the transfer of the spiritual spring. A crystal-clear spring appeared on the main peak, shimmering with a rainbow halo under the sunlight. Sect Master, Qiyu wiped her sweat. The spring water is all ready. Before she finished speaking, she saw Long Ao Tian plucking the feathers of the great pung bird and was instantly speechless. What are you guys doing? Tonight, we're having a feast. Iron pot stewed great pung. Chu Xian smiled and scooped up a ladle of the purified spiritual spring. Elder Qiyu, heat the oil. Qiyu's mouth twitched. Suddenly, she felt that her position as a great emperor in Lingxiao Sect might just be that of a handyman. All day long, she was either cooking or brewing medicine. Soon, at the peak of Lingxiao Sect, Long Ao Tian was responsible for chopping and preparing the ingredients. Qiyu was in charge of controlling the flame temperature in her palm, and Chu Xian was personally stirring the pot on the giant Juyuan cauldron. Moments later, the aroma filled the air. The rich meat fragrance drew the 5 direct disciples out of their residences. It smells so good. Xiaozhu sniffed and ran over. What is Master cooking this time? Lin Xian's eyes brightened, secretly thinking. That bowl of soup last time helped me break through 2 realms directly. Chong Lu stood at the back, his heart ringing alarm bells. Last time's soup washed away my demonic markings. This time, could something happen again? Chu Xian turned back to look at the few direct disciples and smiled. You guys have quite a keen nose. Just wait a moment. It will be ready soon. Before long, Chu Xian lifted the pot lid, and the rich spiritual energy accompanied by the meat fragrance surged out. Come, everyone sit down. Chu Xian called out to everyone. Besides the direct disciples, Qiyu, Shang, and Long Ao Tian also took their seats. Soon, a full bowl of pung meat was placed in front of everyone. But when it was the turn of the 5 direct disciples, what is this? Yu Jian stared at the lonely piece of meat in his bowl, dumbfounded. Master, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Do you call this a reward? Chu Xian had a serious expression. Your cultivation is still shallow. The energy contained in this great pung meat is too strong. Eating too much will cause your bodies to explode. Saying this, he pointed at Qi Yu and the others. When your cultivation reaches their level, you can eat as much as you want. Chong Lu stared at the pitiful piece of meat in his bowl, sneering in his heart. I, Chong Lu, would rather starve to death, die outside. I would rather jump off than eat anything from Master again. Yu Jian looked at Chu Xian with a pitiful expression. Master, considering that I used to cook for you every day, could you give me a little more? Chu Xian straightened his face. This is for your own good. He turned around but secretly added a piece of peng wing to his bowl. Seeing this, Chong Lu silently pushed his bowl to Lingxiao. Senior sister, you can have mine. If Lingxiao from his past life were here, he would definitely scoff at the great peng meat. But now, Lingxiao couldn't wait to snatch all the bowls. Lingxiao gently nodded at Chong Lu. Usually she looked down on Chong Lu the most, but unexpectedly, this kid was quite nice to her. Thank you, junior brother. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask senior sister. Chong Lu quickly waved his hand. Senior sister, you are too kind. But in his heart, he was muttering, Oomph. Senior sister, you don't need to repay me. Just give me your immortal bone. Chapter 71. The Demon King's Palace Master Visits? The Summer Emperor is dead. Gulp. The four of them raised their heads and drank the meat soup in an instant, and the surging spiritual power erupted in their bodies like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The four of them felt they were about to break through, so they hurried back to their respective residences to prepare for the breakthrough. Chong Lu watched his senior brothers and sisters leave one by one, gripping the stone bench tightly, his knuckles turning white. All right. Is it going to be like this again? Master wants to trick me into drinking soup again. Tears had already unconsciously flowed from the corners of Chong Lu's mouth. Long Ao Tian looked at Chong Lu's appearance, took out a piece of the chewed wing bone from the bottom of his bowl, and placed it in front of Chong Lu. Here, this is a holy level demon beast's wing bone. You could just slurp the soup from it. Just then, a voice entered Chu Xian's ear, reporting to the sect master. A demon cultivator has arrived outside the mountain gate, claiming to be the master of the Demon King's palace. Should we drive him away? Hearing the elder's message, Chu Xian stopped chewing the meat. He replied, let him in. Chong Lu stared at the clean wing bone in front of him, cursing in his heart. This old dragon actually dares to humiliate me like this. But the remaining fragrance from the bone made him swallow his saliva uncontrollably. Oomph, I'll just taste the flavor. He grabbed the bone and carefully slurped a bite. Instantly, a pure spiritual power erupted along his tongue. Chong Lu's eyes widened, and the black-gold demonic markings on his spine lit up uncontrollably. He quickly turned his back, pretending to be nonchalant as he continued to chew on the bone. At this moment, Chu Zongzhu, this seat has come uninvited. The voice of the master of the Demon King's palace came from the mountain path. When he turned the corner, he happened to see his ancestor savoring the bone with great enjoyment. Ancestor, the palace master gasped in shock, almost stumbling down the stairs. Chong Lu froze all over, the bone in his hand dropping to the ground with a thud. The two locked eyes, and the air instantly froze. Cough, cough. The hall master endured the pain in his heart and pretended not to recognize Chong Lu, turning to Chu Xian to bow. Chu Sect Master, I have important matters to discuss. Chu Xian wiped the grease off his hands. Oh, what is it? The hall master took a deep breath. Do you know that the 9 nether demon soil has been submerged by a mysterious force? Chu Xian nodded. I've heard a little about it. The hall master continued. After returning from Zhixiao Prefecture, I discovered an ancient ruin at the center of the submerged territory. But the seal is too strong. He glanced at Chong Lu, who was secretly picking up bones, and his eyelid twitched. Our Demon King Hall is willing to join forces with Lingxiao Sect to break the array, and the opportunities within the ruins will be based on ability. The ancient ruins? Chu Xian immediately became interested. The hall master took out a recording stone, and an image appeared. He saw a bronze ancient hall floating above an abyss, with runes on the hall door radiating a heart-pounding wave. Chu Xian squinted his eyes. It looked good. Chong Lu took the opportunity to lean over, pretending to be curious about the image, while secretly transmitting to the Demon King Hall Master. Fool, who sent you here? The Hall Master remained calm on the surface, secretly responding. The old ancestor has suffered. I'm here to bring you opportunities. to help you return to your peak soon. Chu Xian turned his gaze to Qi Yu and the others, and after receiving a nod of affirmation, suddenly decided, "All right, half a month later, I will personally lead people there." The Hall Master, having received Chu Xian's response, did not linger and left immediately. Chu Xian waved his hand and instructed, "Chong Lu, see him off." Unexpectedly, Chu Xian called his name, throwing away the tasteless bones in his hand, and swaggered to lead the Demon King Hall Master. In a secluded place, he grabbed the collar of the Demon King Hall Master from behind. "Zhong Shiba, what are you doing?" The Hall Master knelt down. "Old ancestor, please see. There must be treasures in that ruin that can restore your cultivation. Because," he lowered his voice, "I suspect the owner of that ancient hall is our demon cultivator." Chong Lu's pupils contracted. "Oh, are you sure?" "Absolutely. There's a trace of demonic energy surrounding the ruin, and this kind of demonic energy can only be sensed by our demon cultivators. Therefore, I am using Lingxiao Sect's hands to open the ruins for our Demon King Hall." Chong Lu pondered for a moment, then suddenly kicked the Hall Master. "Get lost. If you dare to act on your own next time, I'll skin you alive." The Hall Master crawled away, but in his heart, he felt delighted. The old ancestor's kicking strength is greater than before. It seems the food in Lingxiao Sect is quite good. The disciples of Lingxiao Sect had just participated in the three-party competition, and unexpectedly, they had to prepare for the ancient ruins again. It can be said that Lingxiao Sect had completely opened the internal competition mode among the disciples. Those who did not participate in the three-party competition were all working hard to cultivate, striving to shine in the upcoming ruins. Just as Lingxiao Sect was fervently preparing for the journey to the ruins, news quickly spread throughout the entire Great Xia Empire. The Emperor of Xia, Xuanxiao, has died. The cause of death was that Emperor Xia was inspecting the northern territory of Great Xia and the northern demon tribe, which had been repelled by the Willow Leaf Legion for thousands of miles, suddenly appeared in the northern territory of Great Xia. Two saint-level great demons besieged Xuanxiao, and he was unable to withstand it, dying on the spot. On that day, in the main peak hall, Xiaozhu knelt before Chu Xian, already crying like a tearful person, while Yu Jian knelt beside Xiaozhu, gently comforting her. The disciples of the master wanted to return to the royal city to send off their father for the last journey. Chu Xian sighed, "Alat, go ahead. You few should also accompany Zhu to the royal city. It's good to have someone to take care of you on the way." Lin Xian and the others stood by and quickly said, "Disciples obey." Chu Xian nodded and then transmitted to Duan Hong. "Old Duan, send over a flying magical tool." Soon, Duan Hong hurried over, handing over a purple gold wine gourd. "Sect Master, this is the drunken immortal gourd I refined. Traveling 10,000 miles is no problem." Chu Xian took the wine gourd and then took out a holy level spirit stone from his sleeve. "Zhu, keep this spirit stone safe. This is for the royal family of Great Xia as a tribute." "Master," Xiaozhu's voice became even more choked. "This is too precious." A holy level spirit stone can allow a person in the asking Dao realm to quickly break through to the saint level, which means Chu Xian is directly giving the Great Xia royal family a saint level powerhouse. "It's nothing." Chu Xian stuffed the spirit stone into her hand, then asked Duan Hong to teach them how to use the drunken immortal gourd. The five stood on the main peak, and Lin Xian softly recited the incantation. The wine gourd instantly expanded, carrying them soaring into the sky. Lin Xian stood at the front of the gourd, her clothes fluttering. "Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up." Whoosh! The wine gourd transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian watched their retreating figures, his brow furrowed. The Emperor of Xia died too suddenly, which inevitably raises suspicion. Then he called out to Long Outyin from afar. "Long Outyin, protect them in secret, and if anyone dares to touch my Lingxiao Sect disciples, kill them without mercy." "Understood." Long Outyin clasped his fists in acceptance and instantly transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the void. Chapter 72. Split into two routes. Was the throne not given to Xiajia? The five direct disciples flew for half a day. Lin Xian suddenly stopped, her brow furrowing. "The death of the Emperor of Xia is a bit suspicious. I have an idea. We should split into two groups. I will go to the northern frontier to investigate. Lin Xian was a half-emperor powerhouse in her previous life, and her experience was naturally richer. Throughout the journey, Lin Xian was contemplating the whole matter. Though the Emperor of Xia was a saint-level powerhouse, facing two saint-level great demons was indeed somewhat difficult. But if he wanted to escape, it shouldn't have been too hard. He wouldn't just lose his life. Moreover, the royal family still had the Willow Leaf Legion, which had directly chased the northern demon tribe away for thousands of miles. Why did the Emperor of Xia not allow the Willow Leaf Legion to follow him? In summary, the Emperor's death has hidden secrets. Lin Xian's intuition told her that this matter might have something to do with Lingxiao Sect. Lin Xian glanced at Xia Zhu and continued. After I finish investigating in the northern frontier, I will go to the royal city to meet up with you. Tang Lu thought for a moment and immediately stood beside her. I'll go with you. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian also felt something was off and nodded. All right, be careful on the way. The three of us will head to the royal city first. The wine gourd descended from the sky, and Lin Xian and Tang Lu parted ways with the three. Watching the wine gourd leave quickly, Tang Lu frowned. Are you planning to walk to the northern frontier? Lin Xian smiled faintly and suddenly shouted in a void. Lord Long, please send a message to the master and have someone capable accompany us to the northern frontier. A cold snort came from the void. Little girl, are you ordering me around? Despite this, a beam of golden light flew towards the direction of Lingxiao Sect. Long Outyin appeared, glaring at Lin Xian. You two be careful. After saying that, he vanished into the void, chasing after Yu Jian and the others. Tang Lu immediately understood, saying leisurely, having died once really makes a difference. Even Lord Long can't hide it from you. Lin Xian, if you can't speak properly, then don't. After a whole day of flying, Yu Jian and the others finally arrived at the Great Xia Imperial City the next morning. The entire city was shrouded in solemn white banners, with few pedestrians on the streets, permeating a heavy atmosphere of sorrow. Fifth sister, at the entrance of the royal city, the eldest prince, Xia Jie, dressed in plain clothes, had been waiting for a long time. The moment he saw Xia Zhu and the others, a hint of joy appeared on his haggard face as he hurried forward to assist Xia Zhu down from the wine gourd. Yu Jian frowned and stepped down first, gently carrying Xia Zhu down. Be careful, junior sister. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xia Jie's eyes, but he quickly replaced it with a warm smile. Yu Jian, long time no see. Yu Jian nodded in greeting. Your Highness, long time no see. Xia Jie then turned to Chong Lu, his smile slightly stiff. Who is this? Chong Lu, the fifth direct disciple of the master. Chong Lu replied indifferently, secretly thinking. So it's this kid. I met him in the Wuxiang Lingxiu. Xia Jie was clearly taken aback, not expecting Lingxiao Sect to have added another direct disciple. Oh, two senior brothers came from afar, hard work. Without waiting for a few people to exchange pleasantries, Xia Zhu urged with red eyes, Brother Huang, I want to see father. Xia Jie slapped his forehead and hurriedly said, Come with me. After passing through several palace gates, they arrived at the mourning hall. The moment Xia Zhu saw the coffin, tears streamed down her face. Father. Yu Jian slowly took out the holy level spirit stone from the void ring and handed it to Xia Jie. Your Highness, this is a small token from my Lingxiao Sect. Xia Jie didn't even look at the holy level spirit stone and quickly waved his hand. Brother Yu, I appreciate the intention from the sect, but I cannot accept this. The heir to the throne is the third brother, and if it should be given, it should be given to him. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian and the others were stunned. The emperor did not pass the throne to Xia Jie. Instead, it was given to a third prince they had never heard of. Xia Jie's expression instantly darkened as he continued. Father issued a will on his deathbed, naming the third prince Xia Wu as the heir to the great Xia throne. I heard it with my own ears. Xia Jie had fought alongside the Lingxiao Sect in the Wuxiang Lingxiu, and seeing Xia Jie like this, Yu Jian felt it was inappropriate to say more, only letting out a light sigh. Xia Zhu had not been listening to their conversation at all, kneeling in front of the spirit. After a long time, her voice choked. Senior brother, I want to stay with father. You all go back. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the mourning hall. Ha ha ha, is this the high disciple of the Lingxiao Sect? Seems like not much. A young man in luxurious clothing strode in with a group of guards, a look of disdain on his face. Third brother. Xia Jie's expression changed. You mustn't be rude. Xiao Wu glanced at Xia Jie disdainfully. Eldest brother, I am now the crown prince. You better recognize your position. He turned to Yu Jian and the others, sneering. Go back and tell your sect master that the great Xia already has a new backing and no longer needs the fake charity of the Lingxiao Sect. While saying this, he even swatted the holy level spirit stone out of Yu Jian's hand. You bastard! Yu Jian was furious and was about to explode. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed through the morning hall. Xiao Wu was sent flying, crashing heavily into a pillar, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Xia Zhu slowly withdrew her hand, her eyes shining coldly. Xiao Wu, although you are my third brother, I hope you show some respect to the Lingxiao Sect. She walked step by step towards Xiao Wu, the power of Huangquan surging around her. Father's body is not yet cold. And you're eager to cling to a new master? Xiao Wu stepped back in terror. Why you dare hit me? I am. Slap. Another slap sent Xiao Wu rolling out of the morning hall. Get lost. Xia Zhu coldly shouted. If I see you again, I will break your legs. Xiao Wu covered his swollen cheek and fled in panic with the help of the guards. Xia Zhu, you wait. After Xiao Wu left, the morning hall fell into silence. Xia Zhu silently returned to kneel in front of the spirit. Inside the morning hall, the candlelight flickered. After settling Yu Jian and the others, Xia Jie returned. Gently pushing open the hall door, he saw Xia Zhu still kneeling in front of the spirit, her shoulders slightly trembling, clearly still crying. Fifth sister. Xia Jie stepped forward, heartbroken, and opened his arms to embrace her. Xia Zhu's figure flickered, avoiding him without a sound. Brother Huang, I want to be alone. Xia Jie awkwardly withdrew his hand and after a moment of silence, said softly, I know what you are thinking. Father's death is indeed suspicious. Oh! Xia Zhu suddenly looked up, a glint of sharpness in her eyes. What do you know, brother? Xia Jie looked around, confirming no one was present, and lowered his voice even further. Those two holy-level great demons are secretly colluding with the northern demons, luring father to the northern border for inspection and then killing him. What? Xia Zhu's body trembled, the power of Huangquan surging wildly from within her. Her hair danced wildly without wind, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Chapter 73, Framed. Xia Zhu did not let her anger cloud her judgment. She suppressed the surging Huangquan power and said coldly, Brother Huang, do you have evidence? Xia Jie took out a recording stone from his bosom. I placed an informant beside the third brother. This is the footage of their conspiracy, but he showed a troubled expression. The most important part is on another recording stone, which I hid in the sleeping quarters. Go get it, Xia Zhu urged. Xia Jie nodded. Fifth sister, wait a moment, I will be back soon. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Yu Jian was polishing his long sword when Zhong Lu suddenly said softly, Senior brother, someone is coming. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Is young hero you here? Old servant Hong Si requests an audience. Yu Jian opened the door and saw it was the old eunuch who visited the Lingxiao Sect with Xia Jie. His expression relaxed. So, it's eunuch Hong. It's been a while, what brings you here? Hong Si respectfully bowed. The Empress summoned young hero Yu, saying there is an important matter to discuss. The Empress? Yu Jian was taken aback. Isn't she the mother of Sister Xia Zhu? Exactly. Hong Si lowered his voice. The Empress said it concerns the safety of the fifth princess. Yu Jian's expression changed. Lead the way. Zhong Lu was about to follow. But Hong Si stopped him. The Empress only said to see young hero Yu alone. Watching Yu Jian leave with Hong Si, Zhong Lu narrowed his eyes, quite mysterious. Then, Zhong Lu quietly gathered a strand of black gold, demonic energy at his fingertips and silently followed. After passing through numerous palace walls, Yu Jian was led to a quiet side hall. Behind the beaded curtain, a figure of a noble and elegant woman could be vaguely seen. Junior Yu Jian pays respects to the Empress. The beaded curtain moved slightly, and the Empress's delighted voice came through. Is it Jinner who has arrived? Yu Jian was momentarily stunned. He had never met the Empress before, and did not expect her to be so friendly, directly calling him Jinner. Just then, Zhong Lu, who was sitting cross-legged in the guest room, suddenly became alert. He exclaimed, What? This person has demonic energy? Behind the beaded curtain, the Empress's voice rang out again. Jianer, come closer so I can see you. Yu Jian frowned slightly but still took 2 steps forward. What does the Empress wish to say? Oh. The Empress suddenly lifted the beaded curtain, revealing a stunning face, dressed in a semi-transparent gauze dress. Her body's curves barely concealed. Jianer is really handsome. The Empress gently stroked her chest. I don't know why, but my heart races when I see Jianer. Yu Jian's alarm bells went off. This was not the demeanor of a national empress. Moreover, this was Sister Xia Zhu's mother. Empress, please conduct yourself properly. He quickly stepped back a few paces, clenching his fists tightly. The Empress, seeing this, smiled sweetly as she approached Yu Jian. Jianer, you don't like your mother? When she was only 3 steps away from Yu Jian, she suddenly lunged at him, changing her expression. Guards. The Lingxiao Sect disciple Yu Jian is attempting to assault the Empress. The next second, the hall door burst open with a bang, and dozens of guards charged in. This is bad. Yu Jian suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap. He swung a punch, knocking the Empress back, but did not strike to kill. If he truly killed the great Xia Empress in front of so many witnesses, the consequences would be unimaginable. He then swung his fists, instantly breaking through the guard's formation. Meanwhile, Xia Jie was passing by the side hall holding the recording stone when he heard the Empress's shout and was greatly shocked. What? Brother Yu, he turned and ran towards the morning hall. 5th sister. Something happened. Inside the morning hall, after listening to Xia Jie's account, Xia Zhu's expression changed drastically. Impossible. Brother would never do such a thing. The two hurried towards the side hall. At the entrance of the side hall, Xiao Wu had already arrived. What kind of dogs are the Lingxiao Sect? As the great Xia's son-in-law, he dared to invade the palace at night and attempt to do such beastly things to the Empress. Is this how that old dog, Chu Xian, teaches his disciples? What a bunch of nonsense. I think Chu Xian is just a dog. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian's anger surged uncontrollably. Chu Xian was Yu Jian's reverse scale. The last person to insult Chu Xian was hunted down by Yu Jian until they were in a pitiful state. Boom! A violent aura erupted from Yu Jian's body. Yu Jian charged at the hiding Xiao Wu with empty hands. Dare to insult my master, seeking death. His fists were like dragons, each strike carrying the might of thunder. Bang! A royal guard was blasted away, crashing into the palace wall. Crack! Another punch directly shattered the heart-protecting mirror of the captain of the guards. Xiao Wu hid behind the guards, shouting, "Kill him!" More royal guards surged in from all directions, and Yu Jian fought with increasing courage, his fists already stained with blood. When Xia Zhu and Xia Jie arrived, they saw Yu Jian crazily slaughtering the palace guards. Looking at the great Xia Empress, she was slumped at the door of the side hall, already in tears. Seeing Xia Zhu and Xia Jie rush over, she hurriedly came to Xia Zhu's side. The Empress grabbed Xia Zhu's hand, tears streaming down her face. Zhu, your mother just wanted to see your partner, to see what your other half would be like. But who knew this beast? She trembled, pointing at Yu Jian. He actually had lustful thoughts about me. When he saw I wouldn't comply, he wanted to kill, to silence me. Xia Zhu looked at the blood-soaked Yu Jian, then at the bodies of the guards lying around. Tears instantly streamed down her face. 5th sister, Xia Jie gently embraced her. What should we do now? Xia Zhu trembled all over. Memories flashing through her mind of Yu Jian in Lingxiao Sect, making medicine for her, teaching her sword techniques, accompanying her in cultivation. No, I won't, she murmured. Finally, she broke free from Xia Jie's embrace and stepped forward slowly. Brother Yu Jian. Her voice was very soft, but it made the bloodthirsty Yu Jian stop instantly. Junior sister? Yu Jian gasped, turning around, his face still carrying the lingering killing intent. Enough. Xia Zhu suddenly raised her voice, tears blurring her vision. Why are you doing this? Yu Jian was struck as if by lightning. Junior sister, let me explain. It was the Empress. Shut up. Xiao Wu suddenly jumped out, with such solid evidence. You still dare to quibble. 5th sister, this beast, slap. Xia Zhu slapped Xiao Wu across the face. You have no say here. I told you, if I see you again, I'll break your legs. Seeing Xia Zhu's eyes filled with determination, Xiao Wu quickly backed down. 5th sister, don't be angry. Since you are here, can't third brother leave? After saying that, he hurriedly fled. She took a deep breath, looking at Yu Jian with pain in her eyes. Brother, you should go. For the sake of our sect relationship, I won't stop you today. Yu Jian's clenched fists slowly loosened, the light in his eyes dimming bit by bit. Just then, Xia Zhu's voice entered his ears. Brother, I believe you won't do such a thing. There must be another reason, but now you have to leave. I will definitely be fine, don't worry. But, brother, there's no time to explain. You must go now. Yu Jian wanted to say more, but Zhonglu's voice also came. Brother, listen to your sister. Come back first. At this point, Yu Jian had no choice but to follow their advice. All right, I'll leave. As Yu Jian turned around, he glanced one last time at the Empress hiding behind Xia Jie. That woman had a smirk of triumph at the corner of her mouth. Junior sister. Yu Jian's voice was hoarse. Be careful. Chapter 74. The one behind the scenes. As soon as Yu Jian returned to his guest room, Zhonglu immediately shut the door tightly and set up a soundproof barrier. Brother, the Empress has demonic energy, Zhonglu said in a low voice. What? Yu Jian was shocked. The Empress clearly had no cultivation. Why would she have demonic energy? Zhonglu shook his head. I suspect she has been controlled by a demon cultivator. As for the mastermind, it must be Xiao Wu. He framed me. Yu Jian gritted his teeth. It definitely isn't him. Zhonglu scoffed. With that idiot's demeanor, does he have the brains to scheme? Yu Jian was just a rookie. How could he have the cunning of someone like Zhonglu? Hearing this, Yu Jian frowned. If it wasn't Xiao Wu, then who could it be? Just as he was pondering, loud footsteps and the sound of armor clashing came from outside. Thieves from Lingxiao Sect. Get out of the imperial city. Xiao Wu's arrogant voice rang out. Zhonglu sighed. Talk about an idiot. Yu Jian stood up in anger. I'm going to reason with him. Reason? What nonsense? Zhonglu grabbed him. Going out now will only make things worse. He quickly packed his bags, placing items into a spatial ring. Let's retreat first. We'll settle the score when we find out the truth. The two jumped out of the back window and quietly left under the cover of night. Not long after, Xiao Wu's shouts followed. You run pretty fast. Tell that old dog, Chu Xian, that from now on, Great Xia and Lingxiao Sect have nothing to do with each other. On the other side, after calming the Empress, Xia Zhu returned alone to the spirit hall, quietly kneeling before the spirit tablet. Xia Zhu's expression was calm, as if the earlier conflict had never happened. Xia Jie quietly walked in and sat down beside her, fifth sister. Xia Zhu did not respond, just staring blankly at the spirit tablet of Xia Yinxiu. A wisp of black mist silently seeped from Xia Jie's sleeve, slowly slithering towards the back of Xia Zhu's neck. It's getting late. Xia Jie suddenly stood up. You should rest early, fifth sister. Xia Zhu remained motionless, seemingly unaware of the imminent danger. A strange smile crept onto Xia Jie's lips as he turned to leave. The black mist already silently entering Xia Zhu's collar. In the candlelight, a hint of black light quietly dissipated deep within Xia Zhu's pupils. Inside the spirit hall, after confirming that Xia Jie had walked far away, Xia Zhu quietly rose and approached the coffin. Taking a deep breath, Father, I'm sorry. The coffin lid was gently moved aside, and just as Xia Zhu was about to inspect the body, Senior Sister, don't move. Zhonglu's voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling Xia Zhu. Xia Zhu turned around to see Yu Jian and Zhonglu stepping out from the shadows, her eyes filled with surprise. You didn't leave? Yu Jian quickly stepped forward, recounting the entire situation. Junior sister. Before he could finish, Xia Zhu suddenly threw herself into Yu Jian's arms. Tears streaming down. I know you would never do such a thing. Zhonglu coughed lightly, interrupting them. Senior sister, the Empress has demonic energy. She should have been controlled by someone. Moreover, he pointed to the coffin, the body of Empress Xia also has the same aura. What? Yu Jian exclaimed. Why can't I sense it at all? Xia Zhu frowned, deep in thought. Zhonglu grinned. I have some special methods to sense demonic energy, so don't be surprised. Xia Zhu wiped her tears, her expression serious. You must leave immediately. The Lui army is very strong. We're no match for them. If it really comes to a fight, we will definitely lose. But junior sister, I'm fine. Xia Zhu forced a smile. I'm a member of the royal family. Unless it's absolutely necessary, they won't harm me. Just as the three were about to part ways, footsteps suddenly came from outside the spirit hall. Hurry! Xia Zhu urged. Yu Jian looked deeply at her, and, with Zhong Lu, once again melted into the darkness. A moment later, Xia Jie entered, holding a bowl of fragrant soup. Fifth sister, I specially had someone. His voice stopped abruptly. His gaze fell on the slightly moved coffin lid. Xia Zhu feigned calmness and softly said, Brother, I just wanted to take another look at father. Xia Jie's eyes flickered. Then he revealed a gentle smile. Silly girl, father is all ready. He gently stroked Xia Zhu's hair, handing her the soup bowl. This is a calming soup I specially had made for you. It greatly helps the spirit. Drink it while it's hot. Don't be too sad about father now. Xia Zhu took the soup bowl, catching a strange sweet aroma. She pretended to bow her head to sip, but secretly wrapped the soup with her Huangquan power, not letting a single drop in. Did you finish it all? Xia Jie happily took the empty bowl. Rest well, we still have. Suddenly, Xia Jie frowned, pressing his hand against his temple. Ugh, my head hurts so much. Brother, what's wrong? Xia Zhu feigned concern. It's fine. Xia Jie waved his hand and stumbled away. Perhaps he was too tired from recent events. Once the footsteps faded, Xia Zhu suddenly poured the soup hidden in her sleeve onto the ground. The moment the liquid touched the blue bricks, it emitted wisps of black smoke. As expected, something was wrong. The power of the yellow spring within her surged violently, forcing out the black mist that had infiltrated her body. Xia Zhu's gaze turned icy as she said, Big brother, so it was you. At that moment, claps echoed throughout the morning hall. Xia Jie had returned, leaning against the door frame, his eyes shimmering with a strange black-purple light. My beloved sister, you are smarter than I imagined. Xia Zhu's expression turned cold. Just as she was about to use the power of the yellow spring to fight Xia Jie, she suddenly sensed a drastic change in his aura. The pressure of the Dao realm descended like a mountain. When did you? Xia Zhu stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Once a mere Xiandan realm cultivator, Xia Jie had now reached the Dao realm. Xia Jie grinned maliciously, raising his hand to strike a black light directly at Xia Zhu's forehead. Sleep now, my dear sister. At the moment Xia Zhu was about to collapse, Xia Jie caught her in his arms, his fingers gently stroking her cheek. Originally, I wanted you to be my demonic servant, and we could hold the grandest wedding. But you are too clever, so I have no choice but to use force. As he spoke, he leaned down to kiss Xia Zhu's lips. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. Beast, Long Outyen emerged from the void, striking with a golden dragon claw aimed at Xia Jie's crown. Saint level, Xia Jie retreated in panic, and the unconscious Xia Zhu was snatched away by Long Outyen. Just as Long Outyen prepared to strike again, a crack suddenly opened in the void. A pale hand effortlessly dispersed Long Outyen's attack. Interesting. A hoarse voice echoed from the void. A little dragon dares to be so arrogant? Long Outyen's pupils constricted. This aura was at least peak saint level, comparable to his own cultivation. Let's go. Without hesitation, he transformed into golden light and fled with the unconscious Xia Zhu. Chapter 75. The Direct Disciples Unite. The Summer Emperor's Burial. 10 miles outside the imperial city, Long Outyen's golden light suddenly descended. Yu Jian and Chong Lu sensed the aura and immediately rushed forward. Lord Long? Yu Jian's face changed drastically upon seeing Xia Zhu in Long Outyen's arms. What happened to junior sister? He hurriedly took Xia Zhu, carefully checking her condition. Long Outyen spoke solemnly. Young swordsman, your big uncle is a beast. He then recounted everything that had just happened in the morning hall, including Xia Jie's sordid intentions towards his own sister. What? Yu Jian's eyes turned red, his fists cracking as he said, Xia Jie, I will kill you. Chong Lu pondered, saying, It seems that the saint behind Xia Jie is the ultimate mastermind. But what could be their purpose in making such a grand effort to kill the Summer Emperor? Just as Chong Lu and the others were puzzled, a sound of breaking air came from the distance. The target is certainly us direct disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jian and Chong Lu's eyes lit up. Lin Xian, Liu Zi, senior sister, senior brother. The visitors were Lin Xian and Tang Lu, who had hurriedly come from the northern border of the Great Xia. Accompanying them was Duan Hong. As the three landed, Lin Xian spoke first. There is only one purpose in killing the Summer Emperor. which is to draw us direct disciples to the imperial city and capture us. Chong Lu suddenly understood. Their ultimate goal was the Lingxiao Sect or their master. Lin Xian immediately cast an appreciative glance, surprised that the junior brother had thought of this. At that moment, Xia Zhu's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Senior brother? Senior sister. Then her gaze fell on Long Ao Yin and Duan Hong nearby. Just as she was about to speak, she seemed to remember something and suddenly sat up. The death of my elder brother, the emperor. Yu Jian hugged Xia Zhu gently, soothing her. Junior sister. Everyone knows. Don't be afraid, we are all here. Lin Xian glanced at Yu Jian and Xia Zhu, speaking in a deep voice. The current situation is more complicated than we thought. The enemy has at least one peak Saint-level powerhouse stationed, in addition to the combat strength of the Willow Leaf Legion. Chong Lu nodded, calmly analyzing. Currently, we have two peak Saint-level fighters, Long and Duan, while the enemy openly has one Saint-level, but we can't be sure they don't have any hidden cards. Moreover, the Willow Leaf Legion was able to drive the Northern Demon Clan back thousands of miles, demonstrating their combat strength. If we could have a few more Saints, we might have a chance to fight. Lin Xian smiled, looking at Duan Hong. Duan Hong and Long Ao Yin watched the few direct disciples, unable to hide their approving expressions. Chu Xian had given clear instructions. They only needed to ensure the safety of the 5 direct disciples, and how to act would be decided collectively by them. Unexpectedly, these guys even counted their strength. Duan Hong, seeing Lin Xian looking at him, tossed out 3 golden balls, saying lightly, "Inside these are 3 Saint-level great demons. Together with us too, the Saint-level combat power is sufficient." Long Ao Yin raised an eyebrow. 3 Saint-level demons? Lin Xian held the 3 golden balls in his palm, explaining. These 3 were captured in the northern border of the Great Xia. Pointing to 2 of them, he said, "These 2 are the ones who killed the Summer Emperor." However, she frowned, as according to their account, there was something fishy. They said they had only received a report from their clansmen that the Summer Emperor was going to inspect the northern border. They had intended to scare the Summer Emperor and vent their grievances against the Great Xia. But during the fight, the Summer Emperor didn't dodge or avoid, but actively met their attack. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Chong Lu suddenly trembled all over. Combining this with the residual demonic energy on the Summer Emperor's corpse, he said slowly, the Summer Emperor was very likely also controlled by the demonic energy. If even the Saint-level Summer Emperor was controlled, then the Willow Leaf Legion certainly couldn't escape. And the reason everyone was controlled by the demon cultivators was that Xia Jie was the connecting link. The entire chain of events had basically been clarified, and everyone turned their gaze to Xia Zhu in Yu Jian's arms. Xia Zhu broke free from Yu Jian's embrace. Her eyes filled with the power of the yellow spring. Tomorrow, when my father is buried, all royal family members and citizens will be present. She wiped away her tears, her voice cold as ice. At that moment, I will expose Xia Jie's conspiracy in front of everyone and avenge my father. Everyone exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Then let's fight tomorrow. Duan Hong rubbed the 3 golden balls, smiling. Just in time to let these 3 beasts redeem themselves. Long Ao Yin said, they're beasts. Forget it. I, Old Dragon, am a beast too. Then Duan Hong instructed everyone to conserve their energy and prepare for the battle tomorrow. The next morning, the imperial city was shrouded in dark clouds. The funeral procession stretched for miles. The citizens spontaneously stood on both sides of the street to bid farewell to their diligent and benevolent ruler. With a loud shout from the officiating official, over 100 strong men lifted the Summer Emperor's coffin and slowly proceeded to the royal tomb. Summer Wu, as the heir to the throne according to the will, wore mourning clothes and walked at the front, his expression sorrowful. The Empress and Xia Jie led many royal family members following behind. The burial process proceeded step by step, and many royal family members along with the citizens of the imperial city wept inconsolably. Summer Wu scanned the surroundings and whispered to Xia Jie, "Big brother, will 5th sister and the others really come?" Xia Jie closed his eyes and rested, responding lightly, "You just need to do what you should do. Rest assured, big brother. I have laid a net around, and the Willow Leaf Legion has already assembled." Xia Jie replied with a soft not saying anything further. Just as the coffin was about to be sent into the tomb, a cold female voice pierced the air. Wait. Xiaozhu, dressed in plain clothes, descended from the sky with the direct disciples of Lingxiao Sect. Fifth sister? Summer Wu's face lit up with joy. Xiaozhu didn't even glance at the puppet Summer Wu, her gaze fixed directly on Xiaojie. Yeah. Xiaozhu shouted sharply. You colluded with the demon cultivators to kill our father. Today, I will expose your true nature in front of all the citizens of the city. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. For a moment, they were left somewhat bewildered by Xiaozhu's words. Xiaojie stood quietly at the front of the line. Seeing the murderous intent in Xiaozhu's eyes, the last shred of affection he had for her finally turned into killing intent. To expose me in front of all the citizens? So what? My good sister, I have given you several chances to return to my side, but you didn't cherish them. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Xiaojie said languidly, my lord. They are coming. Immediately, a pale hand reached out from the void. The direct disciples of Lingxiao Sect. This seat will take you all. Then, over 100 cultivators stepping on huge leaves appeared in the sky above the tomb. The Liuya Legion of Daxia had also arrived. Choptudiyit Mishaltu, Suort Sant Yi. Full-scale war. When that pale hand fully emerged from the void, Yu Jian's pupils suddenly contracted. Yi, the Sword Saint. Yu Jian looked incredulously at that familiar face, filled with confusion. This person was none other than Chu Xian's uncle. Once the Sword Saint of the Eastern Wilderness, the number one of the Eastern Wilderness, Sword Dao. Yishi? Impossible. Yu Jian's voice trembled. You are not. Yishi's mouth curled into a wicked smile, his eyes flashing with purple light. Yu Jian, it's been a long time. Although Yishi was smiling, that smile sent shivers down Yu Jian's spine. Yishi had once been the Sword Saint of the Eastern Wilderness, and 3 years ago, he fought alongside Chu Xian's parents during the Beast Tide. Chu Xian's parents died in battle, while this uncle miraculously survived but was severely injured. Since then, he had been living in retirement at Lingxiao Sect, and later, Yishi's figure was not seen in Lingxiao Sect anymore. Everyone thought Shi had quietly died, but they didn't expect to see him here. However, what Yu Jian did not know was that after Chu Xian and Yu Jian left Lingxiao Sect, this former number 1 sword god of the Eastern Wilderness stood at the gate of Lingxiao Sect, cursing Qin Mo. But he was thrown into the cloud prison by a group of elders from Lingxiao Sect. A terrifying thought surged in Yu Jian's mind. This thought made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The Sword Saint Yi was also controlled by the demon cultivators? If the master knew that the Sword Saint Yi was being manipulated by the demon cultivators, before Yu Jian could think more, Xiaojie had already grinned and waved his hand. Liuya Legion, kill. 108 spirit-level cultivators, stepping on giant green leaves, instantly formed a formation, and countless willow leaves turned into blades, whistling towards them. Lin Xian saw this and waved his jade hand. Go. 3 holy ranked monsters roared out. However, the 3 monsters were being pushed back step by step in front of the willow leaf formation. The Liuya Legion was already powerful in battle, having driven the northern demon clan thousands of miles away. These 3 monsters were indeed not enough against the Liuya Legion. Hidden in the void, Long Outyin had no choice but to take action. A group of ants. He immediately transformed into a 1,000-foot dragon body, one claw smashing down towards the army formation. The terrifying, holy ranked pressure distorted the very space. Just as the dragon claw was about to crash into the Liuya Legion's formation, Yishi moved. Beast, your opponent is me. Yishi casually waved his sword, and a purple sword light completely dissolved the dragon claw's attack. 2 peaks of holy ranked auras collided violently in the air, shaking the entire royal tomb. Hee. Today, none of these kids will get away. Long Outyin and Yi Shi immediately engaged in battle. After dozens of exchanges, they were initially evenly matched, but as Yi Shi's sword momentum gradually rose, the sword techniques that once struck fear into the Eastern Wilderness began to reveal their sharpness. Swish! A purple light cut through the dragon claw, and Long Outyin let out a painful roar, his scales flying and golden dragon blood raining down from the sky. The old dragon can't take it anymore. Zhong Lu frowned, watching closely from below. Just then, Duan Hong suddenly stepped out from the void. His entire body was covered with black-red patterns, and this time he held a long sword in his hand, the sword emitting a dazzling cold light. Brother Yi. Long time no see. Yi Shi's sword momentum paused, and a flicker of purple light trembled in his eyes. Brother Duan? I didn't expect you to become a guest of my nephew. Yi Shi thought to himself. Indeed, there is more than one protector. Duan Hong pointed his long sword. Brother Yi, you have been eroded by demonic energy. Wake up. Ha ha ha. Yi Shi suddenly laughed wildly. Demonic energy? This is true power. He turned the sword edge, aiming directly at Duan Hong's throat. What? Brother Duan, do you want to compete with me in sword techniques? Long Out Yin took the opportunity to withdraw, feeling relieved in his heart. Phew. Fortunately, old Duan is here. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to take on that sword cultivator. The master's background is too impressive. Such a strong sword cultivator turns out to be his uncle. I, the old dragon, am honored to be the master's mount. After a brief moment of thought, Long Out Yin turned and charged towards the Liuya Legion. Boom! One claw smashed down, and 18 members of the Liuya Legion instantly turned into blood mist. Just as Long Out Yin was about to continue attacking the Liuya Legion, another aura reached out from the void. Beast, don't be arrogant. The void cracked open again, and a black-robed demon cultivator stepped out. The peak holy level pressure sweeping across the field. Long Out Yin's eyes turned cold. Damn it. Ever since I, the old dragon, debuted, I've been beaten whenever I encounter a great saint realm. Are there so many experts in the Xuanxiao Continent? Looking at this person in front of him, who was also at the great saint realm, Long Out Yin immediately became unhappy. Damn it. I'll deal with you. In the blink of an eye, Long Out Yin had already engaged with the newly appeared black-robed figure. Boom! Long Out Yin's 1,000-foot dragon body suddenly coiled, golden scales bursting forth with dazzling divine light. And he opened his mouth to spew out a sky-burning dragon breath. The blazing golden flames scorched the space, distorting and shattering it, sweeping towards the black-robed demon cultivator like a torrential river. A small trick. The black-robed demon cultivator sneered, and as he formed seals with both hands, a towering demonic shadow appeared behind him. That demonic shadow, with 6 arms outstretched, actually tore apart the dragon breath. Streams of flowing fire fell towards the royal tomb, turning hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers into scorched earth. Long Out Yin roared fiercely, and his dragon tail swept over with the power to collapse mountains. But the black-robed cultivator transformed into black mist and dissipated. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Yu Jian watched the black-robed figure from the ground. Frowning once again, this figure felt so familiar. Finally, Long Out Yin landed a punch on that person's face, and the black robe was lifted slightly. Yu Jian finally saw the person's face clearly and exclaimed, "The 9th elder of Lingxiao Sect, also eroded by demonic energy." Lin Xian heard Yu Jian's words and murmured, "Could it be that the entire Lingxiao Sect has been demonized?" Yu Jian immediately took out a messaging jade slip to relay the situation here to Chu Xian. After reporting the situation, there was a long silence on the other end of the messaging jade slip. Finally, Chu Xian's voice came through. "I'll be there right away." Then, the direct disciples began to observe the entire battlefield. Duan Hong and Yi Shi were locked in a fierce battle, with Duan Hong relying on his luxurious armor to actually fight evenly with Yi Shi. The sword Qi split the heavens and cracked the earth, and the sword intent in the sky was extremely chaotic. On the other side, Long Out Yin and the 9th elder of Lingxiao Sect were also evenly matched, making it hard to determine a winner for a moment. After Long Out Yin slaughtered more than 10 members of the Liuya Legion, the 3 holy ranked monsters also gained combat power. Now only the lower-level combatants had yet to join the fray. Everyone looked towards Xia Jia, who was also looking this way. Yu Jian stepped forward slowly and said solemnly, "Xia Jia, the feng shui of the Emperor's tomb is good. Burying only the Emperor is not enough. It's just right to add you." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly surged forward, his fists like lightning, charging towards the royal family S-team first. "Kill!" Xia Zhu shouted, waving her jade hand, and everyone instantly transformed into shadows, rushing into the enemy formation. The powerful members of the Daxiao royal family were also demonized, roaring in response. And in an instant, spiritual light exploded, sword qi crisscrossing. Xia Jie's gaze was sharp, and his eyes were only on Xia Zhu as he coldly said, "Fifth sister, Big Brother has come to find you." Chapter 77. Yu Jian is defeated. Chu Xian explodes in fury. Xia Jie is now at the Tao-seeking realm, while his direct disciples, aside from Chong Lu, who is at the Spirit Spring realm, are all at the Profound Pill realm, with Yu Jian and Lin Xian being at the peak of the Profound Pill realm. The five of them are fine when facing other royal family members. But when it comes to facing Xia Jie at the Tao-seeking realm, they find it somewhat challenging. The first to confront Xia Jie is Yu Jian, who harbors a deep grudge against Chu Xian and now has another reason for his hatred, Xia Zhu. Xia Jie's covetousness towards Xia Zhu has filled Yu Jian's heart with endless killing intent. Similarly, Xia Jie's pathological love for Xia Zhu has made Yu Jian a prime target for Xia Jie. As soon as the two engage, they unleash their strongest attacks. Xia Jie wields a black short blade, while Yu Jian is barehanded, both engaging in close combat. Although there is a gap between the Profound Pill realm and the Tao-seeking realm, with the Sea of God's realm in between, Yu Jian possesses the strength to fight back thanks to his great-grade celestial body and great-grade celestial decision. Yu Jian throws a punch, and a golden fist aura condenses into a golden lion, tearing through the air. Xia Jie grins as he swings the black short blade, and amidst the surging demonic energy, a dark blade light slashes through the punch, continuing its momentum to slash at Yu Jian's chest. Splat. Blood splatters. A gruesome wound is torn open on Yu Jian's chest, but he doesn't retreat even a step. Instead, he uses the momentum to charge forward and delivers a knee strike hard into Xia Jie's abdomen. Cough. Xia Jie spits out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes filled with raging demonic flames. "You're asking for death." The two figures weave wildly in the air above the royal tomb, their fists and blades clashing, creating blinding sparks. Yu Jian's great-grade celestial body radiates brilliant golden light, causing the void to tremble with each strike. Xia Jie is enveloped in demonic energy, each swing of the short blade accompanied by a chilling, ghostly wail. Boom! 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 After 3 consecutive clashes, Yu Jian's hands are shattered, yet he still roars and channels all his spiritual energy. Yu Jian shouts, "Celestial Crush!" His already twisted fists smash towards Xia Jie's face. Xia Jie, caught off guard, is immediately struck, his nose collapsing. In a fit of rage, the demonic energy erupts completely. Kneel before this prince. The black short blade suddenly transforms into a 100-foot-long demonic python, biting onto Yu Jian's right shoulder. With a tearing sound, Yu Jian's entire arm is ripped off. Blood pours like a waterfall as Yu Jian stumbles to the ground, but uses his remaining left hand to brace himself. His determined gaze unchanged. Xia Jie steps on his back, the demonic blade pressing against his back, sneering, "Brother, you, with this little skill, do you think you can compete with this prince for a woman?" Spit. Yu Jian spits out blood, the blood-stained corner of his mouth curling into a defiant arc. "You will never be worthy of touching her. Then you shall die." Xia Jie thrusts the demonic blade down fiercely. At that critical moment, a cold sword light descends from the 9 heavens. "Dare to harm the disciples of Lingxiao Sect? Have you asked me?" A figure holding a long sword slowly descends from the sky. With a light swing of the sword, a golden sword aura instantly slashes towards Xia Jie. Upon recognizing the person, Xia Jie gasps. "Chu Xian?" Seeing the sword aura coming, Xia Jie hurriedly raises the short blade to block. Clang! Xia Jie is directly slashed away. The black short blade in his hand surprisingly develops fine cracks under this one sword strike. Then, crack! The black short blade shatters completely. Xia Jie's heart leaps. This was a high-grade spiritual weapon gifted to him by the Demon Lord. Its hardness was undeniable. Yet, Chu Xian has shattered it with just a sword aura. Chu Xian steps forward, slowly approaching Xia Jie. Meanwhile, Yu Jian's direction, Xuanxiao has appeared, reattaching Yu Jian's severed arm and applying a paste-like medicine to the injury. He hurriedly feeds Yu Jian a pill marked with 9 lines, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Sect Master, Yu Jian is fine. Upon hearing Xuanxiao's call, the heavy stone in Chu Xian's heart finally falls. Since Jianer is fine, you can get up. Lightly tossing out a sentence, Chu Xian swings his long sword again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 sword auras suddenly shoot towards Xiajie. In the next moment, Xiajie feels his vision slowly descending, his body experiencing a feeling of weightlessness. And just as he tries to steady himself, he realizes that his limbs have somehow separated from his body. You break Jianer's arm, I'll sever your limbs. Quite reasonable, right? Thud. Xiajie's body crashes heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with nothing but terror. Chu Xian's sword is too fast. So fast that Xiajie can't even react. Looking at Chu Xian, he is already slowly walking towards the other direct disciples, not sparing Xiajie another glance. The reason he hasn't directly severed Xiajie's head is to leave that for Xiazhu and Yu Jian. On the battlefield, Chu Xian, at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, is like entering no man's land. From several meters away, a sword aura sweeps out, causing the royal family members hit by it to either spit blood and fly away or be directly cut in half. With Chu Xian's involvement, the pressure on the direct disciples is greatly reduced. Before long, the battle between the direct disciples and the royal family members has ended. Chu Xian says to Xiazhu, "Zhur, Xiajie is over there. Handle it as you see fit." After saying this, Chu Xian actually throws his long sword directly. The sword's edge points towards the members of the Willow Leaf Legion in the sky. Immediately, Chu Xian exerts force with his legs, causing the ground beneath him to instantly sink. Chu Xian relies solely on the power of his legs to fly straight towards the gigantic leaves in the air. Thud! The long sword pierces through a soldier's chest, and just as Chu Xian lands on this giant leaf, the soldier's eyes widen as he falls from the leaf, and Chu Xian swiftly pulls out the long sword. Since he has not yet reached the saint level, Chu Xian cannot fly in midair, so he uses the giant leaf beneath him to attack another nearby member of the Willow Leaf Legion. Chu Xian finally reveals to everyone how monstrous the combat power of this once East Wilderness #1 genius is. On the giant leaf, Chu Xian, dressed in white, with a long sword in his hand, radiating cold light, appears like a god of death descending. Whoosh! A brilliant sword light sweeps across, and before 3 members of the Willow Leaf Legion can react, their heads are already severed. Blood sprays like rain, staining the sky with red leaves. The commander of the Willow Leaf Legion, who is directing soldiers to fight against 3 saint-level great demons, suddenly reacts, roaring, "There are enemies here too." Quickly form a formation. However, Chu Xian's figure flickers like a ghost, each sword accurately piercing a cultivator's throat. Stepping on the willow leaves and maneuvering where he passes, severed limbs and broken arms fly. Boom! Suddenly, Chu Xian changes his sword momentum, and a 100-foot-long sword aura cleaves through the core of the military formation. 18 cultivators are instantly reduced to a mist of blood. A military formation capable of rivaling saint-level powerhouses is like paper in front of Chu Xian. The Willow Leaf Legion instantly descends into chaos. Run, run. The remaining members of the Willow Leaf Legion completely collapse, but will Chu Xian let them go? Those who touch the Lingxiao Sect shall be killed without mercy. In cold laughter, the final sword strikes out, staining the entire sky with red leaves. After dealing with the Willow Leaf Legion, Chu Xian glances at the battlefield of Long Outyen, then shifts his gaze to the old man in a black robe fighting against Duanhong. Uncle. Chapter 78. The Image of the Emperor. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies cleansing the world glazed array. The call of Uncle makes Yi Shi, who is battling against Duanhong, shudder. The long sword in his hand slows for a moment. Yi Shi pushes Duanhong back with a sword, his gaze shifting towards his nephew not far away. Xian'e. In that instant, a glimmer of clarity appears in Yi Shi's eyes. Due to Duanhong's overwhelming combat power, Yi Shi does not dare to distract himself, so he only now notices Chu Xian. Xiener, your cultivation. At that moment, The demonic energy around Yi Shi suddenly surges. Kill Chu Xian. The clarity in Yi Shi's eyes is instantly swallowed by a purple-black demonic energy, his face twisting like a demon. The demonic flames erupt violently around him, dyeing a space of 100 feet pitch black. Boom! Yi Shi's figure transforms into a shadow of demonic energy, instantly tearing through the air towards Chu Xian. The sword's edge has not yet arrived, but the terrifying pressure of the saint level has already caused the ground to crack. Master, be careful, Duan Hong roared, his entire body glowing with black and red patterns, quickly blocking in front of Chu Xian. Clang! At the moment the two long swords collided, the entire imperial tomb shook violently. Uncle! Chu Xian's eyes had turned crimson, his heart as clear as a mirror. He knew he was no match for Yi Shi and did not want Yi Shi or Duan Hong to get hurt. Without hesitation, he crushed the imperial-level spirit stone in his hand. Crack! A dazzling golden pillar shot into the sky, and the vast imperial might spread like a tide. Boom! A loud bang echoed throughout the sky. Not far away, the ninth elder of Lingxiao Sect, who was fighting Long Out Yin, exploded and died under this pressure. A drop of blood mixed with demonic energy fell from Yi Shi's corner of his eye, who was confronting Duan Hong, landing on Chu Xian's collar. Uncle, I will definitely help you recover. After saying this, Chu Xian completely shattered the imperial-level spirit stone in his hand. Chiyu, for uncle, you will have to suffer some backlash again. Immediately, a fiery red phantom slowly appeared in the sky. The moment the fiery red phantom appeared, the whole world fell silent. Boom! The invisible imperial might pressed down like the heavens, causing the ground to instantly collapse by 3 feet. On the ground, except for Xuanxiao, who was barely standing, everyone else involuntarily knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed tightly against the earth. Even breathing became difficult. Long Out Yin, standing in the sky, trembled violently, his dragon head uncontrollably drooping. Duan Hong beside him widened his eyes, but dared not look directly at that phantom. The black and red patterns on his body flickered wildly. Yet he still could not withstand the tremors that originated from his soul. The fiery red phantom stood with its hands behind its back. Merely standing there caused the surrounding space and time to twist and crack. This is the true imperial pressure. Words follow the law. 10,000 paths submit. Elder Kiyu. Only Chu Xian looked at that figure, his eyes flashing with complexity. The phantom nodded slightly, slowly raised a hand, and lightly tapped. Buzz. Yi Shi's violent demonic energy instantly solidified. His ferocious expression was frozen on his face, and he was like an insect trapped in amber, unable to even move his eyes. The Imperial Realm's laws directly suppressed the boiling demonic seed within him. Bang! As the phantom withdrew its finger, Yi Shi fell from the sky like a broken cloth, crashing heavily into the ruins of the Imperial tomb. In the dust, the demonic energy on his body was visibly drilling into him. The Chiyu phantom turned to look at Chu Xian. Though there were no words, Chu Xian clearly felt a divine thought enter his mind. Master. The demonic seed within him has been temporarily suppressed, but he can be taken back to the sect for further treatment. Then, the Chi-Yu phantom slowly dissipated. After the Chi-Yu phantom disappeared, the terrifying pressure in the world finally receded. But the shock in everyone's hearts could not calm down for a long time. Xuanxiao knelt on the ground, his heart overwhelmed with shock. What realm is this? He had never felt such terrifying power. Merely a projection made his soul tremble. As if an ant gazed up at the sky. Imperial realm. Lin Xian's voice trembled. This was the lifelong pursuit of my past life and this life. Zhong Lu's heart was equally shaken. Was this not his lifelong pursuit as well? At the same time, he secretly thought, no wonder the master is so monstrous. Then, Zhong Lu seemed to remember something, and his heart roared. Ah, the dog thief master. The majority of the 9 Nether Demon Lands territory was suppressed by mysterious power, and I also died at that time. It must be the dog thief master's command to Elder Chi-Yu. Ah, dog thief master, I cannot coexist with you. Xuanxiao and Duan Hong had already stirred up a storm in their hearts. As the masters of a peak of Lingxiao Sect, They had completely failed to notice that there was actually a powerful emperor in the sect. Besides being shocked, they also felt incredibly fortunate to be able to join Lingxiao Sect, and their respect for Chu Xian increased even more. Only Long Outyin held his head high, his golden dragon eyes filled with pride. A bunch of bumpkins who have never seen the world. He secretly chuckled. I, the old dragon, already knew Elder Chi Yu was an emperor. Moreover, there is not just one emperor in the sect. The elders above and below are also. I even got kicked in the butt by these two old men. Thinking of this, he unconsciously scratched his dragon, but with his claws. Chu Xian took in everyone's reactions and lightly coughed. All right, stop dazing. Let's clean up the battlefield. Old Duan, take me, Old Sai, and my uncle back to the sect. Long Outyin, protect Jinner and the others well. Everyone sprang into action, while the 3 saint-level great demons were directly taken back to Lingxiao Sect by Duan Hong, who stored them back into the golden small ball. Duan Hong tossed aside the long sword in his hand, leading Chu Xian and the other 3 onto a flying sword, transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards Lingxiao Sect. In less than half a cup of tea's time, they had already arrived at the main peak of Lingxiao Sect. Go to the back mountain. Chu Xian did not hesitate, carrying Yishi straight towards the back mountain of Lingxiao Sect. The demonic energy within Yishi still lingered, and even Chi Yu could not completely remove it at once. Thus, Chu Xian thought of the 8 hallowed and 6 directions purifying glaze formation in the back mountain. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, 8 towering jade pillars stood. Chu Xian stepped into the formations while carrying Yi Shi, and suddenly, a brilliant glazed divine light shot up into the sky. Buzz! The pure purifying power surged into Yi Shi's body like a tide, and thick black mist immediately rose around him. The black mist twisted and struggled, transforming into a snarling, ghostly face. No, this is Wherever the glazed divine light passed, the demonic energy melted away like ice and snow. Yishi convulsed in pain, black blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Chu Xian held onto his uncle tightly, watching as the last trace of demonic energy was forced to his forehead, transforming into a pitch-black seed. Chu Xian's heart tightened. Boom! The formation's divine light surged, and the demonic seed emitted a piercing shriek before exploding violently. Xuanxiao immediately stepped forward and stuffed a pill radiating with 9-colored brilliance into Yishi's mouth. The pill melted upon entry, and Yishi's pale complexion visibly regained its rosy hue. Xuanxiao reached out to Yishi, sensed for a moment, and then joyfully said, Master, after he takes this high-level, saint-grade pill, the broken meridians have already started to reshape. Hearing this, the heavy stone in Chu Xian's heart finally fell. Chapter 79. The Great Xia is dead. Lingxiao must stand. The imperial city of Great Xia. The battlefield had been cleaned up, and the remaining members of the Great Xia royal family had all been suppressed by Long Outyin. Not far away was the broken body of Xia Jie, pierced like a honeycomb. Looking at the many royal family members who had been demonized, Xia Zhu's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She suddenly pounced into Yu Jian's arms, trembling and sobbing. Senior brother, what should I do? Yu Jian looked around at the royal family members, including Xia Wu and the queen. These were the last 2 relatives Xia Zhu had left. Holding Xia Zhu tightly, Yu Jian gently said, Junior sister, don't be afraid. Master will definitely have a way. Yu Jian took out a communication jade slip and hurriedly transmitted a message to Chu Xian. Master, these demonized royal family members. Before Yu Jian could finish, he heard Chu Xian's voice from the other end of the communication jade slip. Bring them all to the sect. I have a way to restore them. Hearing Chu Xian's reply, tears streamed down Xia Zhu's face as she tightly grasped Yu Jian's arm. Senior brother, mother has hope. She quickly wiped away her tears and immediately ordered the gathering of Dao boats, entrusting Yu Jian to personally escort the demonized royal family members to Lingxiao Sect. Yu Jian was taken aback. Junior sister, aren't you going back to the sect? Xia Zhu smiled and shook her head, explaining, Senior brother, father has not yet been buried, and this mess of the royal family also needs to be resolved. I cannot leave yet. Yu Jian took a deep breath, raised his hand to gently caress Xia Zhu's cheek. Junior sister, I will wait for you at the sect with the queen. That night, in front of the broken imperial tomb, Xia Yinxiu's coffin slowly sank into the tomb, and Xia Zhu, dressed in plain clothes, heavily bowed amidst the drifting paper money. The few remaining uncorrupted royal elders knelt behind, weeping bitterly. The once glorious Xia royal family now lay in ruins. With the final tomb restrictions lifted, the life of Xia Yinxiu, the emperor of the great Xia, also came to a complete end. Returning to the imperial city, Xia Zhu sat alone in the empty hall for an entire night, with no one daring to disturb her. At dawn the next day, she resolutely stepped onto the court and slowly announced in front of the shocked ministers, "From today onwards, the Great Xia Empire abolishes the monarchy. The territory is renamed Lingxiao Prefecture and forever honors the Lingxiao Sect as the supreme authority." This decree sounded like a thunderclap. Some elderly officials fainted on the spot, and the 1,000-year legacy of the Great Xia was completely severed today. More ministers knelt and shouted, "We humbly obey the 5th princess's decree." The current Great Xia royal family was merely a shell, and abolishing the monarchy might be the wisest choice. Long Outyin perched atop the golden pillar of the hall, his dragon whiskers proudly raised. "This Zhu girl has quite the courage." Xia Zhu's decree swept across the entire Great Xia territory like a hurricane. In town squares, the image stones repeatedly played that shocking announcement, with countless citizens looking up and discussing fervently. The royal family is gone? From now on, we will be governed by the Lingxiao Sect. Great! We no longer have to endure the oppression of those royal relatives. There were both positive and negative voices, but most were filled with hope for the future. 3 days later, the Lingxiao Sect officially responded. A dazzling golden decree from the sect master rose from Lingxiao Peak, transforming into a 10,000-foot light curtain that enveloped the sky. From this day forward, Lingxiao Prefecture will implement a new system, abolishing noble privileges, and all cultivators will be equal. Lingxiao branch halls will be established in every city, responsible for local governance in addition to recruiting disciples. News began to spread from the Lingxiao Sect to the entire Lingxiao Prefecture. A large number of Lingxiao Sect disciples rushed out of the sect to establish halls in major towns. As soon as the news broke, the entire Lingxiao Prefecture was in an uproar. Those cultivators who previously held official titles but could not join the Lingxiao Sect, now that the royal family was gone, flocked to various trial points. Long lines formed in front of the Lingxiao branch halls in major cities, creating a spectacular scene. An elderly white-haired cultivator had just finished spinning the wheel and was moved to tears. "I never expected to join the Lingxiao Sect in my lifetime. Heaven has not abandoned me." Even more surprising was the high quality of this batch of new disciples. Most had a foundation in cultivation, and were all selected from the Great Xia royal family, making their chances of gaining entry into the sect as high as 70%. At the peak of the Lingxiao Sect, Chu Xian watched as the boats brought cultivators in batches, nodding in satisfaction. "The Great Xia is dead. Lingxiao shall rise." Just then, Xuanxiao's excited voice rang in Chu Xian's ear. "Sect Master, the Sword Saint Yi has awakened." Chu Xian flashed and quickly rushed to the top of the medicine peak. Pushing open the door of the quiet room, he saw Yi Shi leaning against the jade couch, his face still somewhat pale, but his eyes had regained clarity. "Uncle." Chu Xian's voice trembled. Yi Shi looked up, surprise flashing in his eyes. "Xiener." He struggled to get up, but was pressed down by Chu Xian. "Don't move." Chu Xian held his uncle's hand, but found that this hand, once invincible with the sword, was now terrifyingly cold. Yi Shi smiled bitterly. "I never thought I would live to see you again." Suddenly, Yi Shi's expression changed. "Xiener, something big has happened in the Lingxiao Sect." As Yi Shi recounted, Chu Xian's face grew darker. It turned out that after Qin Mo was defeated by Chu Xian in the Spirit Spring realm and returned to the Lingxiao Sect, that was when Qin Mo began to become corrupted. Now the entire Lingxiao Sect, from top to bottom, even the miscellaneous disciples, have been implanted with demonic seeds. And Qin Mo's demonic energy was completely different from that of demonic cultivators. It was purer and more powerful. The 12 elders of the Lingxiao Sect had all broken through to the peak of the great sage, and Yi Shi's voice was hoarse. "As for that beast Qin Mo, he is already at the half-emperor realm. and the Lingxiao Sect has now dominated most of the eastern wilderness. Hearing this, Chu Xian's fist cracked ominously. The foundation left by his father, Chu Xian, had been turned into a den of demons. Qin Mo's corruption likely had something to do with the outer heavenly demons he had recently learned about. They sent us to the great Xia to capture your personal disciple, Yishi said, closing his eyes in pain. Qin Mo has already taken control of the eastern wilderness's celestial mechanism pavilion. And the celestial mechanism elder has deduced that there are 5 innate Tao bodies along the coast of the eastern sea. These 5 innate Tao bodies could help Qin Mo break through to the true emperor realm. Boom! Chu Xian suddenly erupted with terrifying sword energy, causing the entire medicine peak to tremble slightly. What a Qin Mo! He actually wants to target my disciples. Chu Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, Chu Xian Lauget, he disdainfully said, Qin Mo, do you think that just because you have become a half-emperor, you can defeat me? Upon hearing this, Yishi immediately recalled what had happened before he fell unconscious. Xianer, tell me the truth. Does the Lingxiao Sect have a true emperor? Chu Xian smiled faintly at Yishi and nodded lightly. Boom! Yishi's mind erupted like thunder. A true emperor. Xianer is actually working under a true emperor. Sister, brother-in-law, did you see that? Xianer not only restored his cultivation, but also climbed the leg of a true emperor. The Lingxiao Sect is saved. Chapter 80. The Return of Xixia to Lingxiao. In the secret room of Medicine Peak, Chu Xian sat by Yishi's couch and asked, Uncle, how far has the Lingxiao Sect expanded now? Yishi propped himself up, his voice heavy. In the eastern wilderness's 21 states, 11 states have already submitted to the Lingxiao Sect. Apart from the 10 eastern states, all have been controlled by the Lingxiao Sect. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. 11 states? Qin Mo has indeed saved me a lot of effort. Chu Xian calculated in his heart. It is just right to unify the eastern wilderness through Qin Mo when the time is ripe. I just need to behead Qin Mo and then use the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies pure world glazed array to rescue all the corrupted cultivators. Then this vast eastern wilderness can belong entirely to the Lingxiao Sect. By then, the Lingxiao Sect will be the foremost sect in the eastern wilderness. It will be no problem for the number of disciples to exceed 100,000. What I need to do now is to quickly complete the mainline task of the system and elevate my cultivation as much as possible. With this thought in mind, Chu Xian said to Yishi, Uncle, focus on your recovery. He gently patted Yishi's shoulder, his eyes shining brightly. When Qin Mo helps us clear the obstacles, this great gift will be well received by your nephew. Yishi was initially taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, looking at his nephew before him. He seemed to see the shadow of Chu Xian from back in the day. Ha ha ha, Yi Sudendi laughed, causing his injury to flare up, and he began to cough violently. Good, good. That fool Qin Mo probably will never realize that everything he has done will become Xianer's wedding dress. Returning to the main peak, Chu Xian looked towards the direction of the Lingxiao Sect, murmuring to himself, At that time, I must personally thank Brother Qin. By seniority, Qin Mo was a disciple of Chu Xian, so Chu Xian indeed had to call Qin Mo brother. Soon after, Chu Xian opened the system's task panel. Mainline Task 3. The number of sect disciples reaches 10,000. With 1,000 disciples reaching the Spirit Spring realm and 100 disciples reaching the Profound Pill realm. Reward. Host cultivation will be elevated to the peak of the Sub-Saint realm. Task progress. Sect disciples. 759-310-000. Spirit Spring realm disciples. 853-1000. Profound Pill realm disciples. 66,100 psi, even squeezing the last bit of heat from the Great Xia, it still doesn't reach 10,000. Chu Xian shook his head, thinking that the territory of Xixiao Prefecture is twice that of Lingxiao Prefecture. And even the disciples of Xixiao Holy Land number only about 8,000. It is evident that relying solely on Lingxiao Prefecture to complete this mainline task will require some time. In that case, it is better to merge Xixiao Holy Land with Lingxiao Sect. The Yunxiao Sect is rapidly expanding, and it might already be on its way to Xixiao Prefecture. After thinking for a moment, Chu Xian realized that the known territories not occupied by the Yunxiao sect include the Jiuyou Demon Land to the west of Lingxiao Prefecture, Zixia Prefecture to the south, and Yaoshu Prefecture to the north. The remaining territories, although within this range, are too far from the Yunxiao sect. The Jiuyou Demon Land is inhabited by demon cultivators, so it is not a consideration for now. Yaoshu Prefecture is home to various beasts, which also won't be considered. Therefore, if he wants to quickly complete the system task, only Zixia Sacred Land remains. After all, if he doesn't take it, it will be taken by Qin Mo, so he might as well complete the system task first. Without further ado, Chu Xian called for Duan Hong and Long Out Yin. And after communicating with Zixia Sacred Land using a message jade slip, the three of them headed straight to Zixia Sacred Land. Duan Hong's flying artifact is indeed impressive. The distance between the Yunxiao Sect and Zixia Sacred Land is tens of thousands of miles, yet within half an hour, the three of them arrived above Zixia Sacred Land. They saw the mountain gate of the Sacred Land shining with radiant light, with hundreds of disciples lined up to welcome them. The senior elders of Zixia all clasped their hands in greeting. "Welcome, Holy Master." Chu Xian nodded slightly and was escorted to the main hall. Once seated, he went straight to the point and asked, "How is Saintess Ziyuan doing?" The second elder of Zixia Sacred Land sighed and replied, "Although the Saintess has awakened, she has locked herself in the cold moon pavilion, remaining silent day and night." Chu Xian's gaze flickered, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ziyuan has been possessed by an outer demon race and has killed her father with her own hands. She must have developed a heart demon, and her Tao heart is damaged. Take me to see her. In front of the cold moon pavilion, Chu Xian waved his hand to dismiss everyone. As he pushed open the door, a bone-chilling coldness rushed towards him. He saw Ziyuan sitting on an icy couch, hugging her knees, her once vibrant hair now partially white. "Ziyuan," Chu Xian called softly. The woman slowly raised her head, her once lively eyes now lifeless like a still pond. "Are you here to watch a joke, Holy Master Chu?" Chu Xian did not respond, only observing Ziyuan's condition. Her spirit showed black patterns. She had indeed developed a heart demon. It seems she needs to be purified using the 8 desolations and 6 heavens purifying glazed array. With that, Chu Xian directly grabbed Ziyuan's wrist and shouted loudly, "Old Duan, Old Long, you two discuss with the elders first. I will take Saintess Ziyuan back to the sect to purify her heart demon." Duan Hong hurriedly took out a long sword and handed it to Chu Xian. Without a word, Chu Xian rode the sword directly towards the Yunxiao sect. Upon arriving at the Yunxiao sect, he did not stop, pulling Ziyuan to the front of the great array on the back mountain. At this moment, only a few remaining members of the royal family were purifying the demonic seed inside the array. Chu Xian led Ziyuan into the great array. Boom! The light and shadows of the 8 desolations and 6 heavens purifying glazed array became more condensed, and pure glazed divine light surged into Ziyuan's forehead. She trembled violently, her eyes swirling with the demonic energy and regret produced by the heart demon. With a heart-wrenching scream, those bloody memories melted away like ice and snow. When the last trace of obsession was purified, Ziyuan collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down. "Father, daughter is sorry for you." Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back. "Killing your father was not your intention. Now that you know regret, you should follow your father's last wish. Take care of yourself, and take care of Zixia Sacred Land." Ziyuan took a deep breath and solemnly bowed to Chu Xian. "The grace of Holy Master Chu for recreating me will be remembered for eternity. From now on, Zixia Sacred Land is willing to be the vanguard of the Yunxiao sect." Chu Xian responded lightly, accepting Ziyuan's great courtesy with a sense of peace. After that, Chu Xian personally led Ziyuan on a comprehensive tour of the Yunxiao sect, which elicited continuous exclamations from Ziyuan. A day later, in the main hall of Zixia Sacred Land, after Ziyuan listened to the elders' report on the situation in the eastern wilderness, she rose without hesitation and slammed her palm on the table. From this moment on, Zixia Sacred Land will merge into the Yunxiao Sacred Land. She turned to Chu Xian and knelt on one knee. "Please, Holy Master, grant this." With the heart demon removed, and after touring the entire Yunxiao sect, Ziyuan's mood had improved significantly. At that time in the Yunxiao sect, Zixiao was thoroughly impressed. The cultivation environment, the foundation of the sect, the air of wealth. Zixiao Sacred Land was simply not on the same level. No wonder the disciples of the Lingxiao Sect had pressed the disciples of Zixiao Sacred Land to the ground in the second competition. Given the current situation in the eastern wilderness, this is the perfect opportunity to join the Lingxiao Sect, although this would cause the name of Zixiao Sacred Land to disappear. The legacy of Zixiao Sacred Land would not be severed. Chu Xian's thoughts moved, and he immediately said, Zixiao Sacred Land will merge into the Lingxiao Sect, and a peak will be specially established for Zixiao Sacred Land, which will be the 10th peak of the Lingxiao Sect, named Zixiao Peak. Disciples of Zixiao Peak can cultivate at Zixiao Peak. Hearing this, Ziyuan's eyes lit up. Thank you, Holy Master, for your grant. The news of Zixiao Sacred Land merging into Lingxiao Sect immediately caused a stir throughout Zixiao Sacred Land. With a command from Ziyuan, everyone from the elders to the miscellaneous disciples began to take action. The disciples worked through the night to dismantle the core array of the protective mountain array, while the elders packed up the spiritual herbs and books accumulated over 1,000 years. Meanwhile, Chu Xian sent a message to the Lingxiao Sect, dispatching the latest crafted Tao boats from the Craftsman Peak to Zixiao Sacred Land to pick people up. On this day, 50 Tao boats sent by the Lingxiao Sect covered the sky and hovered over various parts of Zixiao Sacred Land. Among them, one enormous golden Tao boat was the most eye-catching. The golden Tao boat was engraved all over with runes, shimmering brilliantly. Chu Xian introduced to the senior officials of Zixiao Sacred Land. This is a quasi-emperor level Tao boat personally crafted by Peak Master Duanhong. Upon hearing this, the elders were left speechless. Quasi-emperor level, and it's a Tao boat? Is this even human language? The eastern wilderness hasn't seen a quasi-emperor level weapon for years. And you made a quasi-emperor level Tao boat? Is that even right? In shock, they couldn't help but internally agree with Ziyuan's decision. Board the boat. With a command from Ziyuan, everyone began to get busy. Ziyuan personally supervised the relocation, sealing the inheritance jade slips from the ancestral hall of Zixiao Sacred Land one by one. When she took down the last plaque engraved with the word Zixiao, her fingertips trembled slightly. Ancestors and ancestors above, today we merge into the Lingxiao Sect to preserve the Tao lineage. Finally, all the resources of Zixiao Sacred Land were loaded onto the Tao boats without a trace left behind. Set off. With a command from Chu Xian, a total of 100 Tao boats from Zixiao Sacred Land and Lingxiao Sect lit up with array patterns at the same time. 8,000 disciples and countless resources transformed into streams of light, heading majestically towards the Lingxiao Sect. Ziyuan stood at the tail of the boat, gazing at her homeland gradually receding, softly saying, Father, daughter has brought everyone to find a new home. 3 days later, when the 100 Tao boats descended upon the Lingxiao Sect, thousands of disciples from the Lingxiao Sect were already lined up to welcome them. Welcome, Zixiao fellow disciples, to join the sect. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the barriers that once existed between Zixiao Sacred Land and Lingxiao Sect vanished without a trace. The disciples of the Lingxiao Sect actively helped their new fellow disciples transport resources, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Qiyu had already renovated Zixiao Peak. Due to the overwhelming number of Zixiao Peak disciples, surpassing the total number of disciples in the other 9 peaks, the entire area of the Lingxiao Sect had been expanded by a whole double. This allowed for the completion of the renovation of Zixiao Peak. For normal emperor-level powerhouses, expanding a sect is merely a matter of raising a hand. However, Qiyu faced system restrictions, and with the emperor-level spirit stone containing the image of an emperor given to Chu Xian at that time, expanding the sect was quite a challenge. In Qiyu's words, Sect Master, I need to lie in bed for a few days. The disciples of Zixiao looked at the cultivation grounds that were twice the size of the original sacred land and the aura-infused cave heaven-blessed land. Their eyes filled with shock. A young disciple from Zixiao Peak murmured, This is not merging, it's clearly ascending. The surrounding disciples nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at rice. Chu Xian stood at the peak of the main mountain, watching the scene of the 2 sects disciples quickly merging, nodding with satisfaction. The system light curtain popped up at the right moment, Sect disciples. 15, 753, 100 Spirit Spring Realm disciples. 132, 100 Profound Dan Realm disciples. 104. 100. Main Quest 3. Sect disciples reach 10, 000, 1, 000 disciples reach Spirit Spring Realm cultivation. 100 disciples reach Profound Dan Realm cultivation, completed. Reward. Host cultivation is upgraded to the peak of the Sub-Saint Realm. Main Quest 4 has been accepted for the host. Sect disciples reach 50, 000, 1, 000 disciples cultivation reaches Profound Dan Realm. 100 disciples reach Divine Sea Realm. Reward. Host cultivation is upgraded to the peak of the Great Saint Realm. The next moment, boom, the heavens and earth suddenly changed color. A brilliant beam of light descended from sky, enveloping Chu Xian entirely. His aura began to rise wildly, and the spiritual power within him surged like a raging sea. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones exploding echoed continuously as Chu Xian's flesh was undergoing a transformation. Every inch of his skin shimmered with a jade-like luster, and a faint golden glow began to flow in his blood. This was the sign of stepping into the Saint Realm. The Saint Realm, I have returned. Chu Xian clenched his fists, feeling the surging saint power within him. With a wave of his hand, it felt as if he could easily tear apart space. His divine sense expanded tenfold in an instant, and even the pattern of a fallen leaf 100 miles away became clear. The most astonishing change, however, was in his dantian. The path that had originally split from the Divine Sea had, he did not know when, turned into a staircase leading to the sky. At the top of that staircase was a magnificent hall of gold and jade, and the stairs beneath Chu Xian were continuously releasing the pressure of the Saint Realm. The disciples of Lingxiao Sect felt the waves of pressure coming from the main peak and couldn't help but tremble. Someone exclaimed, "The sect master has broken through." Immediately, countless disciples excitedly knelt down. Long Ao Yan on the back mountain of the sect pondered, stroking his chin. What kind of breakthrough method is this for the master? It's too abnormal. I've only been in the sect for half a year, and the sect master has jumped from a powerless mortal to the peak of the Sub-Saint Realm. What's even more ridiculous? Every time a large number of disciples join the sect, the master breaks through, and it's not just a single realm. The master's cultivation method is too peculiar. Chu Xian slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze seemed to have stars flowing. Life in Lingxiao Sect returned to calm. The expanded sect was vibrant, and the newly admitted disciples from Xixia quickly adapted to the environment, beginning their focused cultivation under the guidance of the elders of Xixia Peak. Every day, aside from reviewing ancient texts and honing his combat power, Chu Xian quietly observed the situation in the eastern wilderness. As for sect affairs, he had already completely handed over to Qi Yu and the others. Chu Xian was always paying attention to every move of Lingxiao Sect, as its speed of expansion was indeed astonishing, having swallowed 2 states in just half a month. At this time, 13 states were already under the demonic influence of Lingxiao Sect. However, Chu Xian was in no hurry at all. Lingxiao Sect had Qi Yu and the others as emperors stationed, and both held extreme imperial weapons. Even if Qin Mo truly became an emperor, it would only be sewing clothes for Lingxiao Sect. Days passed, and the Demon King Hall finally sent someone again. The 1-month period agreed upon with the Demon King Hall had quietly arrived. Chu Xian immediately ordered Qi Yu to summon the Peak Masters for a Peak Master meeting. The 10 Peak Masters gathered together. The former master of Jian Peak, who was an elder, had now been replaced by Yi Shi, after being treated by Sai Xuanxiao, and with Chu Xian directly showering him with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The old injuries suffered during the Beast Tide had completely healed, and his cultivation had advanced further. Vaguely, Yi Shi had already 1 foot in the half-emperor realm. However, he was still some distance away from being a true half-emperor. As for the master of Xixia Peak, it was the former saintess of Xixia Sacred Land, Xian. Chapter 82, Departure. Target, Bronze Ancient Hall. Lingxiao Great Hall, Peak Master Meeting. Chu Xian lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips and said softly, "This time, I'm not sure if there is a limit on the number of participants for the exploration of that ancient hall. nor do I know what the situation inside is like, so I will only send 500 disciples from Lingxiao Sect. It's best if there's no limit. If there is, we will screen from the 500. The quota is limited, and each peak needs to select carefully. The 5 direct disciples from the main peak, and the remaining quotas will be distributed by the 9 peaks. As soon as Chu Xian finished speaking, Duan Hong immediately stood up. Sect Master, the artisan peak can provide 10 sets of saint-level armor and 100 sets of spirit-level armor. Xuanxiao was taken aback. He cursed inwardly. Old Duan, you're quite crafty, trying to curry favor in front of the sect master? So he hurriedly said, Sect Master, the medicine peak has also prepared 3,000 healing pills and 1,000 explosion spirit pills. Duan Hong shot a sideways glance at Xuanxiao, annoyed, and turned his head aside. The artisan peak and medicine peak had unknowingly started competing, subtly vying for the position of the second peak of Lingxiao Sect. Chu Xian nodded upon hearing their reports. Having these two in charge of the sect was truly comforting. The focus is on equipping and crushing with pills. It seems the selection of the remaining masters for the Rune Peak and Formation Peak also needs to be expedited. When the disciples of Lingxiao Sect go out again, it will be a thorough and comprehensive crushing. In less than half a day, the list of 500 disciples was finalized. They were all the most elite disciples from each peak. If there was anything most eye-catching, it was not the lineup of disciples, but the protective formation accompanying the disciples. Chu Xian personally led the team, with Yi Shi and Duan Hong providing peak combat power, and there was also Long Ao Yin, the saint-level dragon. Although Xian was only at the peak of the profound Dan realm, as the most numerous master of Zhixiao Peak, she was also in the accompanying team. At the same time, Zhixiao Peak also sent 5 elders with saint-level cultivation to accompany them. When the golden Tao boat soared into the sky, the entire Lingxiao Sect trembled. The 99 saint-level spirit stones embedded in the golden Tao boat lit up simultaneously, cutting through the clouds and leaving a brilliant trail. This lineup included 3 peak great saints and 1 peak sub-saint. The demonic cultivator of the Demon King Hall, standing beside Chu Xian, and the others felt their hearts leap to their throats. They could probably sweep across half of the eastern wilderness, as Lingxiao Sect's group was on their way to the 9 Nether Demon Land. The Dian Sword Sect in the central region of Xuanxiao Continent was in a state of furious anger. Xuanxiao Continent, Central Region, Dian Sword Sect, Wenjian Peak Summit. A stunningly beautiful woman in white sat cross-legged on a lotus platform formed by 10,000 feet of sword energy. 9 substantial sword intents surrounded her, each containing the power to split the heavens and the earth. This woman was the current sect master of Dian Sword Sect, a half-emperor powerhouse, Luo Qingxuang. Sect Master. The Grand Elder knelt in mid-air, trembling, and said, "A monstrous demonic aura has appeared in the eastern wilderness, which seems to originate from the extraterrestrial demonic race." Luo Qingxuang's eyes suddenly opened wide. Clang! The million spirit swords of the entire sword sect trembled simultaneously. The cloud layer within 1,000 miles was torn to shreds by the invisible sword intent. Speak clearly. Her voice was as cold as ice. Is Yinxiao Sect? The Grand Elder's forehead beaded with sweat. 13 states had already fallen under the demonic aura. Yinxiao Sect. Luo Qingxuang suddenly stood up, and 9 sword intents shot into the sky. Suddenly recalling the previously expelled genius disciple from the eastern wilderness, was he not the sect master of Yinxiao Sect? Good. Very good. Luo Qingxuang laughed in rage. Her jade hand lightly raised, and the protective mountain formation of the entire sword sect roared into operation. Transmit this imperial decree. The master of the first sword pavilion, along with 9 great saint sword cultivators, is to immediately head to the eastern wilderness. Anyone encountering a person from Yinxiao Sect. She formed her fingers into a sword, and a mountain peak 1,000 miles away was instantly reduced to powder. No mercy. As for that sect master of Yinxiao Sect, Chu Xian, bring him back to me. I will personally behead him. As the golden Tao boat traversed the sea of clouds, the communication jade slip in Chu Xian's arms suddenly trembled violently. Report. A great battle has erupted in the western part of the eastern wilderness. Chu Xian took out the jade slip, and a light curtain was immediately projected from it. In the image, 10 dazzling sword lights fell like shooting stars, and wherever they passed, cultivators in various attires fell in droves. The leader in the white robe swung his sword, causing the entire 100-mile mountain range to collapse, and the countless cultivators below were turned into a mist of blood under that strike. What a powerful sword intent! Yishi's pupils shrank suddenly as he calculated silently in his heart. After a long while, he slowly shook his head. I am no match for him. Chu Xian also furrowed his brows tightly. The scene was too blurry to see the attire of the 10 sword cultivators, and he didn't know where they had come from. Suddenly, the heavens and earth in the image changed color. Rolling black mist surged from the horizon, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. The sound of metal clashing came from within the black mist, and faintly, 10 beams of sword light could be seen darting through the black fog. Then, the black mist suddenly swelled, and the entire scene was plunged into darkness. After a long time, the black mist dispersed, and the image was empty. The 10 sword cultivators and those cultivators had all vanished without a trace. Chinamo made his move. Yishi's expression turned grave as he slowly revealed the true nature of the black mist. Chu Xian put away the jade slip, his brows tightly knitted. He wasn't worried about Chinmo's strength, but rather that the origins of these 10 sword cultivators were a mystery, apart from the Lingxiao Sect. He couldn't find another sect that could confront the Lingxiao Sect directly. Chu Xian's heart stirred. Could they be from other territories? Just as Chu Xian was pondering, Long Out Yin's voice interrupted his thoughts. Sect Master, the 9 nether demon Earth has arrived. Below, the ground sank underground, and from a high vantage point, the sunken territory, surprisingly, took the shape of a hand. Ziyin covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. More than half of the 9 nether demon Earth territory turned out to be a giant handprint, deep to 1,000 zhong. The outline of the 5 fingers was clearly visible, with traces of solidified lava at the edges. A single palm sinking the state. Duan Hong's voice trembled. What kind of realm must this be? Duan Hong believed that he certainly couldn't achieve such a level. Yishi stared intently at the residual Tao rhythm at the edge of the handprint, suddenly turning to look at Chu Xian and sent a message. Xianer, why does this aura feel somewhat familiar? Chu Xian coughed lightly, touching his nose. Uncle, perhaps you're mistaken. Familia? That's right. This masterpiece was indeed done by my Lingxiao Sect, but the upper and lower elders seemed to have exerted a bit too much force. The Tao boat continued forward and arrived at the center of the handprint, where a bronze ancient palace was emitting an eerie glow. The palace door was tightly shut, surrounded by a semi-transparent barrier. The Tao boat slowly came to a stop, and the master of the Demon King Palace was already waiting there with many demon cultivators. Upon seeing the Lingxiao Sect's Tao boat finally arrive, a smile spread across the face of the Demon King Palace Master. Sect Master Chu, you have traveled a long way. It must have been hard. However, the first to jump down from the Tao boat was not Chu Xian, but 2 large dogs. Woof, woof. Chapter 83. Airby in the Xuanxiao Ancient Palace. Since the ground below had already sunk, the Lingxiao Sect's Tao boat did not land, but remained suspended in midair. The 2 large dogs rushed out of the golden Tao boat one after the other, making the scene instantly comical. Woof, woof, woof. Airby's hooves kicked up a wind and actually stepped out a series of white ripples in the void, running towards the bronze ancient palace as if it were on solid ground. Woof! Just as Da Huang leaped out of the Tao boat's range, he suddenly felt his feet give way, and the entire dog froze mid-air. Then he plummeted like a stone. Woof! Airby looked back at the falling Da Huang with a smug expression, his tail spinning like a propeller. Da Huang, doggy facey shokid, Da Huang kursid invardli. Little Bai. Have you been hiding something from your big brother? Watching the scene before him, the master of the Demon King Palace stood in the air with his eyes nearly popping out. This is impossible. He clearly sensed that the white dog had no fluctuations of spiritual power. Only holy level beings could fly. How did this white dog manage to do it? Chu Xian was also taken aback. He brought air, by along mainly for its treasure-hunting ability, believing it would be useful when entering this ancient palace. Unexpectedly, air, by directly showcased its abilities in front of everyone. Chong Lu stood in the corner, a complicated expression flashing in his eyes. He knew better than anyone that this seemingly silly white dog had indeed possessed half-emperor cultivation back in the day. This white dog had suppressed him in the Wuxiang spirit ruins for thousands of years. But even Chong Lu did not know the origin of this white dog. Interesting. Chu Xian suddenly smiled. It seemed Bai was even more mysterious than he had imagined. He leapt down from the Dao boat, his robe fluttering. Let us go. If Bai is this excited, who knows what treasures lie within this ancient palace? Long Outyin raised his dragon claw, and a golden light wrapped around the falling Dahuang, pulling him back to the Dao boat. Immediately after, 500 disciples of the Lingxiao Sect, under the protection of Yi Shi and other holy-level cultivators, lined up neatly and hovered above the ancient palace. What a strong barrier! Duan Hong reached out to touch the semi-transparent shield, and the holy-level spiritual power was instantly repelled. Just as everyone was marveling, Bai had already wagged his tail and easily passed through the barrier, squatting in front of the palace door as if he was familiar with the place. Again like this, Yu Jian exclaimed. It was just like when they were in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. He passed through Lin Xian's surrounding restrictions in the same manner. Lin Xian's beautiful eyes flickered as she gently touched her chest. She thought to herself, what exactly is Bai's origin? The bone within my imperial body was given by Bai. Chu Xian's eyes sparkled, and he took out a bag of golden dog food from the system space. Bai's eyes immediately lit up. It actually scampered back excitedly, its tail wagging so fast it could only be seen as a blur. Do you know this place? Chu Xian waved the dog food. Woof woof. Bai nodded furiously, even using its paw to gesture a circle, then mimicked a biting motion. Ziyin suddenly thought of something. It can't be that it's saying there's something delicious in this ancient palace, right? Upon hearing this, Bai excitedly spun around 3 times in place, devouring all the dog food in Chu Xian's hand before suddenly rushing towards Lin Xian. It bit the hem of Lin Xian's clothes and tugged towards the barrier. That urgent look was as if it contained a world-class delicacy. Chu Xian pondered. It seems this ancient palace has a deep connection with Bai. Immediately, Chu Xian instructed Lin Xian to relax her body and let Bai drag her. In the next moment, Lin Xian directly penetrated the barrier before everyone's astonished eyes. What the hell? What is going on? No way. Is this really happening? Just like that, she passed through so easily? This single scene instantly left everyone dumbfounded. Upon seeing this, Duan Hong hurriedly reached out towards the barrier, only for it to emit a ripple and once again repel him. Chu Xian instructed Xuanxiao. Just follow Bai and see what wants to do. Lin Xian understood Chu Xian's intention and followed Bai's steps. The two of them reaching the large platform in front of main hall. On this enormous platform stood only a single giant pillar. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The giant pillar was carved with dragons and phoenixes, vividly lifelike, clearly indicating the craftsman's carving skills had reached an unprecedented level. Arriving at the stone pillar in the center of the platform, Bai placed one paw on the stone pillar and barked once. Woof! Clearly signaling Lin Xian to do the same. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment before placing her palm on the stone pillar, and in that instant, rumble! The entire bronze ancient palace shook violently, and countless ancient runes appeared on the surface of the stone pillar. Bai excitedly circled the pillar, its tail making a loud sound. Then, an incomparably powerful pressure emanated from the grand entrance of the ancient palace. Lin Xian was suddenly knocked to the ground by that pressure. Seeing this, everyone outside the barrier thought something had gone wrong. Not good. Yi Shi's sword intent surged. Quick! Break the barrier. Wait. Chu Xian raised his hand to stop him. The semi-transparent barrier slowly dissipated like melting ice and snow, revealing the stairs leading to the main hall. Even more astonishingly, the entire ancient palace radiated a sacred golden light. Bai proudly raised its dog head, its expression as if saying, "See, it still relies on me." Chu Xian's eyes sparkled. Let us go. The people of the Lingxiao Sect followed Chu Xian and slowly descended onto the plaza of the ancient palace. The Lord of the Demon King Hall saw this and waved his arm, leading the demon cultivators to follow closely behind. Upon arriving at the square, Another difficult problem lay before everyone. The barrier was gone, but the Great Hall's main door remained firmly shut. Chu Xian glanced at the direction of the Demon King's hall, and the Lord of the Demon King's hall was also looking this way. Clearly neither side wanted to be the first to open that door. No one knew the origins of this ancient hall. What if there was something terrifying behind the door? Chu Xian glanced at Airbai, who was happily spinning in circles on the square, picked him up, and led Lingxiao towards the Great Hall's main door. He thought to himself, Xianer and Airbai should be special existences for this Great Hall. With Airbai being so lively, there shouldn't be any major issues. Standing at the entrance of the Great Hall, the plaque above the bronze door prominently engraved with the two gilded characters Song was striking. The brushwork was vigorous, faintly exuding a sense of Tao. The originally cheerful Airbai suddenly quieted upon seeing these two characters, his ears drooping, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. It seemed this was the title of the ancient hall's master, and Airbai should have some connection to it. Chu Xian then circulated his spiritual power to completely wrap around Airbai and himself, slowly pushing towards the door. The creaking sound of the heavy door hinges was particularly jarring in the silence. Just as the door crack opened, the entire square was suddenly plunged into boundless darkness. Alert! Yishi's long sword instantly unsheathed, and spiritual power surged into the sword body, intending to provide illumination, but the sword did not emit any light. Immediately after, everyone felt a strong sense of weightlessness. Chu Xian hurriedly reassured everyone, "Don't panic. Hold on to your companions. We are entering the interior of the Great Hall." Chapter 84. The residents inside the ancient hall? Xianer, it's so dark here. Lingxiao. After the intense feeling of weightlessness, the surroundings remained in darkness. And Chu Xian had already confirmed they had entered the interior of the ancient hall. However, only Lingxiao and Airbai were by his side. It seemed that when the hall door was pushed open earlier, Chu Xian and Lingxiao were the closest, so they were placed together. After walking for a long time, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead, prompting Chu Xian and Lingxiao to quicken their pace. Feeling the increasing strength in his hand, Chu Xian said with a grin, "Xian, are you very scared?" Lingxiao, confused, replied, "Huh? Not scared at all. Not scared. My hand is about to be crushed by you." Hearing this, Lingxiao finally realized that since the moment the surroundings plunged into darkness, he had been gripping his master's hand. He immediately let go as if jolted. Chu Xian didn't mind, and the two continued forward. Just as the light was within reach, suddenly, "Zizi!" A piercing scream suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a large group of bats flew over the heads of the two, heading toward their backs. At that moment, Chu Xian suddenly felt something grabbing a part of his body. "Xianer, I understand you're scared, but this is not my hand." With one hand holding Airbai and the other removing Lingxiao's delicate hand, he sighed helplessly. "Lingxiao? What? What did I do? How could I, a dignified half-emperor, act like this in the darkness? Moreover, what did I just grab? Oh, I can't show my face anymore." Lingxiao blushed and hurriedly walked ahead of Chu Xian. Before long, the two finally walked out of the darkness. "Phew, this cave is really deep." Chu Xian took a deep breath of fresh air, instantly feeling refreshed as the scenery before the two came into view. They saw a spiritual spring like a jade embedded between the surrounding mountains, with colorful mist rising from the water surface. Ancient trees towered on the banks, with crystal-clear spiritual fruits hanging from the branches, every leaf swirling with strands of Tao rhythm. Lingxiao paused to take in the atmosphere. Amazed, the spiritual energy here is so rich, although it's not as dense as that in Lingxiao Sect. The concentration of spiritual energy here is clearly several times that of the outside world. Chu Xian spread out his divine sense and instantly sensed the surroundings within 100 miles. The disciples of Lingxiao Sect had also entered this area, but they were divided into several teams. Fortunately, each team had a saint-level guardian. Only then did Chu Xian feel relieved. "Let us go and join everyone." Wang. Before Chu Xian could finish speaking, Airbai unexpectedly broke free from his arms and ran towards the depths of the dense forest. Did this dog discover something? Chu Xian did not stop nearby and hurriedly led Lingxiao to follow, simultaneously taking out a communication jade slip. Uncle, Lao Duan informed all the saint-level guardians to primarily protect the disciples. Unless absolutely necessary, there is no need to take action. Nearby led Chu Xian and Lingxiao through the dense forest, and suddenly an ancient and grand residence appeared before them. The vermilion doors were wide open, and inside, the sounds of people were bustling, forming a stark contrast with the silent forest. This, Lingxiao's beautiful eyes widened. How could there be a residence in the ancient hall? And people? Chu Xian frowned slightly, scanning with his divine sense. He found that the people inside seemed both real and illusory, their auras ethereal and unstable. However, Airby had already rushed inside eagerly. The two exchanged cautious glances and followed. The moment they stepped through the gate, a cacophony of sounds rushed towards them. Dozens of banquet tables filled the courtyard, where cultivators raised their cups and exchanged toasts, laughter ringing out. Strangely, no one noticed their arrival, as if they were merely transparent observers. Everyone! A clear shout echoed through the courtyard. A man in a blue robe leaped onto the central platform, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. The dancers bowed and retreated, and the entire place fell silent. This expedition against the demon race is fraught with danger. The man's gaze, like lightning, swept over everyone present. But for us to have a place to rest here, I, Xuanxiao, would not regret even if I die. He raised his wine bowl, his voice booming. To be able to fight alongside you all in this life is my Xuanxiao's greatest fortune. Xuanxiao, brother. A burly man at the banquet slammed his palm on the table, declaring, "We vow to follow you to the death." The man in the blue robe laughed heartily. Good. If this journey is one of no return, then so be it. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Clatter, clatter. The sound of wine bowls shattering echoed, and amidst the flying porcelain shards, figures soared into the sky, transforming into streams of light that vanished into the night. Chu Xian's pupils contracted slightly. Those departing figures numbered at least 100. Most of them emanated the aura of peak Great Saint. The lowest cultivation level was at least Great Saint 5th layer. Airby suddenly whined, lying on the ground, his dog eyes glistening with tears as he looked towards the direction Xuanxiao had left. Lingxiao gently touched her chest. Her immortal bone felt slightly warm. Master, is this a memory remnant? Chu Xian gazed at the empty banquet, where the wine still swayed in the bowls. No, this is an obsession. It is Xuanxiao's last night left in the world. The three of them, 2 humans and 1 dog, entered the inner hall of the residence, where a large green jade seal floated in midair, emitting a gentle spiritual light. Chu Xian sensed it briefly and then solemnly bowed. Senior Xuanxiao, this junior, Chu Xian, has taken the liberty to disturb you. He then infused his spiritual power into the seal. At the moment of infusion, the seal trembled violently. An illusory figure slowly coalesced, and it was none other than the man in the blue robe from earlier. Wang. Seeing Xuanxiao appear again, Airby excitedly rushed forward, displaying a close demeanor. The illusory figure was initially taken aback, but then revealed a loving smile, gently stroking the dog's head. Little Tian, you're still alive. His voice was as tender as addressing a long-lost dear friend. He turned to Chu Xian and Lingxiao, his gaze lingering for a moment on the position of the immortal bone in Lingxiao's chest before giving an imperceptible nod. A half-emperor reborn. Little Tian is not wrong in his judgment. Finally, Xuanxiao's gaze fell on Chu Xian. After observing for a moment, the illusory figure trembled slightly, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Upon focusing again on Chu Xian's body, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. How is this possible? He clearly saw that although Chu Xian's meridians were unobstructed, all the key acupoints for spiritual energy entry were completely sealed. This physique should have been a natural failure, unable to cultivate for a lifetime. Yet the person before him not only succeeded in cultivation, but has also reached the peak of the sub-saint realm. Xuanxiao was secretly astonished. Could it be that he carries a heavenly mandate? He looked at Chu Xian with a complicated expression. only to see golden light faintly circulating around him, the abundance of his fortune even making this remnant soul of the great emperor feel palpitations. Just as Xuanxiao was sizing up Chu Xian spoke up. "Senior Xuanxiao, I have a few questions I would like to ask you. Please enlighten me." Chu Xian infused his spiritual energy into the square seal to awaken Xuanxiao's remnant soul, not to leave this remnant soul staring blankly at him. Xuanxiao was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly smiled and said, "Young friend, please don't mind me. I was just captivated by your unique physique." Chu Xian asked, "Senior, you died fighting against the demon race. I want to know, is this demon race the one from beyond the heavens?" Chapter 85, Change. A hint of doubt flashed into Xuanxiao's eyes, not expecting that a sub-saint realm cultivator would actually know about the demon race from beyond the heavens. Could it be that the 3,000 Tao states have reached a point where they need sub-saint cultivators to resist the demon race from beyond the heavens? Many thoughts flashed through Xuanxiao's mind, and he smiled. "Indeed, I could die in battle against the demon race from beyond the heavens." "Then what do you mean by your obsession with fighting against the demon race for a place to settle?" Chu Xian's gaze was fixed on Xuanxiao. Waiting for his answer, Xuanxiao frowned slightly and replied, "Aren't you a cultivator from the 3,000 Tao states?" When the term 3,000 Tao states was mentioned, both Chu Xian and Lingxiao were taken aback. Clearly this term was too unfamiliar to them. "To be honest, we are from the Xuanxiao Continent. We have never heard of the complete 3,000 Tao states you mentioned." "Oh, Xuanxiao Continent?" Xuanxiao suddenly recalled that his battle with the demon race had indeed taken place outside the Xuanxiao Continent. "Young friend, it's best not to ask too much. Just know that there are demons outside the Xuanxiao Continent, and there are also even broader worlds. As for what I said about a place to settle, you will naturally understand when you arrive at the 3,000 Tao states." As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanxiao's remnant soul suddenly twisted violently, his face becoming hideous and terrifying. "Not good. My origin is being eroded by demon energy. Young friend, hurry before Xuanxiao could finish." The remnant soul transformed into a wisp of green smoke and rapidly fled outside the mansion, disappearing in an instant. Boom! The squared jade seal fell to the ground, and Chu Xian caught it in one hand. Turning it over, he saw the characters Xuanxiao engraved on it, but he felt no fluctuations of spiritual energy. "Master," Lingxiao exclaimed anxiously, "just now, Senior Xuanxiao said his origin is being eroded by demon energy." Chu Xian's expression turned serious, and he immediately activated the communication jade slip. "Everyone, gather at one place immediately. There may be demons infiltrating the ancient palace." However, just as Chu Xian's voice fell, an urgent report from the third elder of Xixiao Peak suddenly came through the jade slip. "Sect Master, we have encountered an ambush from the Demon King's Hall. 3 disciples are seriously injured. Urgent assistance needed." Immediately following was Duan Hong's furious roar. "Those damn demon spawn. How dare they ambush my disciples of the Crafting Peak?" A cold light flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. An ambush from the Demon King's Hall? How dare the Demon King's Hall's master do this? A thought flashed through his mind, and Chu Xian instantly reacted. Not good. The Demon King's Hall must have already been planted with demon seeds. From Qi Yu and the others, Chu Xian had learned that the demon cultivators of the Demon King's Hall were completely different from the demon race from beyond the heavens. The demon cultivators of the Demon King's Hall were still human, but the demon race from beyond the heavens was already a different species. Chu Xian immediately issued orders. Elders of each peak provide nearby support and ensure the safety of the disciples. Before his words were finished, he had already transformed with Lingxiao and Airby into a streak of light, rushing towards the nearest battlefield. 3 breaths later, a scene of devastation appeared before them. More than a dozen disciples of Lingxiao Sect were being besieged by over 20 demon cultivators from the Demon King's Hall, with more than 10 injured disciples lying on the ground. In the sky above, the saint-level demon cultivator from the Demon King's Hall was entangled in a fight with the elder from Xixiao Peak. Looking for death, Chu Xian struck down with a palm from midair. The pressure of the sub-saint realm erupted explosively. Those demon cultivators had no time to react before being crushed into blood mist. "Sect Master, The injured disciples shouted excitedly. Chu Xian had no time to say much and directly slashed towards the saint-level demon cultivator from the Demon King's Hall with his longsword. The sword energy was so fast it arrived in an instant. That saint-level demon cultivator from the Demon King's Hall didn't even feel any pain before his head was severed from his body, leaving Lingxiao to treat the injured. He continued to rush towards the next battlefield. After a simple treatment, the Lingxiao Sect disciples hurriedly moved towards a nearby team. However, just as they left, a bizarre scene unfolded. The corpses of those demon cultivators from the Demon King's Hall began to sink into the ground like melting ice and snow, leaving not even a trace of blood. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Xian had rushed to 7 battlefields in succession. As the disciples from each peak gradually gathered, the last team had also merged with the main force, and a terrifying fact surfaced. Report: we have lost contact with Brother Yu Jian and Sister Xiazhu. Senior Brother Tang Lu's communication jade slip cannot be connected. Senior Brother Chong Lu is also missing. Chu Xian's face darkened like water. For personal disciples were missing. Could it be that Qin Mo has already entered the ancient palace? Chu Xian immediately expanded his divine sense, only to discover that certain areas within the ancient palace could actually block perception. Airby suddenly became anxious, digging at the ground and barking madly towards the northwest direction. What is there? Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. After a moment's thought, he instructed several saint-level experts to lead the disciples to Song's mansion, while he himself headed northwest with Airby. In a hidden cave, Yu Jian, Tang Lu, Xiazhu, and Chong Lu were trapped here. The blood pool was surging, and the thick blood had already risen to the necks of Yu Jian and the others. At this moment, the 4 of them had already entered a hallucination. Brother, our child. Xiazhu was in tears, holding a completely black baby in her arms. The baby's eyes were crimson and had sharp fangs in its mouth. Yu Jian's hands trembled uncontrollably, while Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back, a cruel smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. What a fine demon seed, just right for refining the 10,000 souls banner. Master, why? Yu Jian howled in despair. Chu Xian's smile grew increasingly sinister. Because you are all just pawns in my game. With a shift of the scene, the baby was thrown into the blazing fire, letting out a piercing cry. No! Yu Jian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. In the next second, a sudden sound of tearing flesh broke out. Yu Jian hurriedly got up and frantically lunged towards the flames, only to see that the baby had torn open its own belly, crawling out a blood-soaked demon creature. Traitor! Hand over the bloodline of the war god. Tang Lu staggered back, his back hitting the cold mountain wall. In front of him were countless familiar faces: Chu Xian, Yu Jian, Lingxiao, Xiazhu. 6. Yu Jian grinned wickedly, raising a dagger. Master said if I take your heart's blood, I will be granted the position of sect master. Suddenly, a memory exploded in his mind. In the Tang family ancestral hall, it was the same. The uncles and aunts held the bone knives, saying his bloodline should sacrifice for the family. So you're all the same. Tang Lu slowly knelt down, the bloodline of the war god crackling. He saw his shadow twisting under the moonlight, gradually growing demon horns. The blood moon hung high, and Xiazhu collapsed in the ruins of the imperial tomb. Brother, father. She trembled as she looked at the 2 approaching figures. Yu Jian's eyes were crimson, his fists dripping with blood. Summer Yinxiao was enveloped in demon energy, with the knife that her father gave her when she was 5 years old stabbed into her chest. Why betray me? Summer Yinxiao's throat squeezed out a hoarse voice, her decaying fingers gripping her neck. Yu Jian's fist pressed against her heart. Zhu'er, let us fall into the demon path together. Behind the 2, Chu Xian's figure flickered in the demon mist. He wore a strange smile, and the chains he held were tied around Yu Jian and Summer Yinxiao's necks. Good disciples. Chu Xian's voice was enticing. You should have realized long ago what is called redemption. Suddenly, the chains tightened, and the faces of Yu Jian and her father twisted into those of evil spirits. It has always been a trap woven by me. Xiazhu's scream was stuck in her throat as she discovered her hands were growing pitch-black demonic armor. Chapter 86. Reconstructing the Flesh. In the illusion, Zhong Lu looked up at the familiar figure in the sky, exuding a powerful pressure. His body couldn't move an inch. He saw Chu Xian standing in midair, his black robe fluttering, his right palm slowly pressing down. No, Zhong wanted to shout, but suddenly he felt blood rushing into his nose. He watched helplessly as the immense palm print descended, the 9 nether demonic earth sinking with a roar. The terrified faces of the demonic cultivators behind him twisted in the blood wave. Ancestor, save me. The demonic cultivators reached out above the water, but were quickly swallowed by the vortex. Do you hate it? A hoarse whisper echoed in his ears. Icy demonic energy coiling around his spine, and the demonic patterns on his spine instantly lit up. He destroyed the demonic earth you established with your own hands. Zhong trembled all over, his nails digging deep into his palm, his distorted face reflected in the blood, his pupils turning into a strange purple. Accept this power. A bone knife wrapped in demonic patterns appeared before him, and Chu Xian's figure also emerged in front of Zhong. Pick up the knife, gently slash, and you can personally behead him. A trace of dark purple sadness spread in Zhong eyes as his hand slowly gripped the knife handle in front of him. At the moment he grasped the bone knife, Zhong suddenly roared. I am the demon ancestor Zhong. Though I am a demonic cultivator, I will take revenge, and I will do it honorably. In the next moment, the bone knife unexpectedly swung back, striking at Zhong own neck. Boom! The illusion before him shattered. Zhong had already returned to the shore of the blood pool, drenched in sweat, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. He looked down at his trembling hands, but his eyes were clearer than ever. Glancing at the 3 still in the blood pool, Zhong gasped heavily, angrily saying, You treacherous master, once I grow stronger, I will definitely suppress you for eternity. Just as his words fell, a loud splash. The blood pool erupted with a roar, and Yu Jian leaped out from the blood pool. Junior brother, what did you say? Who do you want to suppress for eternity? Zhong face stiffened. Everyone knew that Yu Jian couldn't stand anyone speaking ill of their treacherous master, so he casually waved his hand. I said I want to suppress that big yellow dirt dog. That beast was barking outside my room all night last night, causing me to have a bad night's sleep and even had a strange dream. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian immediately perked up. That big yellow should indeed be suppressed. That guy even stole the spirit fruit I was going to offer to the master the day before yesterday. While they were talking, the blood pool surged again. Splash! Xiaozhu and Tang Lu almost simultaneously broke through the water, their faces pale as death. Senior brother. Xiaozhu was about to speak when the blood pool suddenly contracted violently beneath her feet. Sister, be careful, Yu Jian shouted, pulling Xiaozhu behind him. The entire blood pool quickly condensed, eventually transforming into a dark red heart suspended in midair, still thumping. The entire secret chamber was filled with a bloody aura. This is... Zhong pupils constricted as he roared in his heart. Reincarnation, heavenly birth, great law? Recalling his escape from the Wuxiang spirit ruins, the Demon King's Hall resurrected him using this method. Upon closer observation, Zhong brows twisted into a knot. It was very similar, but not quite. It was more complex than the reincarnation heavenly birth. We have been treated as nourishment for reconstructing the flesh, Zhong said slowly. Just now we all entered the illusion, right? If we hadn't broken the illusion, we would have already turned into blood. Yu Jian couldn't help but exclaim, what? Who is so malicious? Tang Lu, without saying a word, activated his war god bloodline, gripping a harpoon and suddenly stabbing at the heart. Boom! The harpoon was blocked by an invisible barrier. Useless. Zhong face turned ugly, unless they found a remnant soul of the one about to be revived. Just then, woof woof, a familiar dog bark suddenly rang out. The group turned around to see air by running over, followed by a gloomy-looking Chu Xian. Master? Chu Xian's gaze swept over the 4. Noticing their blood energy was extremely weak. When he saw that heart, his eyes narrowed, and in an instant he had roughly guessed the situation. The aura of the Zhang Song? Are they trying to reconstruct the flesh? Just as Chu Xian frowned, a voice entered his ears. Utilize the power of that ancient seal to shatter this heart and restore their blood energy. Chu Xian's consciousness instantly extended outward. But he found nothing and had no idea where the voice was coming from. The voice continued, "Don't look for it. I'm beneath your feet." Chu Xian. Airby. When could you talk? Airby squatted on the ground, woof. The blood energy of this place is rich. I've absorbed some. He greedily inhaled. As the remaining blood energy in the air began to converge towards him, Chu Xian temporarily suppressed his doubts, the ancient seal appearing in his left hand, and tightly gripping his long sword in his right. "You four, step back." The ancient seal of Song emitted a surge of blue light, and four sharp sword energies instantly slashed the thumping heart into 5 segments. "Condense." Beta-minded Aiken. Chu Xian still followed suit. "Condense." With a finger gesture, the 5 heart fragments rapidly shrank in the spirit fire, ultimately transforming into 5 crystal-clear blood-colored beads. Zhonglu was directly dumbfounded. The heart was just chopped like that? No. There's a problem. That blue ancient seal has a problem. It must be a holy-level magical treasure at the very least. The treacherous master is so strong. When will I be able to suppress him? Swallow it. Chu Xian distributed the blood beads to the 4. It would replenish their lost blood energy. The remaining one, Chu Xian directly tossed to Airby, who was squatting on the ground. Airby's eyes lit up. "Good sect master. You even thought of me." The 4 swallowed simultaneously, and in an instant, their blood energy surged. Boom! In an instant, the violent blood energy erupted from the bodies of the 4 and 1 dog. The cave stone walls were cracked like spider webs, and the ground's rubble turned to dust under the impact of the blood energy. Even Chu Xian's body shifted slightly amidst this violent blood energy. The 4 were enveloped in a layer of blood mist, and the entire secret chamber was filled with a rich, bloody scent. The most astonishing was Airby. His originally snow-white fur actually shimmered with golden light, and a mysterious rune faintly appeared on his forehead. The next moment, boom! A roaring sound erupted from within the 4. Did they break through? Yu Jian felt the surging spirit power within him and found he had stepped into the 3rd level of the Divine Sea realm. The other 3 also had breakthroughs. Tang Lu was now at the 2nd level of the Divine Sea realm, Xia Zhu at the 1st level. Zhong Lu, due to his dual cultivation of immortality and demon, had a low realm, with his righteous path cultivation at the 3rd level of the Xiandan realm and his demonic path cultivation even lower, only at the peak of the Spirit Spring realm. He was also afraid of exposing himself, deliberately slowing down his demonic path cultivation. Seeing everyone break through, Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go. Everyone is waiting for you." With a wave of his sleeve, he led the group out of the secret chamber. Before leaving, he turned back with a palm, and the violent spirit power completely collapsed the entire blood pool cave. Then he strode away, amidst the swirling dust. No one noticed a shadow, quietly emerging from the crevice of the ruins. The master of the Demon King's hall held a communication jade slip, his voice hoarse. "My lord, the demonic body has failed." Just as I was about to act, Chu Xian arrived. A cold voice came from the other end of the jade slip. "Chu Xian? Is he the man leading a white dog?" "Exactly. Ruining my plans. Damn it." Chapter 87. Wine Pool and Meat Forest. Chu Xian led Yu Jian and the others directly back to the Xuanxiao mansion. As soon as they arrived at the mansion's entrance, they saw several demonic cultivators from the Demon King's hall sneaking around the perimeter of the mansion. Moreover, apart from the cultivators from the Demon King's hall, there were a few dressed in attire unfamiliar to Chu Xian. Chu Xian's eyes turned cold, seeking death. Saying this, he directly summoned the Song ancient seal to strike at the demonic cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. The several demonic cultivators instantly exploded into blood mist. Zhong Lu watched with his mouth agape. "Dog thief master, these are all my demonic offspring. I can kill them, but you, dog thief master, should remember this grudge before you kill me." After dealing with the peripheral minions, the group entered the mansion, where over 500 members of the Lingxiao Sect had already gathered. Yishi saw Chu Xian returning and hurriedly said, "Xianer, a large number of demonic cultivators have appeared in this ancient palace. Shouldn't we retreat first?" "Yes, besides the Demon King Hall, there are others who have entered, but we don't know where the exit is." As soon as Duan Hong said this, the crowd became worried. They were trapped in a century-old dilemma. They had come here well, but now they couldn't go back. Chu Xian glanced at the dog by air in Yu Jian's arms. This dog must know how to get out. But it had started sleeping as soon as it came out of that secret cave, and they didn't know when it would wake up. Chu Xian looked around at everyone and said solemnly, Elder Xuanxiao was a powerful being from the upper realm who fell to suppress the demonic race from outside. Now a fragment of his origin has been eroded by demonic energy. If we don't resolve this, we may have difficulty leaving. Yishi tightened her grip on her sword. If that's the case, let's fight our way out and destroy that fragment of origin. Uncle, Chu Xian interrupted, now that a large number of demonic cultivators have flooded into this ancient palace. It's too inconvenient for us to act together. You and the holy elders stay behind to protect the disciples. I'll go find Elder Xuanxiao's origin alone. Master, Yu Jian hurriedly stepped forward. Let the disciples accompany you. Tang Lu didn't speak, but he had already come to Chu Xian's side with a harpoon in hand. At the same time, the remaining 3 direct disciples also requested to join. Just as Chu Xian was about to refuse, Bai Er's weak voice suddenly transmitted, Take them with you. They are useful. Turning to look at the white dog in Yu Jian's arms. Bai Er still had its eyes closed, as if it had just been mumbling in a dream. Chu Xian frowned slightly and finally nodded. All right, you 5 come with me. The rest of you stay and guard the mansion. Do not engage actively. Chu Xian then began to close his eyes and concentrate, recalling the scene of Elder Xuanxiao's remnant soul escaping, intending to start searching for a breakthrough from there. Before Chu Xian could finish his recollection, Lingxiao, with one hand on her chest and the other pointing southwest, said, Master, you should have gone in this direction. Chu Xian's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Let's go. He immediately took the 5 direct disciples and sped away. Just as Chu Xian and the others left, a thunderous battle cry erupted outside the mansion. Hundreds of demonic cultivators with crimson eyes surged in like a tide, their clothing varied, clearly not just from one sect. Yishi's expression sharpened, and she said solemnly, Form a formation. With a gesture, the disciples of the Lingxiao Sect quickly formed a sword formation. The elders of Xixia Peak joined forces to set up a barrier of radiant light, beginning to command the disciples in the defense of the mansion. A bloody battle was about to unfold. On the other side, Chu Xian had led his direct disciples to a palace. Looking at the luxurious palace before him, Chu Xian had an expressionless face as he pushed open the palace door and stepped inside. Lingxiao closely followed behind Chu Xian, sensing that something was amiss within the palace. As the 6 of them stepped into the palace, a wave of extravagant energy hit them, making them frown. The hall was resplendent, with pools of spiritual wine and mountains of spiritual fruits, resembling a feast of excess. Over 100 half-dressed female cultivators were giggling as they poured wine for the cultivators, and those toasting were all too familiar to Chu Xian and Lingxiao. They were the great sages under Elder Xuanxiao. Lingxiao exclaimed softly. Chu Xian's gaze sharpened. These cultivators, who should have died in battle, were actually here enjoying themselves? The appearance of Chu Xian and the others immediately attracted everyone's attention. At the gesture of a cultivator, several women in sheer veils approached Chu Xian with laughter. The large expanse of whiteness beneath those veils was fully captured by Chu Xian's eyes. At the same time, a burly man with a thick beard approached, holding a wine jug in one hand and wrapping his other arm around a woman's slender waist, swaying drunkenly as he patted Chu Xian's shoulder. Little friend, you look familiar. Come, drink with me. Chu Xian glanced at the burly man and the woman, casually taking the wine jug from the man and drinking it down, the spiritual wine spilling down the corner of his mouth. He then pulled the veiled woman beside him and laughed. Good wine. You seniors really know how to enjoy. Master? Yu Jian's eyes widened in shock. The others were also stunned. What happened to Master? Something was clearly off here. How could he join them so easily? Yu Jian immediately transmitted. Junior brothers and sisters. We need to save Master. We can't let him go astray. Chong Lu hurriedly echoed. That's right. At the very least, we can't let Master indulge in wine and pleasures. I am willing to take Master's place. Lingxiao rolled her eyes at Yu Jian and Chong Lu, saying lightly, You two, stop worrying. Master has his own considerations. Just then, Chu Xian's voice entered the minds of the five. These are all remnants of great sages. We have no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. Let's observe the situation first. Upon hearing Chu Xian's message, the direct disciples stood motionless at the door. Their cultivation levels were relatively low, so they couldn't sense what was happening. They thought it was some kind of illusion, not realizing that it was truly remnants of souls. Over 100 remnants of great sages. If a fight broke out, even a half-emperor would be enough to drink a jug. The burly man was oblivious to the conversation among Chu Xian and the others, and seeing Chu Xian so agreeable, he laughed heartily. Little friend, you're straightforward. Come, someone, arrange a spot for these little ones. Chu Xian quickly stopped him. Elder, they are of low cultivation and have been exhausted from the journey here. Let them rest first. The burly man nodded. Oh, that's fine. Then let these little ones go rest first. A stunning woman gracefully walked over, her red lips parting slightly. Several. Please follow me. Chong Lu stared at the woman's partially revealed fair skin, swallowing hard, feeling a sudden shock. In my eyes, any woman is just a mere skeleton. But why is my resolve so weak today? There must be something behind this. Meanwhile, Yu Jian, with a clear heart, only had thoughts of Xia Zhu in his eyes. As for Tang Lu, he kept his eyes closed, as if mumbling something. Chong Lu curiously leaned over to Tang Lu and finally heard him repeating a phrase. With no women in my heart, my spear naturally excels. Chong Lu, Liuzi, you're amazing. Chapter 88, Song Song's grandson. Inside the palace, Chu Xian held a glass of glazed wine, clinking cups with the burly man and other cultivators, quickly blending in. After several rounds of drinks, he pretended to be drunk and looked around. Seniors, you followed Lord Song Song in a battle in the past. You must have been extraordinary figures. The burly man laughed heartily. That's for sure. Back in the day, I wielded a mountain-opening axe and once beheaded 18 demon generals. Just as he was speaking, a discordant voice rang out. Unfortunately, in the end, I was led astray by the demons and was torn apart by them. The burly man jumped up angrily. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm still alive and well.